Lieutenant, get aboard! We gotta get the hell out of here!
Go! I got the gun.
He's made his choice, Spartan. We don't have time for you to make yours. Get on board.
A crack in Emil's helmet leaked through with a stream of blood. The silent assassin stood to his feet holding the dying Spartan's service tags. With a single nod, he turned and ran into a leap up the exposed Pelican platform. A squad of Marines guarded the insides along their commanding officer, Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. The Pelican uplifted, and its engines boomed into a pulsing jet stream. It rose, defying gravity, leaving behind a broken warrior. With his enhanced vision, Spartan B312 could still see Emil sluggishly stand back up. The perforation in his abdomen had barely missed most of his vital organs, but they had both known it was a killing blow. The Spartan 3 stumbled over the shredded bodies of 3 elite zealots. The dark purple and pink tones of their armor no longer glowed with splendid awe. They were covered with the scarlet seeping blood from the Spartan's wounds. All they were now were husks. The Spartan held his insides with one hand and used the second to grip onto the guardrail leading up the stairs of the Mark 2488 magnetic acceleration cannon. Spartan B312 lost sight of his fellow Noble Team member as the Pelican shifted east into boarding their escaped vessel. He couldn't see him anymore, but he knew Emil would mount the gun soon enough. A crisp crackle in the atmosphere exploded through, and the skies darkened a hellish red. A cruiser in the distance began charging up its central ventricle. Noble 6 had seen it 100 times in footage, but were not compared to the sense of hopelessness in person. The inexhaustible power of the cruiser powered up until a blue beam ejaculated from its undercarriage, melting the atmosphere as it rained down. The light consumed and burned everything in its path. The battle cruiser was a behemoth, an imposing murderer flying across the sky, and the planet beneath it was nothing more than its victim. The ground shook and turned to glass as it superheated. Glass and ash was all he could see from the great distance. The Pelican had touched down on the exit bay to the Halcyon-class cruiser, and now all he could see was the Covenant battleship slowly making its way to him. The Spartan's eyes swiveled around, searching his surroundings. Perhaps he could climb on board a broadsword. And what? A single broadsword wouldn't make it to the battlecruiser before being shot down by the fleet of Covenant spirits, phantoms, and seraphs out there. Not in atmosphere, anyway. He knew it was a suicide mission, but that was all his training had ever prepared him for. His life was not his own. It was Oni's. It was the UNSC's. It was humanity's. His body inched to the nearest broadsword in the hangar, only for a sonic boom to ripple across the sky. The Covenant battlecruiser was ripped open, and the stream of plasma venting from it was gone. A series of explosions rippled from the ship along the hull, forcing the vessel to diverge and take action. It swerved portside and picked up speed to reposition. But before its shields could come back up, the sonic blast had returned. A shockwave tore the atmosphere, cleaving through the side of the tear-shaped vessel, cutting it as if it was made out of paper. The building-sized magnetic coils had super-accelerated a tungsten object with light traces of radiation to upper supersonic speeds. The cannon had caused permanent damage to the cruiser for being careless enough to lower its shields in the glassing. The battlecruiser slumped down, trailing a fiery tail of magenta smoke and static. It would crash, that much was evident. Maybe the Covenant would retrieve it and repair it, but they were just as likely to glass the planet over it. It wasn't long before another cruiser came into sight, taking action to maneuver against the mag gun piloted by the angry dying Spartan. The opening had bought the Halcyon cruiser enough time, however. The whole ship shook, even moving the lone Spartan in his half-a-ton boots. The ship had unlatched from its repair and retrofitting position. As far as he was aware, Halcyon-class cruisers were old and rare, even this late into the war where humanity fought to use leftover scraps as ships. It was strange to see such an old cruiser be retrofitted with such care and so many layers. He knew the purpose of this vessel was to end the war. The honeycomb-like nature of the ship's plating was to guarantee it reached its destination, one way or another. The UNSC had tried to make sure of that. Spending so many resources on such a small ship was just the starting point. He recalled only a month prior had this ship was the primary candidate to begin the single most important mission in this war. This was the vessel that was meant to creep past Covenant security and abduct one of their own ships. He snapped to attention, seeing the Covenant light cruiser turn its attention from a barrage of plasma on the mag cannon up in his direction. But by then, it was too late. A small scattering of plasma rays struck the outer hull, minimally shaking the vehicle bay. He holstered his weapon and made his way to the bridge, wondering where they were going. He heard a voice in his helm interrupt him. As far as dumb AIs went, this one was better than most he had gotten to work with. Off the bottom right corner of his heads-up display, a series of blue dots appeared as the female voice spoke to him.
Information about this operation is classified.
He knew it was beyond his clearance level, but only technically. He'd been part of the first phase of the mission, and had been debriefed with Dr. Halsey during her extraction from Castle Base. He knew as much about Operation Red Flag as anyone else. All he really wanted to know was if the sacrifice had been in vain, or if the mission had been a success. If humanity's days were coming to an end, he wanted to go out fighting. A loud voice over the speakers chimed in.
All hands, prepare for slip space entry. I repeat, all hands, prepare for slip space entry.
The ship shook, and the Spartan gently placed a palm against the wall for unnecessary balance. He crept down the hall to the occipital bay with the largest cryopods. He began calibrating it, though found it took nearly no work at all. The pod had already been prepped for a Spartan to enter into deep sleep. It was just a matter of abstaining from freezer burns when he woke. Mjolnir helped with that, but not entirely. With his last moments of being awake, he walked over to the engineer on the prep station, opened up a compartment on his left wrist, and a screen displayed. Across, the same row of dots appeared for a second and then disappeared. A tiny chip slowly ejected from the side panel, and Noble 6 placed it on the engineer's hand. The man nodded and placed it on the countertop of the console in front of him. Finally, the Spartan took off his helmet and grabbed the thermos container from the locker adjacent to his cryopod. The liquid inside was viscous and clung to the surfaces, but he managed to down the drink nonetheless. It would make cryo sleep easier on his body. It was essential for regular humans, but Spartans were not regular. They had been augmented inside and out. Even with the drastic temperature changes of cryo sleep, they could survive without preparation. He gulped a final zip of the liquid down and placed his helmet beside the pod. In a single light hop, he was inside the pod and frost began to build up around him. He closed his eyes to a moderate crisp of icy flakes forming around him.
Shields are holding at 45%, Chief. As far as trackers go, I calculated 16 ships crossed the event horizon of the slip space portal we left behind.
What's keeping them from firing on us in slip space?
I have that covered. They have to lower their shields to fire. Besides, we have their holy prophets. They can't afford to kill them now, not after the mess we left behind. If I were you, I wouldn't stand around hailing victory just yet, though.
What's the matter?
We really kicked the hornet's nest back there, and their honor demands blood. The two leading ships are close enough to send a boarding party, which should be arriving in the next 7 minutes or so.
They can't board with our shields up.
The thing about that is, this slip space portal became very unstable when all those ships followed. The radiation spikes are doing a number on our shields. They keep sputtering in and out.
Can we fix that?
Yeah, but it'll take some time. Time we don't currently have. By my estimates, we'll have several landing parties before I can plug up the hole in our shields.
We don't have the manpower to secure the entire ship in 7 minutes.
You won't have to. Get a team up to the engine room. All we need is the bridge, the engine, and these prophets alive.
Blue team, on me. Protect the prophets. Red team, head to the engine room. Don't let any Covenant through. A single one could mean mission failure. Fred, take Renee and the remaining Marines back to the bridge and secure it.
The legless Spartan stood clasping the slick wall of the Phantom's side, insisting she could fight. But the chief didn't want to hear it. He raised his hand and the Spartan stopped her hesitations. Fred lurched to her side and lifted her arm over him. He held tightly onto Renee by her waist side with his left hand, while clutching his DMR on the other. He could still feel the pain of the plasma burns on his chest and wondered if he was helping Renee walk or if she was keeping him from collapsing. He figured it could be a little bit of both. They hobbled away toward the bridge through the main corridor. The Master Chief placed his large gauntlet around the Prophet of Truth's ruby robes and lifted him over his shoulder like a tantruming child. The elderly figure was jostled from his position and embarrassed as the demon raced down the hull of the small vessel with him in tow. Directly behind him, another demon with a gold and glass-plated helmet carried his fellow prophet, his oldest confidant, Mercy. They made turns into questionable positions between tight corridors, but they could hear the demon's logic and tactics. While it was true the prophets were the war masters of the Covenant, they themselves were not battle-hardened, nor of any experience whatsoever. The Spartans held down an intersection of corridors, sticking to walls as cover. defending every direction from an onslaught of attacks.
Blue 2, cover the southeastern hall. Blue 4 and 5, cover the master hall. I'll take the northern path.
Before the green lights of acknowledgement had time to appear in his heads-up display, a pair of jackals sporting golden shields turned into the hallway ahead of the Master Chief. His instincts were dead on. They hadn't even realized there were enemies before Chief had pulled the trigger twice on his pistol. They dropped to the floor, sliding towards his boots atop their shields. The reflective nature of energy-based shields worked much like the handheld ones the jackals sported. They repelled contact with the ground, allowing them to easily glide on smooth surfaces like the corridors of a Covenant ship. Chief bent over and picked up one of the shields, propping it on his left. The image of the ancient warrior crossed his mind. It was one of Deja's lessons. The warriors at Thermopylae and their shields. They held down the path to Greece, much like he would hold down the path to the Prophet. A panicked scream full of terror came from behind him, where the jackals had come from. A stack and file of grunts ran around the hall in both directions, aimlessly flailing their plasma pistols around. He took a few shots at them. First one went down from pierced lung and heart. The second one took a shot to his breathing apparatus and sunk to the floor, gasping for air, while the third, fourth, and fifth met their deaths at the opposite end of a bullet to their skull. Brain matter spewed out from their craniums in an explosion of innards. The chief did not have any memories of his childhood, but something about the way their brain matter scattered always reminded him of a birthday celebration. His distant thoughts of a long-gone home faded when a sixth grunt flew across the length of the hall, splattering the wall to the left, crushing his spine on impact, followed immediately by a trio of differently colored elites. The furthest one sported the classic elite major red look, while the one in the front rushing him had the simple blue-tinted armor. It was the one in the middle that he was cautious about. The black armor was for special units of the Covenant, most common in stealth missions. They usually traveled in packs of 4, not accompanied by other ranks but their own. He would have to be on the lookout for others in the elite squad. The first and closest one went down quickly enough. With a few well-placed shots from his pistol, the opponent's shields failed him, leaving him exposed to a swift strike from the Master Chief. His fist embedded deep into the elite's mouth after the force had broken through his lower mandibles. The balled-up fist then turned into a sprawl of fingers that grabbed the elite's upper row of teeth, along with half of his face. Chief pulled the elite down by his mouth into a knee waiting at the elite's stomach. The moment the two met, the elite spewed out chunks of purple mishaps on the floor. Whether it was his guts or his lunch was unknown, but the chief had the blue elite down in his knees, next to the wall. He took the opportunity and drove the jackal shield into the elite's exposed neck, decapitating him instantly. Before the head had touched the ground, however, the blackened elite's sword made contact with the shield. The energy sword bounced off with a loud hiss, and the shade turned from blue to gold, then red. Chief knew what that meant. The shield would run out of energy before cooling down, but this fight would be over before that could happen. He utilized the last bit of energy on the shield to press the attack, flinging his arm forward, striking the black elite across the face, sending him shuddering back. The elite nearly tripped on himself with a stumble backwards as the elite major rushed past him toward the demon. His sword swung across the entire hall, attempting to cut the head off said demon, but the chief was faster than the alien had counted for. He dropped to one knee, sufficiently giving him enough room to let the sword pass by him, while simultaneously shooting 2 more bullets from the pistol into the elite's foot. The elite dropped to one knee, much like the chief, but his sword arm was across from his body. Swinging it back around was not an option. Instead, his instincts overrode him. The elite knew of the human's weakness, feeble bodies, and the biological differences. He cranked his head back and flung it forward, meeting the helm of Mjolnir head-on at full force. He had terribly miscalculated. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull and his head caved in from the blunt force. The Spartan hadn't even flinched. His shields were terribly depleted by the hit, and the chief took the pistol up to the concave forehead of the Sanhili and shot out the elite's demise. The third elite had regained his composure by now and leapt into the air, bringing his sword down on the chief right through the elite major's body. John pushed himself off the floor backwards into a tuck and roll, but the elite pressed forward as a flurry of swings came at him. They each missed by an inch, but they might as well have missed by a mile. He was too slow. Spartan 117 punched him in the gut once for every swing of the energy sword, punishing the creature's attacks. By the third punch, he could barely stand, but the elite refused to give up. It went in for another cross-diagonal swing, but was stopped with a taste of steel between his ribcage. Chief dug the jagged edge of his knife, cutting him down from chest to pelvis. A stream of blood and intestines dropped with the weight of artificial gravity. painting the floor a mixture of blues and purples. Special Forces elite dropped the sword and fell backwards into a pool of his own blood. John shook the knife, splashing a haze of purple blood on the right wall, right next to the previous stain from the beheaded elite.
I never get tired of seeing you do what you do best.
How are the others doing?
Fine for the meantime. There is a large host of troops closing in on Red Team, but it's nothing they can't handle. More importantly, you're all running on fumes as is. We need to buy some distance from the ones following us.
How do you propose we do that in slipspace?
I have a plan, but you're going to need to plug me into the main console on the bridge.
That's going to have to wait. We have more incoming.
The Halcyon-class cruiser shook and rumbled desperately through the extra-dimensional void known as slipspace. Its brand new hulls remained thick and steady and plentiful, but the ship's escape from reach had taken a toll on it. Retrofits for the ship had taken priority for what the crew had imagined would be a stealthy mission, but those plans had drastically changed, first by the discovery of Reach, then by the fall of Reach. Most of the crew on board had remained the same, with the notable exception of its bridge crew, captain, and a few hundred survivors from Reach, essential UNSC personnel who refused to evacuate until the last moment possible, until the battle was over. In Sergeant Major Avery Johnson's eyes, the battle wasn't over. Not until every inch of Reach was glass. But he knew better than dying a pointless death on a dead world. It hurt to leave the fight, and the thought of dirty ape paws on Reach and those stubby-armed freaks prancing around what was once the crown jewel of humanity hurt him. Avery knew he could have stayed and fought to his last breath, but he would be needed more wherever they were heading. It didn't make seeing Reach burn from orbit while running away hurt any less. Johnson ran a hand over his bald head, feeling tiny prickles of upcoming hair follicles poking through his shaven skin. It bothered him, but it wasn't a priority, not until he found out the status of their journey. He resigned to shave it after finding out where the slipspace portal would spit them out. He knew wherever it was, he wouldn't like it. Something about the random jumps they had to take gave him a bad feeling. He had dressed and walked through the halls of the near-empty Pillar of Autumn. A large host of their forces had been in cryo through the journey, but a lot had also died defending the Autumn in its escape off-world. It didn't help that the battalion of ODSCs that had been originally assigned to the ship were gone. Johnson had heard the rumors of a Black Ops mission composed of dozens of Spartans and Captain Keyes. The crew had some information, but even the chatty ones weren't too well informed. It didn't matter though. It at least explained why they were here. Not here in the middle of a slipspace stream on a ship that wasn't his to be assigned to, but here, this situation. The Spartans were gone, along with one of their best naval minds in the UNSC. Well, almost all Spartans. He thought of the one in Cryo Bay too, and the ones who had secured their escape off-world. He'd never fought side by side with Noble Team, but if they were anything like the Master Chief or the Spartans he assisted back on Harvest, then he was sure they were in good hands, as good as they could be considering the situation. He reached the bridge, turning the corner of the massive wall of computers needed to pilot a spaceship, and struck into attention. His pose was erect, his arm high and stiff, demonstrating the perfect salute, a textbook example if there ever was one.
At ease, Sergeant. This is Second Lieutenant Sabrina Hobbs. Don't let the rank fool you. She's as much qualified to run this ship as I am. She's just a little green around the gills still, but she can still splash.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
I've read your file, Sergeant. At least most of it. You've had a long career with the UNSC. I'm surprised you're a sergeant and not an admiral by now. Care to share why?
Sitting behind a desk never really suited me, sir. I've always been more of a hands-on kind of man.
I can respect that. We need good soldiers like you on solid ground, but I don't know if we'll see ground again.
We escaped Reach to fight another day, but my trigger finger is still itchy, sir.
I understand your feelings about the situation, Sergeant, but it may not be up to us. These partial coordinates Dr. Catherine Halsey sent to us with the Spartan, they don't add up. You know the Covenant. Their technology is centuries ahead of ours. When we get there, they'll be waiting for us.
And we may not have a chance to land for my men to fight, huh?
Precisely. The moment we drop out of slipspace, I'll have Ramsey do a close and a deep scan of the local sector. If there's any planets around, they might hold the key to what Halsey was searching. She nearly gave up her life to pass this information on. It may hold the key to winning this war.
I'm not running from a fight with those hinge heads.
It's not running, Major Sergeant. You'll be leading the ground team.
If there's a ground.
If there is nowhere to land, I'll personally authorize a long sword for you to meet them in combat.
Amen to that. Permission to speak freely, sir?
Granted, soldier.
Dr. Halsey staked her life and all of humanity on those partial coordinates. Could whatever we find here really end the war?
Sergeant Major, how much do you know about the Pillar of Autumn?
I've only gathered bits and pieces from the crew, but from the looks of it, the whole bridge staff is new.
Does that unnerve you?
Unnerve me? Hell, this late into the war, everyone is a replacement for someone.
You're right about that. I am one of those replacements myself. The captain of this ship was Jacob Keyes, but he was sent on a top-secret mission, leaving his ship vacant of a bridge staff. With the attack on Reach, we couldn't quite afford to have a ship on standby doing nothing. There were better men and women to take this position instead of I. But much like our firepower, they all went down with the ships that carried them.
I don't want to put your competence to question, sir, but have you ever commanded a Halcyon-class cruiser before?
You want the truth? No. I have commanded ships 3 times the size of the Autumn, all turned to heaps of scrap and molten titanium now.
Frankly, that doesn't quite give off the confidence I was looking for, Captain.
I'll tell you this much. For every ship I lost, I took 2 of the Covenants with me.
Glad to know we'll at least go down swinging.
You'll get your fight. Get to the armory, Sergeant. We'll be dropping out of slip space in an hour. I want all hands ready.
What about our Spartan friend?
The doctors are getting him prepped. He took a few serious wounds on Reach.
We all did, sir. Some just don't show on the surface.
We will make those bastards pay for Reach, for Harvest, Meridian, Sidonius, and every other colony they took from us. I promise you that much.
Avery nodded, took a step back, and saluted once more. He made his way out of the bridge, past Lieutenant Hobbs. She held a pad on her left hand, from which she was monitoring the Spartan's vital signs. It seemed he'd been taken out of cryo, but had not been woken just yet. The extensive scarred tissue on his left arm and back demonstrated the kind of hell he had to go through just to get to Azod. He knew Spartans were tough, but to keep fighting after that kind of damage was nothing shy of a miracle. He recalled the Orion Project and his own augmentations. The difference between his pre-augmented self and who he became were like day and night. But for the follow-up program to have improved so drastically, it was the stuff that forged legends. It was precisely why not having those legends in the battlefield had made such a difference. Reach had fallen hard. The defense coordination of Reach hinged on Spartans protecting the orbital defense platforms, but those assets were gone. Had it not been for Admiral Stanforth leading the defense during the opening salvo, Reach would have been thoroughly burnt before the rest of the fleet had arrived. The Pillar of Autumn shook and tumbled as her titanium armor took more and more direct hits. Whatever it had been, Captain Chen was just glad it wasn't a plasma torpedo, or there would be flying corpses in the emptiness of space right now. It was nothing short of a miracle that the ship remained in one piece, considering the kind of beating it had taken when escaping off Reach, much less that it had made a successful slipspace jump at all. The captain turned to his lieutenant, but before the words could escape his mouth, she had answered his question.
A Covenant fighter, sir. Probably a Seraph from the readings I'm getting.
The sneaky little bastard must have gotten through our defenses by powering down and waiting for us on this end of the planet's shadow.
The captain responded with a short remark.
Make sure it doesn't happen again.
A light grin shot over the lieutenant's face, as if she was happy to hear she could kill. She turned her attention to the screen and tapped a series of orders into her data panel, and a moment later a squadron of fighters flew past the bay window. A minute of silence followed as longsword fighters broke formation, and an explosion in the distance caught her attention. The C-709 longsword fighters had demolished the Seraph. Captain Check checked his display. A trail of sweat ran down his back. They had re-entered the fabric of real space less than 20 minutes ago. That was chilling to his core. In less than 20 minutes, the Covenant had already found them. He turned away from the main viewport, the large, transparent, bubble-shaped glass that kept them apart from the vacuum of space. When he had taken command of the Pillar of Autumn, it had worried him. This wouldn't have been his ship if he had the choice, but it's not like he had one getting off Reach. Terribly lost in thought as he surveyed the purple gas giant, Threshold. Its spectacular size dominated the view from within the bridge. He wondered if he could use his tactics from previous battles with this ship. Captains called him a coward for running away. His strategies often relied on hiding on the dark side of planets much like this gas giant and ambushing Covenant ships that were unsuspecting of a fight. He knew how dangerous the Covenant was. They had blown up several of his ships before and burned hundreds of human colonies, billions of soldiers. He feared them. But after the fall of Reach, there wouldn't be any backup coming his way. They had to meet the enemy head on. He moved back to the command station and plotted a course deeper into the system. As he fed the data to the navigator, he watched a squadron of enemy fighters lock on them inbound from the absent shadow of the planet. It was just a matter of time, he thought. They couldn't hide forever. The Autumn seemed to slide and slither out of the shadow cast by the gas giant and the bright sunlight. His eyes widened in surprise as the ship cleared the gas giant. He had expected a few Covenant cruisers, Seraphs, Space Banshees, or hell, even a grunt with a jetpack out there. but not what came next. Once they had cleared the dark side of the planet, he witnessed what was between Threshold and its moon. The secret the giant planet was hiding. Between bases, the moon, and Threshold, an enormous construct floated menacingly in the middle of the void. It glowed and shimmered, a giant ring-shaped construct. Swift metallic coatings of teal and silver lined the outside, while lush greens and blues on the inside. The sheer size of it could be mistaken for a moon, but the odd shape was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It reflected starlight with an indescribable beauty, a terrifying beauty, like a wedding jewel befit for a goddess. The geometric patterns that covered the outside seemed almost familiar, deep inside the captain's mind.
Ramsey, what the hell is that?
A tiny figure of a ginger man wearing a lab coat and the most symmetrical glasses appeared. In the hologram field, Ramsey, the ship's powerful artificial intelligence, squinted his eyes, leaning his head forward. A string of digits scrolled across his face, truthfully across his entire body, as display sensors rippled the length of his lab coat.
This ring is 10,000 kilometers in diameter and 22.3 kilometers thick. My scans are inconclusive, but the analysis does seem to indicate it's not of Covenant material or origin, sir.
Chen sighed. It was a huge relief considering Covenant ships had already been waiting once the Autumn had dropped out of slipspace right into their front door. Upon seeing the ring, his stomach had dropped. Captain Chen had a sinking feeling. The large construct was of Covenant origin, an installation beyond the scope of human engineering could ever dream of. The thought that this construct wasn't Covenant eased his mind, but it made him nervous. To escape off-reach, Ramsey had used partial coordinates from Dr. Halsey's message to get here. It was a breach of the Cole Protocol, but it was certainly coordinates that didn't lead to any other human colony. Protocol was standard procedure when dealing with Covenant to lead the forces away from Earth, something they had broken in hopes that they might find a solution to their Covenant problem. Reach had been the last major naval defense the UNSC had. Although it was futile to think they would have left their pursuers behind, the men and women of the Pillar of Autumn held hope. The Covenant had followed and beaten them there. Ramsey aimed the long-range cameras at the ring, and a close-up snapped into focus. Chen's jaw dropped. The inside of the ring was interlaid with jungles, oceans, deserts, marshy pits, glaciers, and a dozen other biomes much like Earth. The equations running through Ramsey's body stopped. He put out his arms in front of him and swiped the images aside. Then new ones began to run the opposite directions.
Captain, there's gravity down there. It's just about as strong as Earth's, but this place is clearly artificial. Somehow the spin of the ring controls and keeps an atmosphere inside. I can't be sure, but it does appear to be Earth-like atmosphere down there.
That thing really is artificial. What the hell does it do? Who built it? And if it wasn't the Covenant, will they be friend or foe?
I don't know, sir. I have nothing like it in my databanks.
Chen pressed his hand against his chin, resting his bottom lip under his thumb. He thought of how this contradicted the Cole Protocol, but something about the ring was drawing him in.
I suppose we better find out then.
Avery wasn't aware how, but the UNSC had discovered the Covenant was coming en masse to Reach, with enough warning to prepare. If the fleet had only arrived sooner, he thought. But he knew that meant nothing. The Covenant overpowered them pound for pound. The UNSC wouldn't have had enough time to prepare for hundreds of ships that arrived in system. The thought that there was nothing he could have done, nor the Spartans, infuriated him. He hated feeling powerless. Even after 3 decades of war, they hadn't found any effective ways to safekeep their planets from turning into molten glass. Avery shook the thought loose as he reached the medbay. The Spartan on the table was still laid bare in front of him. As a career military man, he had been accustomed to seeing fellow soldiers in the nude, most often coming out of cryo. But showers and battlefields were not an exception. He walked to the man on the table and shook him awake. Even holding his shoulders, he noticed the patched-up blotches of plasma burns that scarred the patient, the compact, tight, muscular physique, and the unambiguous age of the soldier. He looked to be a kid, no older than he was when he enlisted, but he was a Spartan already, one of the best at that. With countless scars and kills on his back, Johnson had known the secret of the Spartan's age since meeting the Master Chief in a field of battle during the early years of the war, but could not believe Oni and the UNSC had continued the program. Truly, it wasn't all that surprising. They had been losing the war for so long that generations came and went before any success was shown. Maybe this was the only way they could push back. The young man opened his eyes and flung his torso upward.
Good to have you awake, son. I'm glad to see some Spartans made it out.
Not all of us, sir.
They'll be remembered. You took some nasty burns. I'd understand if you're not ready.
I am.
Then get your gear on, soldier. We're dropping out of slip any minute, and they'll be waiting for us.
Sir, my armor?
Down in cryo, It was too damn heavy, so the eggheads left it by your pod. Meet me in the armory. Got a rifle with your name on it.
What about Dot, Noble Team's artificial assistant?
Ah, the blue lady. She's down in cryo, too. She ain't meant for ships like this one. The captain kept her down there to assist you when you're ready. Now get moving, soldier. Double time.
The freshly operated surfaces of his skin felt glossy and tender, even irritated as he stood. But Payne was an old colleague, a friend. Payne reminded him why he had to keep going. The Spartan's fist tightened, trying to account for muscle atrophy while in deep sleep. But none had occurred. He hopped off the operating table and collected regular military attire from beside the table. The fatigues were not his own, and even in the choice of extra large, they felt unfitting as they tightly clung to his body. He wasn't big, not by Spartan standards. That's what made him effective in stealthy missions. But regular clothing sizes the UNSC provided never really accounted for the size difference of Spartans. He took his leave to the cryopod at a steady pace. People ran past him in panicked frenzy, for they knew what would be waiting for them outside of Slipstream. Others slugged around in a haze. Waking up from cryo had that effect on most people after all. He had reached the doors to the cryo bay overhanger when a voice came over the speakers. The doors to the cryo bay split open and an engineer snapped to attention.
At ease, Ensign.
The engineer waved a hand over the second man in the cryo bay. An ensign with an engineer corps insignia stood behind. The younger, more doe-eyed looking one handed the man in his 30s a data pad. With a single glimpse, B312 had discerned they had done something to his armor and were eager to tell him about it. He walked over to the suit of Mjolnir on the weapons battle rack beside the pod and stripped down to the essentials. Slowly he suited up to the heavy dress of armor that was the multi-layered suit. The layers and layers of nanofibers, coolant, wires, and force-amplifying liquids that filled it clung onto his body to a perfect fit. The ship rumbled and shook. The integrity of a ship was always in question when exiting slipspace, but this time it wasn't due to the transition between extra-dimensional space and fourth-dimensional existence. It was because they knew what awaited them on the other side of the slipspace portal. Red alarms began casting and blaring across every deck and subsection of the Pillar of Autumn. The Spartan knew what it meant. He picked up pieces of the deforged Mjolnir protective plating and hurriedly adjusted them in place. Mjolnir could function without the overbolt armor, but it would be like driving a warthog without a turret. His set just wasn't complete without it. He'd finished putting on the armor, but not a moment too soon. The door to Cryo Bay 1 blew wide open and a stream of superheated green plasma collapsed the rows of cryopods on the southern wall. Chunks of the dislodged door flew past him as he dropped into a combat roll onto cover behind the console. Stumbling through the doorway, a behemoth crashed into the room. The mass before him was a Malek Golo. At least that's what the Covenant called them. He knew them best as hunters. The creature's armor was covered in red blotches and splashes of chunky intestines. It was clear what had happened, but more so when looking at it from the back. Behind the monster, a bisected corpse of a marine clung onto the soft innards between the hunter's back, with a knife sticking out of it and the half-melted corpse of a female marine. B312 placed his palm on the top of the console and used it as leverage to jump over it, launching himself into a quickened dash towards the beast. The hunter swung its arm and struck the ensign engineer, launching him onto the second floor of the cryo room. His insides painted the ceiling immediately, and part of his remains hung from the catwalk. The blood dripped down, covering the senior engineer in a shower of red and death. The hunter stepped forward to him, as if he hadn't noticed a Spartan coming for him. B312 ran past the hunter, grabbed the engineer by the shirt, and tossed him 20 feet back with a single hand. The attack from the hunter missed both the humans, but the element of surprise was gone. Its main cannon began charging up, and a green hue grew with intensity from inside the widened barrel of the alien's arm. The Spartan 3 did not give way, however, and quickly shot the exposed joints on the alien's arm, forcing its aim away. A bolt shot sideways, melting away at the series of cryopods still unharmed. The Spartan withdrew his knife and ran up the behemoth with a sidestep. He dodged the creature's swing and placed the knife directly between the joint of its arm, effectively stopping its secondary swing. The creature was confused, buying the Spartan enough time to empty out a full magazine from his designated marksman rifle into the open bits already damaged on the hunter's back. The worms inside its casing wriggled and squirmed in pain. They tried to escape, disjoining the colony, but failed as the bullets kept coming. The Spartan gave the massive creature one final kick with the heavy ends of his boot as it plopped down to the floor and the worms stopped moving altogether. He turned back to see the engineer in the corner crying, unmoving. It was always difficult to see a grown man cry, but he never said anything. He couldn't blame them. His colleague and friend's blood covered his entire body. B312 thought momentarily of Noble Team and how he'd held Kat in her dying moments. The thought fled his mind as a loud bang outside the cryo bay rang in. He turned back to the man and lifted him up over his shoulder. Tossing him back had resulted in a broken leg and a dislocated collarbone. He'd been responsible for the engineer getting hurt. He would also be responsible for keeping him alive. He reached for his sidearm while holding the 200-pound man over his shoulder. With Mjolnir on, it was nothing more than a wet rag. However, the Spartan had inquired about the chip, and through the tears and shaken fear, the engineer pointed back at the still intact console on the far end of the room. B312 walked over and entered the access codes necessary for personal dumb AI retrieval that were specific to both the Pillar of Autumn and the AI unit designated ADT 6849-9, also known as Aunt Dottie. Once upon a time, losing a dumb AI would have been inconsequential. Every child from Earth to Harvest had access to them. But this was different. Every asset they had on the field would help them fight the Covenant. The current AI on board the Pillar of Autumn was Ramsey. This was his third ship, after a series of battles on Assad had brought him to the Pillar of Autumn. The artificial construct would surely get deleted if it hadn't already. After half a dozen close calls with the Covenant, the Cole Protocol would not allow Ramsey's capture. Although Dot was nowhere near as computationally powerful as Ramsey, she was a valuable asset to have with such limited resources. Moreover, she was Noble Team's AI. She was family. The lone Spartan implanted the AI matrix into his own onboard AI slot. Nothing quite as grandiose as what they had done to the Spartan legend, but possessing the tactical assistance from Dot would give him a leg up. The Spartan hauled the man around from hallway to hallway, evading stray shots of heated plasma, tucking and ducking into an air vent, which led passage to the bridge. He stopped crawling through with the man over him and placed him down. He explained to the still in-shock engineer that a single turn would lead him to the life pods, while he took a detour and headed for the bridge. The man wiped off some of his colleague's blood off his face and slowly crawled down the vent, a frightened and lost kitten ducking and weaving through the vent system. B312 turned and headed toward the bridge. His next priority was to get the captain off the ship and make sure the Cole Protocol was enacted before they took the lifeboats. He wondered to himself where they could possibly go. If the slip-space jump off reach was meant to help them have a small chance at survival, they had to find a planet or asteroid of some sort to regroup. But with a random jump like this, they could very well be in the vast outskirts between solar systems. Worse yet, the Covenant might not need to attack them. They just had to wait for them to starve and freeze. B312 crawled out of the vent, slowly plotting his next moves. But his luck had turned. A squadron of grunts and jackals roamed the hallway, led by an elite clad head to toe in black armor. He looked past the elite into a crimson and ashen-covered hall of marine blood, from the mutilations of the disgusting alien creatures. The Spartan gripped the metallic floorboard beneath him, sprang up and leapt at the elite. The Sanheli creature turned to face the sound, but by the time its body had turned, the Spartan's forearm had made contact with his head, knocking the elite unconscious from a single swing. The Spartan ran for cover as they spotted him, but in the dash his shoulder had caught a stray shot of wildfire from a carbine rifle. The jackal in the back hawked and squawked with pride, signaling it had gotten a shot on the demon. A dozen snubbed arms raced up in a congratulatory and hurraying motion. The grunts had no affection for the jackals, that much he knew, but they were celebrating his soon-to-be death, though prematurely as it may have been. The bulky, snubbed little monsters approached his cover, surrounding it, flanking every which side with such a tight corridor. It had been easily accomplished. But the Spartan noticed his shields. They had yet to finish recharging. He didn't need them to, however. The plasma shot had bounced off his shields like drops of water on a pelican windshield. He blinked, and with a wide-eyed expression looking over his shield bar, a single carbine shot would not pierce through. He knew that much for sure with his vast experience with Mjolnir armor, but he was shocked to see what kind of improvements the engineer had made on his suit. The shield was still almost at full charge. He knew he had to press the advantage. To his left, a runtling grunt sidestepped into the side of cover, attempting the world's most daring ambush, when the Spartan simply kicked the creature on the face. In a split second, the gas mask covering the grunt's orifices exploded and let out a hiss of methane. It did not matter. The force of the kick had broken through the grunt's skull. Its brain was nothing more than a shapeless goo on the Spartan's boot, and its body was flung back into the wall. Before the thud of its body making contact with the wall could be heard, the Spartan had already turned around and moved onto his next target. A knife stuck out from the top of the skull of the grunt flanking his right, and its weapon was already in the Spartan's hand. The plasma pistol on his left and the magnum on his right. He crossed his arms. A single shot was all he needed to cave in the grunt's head, while lightly tapping the trigger on the plasma pistol, directing the shots at the jackals in the back on the far end of the hallway. The drizzling of plasma bounced off and hissed as it made contact with the yellow-tinted energy shield on the first jackal. It splashed drops of plasma onto the surface of the bloody river of bodies and metal at the base of the jackal's hind legs. The Spartan moved from cover to cover, repeating his actions, a single shot here and there, to each grunt that stood between him and the back targets. Even as bolts of plasma struck his body, he pushed forward. If the shields could hold out for more damage, so could he. The jackal cowering behind its comrade with a shield had peeked out. With the continuous pulsing of the carbine shots streaming at the Spartan, B-312 ran into the bodies of now dead grunts. He would take a page from their playbook, pressing down on the trigger of the alien weapon until the tip glowed intensely. The blotch of green accumulated around the energy projector. He aimed and released as a blast of plasma 4 times the size of the previous shots ignited through the air, adjusting its own trajectory toward the jackals. The Keg-Yar's quick reflexes served enough for it to raise its shield over their heads and avoid a burn that could melt through titanium plating. The plasma didn't so much as make contact with the shield as much as it fused with it. In less than a microsecond, the shield was changed in colors and sputtered out, leaving the 2 chicken-like aliens open for an attack. The Spartan had already shot at the leading jackal's foot, forcing it to react. Its body flung downward, clutching its leg in pain, exposing the one in the back. Its eyes widened, realizing what had just happened, but it was too late. The bullet from the steel magnum had left its chamber. The alien dropped behind the jackal, holding onto its bleeding foot. The Spartan had closed the distance and simply smacked him with the plasma pistol he'd taken from the dead grunt. The bird alien's neck snapped and contorted from the force alone. B-312 wasted no time. He sprinted through the halls leading to the bridge, encountering small pockets of resistance of would-be enemies, of dead and brutalized Marines and crew members. Nothing of too much consequence. He had stopped at every turn he found a battle, still hoping in to assist. But more often than not, the halls were just dead Marines and gloating aliens. The best thing he could do for the dead now was not get payback. It was to help the living escape. He ran from hall to hall, finding time wasting obstructions.
Dot, find me a quicker way to the bridge.
The schematics of the Pillar of Autumn show no conventional paths to the bridge, Noble 6.
Then find me a non-conventional one.
Rerouting. Take the maintenance tunnel through the armory. It's a straight shot from there to the bridge.
The Spartan ran at the wall, sliding forward with the press of his half-a-ton armor skidding across the titanium surface. The repulsive energy of Covenant shielding technology allowed him to glide across the floor directly onto the maintenance tunnels. He continued further in with a crawl, slowly but effectively through, right under the aliens' noses. They glanced around and about, but failed to understand where the smell of human meat was coming from. He would have loved nothing more than to drop down and assassinate each last one of them, but knew he had no time. The Spartan crawled his entire way to the bridge, only to find a small army of Marines making a stand at the bridge. It confirmed what he had been dreading. The Cole Protocol had not been fully enacted. He shuffled through the crowd of faces blocking the entry to the bridge. A euphoric feeling rushed through him, watching the faces of men and women change into a longing form of hope as they witnessed the Spartan walk among them. These were the survivors of Reach, the ones who witnessed Spartan 3s die by the dozens to buy escape vessels more time. Those who did not know there was a Spartan still left alive, much less on board. Morale rose with each step he took. He reached the bridge only to see on the large screen monitor something that he couldn't possibly begin to understand. He had seen great alien technology, not the Covenants, but some race that the Covenant seemed to worship and take in holy regards. But this was more grandiose than he could have imagined. On the screen laid a ring-like structure hundreds of kilometers long. It hung there like a motionless moon.
Close your mouth, Lieutenant. You'll have time for a closer look later.
What is that thing, sir?
You want to take this one, Ramsey?
A little busy keeping us afloat, Captain. Having to delete hundreds of terabytes of data per the Cole Protocol while keeping as many Covenant forces off our tail is posing a challenge.
Not much of an answer, eh? Yeah, we don't have a clue either. Frankly, whatever that thing is, terrifies me. It doesn't matter anyway. We need a place to land, and that seems as good as any.
What about the planet?
Readings show a massive storm on the planet's atmosphere. The Autumn would be torn apart even at full strength, let alone the lifeboats. No one would make it to the surface.
What about the Cole Protocol? Shouldn't it have been enacted sooner?
That one is on me, Lieutenant. There was no other choice after entering slip space.
Final steps to deleting information about Earth's location have been taken. I hope you have a plan because I've officially forgotten how to get us home.
One step at a time. All right, senior staff. We're leaving the Autumn. We didn't know her long, but we will pay her respect. Set a crash land course, Ramsey. Do me a favor and ram this beauty straight through that Corvette on our way out.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Noble 6, you're with us. Lima Squad will be your extra pair of hands. Let's head for the lifeboat. Ramsey, Have any pelicans and albatrosses still functional? Load up as many men as possible. Ramsey, are you ready?
Pull me.
The captain's hand drew out a miniature chip from the console before him, from which commands could be given to and carried out throughout the entire Pillar of Autumn. The white and green glow from the chip dissipated into a low shine. The captain yanked it forcefully from the podium and drew back toward the Spartan. He raised his hand containing the faint glow and pressed it hard against the Spartan's left breast pocket. It wasn't so much a pocket as it was a protective compartment. It had its own symbolic value, being right over the Spartan's heart. Surely manufacturers of Mjolnir armor had imagined Spartan soldiers as regular men and women who had families and a world to lose. The compartment had been added with the idea that perhaps Spartans would carry a memento of their lives. A photograph, a note, a love letter, a flag, anything that tied them back to their old lives. This wasn't the case for Halsey's design of the supersuit, but instead an implementation by the simple workers who had to physically put the armor set together. She would have thrown the biggest fit if she had ever found out about the changes to her design. Coincidentally, none of the suits with this addition had ever been made for her Spartans. When Parangoski had found out about the change, she had let it slide. It added a layer of credibility to the multi-level lie that were the Spartans. They were orphans. Most of them lost their individuality the same moment they lost their parents, but they were expendable. And so long as the change didn't compromise the integrity of the suit, she was content with letting it slide. With the chip inside his pocket, the Spartan looked down at the captain. His face had aged a decade since the start of the conversation. At this distance, he could make out every pore on the man's face, every micro-expression as sweat glands expanded, showing how truly frightened he was. Noble 6 had to admire the man. His voice had not shaken nor wavered while giving his instructions on how to get to the life pods. Of course, he didn't need them, but as he led the group of ODSTs known as Lima Squad, he could only think of keeping them and the captain alive. The large host of Marines still alive on the Autumn were all traveling as a pack, covering one another as they escorted the senior staff. While they were members of the UNSC and had just as much training as any other Marines, they had long abandoned a life of fitness and combat. They were more aptly suited to fight the Covenant in space with a battle cruiser, not a marksman rifle. The ODSTs on the Autumn had all been survivors of Reach, and not originally stationed on the Pillar. Those who were long gone with the Spartans. That didn't mean they were less efficient. They had managed to barricade themselves around the two most vital parts of the Autumn, having successfully managed to hold off the Covenant from entering the engine room by piling up the bodies of dead aliens and comrades alike. The ODSTs had managed to keep the Halcyon-class cruiser afloat, even if only momentarily. Their second objective had been the hallways containing their escape pods. They had impressed the Spartan, holding down the enemies long enough for several waves of pods to escape. The original crew of the Pillar of Autumn consisted of 1,100 of the UNSC's finest, but most of that crew had gone with the Spartans on their suicide mission. The crew on board when they escaped Reach had neared 2,000. They were what remained on Assad, those who survived until the bitter end. Crews from a dozen ships and Marines from 100 companies, just about anyone who was left alive in the continent who could still hold a gun. Most of them had only survived this long because of the efforts of Spartans and ODSCs holding firm on their convictions. By the time Noble 6 and his full array had reached the escape pods, the majority had escaped or been shot out entirely. It was obvious they wouldn't all make it out alive. He prepped himself. He would go down with the Autumn. It wasn't his place to take a Marine slot in one of those pods. Captain Chen had other plans, however. He motioned for the Spartan to climb on board. The micro-movement of his hesitation spoke louder than words. From behind, he heard the clamors of Marines egging him on to go.
"You go, Lieutenant! We'll be right behind you!"
Someone has to keep the captain safe. Give them hell down there, Spartan. The voices all spoke in unison. A chorus of agreement. Tactically speaking, it made more sense for him to go. It didn't make him feel any less wrong. He ducked and climbed on board as the rest of the pods launched. Several officers on his left and right buckled in. The captain's pod was larger than the regular escape pods, with dual titanium reinforced steel on the hull and an omnidirectional set of controls designed for a safe escape. The additional thrusters meant they would launch off the dying ship faster and make it down to the ring before the pods that had already disengaged. They blasted off in a straight vector toward the ring, and as rough as the ride was, it was worse in his head as he watched dozens of Banshees circling the Autumn, blasting through the pockets of resistance still on board. The Autumn itself accelerated past them. A crash onto the ring Ramsey had reassured them. Noble 6 turned and walked toward the cockpit when he bumped into something that wasn't there. His instincts kicked in, but it was too late. The glow of blue plasma filled the cabin of the escape pod. The 7.5-foot tall alien hunched over with sword in hand. It swung at the Spartan, but it was too slow. Spartan elbowed the creature, diverting the swing from the sword. The sword cut through the cabin, slicing into the upper part of the hull, a new sunroof where the cabin pressure would escape from. The crew on board panicked. The lack of oxygen was the only thing stopping the screams. The aliens swung wildly, but could not land a hit, while the Spartan used his strength to fight back, firing in the escape pod would just reflect the bullets off the alien's energy shields and injure someone else. The alien had taken note of the Spartan's overtly careful movements and had resigned his life as payment for failing his mission. He began deliberately striking his sword across and around. The pod's integrity began to rapidly decline, more so while they entered orbit. The heat of atmosphere burned the outer layer of ceramic that coated them upon re-entry. The once near indestructible titanium tore like fabric until it split in two. Both sides split like an apple and the core plopped out in an unexpected manner. The alien continued swinging while the Spartan took his left hand, balled it into a fist and struck the alien between the lower jaws. It recoiled as both fell through the sky. The other pieces of the escape pod no longer visible. He knew he had failed his mission to keep the captain alive. Noble 6 struck his knife deeply into the alien's neck, ending its life instantly. He rolled his hands around the alien, much like how a child who missed their parents would, maneuvering the body between himself and the cutout section of the escape pod, a grade A titanium, and the fastly approaching ground. He tensed all of his muscles in preparation of a Spartan's greatest weakness, gravity. After the death of their commanding officer at the hands of a demon, the grunt named Yayap and his small attachment of companions had taken upon themselves to scatter to the winds. While the demon had suppressed and executed most of them, he had failed to kill them all, and Yayap had gotten away. The little creature had managed to rally a few more of his kind that were wandering around the half-melted subsections of the battleship. He was lost, aimless, until he came upon a few more of his nipple food-loving brothers. They had all cowardly hidden away in fear of the demon, but much like him, they were survivors. He had rallied them and convinced them to follow him, knowing that he would run away if they came upon a conflict again. He could use them as meat shields if he needed them. After all, that's what the higher races of the Covenant were used to doing. The prophets often used his race as cannon fodder, and if it came to that, he would pray for his grunt brothers to find a methane paradise on the other side of the demon's fire. They walked through the empty hallways. While not truly empty, all they contained were spent shell casings and mangled bodies, and the shimmering streaks of blue and red blood. He had almost given up, as he had no way of heading back to the dropship. If he came back now, elites of the higher races would execute them on the spot. That was until he concocted a plan. He had to return to the scene of his greatest fears. He directed his host to the hallway he had come from, where the demon had come out of hell itself and attacked his previous leader. The commander had been struck, but with any luck, he had not died, which was exactly what he found. The greatest stroke of luck any of his kind had ever had, perhaps aside from the great Yapiyip of old tales on Balajo. He studied the commander's body carefully, observing only a small trail of blood coming from its head. He poked and prodded until he heard a groan. The grunt's heart stopped. The groan had come from the black armored elite, one which the prophets called the Prophet Blessed. This one in particular had been one of those considered to be in charge of this ill-conceived, ill-prepared, and ill-perpetrated raid. It was law and custom for Yayap's race to consider the elites as near divine protectors of the prophets. Of course, in the battlefield, things weren't so black and white. The grunts he now led exclaimed to leave him behind because that's what they would do in their favor. Yayap stopped and pondered for a second and said,
"True, but it would take all 5 of us to carry him back."
The rest of his party contemplated the idea slowly, but surely coming around to what he meant. They began to understand the genius behind his plan. All together they exclaimed,
"We wouldn't have to fight!"
The host of stubby aliens surrounded the Sangheili sleeping warrior, wrapping their paws around him in the most sensitive manner they could. According to Yayap's warnings, they had to be careful not to wake their master up. He might regain the will to fight, and all their efforts would be for naught. They would be forced right back into the front line. The 5 grunts giggled as they carried the behemoth on their stubby, grimy little paws. They felt invincible, as if they had executed the greatest heist in history. He loosened the straps around his chest and waist. The last thing he had felt before losing consciousness had been the weight of an elephant sitting on his chest. His whole body had jerked around when the escape pod crashed. He heard Mendoza's voice thin out as it repeated one word: Sarge, Sarge, Sarge. It wasn't until the 4th or 5th time that he realized who the Marine was Avery opened his eyes and swallowed the taste of iron covering his mouth cheek to cheek. His first instinct had been to reach for his left pocket. It was muscle memory at this point, reaching for a cigar. He found the strength within, his ligaments lacking. He could feel his joints creaking. Like an old machine lacking the oil necessary to lubricate movement, the sweet savory wood taste at the base of the cigar gave him the strength needed to keep pushing. Mendoza was tousling in his seatbelt, cutting himself loose with a blade almost a foot long. The Marine was by no means ODST, but he was prepared like one. The moment the straps were cut loose, the sergeant moved out of the way as he fell forward. The crash landing on the escape pod had left him vertically impaired on his seat, dangling a foot above solid ground. He looked around the escape pod, noting half the crew had not made it and the other half was worse for wear. Still, all he had to do was grind his teeth against the cigar. The sergeant let out a groan and exhaled. He stood and collected the rest of his equipment, then grabbed a few of the dog tags from the crew around and looted their bodies as well. It would be disrespectful if he hadn't. They exited the crash escape pod together as a few of the remaining Marines from the pod strained themselves out. Mendoza quickly rose to wake up the rest, at least the ones that hadn't died in the crash. Johnson reloaded his assault rifle and wiped off some purple blood that had stained the barrel back on board the Pillar of Autumn when he had forcibly fed it to an alien who had tried the misfortune of ambushing him. He looked around and saw nothing but plains of green and a tall alien structure beside them. If the arching of the ring-shaped world didn't stretch out into the horizon, he would have sworn he was on Earth. All the illusion of being home came to a screeching halt when he looked up and saw the artificial ring stretching up above and around. The Marines hadn't fully woken up when the sergeant had started barking orders. Avery pointed left and right as he indicated them to gain some high ground on top of the structure of alien origin beside them. He could already see in the distance the purple lights approaching in the skybox. He knew and detested those purples all too well. They were Covenant spirits, ground troop carriers. It hadn't been more than 5 minutes since he'd woken up. The Covenant had not given them the opportunity to entrench themselves. He yelled at his men to get in cover as blasts from the spirits' main cannon fired off around them. He noticed something strange about them though. While Covenant spacecraft had better than average aim when compared to UNSC weapons, it by no means meant they were flawless. However, these had not managed to hit a single target. All the shots had been almost cautionary. The stray shots had boxed them in within the alien structure. He took note as the spirit got closer, as it particularly stopped firing. Another strange behavior. Spirits would continue to fire even as they unloaded troops and flew away, no matter how close they were to the ground. They had energy shields to protect themselves from splash damage. But these had been content with simply flying away. What had been more telling was the rank and file of enemies that unloaded from them. The henchheads weren't common enemies on solid ground. They usually like to let the lower multiplicitous army of grunts do their dirty work. The spirits had dropped several of the enemies they called elites. More often than not, those elite enemy types were clad in blue armor with the occasional red and double strength shields. This time around though, most of them who had arrived on the spear were clad in red. Beside them, only a handful of bird-like jackals, also with above-average strength and handheld energy shields. Their tactics were certainly strange, but not disadvantageous. Instead, all he had to do was get his men to strengthen their position on the alien structures and take a page from his old playbook, back during the guerrilla warfare campaign on Harvest. They dug in and prepared as the waves of elites and jackals came clashing against their thundering bark of the assault rifles. A rain of fire penetrated the skies as hundreds of human entry vehicles entered the ring's atmosphere. The ceramic layer which protected them from the overwhelming heat melted away as the drop pods burned up in re-entry. Even so, temperatures within could reach hundreds of degrees, essentially cooking their pilots alive. Those who would board this type of re-entry vehicle were all part of an elite branch known as ODSTs. Orbital drop shock troopers were nothing like Spartans at all. They were human. They could die just as easily as anyone else. The ODST's motto was jump feet first into hell. While the meaning gained a new term during the Covenant War, it was something the specialists knew too well. Inside the HEVs, there was enough provisions and ammo for an operative to sustain a campaign for up to 2 weeks. Anything from food to spare magazines, but none of that meant anything when the human inside was cooked alive. Especially now as the Marines dropped into the hostile world without any sign of intel, briefings, environmental specific equipment, or any other information they would receive prior to dropping into a designated target. Major Alva Masters gritted her teeth while the shaking of the pod rocked her to her bones. She pressed her jaw tighter up against the roof of her mouth as she tried to ignore the sounds of screaming in the communications channel. Screaming of agony and pain as the re-entry pods malfunctioned and broke up. Some diverted and landed in unretrievable positions. Some flat out broke apart, leaving the pilots falling from the sky. Another broke up for any number of reasons, many of which Masters hated knowing the answer to. Budget cuts. After 3 decades, She didn't understand why finances were still playing a role in this war. But practically speaking, she knew not all pods would make it to the ground. They all knew it. Masters was the senior-most officer on board the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. She had control of all comms for her battalion. She switched off those screaming to avoid a loss of morale, but they all already knew what had happened out there. Later, a tune came over the radio speakers, something her father would have called rock and roll. The pumping and aggressive nature of the music distracted them as they plummeted to the ground. Whoever had initiated the music had done them all a favor. Hundreds of pods rained from the sky and the doors to the human entry vehicles launched and opened up in all directions. Their adrenaline and lust was pumping. Master's AI companion decided that this was as good as any time to chime in. Rutson, named after the 23rd century general who had led the charge on the insurrection on Mars with only a handful of Marines against 1,000 innies. The AI was programmed to have a similar personality to the historical figure, but it was nothing more than a facade. This was a simple AI, unlike Ramsey, the Pillar of Autumn's new artificial intelligence. Rutson was just a dumb AI. His intervention came by way of reporting a nearby plateau. He had spotted it from telemetry available to them prior to launching the human entry vehicles, as well as data analysis from outer pod cameras on over 200 drop pods. Rutson had concluded that there was a structure on top of this plateau and it could serve to meet their needs as a provisional base. The artificial intelligence had suggested they name the structure the Red Fortress, after the base he had managed to hold on Mars for 200 days against wave after wave after wave of insurrectionist scum. While the suggestion gave Major Masters a chuckle, she decided to go against it and simply name the structure Alpha Base. As she designated Alpha Base a priority target, the rest of the incoming HEVs fire thrusters angled and aimed in the direction of their new target. Dozens of braking chutes opened, decelerating with a bone-rattling jerk. The ODSTs that landed nearby eluded all the HEVs of those who hadn't made it down to the surface alive. While she waited, she surveyed all the data available to her. This included a topographical overview of the surrounding countryside, the surrounding hills, cliffside, and the steep uphill path that would leave any attacker exposed, forcing them to come by air or trudge through the open terrain. The now designated Alpha Base would serve to protect her Marines with defense and cover. She took out a pair of binoculars from her personal equipment to survey the area with her own eyes and grinned.
I like it.
I thought you might. One problem, though. The Covenant own it, and if you want it, you'll have to take it by force.
Master's grin turned into a smile. She had already formulated a plan on how to do so. Jackals, elites, and even grunts. It didn't matter the species. They all had to rest once in a while. In the case of Yayap, it was his turn. His reward for staying alive had been a trip to the meth tanks. The cylinder devices equipped with locks had been transported to the surface of Halo, where they were pumped full of methane for grunt recreation. After the suicidal run on the Pillar of Autumn and rescuing the wounded elite, he had managed to buy himself and his comrades more time to live. Now to celebrate, he curled up into a tiny ball and fell fast asleep, surrounded by the methane gases, as a way of making his environment feel like the cool swamps of his home world of Vallejo. He would walk past the naturally occurring pillars of fire where he had grown up. His dream came to a closing when one of the guards under his command shook him awake. The creature beckoned him awake, telling him,
"The injured elite we brought back from the ship is outside. He wants to see you."
Yayap's dream had turned into a nightmare. He rushed to his feet, asking his subordinate grunt, "Why?" But the little creature replied with a single gesture of raising his shoulders. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. Yayap knew the elite's kind all too well. He wondered if he should prepare all his equipment and meet the elite. He thought this was truly a lose-lose situation. If he showed up in front of the elite half asleep, without his equipment, the sanctimonious alien would take it as an offense. But if he showed up late after gathering all his equipment, the ruthless alien would take it as an insult. He had no way to win. He decided if there was no way to come out of this situation on top, he might as well go and not bother with preparing his gear. Dealing with Sanghili was always such a headache. It was one of the many reasons he had a distrust and dislike for their kind. Before entering the elite's chambers, he found two sentinels who stood at attention, rigid and stiff. He lumbered his way in.
"Are you the one they call Yayap?"
"Yes, Commander."
The elite, named Suga Zamami, had a bandage wrapped around his head where the wounds had been dressed, preventing him from wearing a helmet. But the rest of his armor was repaired and washed. Now he wore it as if nothing had happened.
"The medics tell me that you and your followers pulled me off the ship and forced the assault team to bring us back down to the surface."
Yayap shook nervously, almost afraid to answer. That had been the only hiccup in his plan. The pilot had been reluctant to take orders from the grunt. It wanted to wait for more troops before leaving the human ship. But Yayap had been more than insistent. He had pulled out his plasma pistol and began waving it around. threatening the pilot in order to make him understand they were needed to get off the human vessel. Yaya began trying to explain himself, but the elite simply waved his hand. The grunt paused at the lack of superiority in the elite's voice.
You witnessed a superior in danger, wounded even. You took it upon yourself to ensure he received medical treatment. Taking initiative is rare amongst your kind. To show my appreciation, you shall be transferred.
Yayap, stunned, had nothing to say. For elites to take notice of one of the lower races was unheard of. A compliment? Unimaginable. But the statement carried more than fear within. He didn't want to transfer. He liked his little unit more than often not. He would get a quiet job. Jobs where he could go back home and sleep. Before their intrusion into the interloper ship, he had only seen combat once. That had been on the planet they had burnt. He had seen combat for a total of less than 10 cycles, as he had been relegated to one of the Phantom's refilling checkpoints. The grunt snapped out of his memory to ask,
A transfer? To what unit, Commander?
To my unit, of course.
The elite replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice, as he had been dealing with the most ridiculous question in the galaxy.
While on the human ship, my assistant was murdered by the demon. Now, you shall take his place.
Yaya felt as if he was about to vomit. Elites were special operatives of the Prophets, chosen for the willingness to endlessly risk their lives for the Prophets and the Great Journey, often so forcing those under their command to throw away their lives.
I couldn't possibly accept such a high honor, Commander.
The elite's jaws turned into a shape the grunt had seldom seen before, something horrendous. A smile.
I have already added your name to the roster. Gather your belongings. Meet me here in 15 units. You will accompany me as I appear before the Council of Masters.
The grunt meekishly agreed.
If I may ask, what is the purpose of this meeting?
The smile on the elite's face turned into hatred. He pressed a hand over his injured head.
The human, the demon who inflicted this wound. It represents a danger to the entire battle group. This individual is single-handedly responsible for the death of millions of our own. He may be a threat to the Great Journey itself.
The grunt, now shaking in fear, let out a tiny yelp.
By himself?
Yes, but do not be afraid, for once the Council hears my testimony, I shall receive authority to find this human.
Find him?
Yes, we will find him and kill him.
The battalion of nearly 400 ODSTs had landed in an area spanning almost 3 kilometers in radius. While the Pillar of Autumn didn't contain enough drop pods for the amount of ODST refugees from the battle on Azad, there were enough escape pods, albatrosses, and multi-person re-entry vehicles that got the majority of her men to solid ground. Even so, the chilled morning dew had slowed the troops down, and regrouping without the Covenant noticing was out of the question. The aliens had not expected a human ship to exit slipspace and rain down on them. It was the only thing keeping them from having fortified their location. When Masters and her second lieutenant had finally finished formulating their plan of assault on the Butte, they had gotten word of the dozen or so Pelicans that had managed to escape off the Pillar of Autumn. They, however, had not managed to land near them on the ring. Instead, they had hidden away to escape the incoming squadrons of Banshees that hunted them down. Under the command of Masters, 3 ODST companies had been formed. B Company had headed to meet the Pelicans in order to regroup with them. The company had taken most of their heavy artillery in case they found themselves in a position of patrolling Banshees. The Pelicans were their ace up the sleeve. They were the only way they could properly secure Master's target, Alpha Base. C Company had marched off and spread out to form a defensible perimeter. They had surrounded the entirety of the Butte and spread out 250 meters away in order to place wireless sensors to be monitored at every 50-meter intervals in every direction. Between each checkpoint, there was a fire team of 3 persons. Each one was established as a rapid response team to support the possibility of failing perimeters. The attack by A Company hinged on the Helljumpers being able to catch the Covenant unprepared and stopping any reinforcements before they could secure and fortify their location. A Company would have the hardest job, as they would have to trudge up the Butte with no natural cover and launch their assault on the alien structure with no data to what sort of numbers they were facing. The ODST moved their gear up on the low rise. The artificial night was dying, and they would be out in the open before long. Masters didn't know if the night was artificial or if the day was. In this alien, artificial world, it was impossible to tell, but the ring spun into a position where sunlight was blocked, which is all that mattered to her. The cover of dark would serve them well. As the first ring ray of sunshine struck over the hill, so too had the Helljumpers. The lack of preparation from the Covenant was palpable. 300 or so ODSTs had descended upon them, what amounted to no more than a squad of Covenant-controlling communications units. 24 grunts, a handful of jackals, and a single elite had been stationed at what seemed to be the perfect place to lay out a base. Their commanding officers did not understand the tragic purpose of this butte. Were they truly that dense, or had they not expected opposition? Whichever the case was, Masters was only happy. That happiness only died down when their company AI informed them of the bad news. The Covenant had been preparing to reinforce the base now that the humans were here. The only good news was that it seemed they weren't aware the humans now occupied and controlled their space. It wouldn't be long before they noticed the lack of communications or their troops that laid around dead at the feet of the ODSCs. The military-grade AI that had accompanied them was finding it difficult to predict what kind of attack the Covenant would launch. Naval intelligence usually relied on an array of ships, satellites, recon drones, and topographical maps, as well as an extended database containing knowledge of Covenant weapons and inventory to predict what kind of attack was coming their way. Not this time, however. All they had to go on by was a trusty lens and an indication of kicked up dust. The Covenant were seemingly charging an old-fashioned cavalry charge. 100 ghosts in this case. The rapid response reconnaissance vehicles approached from the west. The timing couldn't have been worse. She knew the Covenant would have to respond to her defiance. She just hadn't expected it would be so quickly. She would have called all rapid response teams back up the hill, but knew if she did that, they would all most likely perish. Instead, the ones downhill would have to buy time for the ones on the top. Having to trade lives was not something she was fond of, but it was the burden of command. The rest of C Company had remained at the bottom of the hill, jerry-rigging traps, booby-trapping the uphill charge. They laid out an array of anti-tank mines and human re-entry vehicle drop pods to serve as cover for soldiers. It wasn't much, but it was all they would have. A Company at the top quickly began to dig mounds of dirt, excavating for firing pits, and an extra roll of low-end dirt barriers that would force the Covenant's ghost vehicles into uneven territory, slow them down, and if they were lucky enough, for a blockage altogether. Masters had hoped to set up a landing pad for the Pelicans once B Company could get there, with the aid of the Pelicans, but they simply had not had time. Instead, she would use that time to dig connected trenches to give the Covenant a real taste of that 20th century battle experience. Spartan 2s had near unbreakable bones. With the aid of Mjolnir, they could withstand a direct hit from a Warthog at full velocity. In that scenario, the Spartan would walk out of it with a minor bruise, and the Warthog would be scrapped for parts. But in the case of Spartan 3s, their augmentations were a little more relaxed. They had survived because the extent of their surgeries was simply not the same. They were still formidable, nigh unkillable warriors, but they could be stopped. At least Noble Six thought so. As he placed the flat surface of his palm on the ground, attempting to exert any amount of force on it, he felt like he was pushing, but he wasn't getting any further away from the ground. The Spartan dug the tip of his boots into the ground, using it as leverage to push himself up. Once more, with all his strength, he pushed. Before he could process it, he was vertical once more. The ringing and vibrating of his bones hadn't stopped, but he had no time to care for it. His mission timer told him he had wasted several hours, and the friend or foe tags in the distance were disappearing one by one, faster than he would have liked. He looked around the floor at the smashed entrails of the elite's organs. The cloaked attacker who had taken down the captain's escape pod. Nothing of him remained. At least, nothing recognizable. One thing did stand out amongst the pile of purple and black goo. However, a shiny silver and blue device. One he had some experience with, especially after digging one out of June's stomach. He bent over and picked up the device. It fit strangely within his fingers, but the action that followed was seamlessly. With a single flick of his wrist, the heat of the sun unveiled in his palm. The glow of the energy sword was not as intense as the daylight, but it was equally as terrifying. He holstered it beside his hip, where his broken sidearm would have laid. After a short and very much needed stretch, a chiming of his AI spurred in.
While you were unconscious, I tracked all nearby signals, even as they entered rapid velocities. None of the friend or foe tags within the vicinity belonged to the captain. His tag disappeared just over the horizon.
Any data to suggest he's still alive?
Negative. If we can find an unsecured Covenant terminal or link, I might be able to intercept local data. With any luck, we can find more survivors and form a cohesive battle force.
Keep tracking any signals of friend or foe tags you can. I see Sergeant Johnson's tag out there, somewhere across that bridge.
Indeed. I'm tracking nearly 80 UNSC personnel tags over those mountains. We should regroup with them.
Noble Six looked off in the distance as a pair of banshees made a sharp turn in the direction of the friend or foe tags. He was making his way uphill to the mouth of the passage between the mountain's concave when another spirit glossed over him. It managed to stay hidden within the shadows, but the spirit's main cannons appeared as if they were offline. The distinct blue and green glow of the backside of the gun was gone. The Covenant were not firing their main guns, something he'd seen before, but not expected here. Even now, from this distance, he could hear the muffled sounds of Sergeant Avery Johnson screaming at his men to fire their weapons. An alternating wave of assault rifles and plasma repeaters were coalescing at the top of the hill. The 13 Marines on top of the alien structures battened down as wave after wave of Covenant spirits had come. It was evident from the pooling of blood around the ramps and the makeshift walls of bodies that the Marines had had a busy morning. The Spartan ran past the crowds of grunts, placing a single shot into each one from his designated marksman rifle, each one unable to react to the Spartan's speed, each one opening a path for the half-a-ton demon to do what he did best. Still, a group of jackals, elites, and grunts dashed back and forth as they tried to overwhelm the Marines on higher ground. While easy enough to pick off targets one by one with his designated marksman rifle, the counter on his ammunition declined with every pull of the trigger. He had killed nearly a dozen grunts and half as many elites when the first Marines saw him, the hooting and hollering of a male in his early 20s.
Hooey, we got a Spartan!
The unexpected opening that the Spartan had carved allowed the Marines the opportunity they needed. Through the sounds of choreographed assault rifle fire, he heard the mumblings and whispers of all the men and women eager and happy to hear the news that the Spartan was among them and taking the fight to the Covenant. Morale had visibly uplifted. The shots no longer strayed from their men in fear for their lives. They were now more successful in carrying a punch. As the next wave of enemy troop carriers descended past the clouds, the Marines reloaded and ran for cover to gain a better view. Not at the enemy, but at the Spartan. B-312 had no illusions of grandeur, but he knew using his presence as a weapon was just another one of the tools in his belt. The Spartan reached for a fragmentation grenade within said belt and lobbed it clear over the alien structure onto the other side. Before the creatures could jump out of the spirit, the grenade had already been waiting for them. The explosive had been perfectly timed as the troops fell to the ground dead, not from falling out in deployment, but from the explosion catching them unguarded and their shields unprepared. The Spartan approached the dead in the distance to witness more friend or foe tags appear down in the valley ahead. He reloaded a final clip of DMR in place, aimed at the sky where the spirits had come from, waiting, but nothing gave way. Sergeant Avery Johnson approached the Spartan.
I thought our goose was cooked until you came along, Spartan. Great job there.
I aim to please.
Is that so? Listen, son, I could use your help. A few more of my Marines landed over those hills and passed under that valley. Jenkins here wanted to sit and rest, and Mendoza wanted to wait for the cavalry before we headed out to meet them. But I'm thinking they could use a hand or two about now.
I'll bring them home. We need to find the Pillar of Autumn's crash site, the captain, and the rest of the survivors.
All in due time, son. The captain's tag disappeared that way. We need transport if we plan to get to him. I got a comm from B Company a few minutes ago. Masters is trying to set up a base. She's got 400 hell jumpers on it, while the rest are regrouping with the Pelicans that made it off the Autumn.
We're going to need one of those Pelicans to get everyone there.
My thoughts exactly. I contacted an old friend. She managed to get off the Autumn with her Pelican intact. She's even managed to bring a few presents down to the surface with her. Now that you bought us a little breathing room, she can bring down that cavalry Mendoza was waiting on with the Pelicans that made it off the Autumn.
As if on cue, a pelican appeared over the sandbox that made up the ring's heavens. The call sign on the radio read out Echo 419, and a string of incoherent words came through. Soon enough, the static died down as the pilot approached with what could only be described as a pristine gift from the gods, a fully functional M12 LRV Warthog. The Pelican slowed and its descent broke, hovering a solid 5 meters off the ground. Spartan stared at the vehicle as the magnificent triple-barreled light anti-aircraft gun on the back shone and waved at him. The 12.7 by 99mm armor-piercing rounds could spew out of the weapon at 500 rounds per minute, making it effective for both ground and airborne targets. The vehicle carried up to 3 passengers, and before it could even steady itself on solid ground, the Marine with the insignia that read Fitzgerald had hopped on the turret. The pilot opened the bay doors as the flurry of Marines sprinted inside for cover. There was no immediate threat, but seeing the inside of a Pelican was the closest they would get to seeing home for a while. The female pilot on the radio implied that several more drop pods landed over the ridge, which coincided with what the sergeant had told the Spartans. The friend or foe tags gave no indication as to whether the Marines were still alive or not, but for better or worse, it had been a good sign that some were disappearing. It meant the Covenant was having trouble fighting them still, and they were only vanishing as stray hits of plasma melted their responders or the wearers.
I'll take point. We can secure the rest of the survivors before the Covenant finishes them off. Have her take you to Masters. I'll bring the rest of our troops with me.
After a nod, the sergeant's men loaded into the Pelican. The Spartan stared as the tag Echo 419 lifted into the distance and faded from view altogether. While Dot was not directly linked to his mind, the AI was more than capable on her own. She had already placed a nav point within his display indicating where he had to go next. He hopped in the driver's seat as the Marine on the back seat, holding the mounted turret, yelled out, "Hell yeah!" The Truth and Reconciliation sat at the low end of a plateau. It held in stasis 300 meters above ground. The engineers had been hard at work making repairs. The crew was down on the ringworld harvesting technologies, and the ship had become a sort of headquarters for those assigned on the ground. Though the human ship had gone down during the fight, it managed to pack a punch on the Covenant warships. It had rendered this one immobile, forcing it to become the activity hub of the command structure. It served as a loading and unloading stage for troops, excavators, researchers, and worshippers alike. The halls were cluttered with officer elite majors, jackals, and even veteran grunts. A scattering of creatures floating above them, those with the innate ability to repair, dismantle, and reassemble any and all complex technologies. Those creatures were the engineers. Amorphous creatures held afloat like a pink balloon of organs and substance. However, all of them, no matter how important they seemed to be, moved out of the way as the elite clad in black armor marched through the halls. Step by step, the heaviness of each stride followed by Yayap at the heels of the elite. The young grunt found himself struggling to keep pace. The click-clack of the heels ahead of him radiated with confidence and authority. It sent a message that, along with the tilt of the arrogant elite's head, showed how formidable and how self-determined he was as he approached a concave set of doors. Unlike most doors within the Covenant ship, these did not open. Instead, posted outside, the guards all in an off shade of red and black. The grunt knew that shade was generally regarded to be associated with the honor guard, but he also knew that the black around them meant these weren't necessarily honor guard. Instead, those guards at the door were simply there because of the Prophet's presence. Zuka Zamami approached one of the elites with a gleaming glance. The elite was a full head shorter than Zuka, but if he was intimidated by the alien, he didn't show it. He asked for identification and Zuka provided a disc onto the warrior's hand. The data scrolled left to right on the disc as Zuka placed his hand in a triangular box. The green light sprayed from the inside and Zuka felt a small prick jab. The machine had sampled his tissue, comparing his DNA to that on file. It wasn't asserting whether he was human or not, or what race he was. It was a rather new precaution taken within the Cabinet because of recent assassination attempts. The Banished had friends even in the highest branches of the Covenant. After the box that confirmed his DNA sample, the guard had let him through, returning the disc to Zuka's hand. The guard placed out his hand once again, and Zuka knew what to do. While Yayap had been in charge of carrying his carbine, he also sported a plasma pistol at his hilt. He removed it and handed it over to one of the guards on his left, then proceeded to walk forward as the adjacent doors opened up. Yayap attempted to follow in his footsteps, but was met with a shove back from the elite on the right of Zuka. He should have known his place. Only the chosen protectors of the prophets and the prophets themselves were allowed within the Master's Council chambers. Zuka proceeded into the room where a waiting area met him. Dozens of other elites, all of varying ranks, sat waiting to be called upon. It soon became evident there was no particular order to whom went first. If anything, it was based on highest rank who would get an audience with a prophet. He wasn't mad about this, considering the only reason he got a chance to plead his case was because of his own rank. When he finally entered the chamber, a minor prophet sat in the middle of the room on a center table with a curved podium before him. Clusters of gold around him, robes of the finest silks, and with a large crown resting upon his cranium and shoulders alike. The embroidered garments covered him from head to toe, but the thin, lanky, misshapen of bones could seldomly be hidden. Behind him, an assistant sporting a light red and white armor whispered into his ear. A few meters away, another elite, an aristocrat, stretched his hand out, palm open, facing toward him. A sign of trust. The elite was 2 full levels above Zuka and addressed him as a junior. Even so, he addressed them with respect, and for that, Zuka was thankful. The prophet had had enough and interrupted them abruptly, demanding Zuka to explain himself. The guise of this meeting was not something the Covenant took lightly. The Covenant had no tolerance for a personal vendetta. That included the humans. Zuka knew he had to make his point and be brief about it, while still showing the maximum amount of respect the prophet befitted. Zamami lowered his head and explained how he was seeking a specific human, enhanced above all others with armor even more special and powerful than their own. The Prophet became extremely agitated. The implication that their technology, which was derived from the Forerunners, was inferior to something the humans had built was inconceivable. It bordered on sacrilege. The elite beside the Prophet spoke with a low tune and slow words, imploring for the Prophet not to have Zuka killed on the spot. He insisted that many reports throughout the years of war with the human vermin had mention of such warriors who possessed some level of technology on par with their own, perhaps even greater. Beyond that, these warriors had the strength, intellect, and reflexes to put the most hardened warriors to shame. If the reports could be believed, then this individual that Suga Zamami was looking for to inflict his vengeance upon was the one they called a demon. At the minor mention of the word, whispers across the room stopped. If such a being did exist, according to the Prophet, it would be impossible for them to be here, on the Holy Ring. They had just finished a battle on the humans' home world, which saw the deaths of dozens, if not hundreds, of these supposed demons. He did not believe a single one had escaped. He simply didn't believe the stories. Zamami had made his case. Now, the Prophet would make a choice. Something told him he wouldn't get his wishes after all. After which the Prophet simply told him to go back and exit the chambers to withdraw and await their counsel. The elite rose and walked away from the podium. Once out in the hallway, he didn't have to wait much longer in the waiting area. The senior officer inside the chamber had called him back in. Now with no Prophet in sight, none of his assistants or guards, the elite, known as Rolami, delivered the news. The council regretted informing him that the Prophet placed little weight on reports, labeling them as hysteria or excuses by the petty losers. The higher-ranked elite insisted that he had not been allowed to go in on his vendetta mission because he was too valuable to be lost in such a pointless endeavor. Zamami knew that Rolami had made that part up. He was happy to hear that his comrade valued him so. Those in charge had to make their men willing to follow them. He thanked his commander and backed away, disappointed, but he could not let it show. He was a soldier, and that meant following orders. Smoke from the Pelican's 7mm chain guns clouded visibility atop the mesa. The trigger-happy pilots had let loose a volley that had ensured the Covenant's plasma turrets would be silent for the remainder of the fight. After taking control of the butte, Masters had sent out half of her ODSCs down and around the mesa to the north. They had begun an assault on the Covenant forces on said mesa, beginning with C Company attacking from below, B Company loaded up on the Pelicans and dropping on top of them, and A Company on the thinner yet taller butte. The ODSCs up there were all equipped with long-range weapons, rows of Marines sporting battle rifles, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, aiming down towards the mesa. Maximum capacity inside of the Pelican was 12 soldiers. It ensured operational maximum for both safety and efficiency. However, inside the Pelican's troop bay, 15 to 18 ODSCs crammed inside, all to get a piece of the Covenant. Cramming so many troops inside the Pelican's bay was extremely risky, but Masters knew she had to put as many soldiers on top of the mesa as possible. She felt confident that each one of the pilots knew their ship better than any safety inspector in the UNSC. These pilots took care of their ships better than any maintenance crew the Navy could possibly assign them. They knew their limits and worked well within them. And as dozens of Marines bailed out from the back of the Pelicans, they fought for control as the ships tried to steady and level themselves. Though their chain guns had wasted a lot of ammo, Masters felt it was necessary to sacrifice of armaments. Taking control of that base would mean they wouldn't be on the run from the Covenant. They would have a strong hold and less lives would be wasted, taking the top. As the last of the Hell Jumpers dove off the ships, Pelicans swerved into each other, but managed to pull up in a reverse swan dive, leaving only a hair's length of distance between each one. In part, it had been due to the pilots' astronomical skill with their own crafts, but in reality, it had been Rutson, the tactical warfare AI at Master's disposal that made their maneuver possible. Resistance inside the mesa and the structure above had slacked to the point where the ODSCs pushing uphill and climbing the mesa had found a modicum of success. The large host of defenders had pulled away from their position in order to attempt a final counter-attack against the UNSC forces dropping above them. The ODSCs climbing alongside had discovered something unexpected. A crevice along the jagged edges decorated the walls up the mesa. In it, opposition had been tough. The aliens had been too busy trying to decipher the shimmering blue and silver entry to set up fortifications, but it did not mean they were easy to overcome. A dozen red-clad elites, led by a single golden armored hingehead, that all fled into the entranceway and attempted to stop the climbing ODSCs, but failed in their endeavors by a single explosion from a rocket launcher at near point-blank distance. It was always tough losing a brother or sister Helljumper, but as far as they were concerned, the lives of a single Marine versus 13 of those tall, scaly bastards was as good a trade as they could expect. A couple of ODSTs took their time collecting weapons off the mushy remains. The others stared through a 30-meter wide well that led to daylight above. The designs on the bottom didn't look like any Covenant they had ever seen, but more importantly, the Covenant had not had time to set up fortifications. Surely they most certainly not have had time to set up such marvel of engineering. Judging from the looks alone, it was pretty evident what the circle leading upwards was. It connected the top of the mesa to the middle of the structure, a lift, Masters thought, already loaded on top of one of the pelicans, heading toward the top of the mesa when she got the message from her men. She reached the top of the mesa and unloaded the pelican to find over 100 Marine specialists dressing wounds, searching corpses, and kicking enemies on the floor to make sure they were actually dead. And after taking this piece of real estate from the Covenant, she wasn't about to give it up for anything. She turned south to look at the butte. As the last of the pelicans loaded up their way, she confirmed there was no more presence on said butte, and pressed the button along her belt. C4 charges, enough on the east side of the butte. Rock and gravel crumbled as a chain of explosions continued deforming and unshaping the large rock formation. It collapsed and turned to dust in a matter of seconds. She could not allow the Covenant to use her own tactics against her. The Major turned with a smile on her face and addressed the hundreds of ODSTs.
Welcome to Alpha Base, Marines.
As he entered the tunnel, the Spartan couldn't help but notice the sheer magnitude of it. From the outside, it seemed like a regular cave, but this particular cave was a man-made construct. It had led somewhere. He just hadn't expected it to be here. The tunnel was large enough to handle 2 Scorpion tanks if driven carefully plate to plate. Once inside, things became a lot more difficult, as the Spartan was forced to maneuver the LRV up ramps, through a series of turns, and right up to the verge of a pit. A quick glance had confirmed the gap had been narrow enough for a jump, assuming the Warthog was running at full speed. Six backed away and warned Fitzgerald to hang on. He pressed the boot to the metal, and the light reconnaissance vehicle raced up the ramp. It flew through the air and bounced off the hard landing on the other side. From the speakers in his armor, he heard the voice of his companion.
I'm picking up lots of Covenant traffic. It appears Major Masters and her ODST have managed to capture an enemy position of interest. Once we round up with the survivors, we can attempt to find the captain. We may have a chance to coordinate some serious resistance on this ring.
Good. It's about time we turned the tide of this battle.
There was a spin to the wheels of the Puma-like vehicle as it emerged into a large, mysterious installation. An open corridor where the Warthog's headlights swung across ancient metallic walls. The chamber was dark and ended at the deep end of a chasm. Before they could realize it, the Covenant had emerged from within, spilling out from the tight corridors. A rain of plasma fire splish-splashed across the Warthog's armored plating. The Spartan hopped out of the vehicle and threw himself down behind the cover of the driver front side tire. He drew his DMR, concerned for his last magazine. Fitzgerald opened up fire from the light anti-air gun, sweeping the entire area with the thick calibered rounds. They could punch a hole through a Banshee, let alone a combat harness. Spent casings flew out of the gun in all directions, some landing on the Spartan itself. He ducked underneath the Warthog to aim for a shot, knowing they were dangerously exposed. They were elevated 3 meters above the rest of the chamber and devoid of cover. It left them exposed in all sides, virtually sitting ducks. Visibility was poor with the dimly lit enclosure, and the flashes from the Warthog's triple-barrel gun were running amok on his vision. His visor managed to dampen out some of the visual noise, and the constant blinking had helped clear his eyes to the scope of the designated marksman rifle. He followed his line of sight through the geometric patterns that strangely covered the metallic floor, which led to a number of smaller structures, support, and pylon pillars. The Covenant had dug in and was using them as cover. They popped in and out of cover, firing their plasma pistols with glowing green. The little bastards liked to dump as much energy as they could hold into the weapon and discharge it all at once. Those shots would wreak havoc on electronics. Anything from a Warthog to Mjolnir could be crippled by them. Overcharging the weapons like this would inflict hellish damage on anything on the opposite end of the green and white orb of plasma, but it also drained the weapon rapidly. He made sure to target the small creatures first. Any of these shots could be their downfall. He shot up, yelling at the Marine.
I'll move up left and flank them. Don't let up fire on that position.
Fitzgerald acknowledged by streaming a steady flow out of the Warthog's hose. The barreled mounted gun pierced through the fleshy creatures as they attempted to find an opportunity. Only the creatures seemed damaged. B312 noted the reflection of high-velocity rounds off the glossy metallic surfaces. Even shielded Covenant vehicles and constructs would take visible damage from that sort of constant stream Fitzgerald was spewing. The Spartan was ready to flank up the left rear when the rest of the firing behind him stopped. Fitzgerald landed behind the Warthog with a serious thud. The Marine's head had bounced off the metallic floor and his helmet rested a meter away. He screamed in pain, and the Spartan could see he had good reason to. From the Marine's bicep, a shard of pink glass protruded. The shard gave off a faint purple glow and exploded into a pink mist. Fitzgerald cried in agony as blood sprayed from the wound. Using the scream as their cue, the grunts charged up the incline, opening fire from the glassy projectiles. They slowed down and ricocheted on the Warthog's exterior. The Spartan stepped up to fire at the nearest grunt. A trio of shots in quick succession pocketed into the flesh of the aliens' foreheads. The grunts in the back squealed, a combination of fear and anger as they brought their guns to bear. The bulk of the weapons were that which had blown off Fitzgerald's bicep. The dorsal fins that protruded from the weapon were a meter set of pink needles. They arched through the air in his direction. He sidestepped all of them, allowing him to close the distance to the nearest grunt. The butt of his gun, now within reach of the alien, he kicked in the skull and caved him in. The grunt fell backwards down. From behind the pillar the grunt had used as cover, he looked back at Fitzgerald. The Marine had continued to whimper in pain, but had managed to crawl to his helmet and back to cover. He was well hidden. Even the Spartan couldn't see him from the slight divot from his boot behind the Warthog's left tire. The Spartan was impressed that Fitzgerald, a private, wasn't frozen with the shock of war. He finished off the small and medium creatures before tending back to the wounded soldier. From the Hog's passenger side, he grabbed the first aid kit and treated the wound expertly, something that had become second nature to him during his training in the Spartan 3 program. The young Marine would need some stitches, and even more time to rebuild a torn ligament and the savage muscle of his arm. He would live, but only because of the self-sealing biofoam that the wound was packed with. It numbed and filled the hole with steroids and painkillers.
Can you keep fighting?
The Marine nodded, wiping off sweat and tears from his face with a bloody hand. With the aid of the Spartan, he got back on his feet and proceeded to hop back on the manned light gun. It had taken them more than 15 minutes to sweep and clear the area of all Covenant forces. The Marine tended to cleaning his wound in the surrounding area, while the Spartan patrolled the perimeter. To their left, the chamber extended just shy of 100 meters and ended much like the road ahead in a massive drop.
Got any ideas how to cross, Dot?
There was an uncomfortable long pause while the AI examined the data.
Though the roadway ahead ends in a gap, we should assume there is a bridge mechanism of some sort. Whoever built this place meant for this to be a connecting point between two places. If they had the ability to fly over this chasm, they could have flown over the cave, find the controls, and we might be able to extend the bridge and cross to the other side.
Noble 6 agreed and turned back to trace where the roadway ended. He called out to Fitzgerald, ordering him to wait while he found a way across. The Spartan marched across the cave to check the odd structures that painted the landscape. Some were blinding with lights and panels. Others glowed with a dimly sense and seemed uninteresting with strange proportions. However, none gave any indication as to what their purpose was. He toyed with his jaw from side to side, annoyed. There didn't seem to be any sign of mechanisms or controls to the bridge. He started heading back towards the Warthog, thinking about backtracking their course, wondering how much time he had wasted, and how many more Marines had lost their lives in the meantime, when he heard a small growling. He looked over and stared at the pillar that stretched to the ceiling overhead. The whole place was backwards, and if he thought a bridge was going to come from underneath, why couldn't it come from above? When he thought of it that way, it became very evident the path connected to a grooved wall. He walked over to it only to find a gap in the wall. The ramp up led to a split doorway, then turned 90 degrees in both directions. He placed his back up against the wall and checked the ammo counter and turned the corner sharply to meet the charge of a red armored elite. The elite growled, challenging the Spartan as he swung a vicious blow toward the demon's head. He dodged it in time, but his shields took the brunt of it and reflected the punishment from the swing's physical force. After a quick retaliatory blow from the butt of his weapon, he pressed the cold tip of the DMR against the elite's head and fired. The bullet caved itself inside the elite's skull and marinated the flesh underneath. The elite let out a whimpering yelp and dropped to the floor beside the Spartan boots. He stepped over the corpse and continued down the corridor. On his right, the thick metal walls continued and stretched so far even the Spartan couldn't see the end himself. On his left, however, The main floor gradually gave way to an abyss. Before reaching it, there was a pulsing glow. Strobe lights glowed from a small pair of orbs that hung suspended in midair over a frame of blue and gray matte metal. Within the frame, a series of glows shifted, displaying semi-transparent holographic symbols. The odd, geometric shimmering patterns reminded him of the underground of Castle Base. Even without any visible projection, it seemed familiar to him. He lifted his hands and reached for a blue-green circle. He had expected his hands to pass right through it, but something told him it wouldn't. It made contact with the panel lights to post different colors and fade.
I'm detecting a large energy spike. I suggest taking cover.
There was no need to take cover, for only a moment later, with a high pitch from the gap in the roadway ahead of the Warthog, a bridge appeared. It slid in front of the edges of the chasm. White light generated from both ends until it met in the middle, turning blue. It formed a path across. The Spartan jogged down the ramp to the edge of the pit.
It appears the light has turned solid from a high-frequency pulsing of photonic activity.
He tested the bridge with his foot and discovered that it was as solid as the metal beneath the Warthog. He directed the Marine to hang on, climbed into the Warthog, and ran directly at the beam of light. Fitzgerald would alternate between cursing and praying as the hog drove on the bridge made of nothing more than excited photons. He understood why the private was wary of the bottomless pit beneath them, but had crossed it and shaved off significant amounts of time getting to the other side of the valley. They followed the end of the tunnel right beyond the valley where the Spartan drove the hog up through the scattering of trees to a grassy hill beside some rocks, then straight to the left as they closed the gap heading south through a shallow river beyond a shortened waterfall and into the mouth of a rocky passageway. The all-terrain vehicle gave them zero complaints. They had arrived to the high point of the valley that overlooked onto a battlefield where the Spartan could see several UNSC lifeboats scattered. A pool of red blood followed by the purple of Covenant troops. The amount of human blood wasn't a good sign, but the lack of bodies showed the Marines had either lived or survived with enough forces to move their comrades' corpses. His eyes were instantly drawn to the pyramid-like structure on the right, and he raced toward it. A high-pulse energy beam collected at the top and blasted outward to the middle of the ring, where he vanished into the gap beyond the ring's ends. The pulse of light vanished, giving the Spartan enough time to redirect his attention as he approached the bottom of the hill with his hog in full motion. A moment later, 112.7 by 99mm rounds peeled through the air. The gunner hadn't waited a single second once he had spotted a pair of grunts and jackals rolling up the opposite sides of the pyramid structure. The Marine cussed and taunted them as the wobbling creatures were put down in ease. The long-armed jackals were cut in half with heavy-calibered slugs, and a pair of blue armor elites sidestepped from left to right. They found themselves with blown-out divots that rippled into the ground. As the last elite hit the ground, Dot announced the presence of Marines up on the hill. More Covenant troops had scattered on the opposite side of the pyramid, but they still represented a danger to the Marines. The Spartan swiveled and brought the Warthog to bear as he drove it straight into a pair of cowering grunts. The creatures had never stood a chance in moving out of the way. One of the bodies crunched and crumbled underneath the weight of the front tires. The other was launched forward into the back of the jackal behind a dazzling blue handheld shield. Fitzgerald used his advantageous position to aid the rest of the Marines as a spread of fire from the LAAG into the remain of the Covenant forces. Marines had soon appeared from behind the face of the rock to aid in their own rescue. They cheered and held their weapons up in the air, but it was cut short as more Covenant forces came over the hill on the Spirit Covenant troop carrier. Marines lined up in zigzag formation ready to counter the threat, but the Spartan gave no quarter. He, along with Fitzgerald, made quick and short work of them as the slope left them with little to no cover, transforming the elites into speed bumps for the Warthog to run over and abuse. Static came over the Spartan's radio, and the pilot's voice cut through once again. Echo 419 reported, and the Spartan acknowledged. He got out of the vehicle just in time as the Pelican came into view and its engine swerved sideways until it came to a full stop, hovering 3 meters above the land, and descended slowly, inching its way from the rock formation. The Spartan counted off as the wave of Marines loaded into the back of the Pelican. He had spent the better part of the day's afternoon locating and rescuing survivors, but knowing what putting in a hard day's work had done made the Spartan feel that much better about it. He had saved over 60 lives. That not only meant 60 more soldiers to help fight the Covenant, but also 60 lives that wouldn't be there if he hadn't experienced the hell of the Spartan program. The Spartan sailed and hopped into the lower Pelican platform. He allowed himself to sit down and rest, then leaned back against the bulkhead, thanking the pilot for a ride. The light manacles around Lieutenant Sabrina Hobbs' hands stirred an aching pain. She stood in the center of a semicircular room jail cell. At least she hoped it was a jail cell. She was more worried it was where the Covenant held their food, rather than their prisoners. The 6x6 meter room contained a rancid odor of overexposed innards, a stench that could burrow into her brain and make her wish she could vomit from more orifices. Her will to fight was not broken after running from the Covenant for a better part of a day, but the conditions in the tiny cell were close to making her reconsider her chat with the prison guards. The thought of surrender and violating the trust that was put in her by her crew, however, revolted her stomach more than the odor, more than any pain and any torture the Covenant could throw at her. She steadied her resolve by remembering how her crew had died, how her captain had died, how everyone back on Reach had died. If they were planning on slaughtering all of humanity, she would be another pebble they would have to crush before finishing climbing that mountain. They had crash-landed on the strange ring world, and almost immediately the Covenant had been upon them. The Spartans' battle with the cloaked warrior aboard their escape pod had torn the vessel in half and sent them tumbling down like a flightless bird. The senior navigational engineer had unbuckled his seatbelt and floated freely to the back of the lifeboat. He had let loose a shot of the M6 Magnum, and sparks from an overhead cabinet charred out. The wires were exposed and the engineer had reached for them. In the last remaining seconds of their freefall, he'd managed to activate the back thrusters, slowing the velocity of their descent. The forceful tossing of the split cabin spun the craft, launching the engineer out into the open air. She could still hear his screams in the distance, as if the man had never hit the ground. Half the crew had died on impact on the front end of the escape pod, and another quarter from the Covenant hunting them. Captain Chen himself had lived only long enough to be bisected by the force of his organs slamming inside his skin. With his dying breath, he had transferred command to Sabrina and field promoted her to first officer lieutenant. She had ensured his neural implants were destroyed and inaccessible, even as she fled for her life from the Covenant. The low-flying squadrons of banshees that ripped through the air with a high-pitched whine. True to their name, they heralded death every time she had seen one before. This was the first and only situation before where she could recall a banshee not sweeping in low and launching a barrage of molten matter in clusters. The Covenant had been on them all morning, toying with them, leading them on and tiring them out. There had been several encounters where conventional wisdom simply suggested their luck had run out, but the grubby bastards refused to go for kill shots. She knew the Covenant didn't take prisoners, yet their tactics had suggested otherwise. After hours of the cat-and-mouse game, paranoia had set in and the crew's morale had visibly fallen by the wayside. The first to crack was Ensign Ellen Dowski. The constant whimpering turned to whining, turned to insubordination. She had all but surrendered to the Covenant, forcing Hobbs to make the hard decision. First Lieutenant Sabrina Hobbs used her authority as commanding officer to instruct her entourage of Marines to disarm Dowski and tie her up. If she wanted to surrender to the Covies, who were they to stop her? They had tied up the ensign in loose-fitting rope. It wasn't meant to hold her forever, just slow her down enough. With the ensign out of the way, their morale had lasted a few more hours. Even so, they had been on the run all morning, beyond the point of exhaustion and out of ammunition, when the 3 troop-carrying phantoms encircled them. Droves of aliens, varying races, dropped down, surrounding them. Hobbs was prepared to die on the spot, but the aliens refused to fight. It wasn't until she saw the large 4-mandibled elite ornate in golden armor like an Aztec god that she noticed a meekish, tiny figure by his side. Nothing in the universe could have been more obvious than the fact the creature was human. It wore a red cloak with a smug look of superiority. The face was unmistakable. Ensign Dowski. She pointed out to the elite who Sabrina was, how the captain had perished before lying down, and she was the one in command now. The physiological differences between the two species were transcended for a moment. An elite taking orders from a human, a female in charge. Nothing in the Covenant made sense for that brief moment. The confusion only continued as the elite pulled out a plasma rifle and proceeded to shoot each and every one of the humans in the head. Matter chunks flew in every direction, boiling. Dowski's face shrunk somberly. She had dropped to her knees, crying, begging, but the elites shot her just the same, her eyes rolling into the back of her head, and the weight of her torso pushed her back, collapsing into a pile. The elite growled as he reached for the pair of light manacle restraints she was now wearing. She looked around her prison cell knowing there was no way out and nowhere to run if she had found any form of escape. Just as hope kept fading, the light restraints on her wrist turned off. The protective shielding that encased the cell began to waver down. Down the hall, she could see a pair of jackals. The dual skinny alien creatures took hold of her, each held her arm down, then dragged her, parading her around the halls to a new section of the ship. She held her head low from the exhaustion of torture and the weariness of the day's events, but for a split moment, she had made eye contact with an elite and his accompanying grunt. Spartan B312 was running a routine maintenance check on his Mjolnir armor when a private walked into the prefabricated quarters, a 6x10 memory plastic cubicle intended to replace tents. The Spartan's grip on his knife didn't loosen in the slightest. The man informed him Major Masters was awaiting for him at the command post. The super soldier slotted the knife back into place behind the right side of his hip. He wiped his hands off with a rag and propped the helmet back on the suit. The Spartan didn't want to be separated from his armor in a combat zone, but the little voice inside his head told him to follow to command. He considered that in full armor, he could be seen as rude or disrespectful. He walked painfully slowly, tracking the steps behind the Marine, leading him to the command post. With a handful of nods, the guards outside led him through. The Major's office was located in Alpha Base's centermost structure. It was a low, squashed tower of alien metals at the top of the mesa. The pair made their way through the many bloodstained corridors, still fresh with blood of both alien and human subjects. While the Spartan had not been there, he could see the toll the battle had taken. He was impressed with what the Navy could do, even with several hundred ODSTs. The two hell jumpers that stood guard outside the Major's doors stepped aside. They gave a courteous, disgusted look at the Spartan. Casual hostility he had only ever experienced from ODST regiment. It was true that many of them saw themselves as above anyone that wasn't part of their elite organization, but when it came to Spartans, it was almost as if hatred was instilled in them during basic training.
Spartan B312, reporting for Major Masters.
Spartan B312 was the only official designation he had in the eyes of the military. Oni had given him other names, as well as the Covenant, but those weren't applicable in this regard. It occurred to him that after Reach fell, the deaths of hundreds of Spartan 3s, the fall of Noble Team, and the secrecy of Onyx, there was no one left in the galaxy who knew his name. In some regards, the person he was already dead. He thought of how long it would take for him to forget his own name. One of the boys in black asked rhetorically what kind of name Spartan B312 was, but Noble 6 did not answer. One of the helljumpers meekly chuckled and waved him through. He took 3 steps forward and found himself standing in front of the makeshift desk. Major Masters looked up and met the rugged warrior's gaze. He snapped to attention.
Reporting in as ordered, sir.
She sat on a chair that had been salvaged from a UNSC lifeboat. It hissed with noise with every micro movement of Master's body. This was usually the moment when officers would say, at ease, and relax. The fact that she hadn't was a clear indication that something was wrong. The ODST posted outside, then circled into the room and around the desk behind the Major. Master's eyes met his. She had brown eyes and a flattering nose, a split lip, and short blonde hair that covered a scar beside her left ear. The scar tissue indicated it had been a deep gash at one point. She looked distinguished and experienced. She spoke as if she could read the Spartan's mind.
You're probably wondering who I am, what this is all about, and how we got in this situation. Given that we were running from Reach, not all of us got a chance to be acquainted. Given your elite status as a Spartan and the fact that your teammate gave his life so that we could get off Reach, I'm willing to overlook my feelings towards your kind. Loyalty is a mighty fine quality that I admire. It's one of the many virtues that UNSC has instilled into me during my military career. But make no mistake, there's a chain of command, which means that you report to me, not to yourself.
The chain of command was clear. With the absence of Captain Chen, Sabrina Hobbs was second in command as far as officers went, but down in the grind of battle, the Major outranked her, at least while Hobbs was MIA. So he thought, until Masters seemed to read his mind again.
Captain Chen was found KIA by B Company on their way back to meet us. From what we can tell, he transferred or deleted his command codes and promoted Hobbs to first lieutenant. We have reason to believe the Covenant kept her alive. All these squid faces have changed up their tactics from the last 27 years. They never take prisoners, leading me to believe they want something with her. As I mentioned before, loyalty is one of the virtues I admire the most. If the first lieutenant has found herself captured, we will launch a rescue mission, but it will be under my command. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I've seen your record. More decorations than half of the top brass combined, but that does not impress me. Not one bit from the selfish bastards calling themselves Spartans. Your lot was given suits of armor that rival the expense of a ship or 10,000 fully equipped drop pods. You may have been given special training beyond that of what the ODST had to endure, but out there in the battlefield it won't count for a damn thing, just like it didn't on Reach. Your kind disappeared when we needed you the most. The winter contingency was designed with the aid of Spartans in mind. You were supposed to hold the orbital platform's power supply. I watched you so-called super soldiers die by the dozen, while my ODSTs underprepared and under-equipped held the Covenant off. We achieved what you couldn't against unsurmountable, overwhelming odds. The Spartan program failed. Are you familiar with the man named Charles Darwin? No, probably not, because he never went to war. Darwin was a naturalist who proposed a theory called natural selection. Simply put, he believed that those species best equipped to survive would. Less effective organisms would eventually die out. That's what happened to the Spartans. They died out.
6 thought of his fallen comrades, the other members of Noble Team. Each one had died to save lives. He thought of George and the Spartan Twos. He wondered if he would ever find out if their secret mission had succeeded.
That's where the ODSTs come in. It was hell jumpers who took this mesa, not a bunch of augmented freaks in armor. We will push the Covenant back starting here, on this ring, and that victory will be a result of the hard work of men and women, human beings who are tough to the core, sharper than metal and stronger than steel. Are we clear?
Perfectly, sir.
The bitter taste of her words hung in the air for a moment. This Spartan remembered Noble Team, and all the rest of the boys and girls from Beta Company, how he had grown up with them, their teacher, all those who had died to slow down the Covenant extermination of humankind, now labeled as freaks. He took a deep breath, then, as if by some sort of switch that had been flipped, the Major's entire demeanor changed. She sat at ease and invited the Spartan to sit down and share a meal with her while she proceeded to brief him on the upcoming mission and all relevant intel they had on the first lieutenant, Hobbs' capture. The Covenant had her, and Major Masters was determined to get her back. Zamami stepped forward to backhand the human female. She staggered but recovered her balance quickly, wiping off the blood running down her lip. He locked eyes with her again. They had administered a neural shock treatment to make her talk, but she refused to. They had tested out all sorts of torture methods they could think of, at least the ones that wouldn't outright kill such a frail human, and she still refused to answer the questions. Yayap's new master demanded to know where the human with the special armor was, what his weaknesses were, how to remove the armor, and 100 other pointless questions. The human female spat on the elite's chest, covering his clean armor with a runny red bloody substance. She told him he would have to kill her and turned her head away from the warrior. His hand reached for a plasma pistol, touching the butt of the weapon, then fell away. He glared at the human and turned. Yayap wasn't sure what had just happened, but something told him the human had won their interaction. A team of Pelicans had conducted surveillance flights the day before, revealing the Covenant had a blind spot in their sensors downspin from the current position of the vessel they were calling the Truth and Reconciliation. With a careful flyby from the east, a Pelican could use a small rising mountain to block the electronic view of ship scanners. More so than sheer luck, Ramsey had managed to be plugged into the Pelican, while the third-generation AI couldn't use its full potential from a single Pelican, conducting an array of signals designated to trick the Covenant technicians into believing the UNSC dropship was actually one of their own. Piloted by Fohammer, one of the UNSC's greatest pilots, and cloaked in an electronic camouflage, the Spartan would lead a Pelican load of Marines in with the express purpose of rescuing the lieutenant. The mission was put together by Major Masters, Rutson, and Ramsey. The main purpose of the mission was rescuing Hobbs, though a second opportunity presented itself, one with an even more important purpose. They still needed a way off the ring and back to human-controlled space. Gathering as much data as possible about the ship's working conditions was critical if they intended to use it to get off ring. If the rescue team did manage to penetrate the Covenant vessel, successfully remove a prisoner, and transform their attempts at survival into a full-blown resistance movement, then the Covenant would raise their alertness, and a chance to come back and steal the ship would be near impossible. The Pelican's Bay was full as it rose 50 meters over the shuttered rocks. It swayed from side to side as it flew through a series of hot air pockets. B-312 was convinced maneuvering through the unideal conditions would have been near impossible for any pilot other than Fohammer. She moved gracefully back and forth through an invisible obstacle course. They rose over the low-lying hills no louder than gusts of wind themselves. The Spartan took the time in their Pelican ride to assess the Marines. He watched over them, their faces, their scars, their weapons, and the way they spoke. Maybe they were the solution. the Spartan program couldn't solve. The Marines back on Reach had performed miracles without the help of Spartans. Would they be able to accomplish the same here? They could help him take out the sentries, deal with the weapon emplacements, and fortify his line of fire until they reached the grav lift shooting out of the Truth and Reconciliation's belly. With the aid of the Marines and the element of surprise, he was confident in reaching the underbelly of the vessel at the other end of the plateau. However, he wasn't sure if all of them would make it. The Covenant had been dug in, and things were likely to get hot down there. They wouldn't have a moment of respite before or after reaching the lift. Thankfully, that's when the second dropship would land. Foehammer would go back and bring another squad to join their assault on the ship. Reinforcements were always keen to keep morale and the troops fresh. Masters had expressed doubt about this part of the plan. She had asked Rutson and Ramsey what was stopping the Covenant from simply lifting the ship and ending their plan. With hundreds of stray transmissions the Spartans' armor had picked up while on the ring, they had pieced together that the ship was too badly damaged and were convinced that critical repairs were still being made to the alien cruiser. None of that would matter if they didn't reach the lift before the Covenant was on full alert. The Spartan thought about his mission: eliminating an unknown number of hostiles, take out Covenant emplacements, reach the gravity lift, cross deep into enemy territory, find and retrieve a prisoner, attempt to hijack or escape, and walk out of there with the prisoner alive in time to meet up with their ride. Essentially, a walk in the park. Foehammer's voice came over the radio announcing drop-off. On cue, Sergeant Parker stood. The team frequency sparked to life with his voice. It was grating to the Spartan's ear.
Alright, boys and girls, lock and load. The Covenant is throwing a party and you're all invited. Remember, the lieutenant goes in first, so take your cues from him. I don't know about you, but I like having a Spartan on point.
There was general laughter and cheering, and Parker gave the Spartan a thumbs up. Six returned the gesture in kind. He unholstered his S2AM sniper rifle from the Pelican wall and turned to face the now opening bay door. It felt good for a change to have some backup. His heads-up display adjusted as his companion AI marked it with directions to the Truth and Reconciliation. If they could clear out the defenses, the Marines would be able to move up, and once the element of surprise had been lost, he could switch to his assault rifle for the more intimate encounters. Everyone in the Pelican was well armed: grenades, climbing gear, a full load of combat ammunition, several magazines for the M19 launchers. As the Pelican bay doors sprang open, Foehammer shouted through the team frequency a request. She asked them to shoot the bastards on her behalf, a request Six was willing to oblige. Sergeant Parker yelled, "Go, go, go!" and the Spartan sprinted down the ramp onto the soon-to-be battlefield. The steps of the near dozen Marines thundered down on the ramp as they followed behind him. The moon hung off the sky, providing them just enough reflected light. Paired with the glow of the Covenant work lights, it would serve to guide them to their objective. The Spartan thought to himself it was dark. It explained why the Marines were having such a tough time following his movements. A second later, Echo 419 was gone. She fed the lines of fuel to her engines and disappeared into the night. He heard the aircraft swoop above him and headed straight for the footpath, off to the right. Parker and his Marines spread to either side, and a three-man fire team took cover behind the Spartan. The cluster of rocks crept over them. His AI companion, Dot, reacted and highlighted enemy activity ahead. Several red dots marked his motion sensor, but they were none the wiser. A team of Covenant workers were going through an excavation of sorts. He wondered what the aliens were looking for, but strayed away from the pool of light emanating from the construct's crew equipment. Whatever they were looking for didn't matter to him. They would never live to find it. He would make sure of that. He stalked and crawled next to a patch of cover, raised his rifle to shoulder level, and used the scope's magnification combined with night optics to find the defensive gun placements located on the far side of the surrounding rock formations. The Shades stood there menacingly. Squadrons of grunts, jackals, and elites surveyed the area, all carrying plasma rifles, pistols, and repeaters. What they lacked in firepower was more than made up by the plasma cannons. They had to take those out. The next run from the Pelican might not be lucky enough to stay hidden, and their ride would be scrapped from a single shot of those turrets. Though the Marines' ballistic armor could withstand a modicum of splash damage, they were nothing compared to his Mjolnir armor and the shields that safeguarded its titanium plating. He had to take them out before the Marines would move into the open. He found several shades and moved into position. He practiced and practiced and practiced a single motion. He would have to take both of the shades in a triangular angle out before the pilots could hop in. The protective shielding of the turrets would buy them enough time to tear apart the cascading Marines if he didn't take them out simultaneously. The Spartan thought of himself as an excellent marksman, but even now he had to hold his breath thinking about switching targets. He knew June could have achieved it faster. Thinking of the broken Spartan had just given him another reason not to miss the shot. His hand steadied and his fingers squeezed the trigger. The kickback on his shoulder was a familiar one from his headhunting days. In the distance, a grunt exploded into pieces. The high-caliber round pierced through its belly down into the floor beneath them and bounced right back up into him once more. Without a moment's hesitation, the Spartan panned the rifle to the left and blasted out another 14.5mm round into the second grunt's pointy-ended head. The boom had alerted the Covenant presence, and they returned fire, but he had moved forward and took up a new fire position behind the bark of a scaly tree. The rifle crackled a few more times with wandering jackals falling. The aliens were puzzled, confused. The shots were echoing within the canyon, keeping the Spartan's location secret. He reloaded another magazine into the sniper chamber with an ease that could only come from years of practice. The enemy fell easily enough without the shades to support them, allowing the Spartan to push forward and reload unimpeded. He jumped down into the open pit and slid behind a large boulder where he crouched so he could give the Marines a signal to move up. They charged the pit, firing a thundering roar from their assault rifles. The grunts burst from their hiding positions, each to be met with shots from the Marines in pairs. The Spartan kept pushing forward, stopping all momentum the grunts found themselves gaining. They had managed to kill a Marine with a stray shot to the face. His body had stiffened, and before he could reach the ground, the Spartan had already caved the creature's skull in with the wider end of his rifle. In the twists of the canyon, gunshots echoed and faded, but it was evident to B-312 there was no time to waste. The element of surprise was gone. He led the Marines up the hill onto the far side of the pit, then crossed the sheer cliff's face, straining closely to the rocky wall on his right. Careful of the deadly drop waiting for them if they strayed too far left, there would be nothing more than a red paste on the rocks below that connected to a massive ocean. Motion sensors detected more contacts, and he waved them off to the sides. They crouched and clumped together behind the bushes and rocks facing the cliff path. A pair of jackals turned and passed ahead, cutting off their escape, trapped between the overcharged plasma pistols and the deadly drop on the other side. The Spartan sprang into action, jumping over his cover and diving over the rock directly on top of the jackal ahead. It tried to raise its yellow energy shield to block the Spartan landing, but the weight of half a ton of armor slammed down on the skeletal-like creature. The second jackal extended out its energy shield in a dastardly shove against the Spartan. It slammed his armor and both skidded up from each other. B-312 raised the sniper rifle between the jackal and its shield and pulled the creature in closer. With nowhere to go, the creature panically let off the overcharged plasma pistol round into the ground, melting a 2-meter hole beneath the Spartan. Splashes of plasma flared the shielding around the Spartan's boots. Before the jackal could charge another shot, he was met with the force of a blow that sent him tumbling off the cliff's end. The alien screamed as it plummeted to its death. The Spartan spun and aimed his weapon at the shade turret mounted on the middling rock bridge ahead. His shot had torn a massive hole through a grunt pilot's head before his finger had loosened from the weapon's trigger. Jackals and grunts all stammered about. The well-placed rounds from a line of Marines assaulted their position. He ran forward for cover toward the Covenant excavation lights, from which he could hear the dull thumping sounds of the hovering ship more than 100 meters above them. He could see the Marines cleaning up the remaining forces as he pushed forward. Up ahead laid a large metallic disc in the middle of a rocky formation down a steep dive, in the center of which a gravity lift emboldened the area where the Covenant would drop in supplies, vehicles, and troops onto the ring world. The platform was the anchor to solid ground between the hovering ship and the surface, the tether of which was the purple light shimmering from the grav lift.
That's our way in. Move forward.
With a suicidal dash through the narrow opening of the canyon, the Spartan and the Marines ran directly below the enemy ship. Surrounded by a 3/4 circle of shades, they opened fire at once. Noble Six made use of his skills with the sniper rifle and quickly moved to the nearest and furthest gunners. His next goal was to silence the other turrets with suppressive fire. He yanked on the controls and the gun swiveled from where it was faced. A glowing image of a hollow triangle floated in front of his face. Once it lined up with the other guns, it flashed red. He had used his fair share of Covenant machinery and knew what to do next. White and purple energy lances blasted from the firing studs, and before the grunt gunners could leave it in a cowardly dash, their weapon emplacements had taken a powerful blast that rendered them useless. They each slumped against the seat of their burning shades with a slackened simmering of burnt flesh. He hosed down the targets of opportunity with a wave of destruction and plasmic energy. Once satisfied they could no longer fire, he swiveled once more to the enemies on the ground near his troops. Dot announced that the Covenant dropships were inbound. allowing him to prime his shots in the direction of the alien craft and the troops that would spill from it. Marines tossed grenades in their reinforcements' path, sending the shards of burnt fragmentation in all directions, catching a pair of jackals from behind as they cowered with their handheld energy shields. The 6 remaining Marines moved the opposite side of the inverted slope, providing flanking support, cutting the creatures down, pounding what remained into a mush. The dropship ran with its sail between its legs, and the Marines yelled, pointing up. One screamed in a different language, but the Spartan understood it. He looked up to see a dozen figures floating down the gravity lift. The newcomers received valuable shots even as they attempted to touch down. The heavy armored pair of them that made it to solid ground were a new problem. The massive blue armored combatants carried handheld plated armor shields. Unlike the jackals who would sputter out after sufficient damage, these were near impregnable. The Spartan frowned. He hated these creatures. He hated them for what they'd done to the commander. Even unarmed, Carter, A-259, had managed to kill one of the walking tanks. They were slow and clumsy, but the cannons mounted on their arms made them tough and dangerous. The weapons on their unguarded arm worked equivalent to that of a Banshee. With ease, a concentrated shot from the cannons could melt through the plating of a Scorpion tank, a Pelican, or a Hornet alike, not to mention Mjolnir. They kicked up into high gear with a surprising suddenness, then forced the Spartan into a jolt of action. Alongside the Marines, he opened fire. Grenades exploded, and the pair of hunters only roared deeper in defiance. The white and purple lances of the plasma shade turret clashed against the creature's armor, splashing and dousing the worms that piloted the creatures inside the hulking protective exoskeletal suit. The creatures wouldn't stop. Not until their enemy laid at their feet. One of them lifted his right arm and fired its main weapon. The fuel rod gun melted a Marine. She screamed in agony as her flesh fell off. With the loss of another one of their comrades, Sergeant Parker stepped back, unhooked the rocket strapped to his back, and aimed it. A second later, a projectile fired into the air and slid directly into the gravlift. It rode through the air and lifted up the reverse gravity field until it struck the Truth and Reconciliation harmlessly. The hunters slowly lumbered down the gravlift landing purple discus platform. They were tough and strong, but they weren't very smart. The sergeant pressed the button on the side of the handle to the rocket launcher, and a new payload rotated in place where the old one had been. The spinning projectile launcher fired another shot directly at the creatures. The burning smashed across the worm's flesh, forcing the creatures back, even as bullets pinged off their armor and struck the rocks around the platform. The Marines had used the confusion of the rocket's explosion to spread out further and surround the hunters. With the aid of the shades, as they were able to wither at the worms within the giant carapace. One of the hunters dropped dead a moment later. A cry of anguish rang out from the alien's bond brother when it witnessed his partner fall. It had gone into a frenzy, spilling out streams of wild plasma in all directions. The creature spun in its heels and shot in the direction of Sergeant Parker, burning through him with no less ease than cutting with a 1,000-degree knife. The alien then turned to Noble 6 and his shade. With his reaction times, he saw the blast leave the hunter's arm and come his direction. In the matter of a second, he leaped out, diving for the ground. The shade could take a direct hit. His shields could not. On the ground, he could see the enraged and rampaging alien charge up the slope toward him. He rolled to his side and came up in a crouching position. The alien was close. He had closed the gap and was within a meter's range when the Spartan was forced to do a backflip to avoid the incoming strike of the alien's shield. He knew the real threat of the hunters was their sheer strength. It was unrivaled, even by Mjolnir. He struggled to stay on his feet as the creature swung and shifted its weight parallel to him. It cleaved the air, attempting to reach the Spartan, but his acrobatics were faster than the behemoth. The Marines closed the distance behind the creature and continued their barrage from their MA-5B assault rifles. The colonial worms wriggled endlessly in a pain as the behemoth continued its charge toward the Spartan. It couldn't keep up, even with a monster of such size. Its speed was astronomical compared to its proportions. He had found himself on the wrong end of the creature's shield as it bashed him, launching him into his burning shade. The clank of metal on metal left the taste of blood in his mouth, knocking the wind out of him and dazing him in confusion. His shields were low in energy and began to shriek. The alarm inside the helmet pounded his ears. He reached for a grenade but was too late as he saw the creature charge up its arm cannon and blast his way. His body couldn't react in time, and it wouldn't have to. The blast was redirected in its mid-trajectory. Sergeant Parker appeared from behind a boulder, launched his second rocket volley at the creature. With the explosion on its bare back, it crumbled to its knees. Piles of the worm creatures inside turned into lifeless goo. The Spartan rose to his knees slowly, gave a second glance to the sergeant and his men. They shared a nod as the sergeant took the opportunity to boast about how he had saved a Spartan. He was lucky to be alive. In truth, they all were. Parker had used the kicked up dirt and smoke from the hunter's missed shot to reposition and reload. Noble Six could feel himself give a short smile inside his helmet before the pain in his ribs returned. He bent over to pick up the dropped sniper rifle and found irreparable damage from the drops of plasma leaking out of the hunter's cannon. He loaded another magazine into his assault rifle and proceeded to walk over the orange blood splatters surrounding the two behemoth bodies. The channel on his helmet opened to life as Echo 419 came in with news. The reinforcements were ready, and between coordination with Ramsey, Dot, and Rudson, they found themselves in a strong position to make it up the gravlift. The last Marine of the fresh batch ran up to the Spartan with a chip in hand. The AI, Ramsey, didn't have many places to be plugged into back on Alpha Base. Once this Spartan-led group of Marines made it up the Covenant ship, the AI would interface with the Covenant network and find the Lieutenant's command interface, which would lead them to her location. In the network, the AI could find out more information about this ring and how to get off it. Alongside the surviving Marines and the new fresh troops, he stepped onto the center of the purple platform where the shining of a purple beam showered them. An invisible hand plucked the Marines one by one up into the air. They shot up like birds without wings until he was the last one remaining. Hesitantly, the beam abducted him as well as he rode up into the air, up and into the Covenant vessel, the Truth and Reconciliation. Echo 419's voice crackled to life in Major Master's ears before she could see the Pelican winding down through the clouds in the night sky. The visibility was low and the deluge of warm raindrops played tricks in their eyes. The ODST visualized what her eyes couldn't see. She'd been in these conditions before and knew the shape of a pelican better than she knew the shape of her own face.
You know the drill, people. Shake those cobwebs loose. We can't stay cozy in here all night long. I know some of you would rather stay in and cuddle, listening to the raindrops light pitter-patter on the roof, but I have a better proposition for you.
The troopers all around huddled up to attention, their packs prepared and overflowing with grenades, flares, radios, medpacks, and weapons, all of which were tied down and properly secured to avoid any unnecessary noise. If necessity was the mother of invention, noise was the death of stealth. With that in mind, Sergeant Lister passed over each Marine and made them jump up and down to identify any sound that clicked or squealed. If it could not be fastened or stowed away, it would not make the cut for the mission. Once all hell jumpers had passed their inspection, the Major lined up before the waiting dropships.
I know some of you were on the Pillar of Autumn before the 122nd arrived on Azad, and some of you might already know this, but Major Silva kept a little hidden price on the bottom left drawer of his desk. Now, his office in the Pillar of Autumn had a few more shiny toys and trinkets, and I'm a lusty girl. I want them all. But above all, that good, kind-hearted man left us a perfectly nice and expensive aged bottle of scotch. If one or more of you would be so kind as to retrieve that bottle, not only would I be extremely grateful, I would show my gratitude by sharing it with the person or persons who managed to bring it in.
The roaring of a dozen men and women shouting in approval overtook the Major. Masters knew that you needed a weapon to fight a war, but what good was that weapon when the soldier behind it had no reason to fire it? Her speech had roused the morale of the men she knew would not come back. A good commanding officer would be willing to order their troops to their death if needed, even if she loved them like their own brothers or sisters. It was the aspect of command she hated the most. She thought of a Napoleon quote, "What makes the general's task so difficult is the necessity of feeding so many men and animals." She didn't have animals to feed. She could still feel the essence of the problem, though. With the exception of the ODSTs, who carried extra supplies in their human entry vehicles, the rest of the Marine personnel who had escaped off the Pillar of Autumn had very little in the way of supplies, in both weapons and food. In her case, she didn't have animals to worry about, but she did have pelicans, and the sentiment felt equally as applicable. They had a limited supply of fuel and food for their troops, making the raid on the Pillar of Autumn necessary. They had to obtain a little more of just about everything before the Covenant could launch an all-out assault on Alpha Base. That was their key to survival, at least until they could find a way to get the hell off the ring. She was only thankful that every time Echo 419 returned to Alpha Base, she would come back with a full stock of plasma rifles, pistols, power packs, communications equipment, and on some occasions, even food, or whatever the hell the Covenant called food. The assault on the Truth and Reconciliation was going well, which was more of a reason, why they had to attack the Pillar of Autumn now. A two-front attack to stop the Covenant from retrieving any leftover data on the Autumn and secure the rescue of Lieutenant Hobbs. Added with the possibility of finding a way back home, it was a raid they couldn't risk not partaking in. While the away team assaulted the Pillar of Autumn, the rest of their forces at Alpha Base would continue to raid small encampments of Covenant forces. They had managed to get a handful of shades right from under the Covenant's noses and placed them at the edge of the Mesa's perimeter, slowly increasing the air defense system of Alpha Base. Once the Helljumpers had been briefed on what defenses awaited them surrounding the Autumn, Masters dismissed them. They broke formation as the Marines jogged into the back of the Pelicans, each of which soon disappeared into the blackness of night. She held still on the launching pads until the roaring of engines could no longer be heard. She clapped her hands and twisted her neck tightly until cracks gave way. The loud stiffening of her joints released some stress, but she knew the night was young and there was plenty of work left to do. Johnson slotted a fresh magazine into his MA5 assault rifle. He jogged down the ramp of the Pelican piloted by Echo 136 and jumped down as it hovered a meter above ground. The Pelicans had broken formation a couple of clicks back and split up to attack their former ship in a three-pronged battle maneuver. Echo 206 and Echo 219 had settled approximately 50 meters away from one another and dropped off more troops. The engines were dead silent, and all Avery could hear was a patter of rain striking his helmet. Though the Pelicans were extremely vulnerable while on the ground, where they could not maneuver, he felt that the uneventful nature of the flight meant the Covenant weren't aware of their location. He had to thank the weather for doing its part, but also the Spartan and his team for the assault on the Truth and Reconciliation. He knew the tactics well, and knew the Covenant had a battle elsewhere going on. The 30 Marines on his command regrouped as the Pelicans' thrusters roared back to life. Assuming they could get the job done, the Pelicans would return in order to transport the survivors and their spoils of war back to Alpha Base. That also depended on how much equipment and supplies had survived the crash on the Autumn. They were 1,000 meters away from the Pillar of Autumn, at least from their entrance on the North Vehicle Bay. Both Alpha and Charlie would meet them at the heart of the Pillar of Autumn. But for now, all he had to focus on was keeping the 30 men and women behind him alive. He watched Echo 136 take off and wobble from a large gust of wind hitting the Pelican's flank. A quickened shove from one of his fellow grunts woke Yayap up. He struggled to open his eyes, but remembered where he was and used his stubby arms to push himself upright. He let out a hiss and straightened himself, tired with the weight of the world on his shoulders. The grunt approached his master. Before he could ask what was happening, the elite stood and clasped a belt containing several plasma grenades and spare carbine rifle cartridges. The grunt knew what to do next and grabbed the elite's armor as he helped the warrior prepare himself. Hassan Healy spoke with renewed vigor as he told Yayap there had been another sighting of the armored human. This time, however, on board the Truth and Reconciliation. After their meeting with the Council of Masters, they had been assigned to a small outpost 200 clicks away from the main excavation site. It had been an assignment of shame, one the Prophet himself had suggested after Suka's statements had been found borderline heretic. After preparing his master's armor and himself, he walked out of the elite's chambers to meet his new squadron of grunts. He was expected to lead them, as he himself followed Zamami. They prepared to load into a Phantom. Yayap shook nervously, knowing combat was imminent. The Major watched as her men unloaded the Pelicans and sorted things out, each carrying tons of supplies they had permanently borrowed from the Covenant. She stayed out of the way, knowing her people were well trained and could handle the situation. She looked around and did a head count, and after the number had reached nearly 1,000, doubt began to creep into her mind. Could they even accomplish their mission? She thought of something an old friend used to say. He said to her once, "Ask yourself if there's anyone else who is better qualified to do the job, not in the entire galaxy, but right here, right now. If the answer is yes, step down and ask them to command. But once you do everything in your power to support them. If the answer is no, and let's face it, 99% of the time it will be, then you take your best shot. That's all you can do." It was the only advice that had ever really made a difference in her life. A life of service in the UNSC. At the time, it hadn't fully erased her fears, but it's what kept her in the front line of service. She had accepted just enough promotions to make decisions for the battlefield, but not be removed from it herself. Several of her platoon leaders came out of the darkness from behind her to inform her they were ready to go. Their battalion had been short officers before shit hit the fan. Back on Reach. This late into the war, everyone was a replacement for someone, but on this ring, The lack of officers had proven a serious problem. She was content with having more soldiers than officers, but there was a true sign of missing leadership. Some of her lieutenants had to play double roles, such as supply officer, ammunition officer, perimeter defense officer, and so on. The leaders of each platoon were running double shifts, and she began to become concerned about it. She went over the plans with the platoon leaders one more time, and they nodded as they melded back into the night. Somewhere out in the dark, rainy and misty night lay the Pillar of Autumn, broken and burnt, surrounded by the Covenant. They owned the ship now, but Masters was determined to make them pay a fair price for her. Noble 6 hung a meter above the deck after the gravity lift had deposited him behind the rescue team. It slowly descended and fell. With a single thud from his half-a-ton armor, he planted his boots and eased the assault rifle to point. A stack of Covenant crates containing all relevant equipment and gear was situated around the bay. Alongside them, a pair of wraiths lay dormant. Covenant tanks were used as long-range anti-troop artillery. The Spartan moved forward to creep along one of the doors that were spaced around the perimeter of the bay. He had found it strange that there had been no Covenant waiting for them. The forces that had descended down from the Truth and Reconciliation to meet them were too well armed for there not to be backup. He approached the door, knowing it was proximity activated, and slid around the corner into the open hallway where he met a surprised elite. Without even thinking about it, he tackled the beast to the ground and slammed its armor's head into the deck plates. The alien attempted to scream as his head was being bashed into the floor, but the only sound coming from the struggle was his brain matter turning into a pile of mush. Noble 6 shook the broken bits of cranium from his gauntleted fingers. Before he could get off the alien, the doors on the far side of the hallway split open, and the entire compartment soon filled with Covenant troops. The Spartan charged ahead as the group of Marines followed him, fighting their way through the maze that was the inside of a Covenant ship. They emerged into a large shuttle bay, with a series of Covenant dropships hanging on the second and third floor of the large open area. On their left, a bright blue force field opened into the night sky from which Covenant troop carriers could come and go as they pleased. Fire broke loose from the platforms above as a series of grunts flurried out a haystack of needles into the chest and exposed limbs of the Marines down below. Almost instantly, two of the Marines turned into a pink mist from the explosion of super combined needles. One of the corporals behind the Spartan lobbied a fragmentation grenade and managed to bounce it off the Covenant weapons crate on the third floor. With the bounce, the grenade had detonated and the fragments had blown out the insides of the grunts, showering them with pink-purple needles. The force of the explosion had sent the crate flying sideways and knocked the jackal on the second floor down straight into the Spartan's way. B312 quickly knocked the alien's shield out of the way and wrapped his arm around the creature's neck. The alien started to wheeze, but before long he was silenced forever as the Spartan used his body to block a series of incoming plasma bolts. The Marines hid behind cover as the Spartan went forward, using the power of his Mjolnir armor energy shielding and its ability to regenerate. With backup on his heels, opening fire on every target of opportunity, in a matter of seconds, half a dozen fights around the first, second, and third floor had broken out. They continued pressing forward up the ramped corridors leading up each floor, each step being careful to keep his back to one or more Marines. His armor provided him with an advantage that none of the other Marines had, and he was determined to make use of it, protecting his fellow soldiers by focusing his fire on the elites and leaving the smaller targets like jackals and grunts for the others to handle. Dot had been focused on working overtime within his armor to keep track of how many Covenant troops there were in the bay, as well as where they were coming from. He knew he needed a way out, considering how many doors led to their location, but was not proficient enough in Covenant engineering to know where his next step should be. His AI companion was good enough for battle assistance and tactical adjustments, but he wasn't too sure if she could handle being plugged into the Covenant network. That's when Ramsey would come in. He dug behind a crate and emptied his magazine into a charging grunt who wielded a plasma grenade, then paused to reload. The explosion shimmered like a miniature sun. He reached into his breast pocket containing the AI matrix that housed Ramsey and haphazardly injected it into the Covenant station. The AI immediately opened a communication channel with the Spartan. It warned him quickly of an approaching pair of hunters, allowing B312 to line up a shot before they could even exit into the loading bay. The Spartan took 2 grenades from the remains of the grunts around him and tossed them directly behind the hunters as they passed the doorframe and joined the fray. A trio of Marines followed in kind by tossing their own grenades at the creature's feet, and the explosions rang off one after another for a wave of confusion on the hunters. Inspiring Sergeant Parker to follow in suit. He loaded another missile into the rocket launcher and let loose before the aliens could regain their bearing. B-312 ran through the bridge on the second floor and jumped over the heavily armored creatures, letting loose an entire magazine into their exposed backs. One of the creatures backpedaled in an attempt to buy itself more time, but fell to the fire of the challenging Marines. The other one began to charge its weapon and stepped to confront the Spartan, but Sergeant Parker was ready again as he blasted out his last projectile. It cruised through the air on the vehicle bay at near sound-breaking speeds, striking the hunter, exploding on impact, and setting half the colony of worms inside on fire. The fight against the hunters had been too fast. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to be part of a team. Even as a Spartan, coming across these creatures could be a death sentence if he wasn't careful. Noble 6 watched as a pair of Marines walked up to the remains of the hunters. One kicked and stomped out the worms, leaking out of the burnt carapace, and the other spit on what remained of the husk. Sergeant Parker dropped the rocket launcher onto the floor, instead replacing it with a lighter but nearly as deadly needle rifle. Noble 6 turned as his motion sensors pinged more contacts inbound. Though their assault had failed, the battle on the bay had left them disorganized. With the defeat of the hunters, morale was staggering, and the representatives of the Covenant Party had lost their will to fight as they ran deeper into the truth and reconciliation. They needed as much time as they could get. Good, he thought to himself. They needed as much time as they could get. Just as the words left his lips,
Rancy, how much longer before we can get a door open?
the miniature figure with glasses snapped his fingers and pointed to a door on the far end of the hall.
It's open now, but I can't guarantee it won't lock again once it closes. Hurry!
Follow me.
He led the Marines out of the shuttle bay and into the safety of the corridors beyond. Over the next few minutes, the nightmare continued as they fought their way through the maze of corridors and hallways up a series of narrow ramps, plunging back into the bowels of the warship. The Spartan was unhappy. Their trek was taking too long. Every second they spent made it less likely they would be able to control the truth and reconciliation, or much worse, even be able to escape. The Marines were good fighters, but they weren't Noble Team. If he'd been alone, he could have accomplished his goal silently. The Marines were slowing him down. He turned to the group and directed them to stay and hold their position. The sergeant started to protest, then turned to look at his wounded Marines and relented. He nodded and shook the needle rifle until the needles sprang up, ready for another barrage. B-312 ran from door to door until one of them revealed the rectangular room lined with cells. A translucent energy force field encompassed each one to keep the prisoners inside. The Covenant had done away with something so archaic as bars. The detention center was empty, all except for one cell with a dead Marine inside. A wave of frustration crashed inside his head until Aunt Dottie placed a marker on his heads-up display.
I'm reading a friend or foe CNI signal coming from that cell. That must be where Lieutenant Hobbs is being held.
He exited the room and entered the hall as he went door to door, searching for the correct hatch. He located it soon enough and slid it open. A grunt yelled something incomprehensible, and a plasma beam rifle splashed against his helmet before he returned fire. Inside the cells, he heard the voices of men and women, something he could understand. A blue plasma beam appeared out of nowhere and struck him in the chest, triggering the alarms inside his armor suit, denoting the discharge of his energy shields. He blinked twice, rapidly scanning the room for his foe, but found nothing. He turned to his motion sensor instead and found a faint trace of movement. Just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. Suddenly, another beam of blue plasma materialized in thin air and struck him once more. This time, he had felt the heat as the plasma dissipated across the armor plating and the shields disintegrated entirely. The deafening of the alarms told him he had to do something and quick. The Spartan dove into a roll and narrowed his eyes until he noticed the shimmering in the air directly in front of him. He fired half of his magazine in the direction, though most of his bullets had missed. A few found their target and they bounced off the elite. The alien's outline materialized out of thin air as he let out a loud growl. Static around the alien dissipated as his camouflage unit failed, allowing the Spartan to direct the rest of his magazine into the alien's chest. The alien gargled on his own blood and made a grab for his entrails. Though he had managed to catch them, he died before reaching the floor. The Spartan 3 spun in his crouching position, concentrating, looking for a shimmer to see if there were any more visible targets. Once his shields had finished recharging, he walked over to the alien controls and plugged Ramsey in once more. The AI spent no time taking down the energy fields. His heads-up display updated and a row of new names appeared on the upper right corner of his vision. Sabrina Hobbs was the first lieutenant now, and a series of other names popped out in place. She stepped outside her cell and paused to grab a needle rifle off the floor. She stepped forward to meet the Spartan's gaze.
Coming here was reckless and you know it, bringing a smart AI directly to the Covenant.
Noble 6 was about to explain himself when he saw Sabrina's face turn into a smile.
Thanks, I was getting cooped up in there.
All part of the plan, sir.
You'll have to tell me more about your plan on our way out. This whole place is like a maze.
We intended in taking control of this ship, maybe bring it back home, but it proved more difficult than expected. Getting off the ship won't be as difficult if we just follow the dead bodies.
He knew it was time to get off the Truth and Reconciliation, but Covenant troops kept on running into them as they attempted to make their escape with the recently freed Marines. They had armed themselves with alien weapons, and once linked up with the rest of the team, they had proven to be a host too large for even the Spartan to keep track of. It did, however, make it easier to push out of the clustering hallways, as their firepower had substantially increased. They ran through the halls as the lieutenant began speaking.
The Covenant had us locked up in here. I heard them talking about the Ring World and its destructive capabilities.
Accessing the Covenant BattleNet.
He paused for a moment while his immense array of algorithms shifted through and attacked the Covenant systems. Information systems where the one field humanity technology could more than hold itself against the Covenants. That lack of truly powerful artificial intelligence was something humanity could never understand. It was almost as if they had skipped a series of steps to advancement. After a second or two, he had finished shifting through the aliens' data systems, and his voice came back on.
If I'm interpreting this data correctly, which I am, the Covenant believe Halo is some kind of super weapon, at least an artifact from one of their gods created. It possesses an unimaginable, unquantifiable amount of power, something akin to turning them into gods.
The aliens who interrogated me kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
I see. While inside the Spartan's armor, I managed to intercept a series of messages about a Covenant search team scouting the ring for a control room. At first I thought they were looking for the bridge of a ship, one of the ones that I damaged during the battle above the ring, but it never occurred to me that they were looking for a control room to Halo.
That is not good news. If Halo is a super weapon and the Covenant gains control of it, they'll be able to use it against us. I don't know what kind of power and advantage that would give them over us, but that's the last thing we need in this war. 6, Ramsey, I have a new mission for you. You have to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room.
We should finish this mission before considering taking on a new one. We need to get out of here first.
Good point. Marines, let's get a move on. Let's get to the shuttle bay and find a ride out of here. Unless you were planning to walk out.
The Spartan led his small battalion out of the detention area and back to the launch bay. The trip wasn't half as bad going out as it had been coming in, especially now that they could just follow bodies back to the launch bay. B312 was unhappy to find some of those bodies were marine green. The shades of green combined with the pools of red reminded the Spartan of a memory he had long ago forgotten. A memory from before his enlistment. Before, it reminded him of why he fought. It reminded him why he had to make the Covenant pay. Though the lieutenant did not complain, the Spartan could tell she was sore and weak from the Covenant's interrogation tactics. The bruises around her wrists made her face, and the half stride with each step made it more obvious. It was a struggle for her to keep up with the others. They had to work extra hard to keep the upcoming troops at bay from the slow descent down the ramps of the vehicle bay. Spears and bolts of plasma lanced in every direction, but his shields could take the brunt of it. The combined efforts of Marines and his assault rifle managed to close distance quickly enough, and with only one more casualty, he reached for his belt, tossing a fragmentation grenade at a pair of jackals and elite down the final turn. The explosion fragmented and pierced the jackals, putting them down easily enough, but the red iron elite ran toward the assault team. Bullets bounced off as the Marines fired the alien's flank. He reloaded and prepared to fight the alien hand to hand when the lieutenant shot out a needle that pierced the alien's skull, putting him down permanently. The enemy had gotten close. Too close. The longer they remained on board, the worse things would get. Ramsey opened the channel to Echo 419 requesting liftoff, but Dottie interrupted. She highlighted an empty troop carrier still docked below them. The idea was crazy, but he knew it was the quickest way out. They ran into the miniature Covenant ship and loaded in. He plugged in, ran into the controls, and watched as the AI quickly took control of the ship and its main guns. The AI expertly took hold of the ship and blasted out from its main cannon to the troops below. Finally, a pair of massive aliens arrived on the loading platform carrying heavy fuel rod cannons. Another squad of hunters was on their trail. Their spines stood straight up and their fuel rod guns swung into position as they were about to fire. However, the AI punched forward, disengaging the ship's gravity locks, and pushed the twin columns in, striking both hunters and crushing them against the wall. Even with a glancing blow from a ship, the weight of thousands of kilos, the hunters had been turned into crushed husks as the insides poured out, killing both of them instantly. The ship pulled out and crossed the bright blue shield, keeping the airtight inside the Covenant's Truth and Reconciliation hull. Noble 6 leaned back against the metal wall on the Covenant's troop-carrying craft. It was cramped, uncomfortable, and dimly lit, but he was content with how many he helped make out alive. He braced himself as Ramsey put the alien craft into a tight turn and accelerated into the rainy darkness. His shoulders finally relaxed, and he closed his eyes for a moment. With Lieutenant Hobbs rescued, their new mission was at hand. They had proven to be more than an annoyance to the Covenant. They had decidedly turned the battle. The first light of dawn had broken when Yayap and Zamami landed in the newly formed and reinforced perimeter. It surrounded the landing pad, connecting the gravity lift to the Truth and Reconciliation. They stepped out from the Phantom's unloading platform, watching as a crew of jackals pulled weapons from the dead bodies on the blood-splattered pad. Rows of grunts tallied around the bodies of the dead warriors. The elite looked disgusted to see the Covenant's failure, but they pressed on. The commanding officer of the Truth and Reconciliation, a stout elite with the title of Shipmaster, believed all the humans had left the ship. However, he could not be sure as the shipboard sensors had clearly been fooled by the humans to trick their Covenant detection gear. The raid on the ship had heightened tensions already in place. The shipmaster had forced his forces to perform a deck-by-deck search of the ship. Yayap and Zuka were forced to wait as all corridors from the left to the command were individually cleared. The grunt could see it in the Sangheli's face. He was shocked at how extensive the damage was. Some corridors were clean and pristine, while others were soaked in glory streaks coating the walls. The black marks of human projectile weapons around the bulkhead and the plasma scorches on the walls. It was evident that a hard-fought battle was lost. A fully loaded cart of torn jackal bodies were pushed around by the grunts, blood still dripping from some of the corpses, leaving a trail on the deck behind him. Once they had made their way up the lift to the command deck, they had expected the same level of security as last time, when they tried to visit the Prophet and the Council of Masters. There was no doubt they would run into the guards and have them prove their identity once more. But the grunt found himself to be wrong on this account. There was no sign of a security team guarding the council chamber like they had during their last visit. None of the crimson shade-colored elites, nor the stench of the sickly feeble Prophet. The only one he could recognize was one of the commanding officers that spoke with Zuka. He sat on a chair reading a stream of crisis reports that flowed in and out of his peripheral vision. He sat and skimmed through them while carefully evaluating them to create a series of action plans. The elite waved his hand in an inviting gesture, welcoming them in, beckoning them. So he thought, until he took a step forward and both elites stopped in their track and gave them a look that spoke 1,000 words. The little grunt shook with fear and took several steps back, slouching on his knees to seem even more inferior before them. The elite's commander questioned about how much he knew of the raid on their ship, but Zamami quickly replied, putting his commanding officer in an uncomfortable position. He explained he knew that the humans had managed to board the ship through the gravlift at the excavation site, but he knew nothing else of what had happened. The leader in white armor proceeded to explain how that was far from all that had happened, then pushed the button, and a series of moving images began to hover in the air nearby. The projection was clear. What was unclear was where it was coming from. The grunt didn't care as he focused on the happenings in the image. The surveillance footage from inside the corridors showed as Yayap's nightmare appeared on screen. The same human he had encountered on the Pillar of Autumn. The same one Suka had nearly died to. The one in unusual armor. The one they called a demon. The human appeared quickly into frame from around the corner. Encountered a squad of grunts and jackals led by an elite. The grunts went down quickly enough, and the pair of jackals managed to score a hit on either side of the creature's torso, but the plasma splashed against the human's armor and peeled off. Instead of falling, as they knew all humans should have, the monster shot a jackal in the head, stepped over the dead grunts, and smashed his weapon into the second jackal's frame, killing him on the impact. Then he proceeded to unload half of his magazine into the elite, and running forward until his armor made full contact with the Sangheli. The monster's shoulders pressed between the elite's head and torso, snapping his neck and slamming him into the wall, all of which had happened in less than 3 standard units of time. The human marched over to the camera right before the image could freeze. Zamami was visibly anchored, and his lower jaws were twitching. The elite's chest felt tighter. Fear washed over him, and he wondered if he would have the courage to face the human. Commander Rolami's voice sounded defeated and passively afraid. He told Zamami of how the human was almost individually responsible for the large score of casualties inflicted to the Covenant during the raid. He was able to defeat the prison guards, extract the prisoners, especially the valuable one, which an Unsuna had died for. Covenant Unsuna warriors were elites equipped with long active camouflage units for stealth missions. Their main role was to capture human data, high commanding officers, or otherwise sabotage human defenses, if neither of those options was available. The term Unsuna was simply enough to understand it. It meant Eye of the Prophet. Although the Covenant was not interested in human knowledge in any sort of particular way, the war against the vermin had lasted far longer than the prophets deemed acceptable, and placing these Unsuna in positions where they could gather information on the human colonies before they had a chance to delete it had been a vital method in finding more of their hiding holes. Rolami went on to tell of how they had lost several shade turrets and how the humans had managed to steal them. Zamami responded asking how many of the humans they had been able to kill. The body count was incomplete. They had reported a minimal 10 human bodies. Yayap's master took a step back, his jaw fully open in a twinge. Even the tiny grunt was shocked. The roles should have been reversed. Would have been reversed had it not been for the human in special armor. The commanding officer in white armor then proceeded to give news. The worst news Yayap had heard in his life.
We have preliminary reports from the other strike groups that many of these unusual humans were killed in the last large engagement. After we set fire to their world, this one is believed to be the last of his kind. The Council of Masters has convened. You may take whatever resources you need, find the human, and kill him. Your original request has now been approved. You have the blessings of the Prophet and the gods.
The break of dawn had signaled the rain to stop. It wasn't a gradual decline either. It was like someone had flipped the switch and the rain fell no more. The clouds parted and melted away. Stray rays of sunshine pierced through the darkness until it was no more. A biblical moment, where as if someone had said, "Let there be light." The golden glow of the morning creeped over the plains slowly, illuminating the pillar of autumn. The pride of humanity hung over the steep precipice. The ship was incredible even in its current condition. It lay abandoned, all but the half a dozen ghosts patrolling the immediate area, and the pair of banshees flying circles over her. Sergeant Johnson could see the cracks and burns on the fallen cruiser's hull. To him, they were just beauty marks. He looked around at the unaware Marines, but he knew the threat that had snuck up on them during the hours of the night. In darkness, they could hide. Enemies were more relaxed, less alert, tired, even sleepy. But just like human tradition, the Covenant too had a stand-to order. The various alien races that had patrolled the night were gone. Similar to how every morning soldiers went to barricades in case the enemy chose the break of dawn to start their attack. He could only hope they came and saw the rays of sun and decided their fears of being attacked would be at ease. They lay just beyond the border of the U-shaped area the Covenant was actively patrolling. With full daylight only minutes away, the time for his company to commit to an attack was at hand. The 30 members of each company decided on launching their attack simultaneously. He took a final look around and gave the order for both support platoons.
Red 1 and Green 1, proceed to objective. Over. Let's try and catch these cubby bastards with their pants down.
A response in the form of laughter came through so quickly he had missed whatever the acknowledgements the platoon leaders had decided to respond with. They had all run the sims. They knew the key to neutralize the Covenant was to eliminate the ghosts and banshees as quickly as possible. Decisive victory over them would allow the ODST troopers of Blue Squad to cross a long stretch of open ground and reach the Pillar of Autumn's outer defense turrets. They had to make sure the banshees were taken care of, which is why a series of powerful M1 rocket launchers were aimed at each one. The Marines carrying the heavy artillery weapons had been directly assigned with half a dozen projectiles each. Wreckage began to pour down on the Covenant position as the projectiles found their marks on the banshees above. Though several of the rocket shots had missed, the sergeant had made sure not to take any risks. He had two of his best men each aim a different banshee. No matter how often he found himself teasing them, Mendoza and Jenkins had truly proved to be squad leaders, and their aim wasn't half shit like the rest of the platoon. The Banshees had taken the brunt of the rockets and immediately exploded, startling the ghost drivers on both sides of the ship. The shock of still looking upward, trying to figure out what had happened in the confusion of an attack, allowed the Marines to open up an assault with more than 24 guns on each one. The majority of the rapid attack vehicles were destroyed in the opening seconds of the battle. A fifth had been wounded from the crashing debris of Banshees above, and the sixth one lost his composure and panicked. He backed up away from the onslaught of the Marines. They shot out the sides of the Ghost and sent it relentlessly aiming in wild directions until it tipped over and fell off the edge of the precipice. The grunt pilot had been in lingering shock and hadn't even managed to scream on his way down the cliff. Johnson pressed his chin against the pad on his helmet radio to signal the other squad leaders to move up. Even in the distance, he could see the two platoons push forward as the multiplicity of sniper rifle shots went off all around them. Easily enough, the assault force had crossed the run and headed to the ship's sternmost airlocks, which they had begun infiltrating. Plugging in a subroutine copy of Ramsey into a local network, they activated the defenses on the outside of the Pillar of Autumn and were surprised to see how many outer turrets had come online. They had expected only a handful and the ship's reactor to be fully offline. Ramsey had stated that the auxiliary power would manage to bring online 4 or maybe 5 turrets, but were pleasantly surprised when all but the MAC gun had whirled to life. The ship-to-ship defenses were offline. Though in Halo's atmosphere, they wouldn't have to pack a punch through something like a Covenant Corvette. They only had to worry about Banshees, Spirits, Phantoms, and a short line of mechanized support. Soon enough, the Covenant troops stationed inside the ship hurried outside after hearing the rumblings of a fight. 10 score of troops poured out like bees defending the nest when the sniper's 14.5mm armor-piercing rounds began to pick off the infantry assault. The exterminators had brought heavy-duty repellent, which saw the jackals, elites, and grunts alike throw up their arms and collapse upon one another. Through the still smoking wreckage of their aerial support, the aliens started to pull back into the safety of the ship's interior. The minor infantry assault had been easily broken, and Avery jumped to his feet, rallying his troopers forward. Johnson knew the other 2 company leaders well enough to predict their movements. While B Company had managed to scale the Pillar of Autumn to activate its defenses, C Company had all switched to assault rifles for a closer look at the Covenant invaders.
The poor son of a bitch who crosses the lock last has to stay and guard. Come on, Marines!
Every Marine and ODSC knew there was plenty of loot and contraband inside the Autumn, and were eager to take a little piece with them. It was the closest thing they had to home, several light years away from Earth. The idea that they might have to end up guarding the lock instead of scrounging up whatever was inside the Autumn had enough of a motivator to make the Marines run as fast as humanly possible. While the snipers were in charge of keeping any Covenant off the Autumn and serving as lookouts for reinforcements, Avery didn't want any of his men caught across what could have been a Covenant killing ground. The idea that the Covenant could be drawing them in had crossed his mind. Soon enough, he was proven right when he heard behind him Marines screaming for contact. The shadow under his boots overtook him and encompassed his entire shape and quickly enough vanished into its regular shape once more. He knew what lingered above him. The sergeant glanced over his shoulder to spy a Covenant dropship sweeping down from the east, ready to deploy additional forces. The turret on the Autumn immediately locked in a series of surface-to-air penetrating rounds, spun through the atmosphere, cleaving away at the Phantom's shields. The plasma cannon opened fire one single time before its engines began leaking a streak of darkened blue plasma. The ship tilted and twisted, contorting in pain until it lingered off, crashing onto the side of the Halcyon-class vessel. The only thing that remained of the troops that it carried inside was a rain of blood and body parts. They tumbled down off the Pillar of Autumn's outer hull, painting it a new shade of purple. Before he could give any orders, the continuous booming of sniper rifle fire shocked his senses. From the northeast, a series of Banshees tumbled and dodged through the air, but it wasn't enough as the multiple 14.5mm rounds found their targets. Followed closely, however, yet another pair of dropships. Their guns began firing from a distance, striking the sitting ducks that protected the Pillar of Autumn. Its last row of defenses sat outside of shooting range for human weapons, but Covenant plasma technology had a way of finding its target. Avery quickly thinking transmitted a signal to the last remaining troopers with rocket launchers. They aimed and fired their last volley of ammo. 24 or so missiles screamed through the air, some finding their targets and some finding the heavens. But the dropships were stopped before they could find a landing zone. It had cost the last of the Pillar's defenses, the last of their rocket launchers, and about a dozen good men and women, but they had cleared the kill box that surrounded their old home. The Marines waited a moment to see if any more aliens would try an advancement through the skies, but no ship came. They knew the job was only half done. The sergeant waved off the remaining Marines to join them on the ship.
Are you waiting for an invitation? Get your asses in here, Marines!
The sun had begun bathing the top of the mesa with a heat that had formed a steamy mist. The soil beneath Master's boots still cried with each step of damp dirt. Sabrina was exhausted after her captivity, the torture, and the escape from the Covenant vessel, the truth and reconciliation. She had collapsed and slept for hours. Masters didn't have the luxury to allow the naval officer any more sleep. She interrupted the lieutenant's sleep. Officer ranks and enlisted personnel ranks didn't see eye to eye, and their standing with one another had not yet been made clear. Major Masters outranked the lieutenant in terms of battle experience, but a first-grade lieutenant was secondary to a shipboard captain. The Major enters Sabrina's quarters, scraping the floor with her heavy boots. Sabrina turned to watch the Major emerge from the staircase that led up to the observation platform.
Good morning, sir. I heard you were up, so I came to join you.
They both knew the lie embedded in that statement. The lieutenant gave a curt nod and gestured for the ODST to sit across from her.
Please do. I need someone to catch me up on the situation.
We managed to set up landing pads, steal some shade turrets, set up a maintenance shop. Thanks to my hell jumpers, we have a place to rest, regroup, and plan.
Good work, Major. Anything else I need to know?
While giving too much praise would only lead her to seceding more power over the situation than she would have liked, it was in her best interest to let the Major know her victory was appreciated.
The Covenant did some of the work for us, but I agree, sir. My people continue to do their job. Speaking of which, Sergeant Johnson is leading a few platoons of Marines and ODST to fight their way back into the autumn as we speak. If they manage to retrieve some supplies, Alpha Base will be able to hold for quite a while. The Covenant will not be able to take this place back easily.
And if the Covenant attack before?
Then we are truly and royally fucked. We're almost out of ammo, food, fuel for the Pelicans, grenades, rope, and water. We have managed to secure a local stream, but I don't plan on having any of my people drink the water here until it's absolutely necessary.
Let's hope the Sergeant can pull it off then. In the meantime, there are other things we need to consider.
Masters grew irritated as the first lieutenant attempted to resume command instead of Captain Chen. Even though there was a clear-cut chain of command between captain and major, between naval officer and soldier, the line here was muddled. But she was a woman of her word, and if she expected her men to follow the chain of command, so would she.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Sabrina talked and Masters listened, as the first lieutenant revealed what she had learned while in captivity.
In essence, while the Covenant races seem to possess a high level of technology, most, if not all of it, may have been looted from the beings they worship. An ancient civilization, which left artifacts in dozens of planets and presumably was responsible for both constructing the Halo and inspiring their holy religion. In the long run, the fact that they are adaptive and nothing more than imitations of these technologies may prove to be their undoing. For the moment, however, before we can take advantage of that weakness, we must find the means to survive. If Halo is a weapon, and it somehow has the capacity to destroy all humanity like they believe it to, then we must find the means to neutralize it, and perhaps turn it against the bastards. That is why I ordered the Spartan to take Ramsey and find the so-called control room which the aliens have been looking for, in order to block the Covenant's plan of controlling this ring.
Masters approached the ramp that looked over the plain and stared out in the distance. She could still see droplets of Helljumper blood from the bloody battle against the waves of enemies, the mountains where her Marines and ODSTs lay buried.
I understand what you mean, sir. Permission to speak freely.
Sabrina understood that on the ground all her studies of tactical battles would mean nothing compared to the battle experience that the Major had, and if she hoped to build a bridge between them, she had to lay the first brick herself.
Of course, you're second in command here, and obviously you know your way around ground engagement far better than I do. If you have any ideas, suggestions, or concerns, I want to hear them all.
She asserted her dominance in a single sting. Masters had been immune to the venom in her tone.
Thank you, sir. My question is about the Spartan. Like everyone else, I have nothing but respect for his record. However, is he the right person for the mission you have in mind? Come to think of it, is one person right for that kind of operation? I know the Spartan has an augmented body, not to mention the advantage of the armor. It gives him the strength of a Scorpion tank, but take a look around. This base and its defenses were the work of ordinary human beings. The Spartan program was a failure, Lieutenant. Where were they when Reach fell? Winter Contingency relied on them protecting the orbital defense platform batteries, but when we needed them, they all failed. My men and I, regular people, held Assad for days as we watched dozens of them fail. The fact that he is the only one left proves my point. So let's put your mission into the hands of some real honest-to-God Marines and let them earn their pay.
Sabrina understood the ODST's feelings about the Spartans. Getting enough reach was the greatest luxury of her life. It was one almost nobody in the Navy had gotten. And while it was true that the Covenant came by the hundreds, everyone in the UNSC had asked the same question when the batteries on the surface had failed to provide the orbital platform's power to sustain the planetary defense grid. Why had the planetary defenses failed? It had hinged on Spartans, the best on-ground assets the UNSC had, and that vanished before the fight had even started. It wasn't until Captain Chen had woken up their guests that she realized there was one left on board, or any at all for that matter. Part of her shared that sentiment, but the other part had seen what the Spartan had managed to do, not only rescuing her from inside a Covenant capital vessel, walking out of there with the prisoners and the information they had managed to bring back to Alpha Base, proved his Spartan's usefulness.
I will keep your consideration in mind, Major.
The lieutenant hadn't been in the Navy very long. Her career had been fast-tracked through the Officers' Academy, but she could tell Major Masters was one of the good ones. A tough bitch who could get the job done, brave and well-intentioned, smart and tactical. But she was wrong. As much as Sabrina hated to admit it, the Spartan was the only reason she was out from the Covenant shackles. Infiltrating the Truth and Reconciliation would have been impossible without him. Masters could have sent out an entire battalion of ODSCs before ever reaching the grab lift. Masters did have a point though. The defense of Reach had failed because of the Spartans. The planet had fallen and hundreds of Spartans that were presumed to be protecting Reach were nowhere to be found. She was determined to keep her feelings out of the equation. Even with 1,000 more Spartans, the fall of Reach had been inevitable. Hundreds of Covenant ships clouded the skies, and no amount of guns would have saved the planet. She had to go with her gut right now, and her gut was telling her the Spartan was the only way to stop the Covenant on Halo.
You make some valid points, Major, but I can't agree with your conclusions. The Spartan program may have failed us defending Reach, my home, but here, on this ring, he is the biggest gun we've got, and right now I need all my guns pointed at the Covenant.
The lieutenant sighed, tilting her head down. The weight of losing Reach came in waves, and sometimes she could feel herself drowning in them.
Major, we're talking about the very real possibility of the extinction of the human race. How many colonies did we lose? How many did the Covenant kill in the outer colonies? How many on Reach? How many more will be glassed when they locate Earth? And they will find Earth. We both know that.
Sir, if we're still speaking freely, you're not an ODST. You are not a soldier. Do you even know about the relationship between Spartans and ODSTs? No, I guess you would not. I heard this story from a man I trust with all my being. Major Antonio Silva. 25 years ago, he told me of what one of the Spartan freaks did to a regular group, ODST Marines. During a training exercise, the Spartan attacked 4 of ours. What was supposed to be a simple boxing match turned into 2 dead Marines. There were no repercussions for the Spartan committing murder. He killed fellow soldiers when he didn't need to. Freaks like that are why the ODST do not trust Spartans. Any enhancements and augmentations they did to them turned them into ticking time bombs.
I understand your reservations, Major. I do. But if I could get my hands on 1 million Spartans, I would take every single one of them. This war is going to require every last one of them. As for this particular mission, I am 100% confident that your people can get the job done. And trust me, if that's all we had, I would not bat an eye in sending them in. They're tough, they're strong. But the Spartan has a number of distinct advantages, not the least of which is his armor. With this task, he will liberate your Helljumpers to handle other things, and God knows there's plenty to do on this ring. My decision stands.
Sir, yes, sir. My people will do everything they can to support the Spartan on his mission.
Sabrina looked away from Masters and back out into the gentle curves of the ring in the distance.
I'm sure they will.
Yaya patiently wobbled back and forth on his seat as Suka Zamami studied the camera footage from the Truth and Reconciliation and the raid led by the human in special armor. He accessed all logs of the Covenant BattleNet, trying to analyze how the human AI had gained access and taken over their systems. A deep study of what knowledge the human construct had accessed helped him make projections of what the humans would do next. He didn't care what all of the humans would do. Only the one he was truly interested in, the one his mission parameters aligned with. The individual human was part of a specialized elite group much like his own, and considered the importance of the information the humans had gained, he would most likely be sent to follow up on it. Yayap heard the elite, Zamami, begin to hum a battle tune. He drew up a plan, even Yayap recognized as a trap. They would wait for the human as he made his way through the path that led to the security control center. The stuttering of assault rifle ammunition was drowned out by a loud bang, and a muzzled flash from a fragmentation grenade. The pair of jackals who had been hiding behind their energy shields now covered the walls.
Good work, Marines. That's the last of them. Close the hatch up and set up a team here to make sure they don't cut their way out. They're more than welcome to throw a party up there for all I care. What we need is down here.
Even after hours, the battle between the Covenant and Avery's Marines on the Pillar of Autumn continued to rage on. His forces had forcibly pushed the hingeheads back into the sections of the ship that weren't mission critical. It cost them some lives, but a raid on the entire ship would be far deadlier. They sealed the last deck ladder that wasn't already secured, finding what they were looking for: unfettered access to the ship's cargo holds and vehicle bays. In fact, as the 2nd platoon pushed the last of the aliens out of the lower decks, 3rd platoon, under the leadership of Lieutenant Oros, had begun hitching trailers to the fleet of warthogs stowed in the Pillar of Autumn's belly and loading them with food, ammunition, medical supplies, and the exaggeratedly long list Masters had sent with them. Most importantly, Johnson had his hands on Major Silva's whiskey. As the Marines secured down each warthog trailer combo and strapped down for the ride back, they pulled down the makeshift rams into the hardpan. Once outside, the combined power of the light reconnaissance vehicle mounted M41 light anti-aircraft guns and the remaining snipers on the hills, they could mount a potential defense against any Covenant vehicle. Of course, it wouldn't hold out forever, but the point of a warthog was packing a punch and being able to keep moving at the same time. Escorting the supply chain of warthogs were 4 M808B Scorpion main battle tanks. Formal reports referred to them as MBTs. Boots on the ground called them Scorpions. The double pair rumbled down the rams, throwing up dirt in clusters up through their powerful threads. Growling interposition of the already established line of warthogs, the MBT's ceramic titanium armor plating provided them with superb protection against the small arm fire of Covenant infantry. Although prolonged attacks would render them vulnerable if the enemy managed to get close, that's why each one was escorted by its own right of squadron of Marines. 4 Marines, one on top of each of the Scorpion's tracks. As he exited the ship, riding shotgun of the leading warthog, Avery caught sight of 2 heavily armed Pelicans, heading off in the general direction of Alpha Base, with a steady stream behind them. His 26 Warthog trailer combo convoy took on a stroll, with a few more still coming off the ship. Their only problem now was manpower. After the hard and brutal battle inside the Autumn, they could only pilot whatever 52 bodies could manage, which meant that the infantry company would be forced to ride lightly on 30 vehicles should it become necessary to put up a fight. The situation would get slightly better once they picked up the snipers on the hills between the Autumn and said hills, with a dozen or so surviving watchmen. A trip back to the Halcyon-class cruiser would not be worth exposing them for 3 or 4 more warthogs. They all had their roles to play as drivers or gunners for their return trip. One of the platoon leaders emerged from inside the ship's hull, encased inside of one of the Cyclops exoskeletons taken from the ship. The damaged robotic suit had been useful for loading and unloading, but it would not make the trip back to the Autumn safely. Johnson waited with a cigar between his lips as the man-shaped vehicle rolled down the ramp. He made eye contact with the commander, noting her body armor was charred, where apparently a plasma pulse had hit.
You look good in orange.
The commander smiled and raised her arm in a thumbs-up motion, which the exoskeleton mimicked. She climbed out, knowing speed was the essence for this particular mission, and Avery returned to address the rest of the company.
Quiet down, Marines. The Pelican pilot's whining is giving me a headache. They were complaining about the wait, but I bribed them with a couple candy bars. They'll be back in 45 minutes. When they do, we'll wrestle fuel bladders into the cargo compartment, fuel them from the ship, and top off their tanks all at the same time. That'll get them to stop whining. Then, just to make sure we get our money's worth, we'll hook a 50mm MLA autocannon under each fuselage and take those out as well. I think the pilots will have a little bit of fun catching some Covey dropships from the top of the mesa.
A laughter came from the Marines prepping in their vehicles. He took another deep puff of his cigar into his lungs.
It's not all fun and games, though. I got some bad news. A lot of the gear didn't survive. Almost no rockets, no missiles, and no pods for the Pelicans. Don't even get me started on the 70mm ammo for their chain guns. We might as well paint them yellow, because from here on out they're nothing more than glorified bus rides.
The laughter had died down. Without air support, Alpha Base would be tougher to defend. No air support would leave them exposed. The crowd of Marines ran to attention as vehicles needed to be prepped, loaded, and guns reloaded. The rest of the company would be busy prepping supplies for the next run and fueling up vehicles for the return convoy.
Semper Fi!
His boots rumbled with the Pelicans shaking as they flew through a series of pockets of high-density air. The Pelicans swept over the glittering sea, passing over a line of gently breaking surf, and flew parallel with the beach. Fohammer saw the construct ahead, and just beyond a whole lot of Covenant troops running in response to the sudden and unexpected arrival of 2 UNSC Pelican dropships. Echo 419 fought her impulse to hit the trigger on the Pelican's 70mm chain gun. She knew the gun was bone dry from the last pass, and she had watched geysers of sand break chase on the elites up the beach. Though the elite had disappeared entirely into a smoldering cloud of purple blood, her reward was half empty, as her main gun was now out of the equation. Fullhammer opened the channel with the rest of the troops to let them know the LZ was hot. B-312 stood next to the hatch waiting for the final signal. The Pelican had not even touched down when he jumped out the back, and 2 bullets from his designated marksman rifle had already found the wandering grunts 80 yards ahead. Marines soon thereafter followed, stepping down the ramp in a quickened jog, searching for cover. He ran forward, leaving deep impressions on the sand from the massive boots. No sooner than the last member of their landing party had disembarked did the Pelican spin up and rose airborne, hightailing it out of there. Plasma fire dripped down from the top of the rise, striking at the rocks and sand, galvanizing them. The advancing Marines rushed for cover up the sandy slope as the Spartan pushed forward carefully through the staggering bursts. He was quick to take care of the grunts and use his Mjolnir armor shields to absorb the punishment from the Jackal's assault. The Spartan ran forward, adding his fire to the rest as Marines swiveled around the rocks in time succession, as to avoid finding themselves all reloading at the same time. The party that had awaited them on the beach had fizzled down in numbers as the super soldier gunned down the humans' attackers, allowing the Marines to flank and move up. The whole fight had lasted only minutes, with 0 casualties. In a hot LZ, that was the best outcome he could hope for. He made a mental check of the mission objectives as he surveyed the dead bodies around on the LZ. He had to find and secure a Covenant control facility, which was to be some kind of map room the enemy had captured already. As the Covenant were naming it, the silent cartographer had the ability to pinpoint a location on Halo, which would be designated as its control room. With Ramsey's help, they had their best chance at figuring out where the ring's control room was and its systems. The hard part would be to take it from the Covenant's hands while they were already entrenched in the facility. A burst of static burned through his helmet with a cheerful voice from the Pelican pilot.
Inbound with a Warthog.
I didn't know you made house calls, Fullhammer.
You know our motto. We deliver.
B-312 waited for the UNSC dropship to let down the LV on the beach. It unhooked from its magnetic straps and landed it firmly on the sand. 2 Marines quickly ran up to the vehicle. One climbed up behind the wheel and the other riding shotgun. The man turned to the Spartan saying, "Ready when you are, Chief." He felt the uneasy sensation of being called Chief. Of course, he knew of the Master Chief and the difference between Spartans. But in the battlefield, hardly anyone knew the difference between a Spartan 2 and a 3. He also knew the enlisted tended to call all Spartans Chief. Only propaganda had spread the tale of the Master Chief far and wide. Whether it was out of respect for the Chief or just how they saw all Spartans, he didn't know. The Marine behind the wheel put his foot on the accelerator and sand shot out from underneath the vehicle's tires, leaving tracks parallel as they raced on the edge of the beach. After coming around the headland and open area above, through a scattering of trees and some weathered boulders, they stopped past the green swath of ground. The Spartan pulled the trigger as the tri-barrel mounted machine gun spun to life. He witnessed as Covenant troops moved for cover, some meeting their end before taking a single step forward. The driver steered left and right to give a better angle, and soon they were rewarded with a batch of mangled bodies strewn around the floor. The Marine drove the Warthog uphill, turning to avoid all obstacles, carefully maintaining traction to avoid tipping over with the weight of the Spartan on the gunner's seat. They circled around the slope, spotting the structure beyond as it curved downward, cutting in dramatically, giving way to a flat area where reinforcements and a dropship were stationed. The aircraft had just finished unloading its troops and began backing away from its U-shaped landing swing. It turned toward the ocean and sped up quickly. The Warthog's engine seemed almost silent compared to the noise generated by the aircraft's engine, providing the human attackers with cover. The Spartan tracked the Covenant spirit with a gun, but knew better than to open fire and attract the unwanted attention of air support. Once out of sight, he turned the gun back on the Covenant troops. The area below was littered with their masses. The leatherneck beside the driver loaded another round into his shotgun and pumped it into action. The Spartan dropped the turret gun and tapped the driver on the shoulder. He exited the vehicle as the Spartan leapt down from the gun. The driver then maintained possession of the turret, still aiming at the Covenant forces. Noble Six then crouched and inched his way down beside a tree that offered some cover. He drew his designated marksman rifle and took aim. Before he opened fire, he made note of the amount of enemies. Soon after, 4 grunts and an elite fell. He emptied a quick barrage of gunfire. Almost simultaneously, the survivors ran for cover, dropping a series of plasma bolts, blowing out chunks of the wood of his protective tree. Confident that the opposition had been whittled down to a more manageable size, From his efforts, the Spartan made his way back up to the M41, finding himself now in the driver's seat.
Check your weapons. We're going hunting.
He pressed his boot against the pedal and a cheetah-like roar revved from the engine, bringing the vehicle to life. It was cleanup time, and based on the Covenant's reaction, the Spartan knew it would be a cakewalk with the mounted machine gun on the LRV. The Marine on the turret fired with a maniacal laughter. Fish? Meat barrel! The Spartan turned the vehicle directly to the front of the complex, driving it into the hallway that extended into the back, facing the cliff. Though it was a tight squeeze and the Warthog shook and stammered down as the tires drove over a couple of dead aliens, it didn't matter as they rammed the vehicle straight into the Covenant troops hiding inside the structure. Both Marines sat on the vehicle, opening fire in all directions as droves of soon-to-be purple mists ran after them. Once they were clear inside the structure, Noble Six parked the Hog, where both Marines could provide support to both the vehicle and himself as he ventured inside. The series of ramps that led down were swallowed by darkness, even forcing his eyesight to strain. Even so, he knew the place was full of aliens. He could hear them in the dark. He could smell them. He reached for his belt and prepped the fragmentation grenade. He made a quick thud as it bounced on the ground while the Spartan backed away, spraying the unsuspecting aliens with the magazines of bullets. The enemies down the ramp turned and the shields flashed before a grenade went off. An explosive whoomph later, and body parts flew into the walls before dropping onto the floor.
Noble Six, I advise you do not let them lock the doors.
The surprise attack on the aliens had bought him the time necessary to match his quick reflexes. He turned and sprinted at the door. He reached the archway as the doors began to slam into him, as small doors closed with a strength that made the Spartan feel as if he was catching a warthog with each hand. In his haste, he dropped the designated marksman rifle behind him to keep the doors from closing in. The elites on the other side, however, did not wait for him. A red commander was the closest as he ran over to the Spartan. B-312 timed the alien swing as it attempted to strike him with the blunt end of his plasma rifle. The Spartan moved, sending the alien tumbling down into the archway. Noble Six quickly moved as he approached the field marshal, closing in. The hot glow of the energy sword pushed forward, the strength holding back the doors now gone. They proceeded to close on the red elite, bisecting the creature at his midriff. With his weapon on the other side of the door, and the assault rifle on his back, needing a desperate reload, he reached for his sidearm, where instead he had found away the stowed weapon from the elite he had looted. The invisible elite responsible for the life pod of the captain breaking down. The energy sword that had cut the captain's escape pod in half. He stopped the swing from the golden glowing elite. His muscles, still tired from holding back the doors, barely managed to keep back the strike. A second and third clash of the superheated weapons forced him to take a step back, followed by another. Strike after strike, he found himself on the back foot, forcing him to think of unconventional tactics, something he had not tried before, but his teacher, who had once been a Spartan, had assured the trainees this technique worked against an overzealous opponent. He had to use his honor against them. The Spartan put his body weight into a single strike to force the elite back and buy himself some room. With a few meters between them in a tight corridor, the Spartan took up a pose with his borrowed sword and gestured for the elite to do the same. One hand on the sword pointed forward and another behind his belt. The alien menace took the bait and switched its position. B-312 counted 3 seconds as the timer in his heads-up display perfectly synced with the internal clock in his head. The Spartan took a step forward and simultaneously bringing his arm around in a wild swing, not his sword arm, but his left. His palm opened up and from it, a round small object in the pattern of tiles flung forward past the elite between his legs. The elite's eyes widened as he realized he had no time to make a conscious decision. He turned back to the Spartan but found the dash of an equally menacing opponent. Noble Six's sprint forward had trapped the elite in a trap of his own making. The fragmentation grenade behind the alien went off and a hot flash of spark burned away at both their shields. The brunt of the damage could be observed on the elite's armor, as it had turned a darker tint. The pristine gold harness now looked like a piece of scrap metal, scratched and covered in black spots. The slivers of fragmentation dug into the Sangheli's back, burning his flesh. B-312 used the momentum of the moment to headbutt the alien. With their swords clashing and its shields depleted, the creature found no quarter. A pool of blood collected at the corner of his eyes, dripping down to its upper mandible. He shook his head to clear his still blurred vision, but had not expected the Spartan to follow up on his attack. The alien was now the one on the back foot as the super soldier brought down continued attacks of the hot glowing plasma sword. It wasn't long before B-312 overwhelmed him and found an opening where his energy sword could penetrate the shieldless alien. Its organs burned and smoldered. He had hit vital points. The warrior slumped over against the wall, beside the busted remains of fragmentation grenade, his figure cascading down in the same manner Emil of Noble Team was in the last time Six had seen him, holes in his chest and all. He reached down and exchanged weapons with the dead elite. As he had suspected, the energy sword his enemy held still contained a near full charge. The weapon had a simplistic design, a simplistic ideology, simplistic method of delivering punishment. Nothing burnt flesh quite like it. Not the plasma pistols that countless grunts carried. Not the fuel rod cannons that the hulking bio-machines that were hunters. He slid a magazine into his assault rifle and placed the sword back on his side. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was luck, but something told him he needed to keep the weapon. The Spartan tiptoed around the corner to find a continued hole, with the chrome of colors diverging between him and a short hall that led to a massive pit of darkness. He walked over to it and peered down.
I suggest not falling down Noble 6.
Do you have any readings on what's down there, Dot?
Sorry to interrupt Noble 6, but we are wasting time. I've lost comms with the Marines outside. It seems the Covenant are closing in on the location of this silent cartographer.
Got it. Find me a way forward.
Aside from the not-so-obvious choice, turn back the other way and follow the hall. I'm sure our friends will place some heavy opposition if you're going the right way.
The Spartan raised his weapon to shoulder level and activated the flashlight on the underbelly. His boots sloshed as he stepped on the purple puddle from the alien now rotting on the floor. Yayap's teeth clenched and tightened. His feet shook and quivered with every footstep he heard. Any minute now, he thought. He looked over to the shadows beside him. The squadron of grunts covered in blacked-out armor. He stared at the one whose name he could remember, Ling Ling, and felt the cowardice of his own demeanor calm. Ling Ling's shooting arm shook without ease. Its unsteady aim would be trouble. Trouble the grunt swore he could hear coming. He knew that giant Legolo worms would attack the special armor human first, which would clear him and his squad for an abuse from the back. Even so, he was praying to the Forerunners that he could be allowed to transfer back to his regular unit on the front lines after this. Fighting the little humans was more in his wheelhouse over hunting a demon. Yayap's master Zuga had laid out a trap for the human, which from the sound of fighting earlier and reports on the BattleNet had led them to expect the human. It had been lulled and quiet when the next pair of boots scraped the floor. An elite in blue had entered the cargo chamber and had announced the best news Yayap had heard in over 100 units. The human with the special armor had managed to overwhelm their forces and even defeated the field marshal holding the doors at the primary facility. Zamami roared in anger, shoving the grunt known as Ling Ling into a wall, further scattering the grunt's confidence. He lived, but only because this particular Singhili took his anger out on the crates in the cargo module instead of Yayap's comrade. He yelled out for Yayap to follow as he went deeper into the facility. They would have to lay their trap out somewhere else. After several bouts of defeat and humiliation, the Covenant had finally mustered a response. The raid on the Truth and Reconciliation, as well as another dozen smaller locations, had been like rubbing salt on the wound that was the humans' victory over the Mesa. It wasn't too surprising that the Covenant had organized such a massive response. Logically, Avery knew that the combination of 4 Scorpion tanks and 30 Warthogs would raise a cloud of dust that would be visible from kilometers away. The heat produced by the vehicles would also register all the way out in space, not to mention the dozen or so Banshees conducting recon flights of the area. It was obvious they were being tracked from the minute they had left the Pillar of Autumn. Avery hadn't even tried to hide his position, knowing it was just a waste of time at this point. Knowing he was in for a fight, he had organized the 3 platoons on their march to Alpha Base. The first platoon was directly under his command. Their task was that of ground defense. His row of Warthogs would keep ghosts and infantry units off the 2 other platoons. 5 of his Warthogs would be unencumbered by trailers. They had detached them and left them behind to serve as a quick response and reaction force. The second platoon would be under the command of Sergeant Lister. That platoon consisted only of MBTs, while the Scorpion tanks could pack a formidable punch. Even against shielded Covenant craft, they were specially vulnerable to infantry and had to stay in the center of the formation. Even with Avery's response team, they wouldn't be safe leading a convoy. Surrounding the second platoon would be the lieutenant. Her platoon had orders to completely ignore all ground targets and concentrate all their power in defending the column from airborne attacks. 2 of her Warthogs had been specifically outfitted for this purpose. The Marines had managed to mount Gauss cannons onto the back of the light reconnaissance vehicles. A single shot could tear the wings off a Banshee, and if the Marine behind the gun had the skills, he could achieve a single hit kill. After giving each platoon their own individual assignment, the battle-hardened Marine hoped to leverage the overall effectiveness of his company to ensure discipline and reduce the possibility of casualties from friendly fire. He didn't want to be worried about that kind of danger in the face of the battle he expected. Just ahead, the flat terrain ended, and hills rolled up off the plain to form a maze of canyons and ravines leading the humans, if they were foolish enough to enter, east toward Alpha Base. Heading down into those hills would mean forcing the vehicles into a single fire line, rendering their entire strategy useless. They would be vulnerable to ground attacks as well as air superiority. There was a different route, however. Half a click of open terrain. The choice wasn't as obvious as it seemed. The problem was how the hills stood guard on either side of the pass. They provided natural cover for a Covenant ambush to rain down fire on them, and just beyond the pass itself laid a third hill, forming another gate through which they would have to pass before gaining access to the freedom of the plain beyond. He felt disheartened in his stomach, knowing most of his forces would suffer some sort of casualty. He thought of his aunt and the church-going days of his youth. After 27 years of fighting against the genocidal aliens, he had long ago made his peace with believing in God. But an ancient passage in one of his aunt's books of prayers formed in his mind.
Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
He stopped, not noticing all ears were on him. He knew this wasn't the time to kill the men's morale. Screw it, he thought.
I will fear no evil.
He raised his M45 shotgun.
For thou art with me, thy rod.
He pumped his shotgun.
And thy staff comfort me.
He slapped the turret side on the back of the warthog he was riding on. The barrel immediately started spinning as a Marine on the front of the convoy yelled out loud enough to overtake the sound of 36 engines. For contacts! Portumi checked his data pad relentlessly as he prepped for the incoming assault. On his right stood a problem bigger than the humans. Through a powerful monocular, the elite known as Adu Mortumi looked down at the human convoy, jotting down notes. He stared from the top of the second hill while the Field Marshal's Covenant forces prepped the defense behind him. He noted in silence as human light reconnaissance vehicles escorted 4 of the extra-plated bulky tanks. The human vehicles were over-encumbered from having to escort the tanks and their attached trailers. All except for 5. Instead of taking the risk that posed going through over the hills, the human commanding officer had chosen to take the open pass. The elite understood this would have been his choice as well. It didn't mean the humans wouldn't have to pay dearly for it though. He turned to see a row of wraiths lining up as they were being deployed from phantom carriers. He wasn't a fan of the slow firing rate, but he had to admit the vehicle was the perfect match for his conditions. He understood his victory conditions lied within the powerful-looking tanks in the center of the human convoy. He had never seen any in action, and had found even less data about them in the index files. Portumi wasn't sure what to expect. The spy from the Council of Masters had come to watch and make several offhanded remarks about Portumi's ability to lead. His already comically large chest expanded in a mocking behavior. Portumi ignored the blue-armored elite and turned back to the battlefield. He pulled the device from his waist again to check the data on the surrounding forces. Noticing the Banshees were prepped and ready, he tapped a single finger on the pad and moved it upward to the rallied forces of human vehicles to intercept. Avery heard the whining of incoming Banshees, and the idea of action banished from his thoughts as a more noticeable kill lust pushed from his frontal cortex. The sound started as a slow buzz and had quickly transformed into a drone, then again morphed into a blood-curdling wail. Avery hit his comms.
We have hostile inbound. 3rd platoon is cleared to engage. Everyone else remain on standby. This is just a warm-up, people. Stay sharp. There's more on the way. Over and out.
There were 5 flights of 6 Banshees each, and the first group came through the pass at such low altitude they had kicked up a wave of dust into the atmosphere. The sun glinted off the burnished, reflective metal of the Banshee's wings. A steady booming of outgoing plasma fire caramelized the sand into patches of glass. The platoon Marines watched as the aircraft appeared down low on the horizon, and bursts of lethal energy jettisoned across the desert. They knew better than to engage individual targets, not yet anyway. Staying consistent with the orders their sergeant had given, the Helljumpers manning the Gauss cannons steadied their aim. They waited until all of the M41 light anti-air guns were pointed up and broke into a chattering of fire all at once. The accuracy of the Warthog's machine gun turrets left a little extra accuracy to be desired, bathing the Covenant flyers in ammunition served to weaken their shields plenty enough for the heavy-duty Gauss projectile. The Banshees didn't have brakes and the pilots had just started to turn when they ran right into the meat grinder. The first wave of fighters was entirely annihilated before the enemy had understood the problem. They fell into thousands of pieces like smoke in snow. The second flight of Covenant aircraft arrived from the east, launching individual attacks. They had split up, wiping the smile of the human gunners' faces. One of the Banshees lobbied a projectile of superheated plasma into oncoming warthogs. It struck a gunner, melting the weapon and its soldier alike. It didn't stop the driver as both the vehicle and its attached trailer continued to roll. Then, from over the hills, in another wave of unison, blue-white orbs of fire with trailing tendrils of energy rose into the sky, followed via waning as they began to fall. The strikes of plasma mortar fire were familiar, more so as they fell with deliberate action, none of which found a target, but that was to be expected. The first volley had arched down as a simple range test. Avery heard over the radio a Marine screaming out, "What the hell was that?" He knew what it was, even if the Greenhorn didn't. It was a Wraith, a heavy armor unit much like a Scorpion tank, but of Covenant design.
Red one to green one. Those mortars originated from the hilltops. Give those bastards a haircut.
After a burst of static, Lister had switched to his platoon frequency. Avery could hear every word through his command channel. He knew the platoon was in good hands when he heard high explosives on both the hill over the left and right. Banshees turned and poured down fire on the humans as the pilots fired their fuel rod cannons and scorched the dirt below. One scored a direct hit, setting ablaze a trailer full of precious ammo. The explosion wrapped the Warthog in an adulterous fiery embrace. Two of the tank's turrets swiveled about to the left, while the other two swiveled to the right. Then the variations of 105mm shell casings through the air with a loud crack exploded a bloody column of dirt high into the air on each side of the hilltop. Weapons, equipment, body parts, and blood rained down as the elites ran for cover. A second round of shells detonated just below the summit of the hills, starting a small landslide. Hundreds of tons of dirt dislodged from the hills, burying dozens of ghosts in its wake. After the loss of a trailer load of ammunition, a Warthog, and 3 Marines, he still didn't consider the death of so many Ghost Riders as a fair trade. A series of kicked-up geysers of dirt shot up ahead of his Warthog. Several bolts of plasma scorched the vehicle's paint. The few ghosts that had managed to escape the hillside caving had met them on the open field. He opened his mic to everyone in his platoon and tapped the driver's arm. A single command to attack was all they needed. No sooner had the sergeant spoken than the Marine put his foot into the pedal. The Warthog leaped forward over the geysers of scorched dirt and sand, and the rest of the reaction force followed behind. The few trailer-free vehicles went forth just as the Wraiths over the hills hurled a third and fourth volley of plasma deep into the sky. He looked up to see the firebolts slow to a near stop and knew he would have to race to the enemy to avoid the incoming mortar fire. He wasn't sure if the Warthog would be fast enough to slip from under the plasma charge. It didn't stop him from pulling the trigger out of his shotgun into the rider of the ghost beside his hog. The driver swerved to avoid the now pilotless vehicle, mumbling to himself curse words as something went warm and puddled in his seat. The rounds of mortar fire fell around all of them as his Warthog managed to slip out from underneath the incoming fire. He looked at the side view mirror of his Warthog to witness one of the blue and white ball of plasma land, detonate, and blow out a large crater from the sandy dunes. Then, almost as if summoned from hell itself, Romeo 5, the vehicle piloted by Mendoza, flew through the smoke, bounced over a new created crater, and rammed full speed into a heavily damaged ghost. The alien pilot split into pieces from the force alone. The Warthog had managed to pass the broken line of vehicles, and the sergeant loaded his shotgun before holstering it beside his leg and pulling out an assault rifle. He took aim at the nearest splur, switched off the safety, and squeezed the trigger. Master Sergeant Lister felt as if he was faced with the biggest threat to the operation. The harsh reality was he couldn't afford to focus on either the Banshees that swooped from overhead nor the infantry yet up ahead. He had to do something about the Wraith fire coming from over the hills. The 2nd Platoon Scorpions had come up to the point where their main guns could no longer elevate high enough to engage their target. One more salvo was all they could deliver before switching to their mounted turret. He personally gave commands to each tank commander in order to adjust their aim. They knew that facing the Covenant would be easier than suffering Lister's wrath if their shells kept missing their marks. Lister watched with a smile on his face as the Wraith on the first hill exploded, taking a row of jackals with it. One last mortar sailed into the air before the pair of Scorpion tanks on the right could blast off again and shave a chunk of the forces alongside the last of the Wraiths off the hillside. The convoy hurried forward without the support of the MBTs, as Lieutenant Oros broke formation. With the assistance of half a dozen Marines, she had instructed the rest of her warthogs to take evasive maneuvers and prioritize speed, a relative order while the trailers were still attached to the backs of the warthogs. She signaled over for the volunteers who carried the heavy M19 rocket launchers and a secondary group with as many rockets as they could carry on their hands. They slung them around their backs and crept on the boulders, siding on the hillside below the enemy, setting up shop outside the range. Whether for better or worse, they were out of the equation of the massive battle. She knew Sergeant Johnson wouldn't be happy with her choice. Even if she was higher ranked than him, she understood why he was given command. He would not take a risk like hers, but it had to be done if they wanted to make the raid on the Pillar of Autumn worth anything. When everyone was ready, she reached into the twin satchel hanging from her neck and pulled out 4 flares. She seamlessly pulled the pins from them and tossed them into a bellowing motion. They flung over and beyond the bedrock where they hid. She watched as the yellow and orange smoke leaked out, turning the bright blue sky into a dirty cloud of gas. It didn't take the Banshee pilots long to notice the smoke, and like a house of piranhas seeking fresh prey, they swarmed through the air looking for dinner. After a dozen of the 14 remaining Banshees had scurried to the scene, the Marines were done preparing. They had held their fire long enough and fired 6 rockets. All at once they rose, and not a moment later, a second volley followed the first, and a third after that. The beating of drums, that was a series of explosions from 10 direct hits on Banshees, was music to Oros' ears. Some had taken hits from multiple rockets, rendering the sound that much more precious. Of the 2 that survived, one bugged out immediately, but the second was bogged down by the pieces of its comrades raining on it. Smoke belched from its wings and staggered through the air. Before it could fade out into the hills, it had turned around. Unlike the other survivor, the pilot of the damaged Banshee had a strong conviction. It had a strong desire to finish its mission. The Banshee had not only turned in her direction, but also begun a steep dive that drove him into a plunge on the rocks where her squad celebrated their assault. The mortally wounded Banshee approached the Marines on the rocks, struggling to reload their launchers. Just before the impact of the sacrificial dive, her lips curled and puckered up, with a single syllable flying out of her mouth. Shit. Avery heard a single curse word over his radio as a ball of fire shot up ahead on the rocks, then swallowed itself into the hillside. His Warthog driver stopped short of the orange smoke, seeing no survivors. The driver turned the wheel and pressed the pedal. They drove back to meet the convoy. Avery shook his head and looked down, searching for another cigar. He wasn't sure which of his Marines was dead in that fire, but it all hurt the same. Lieutenant Oros gasped for air as she discovered that it was almost impossible to breathe. Struggling, she just laid there at first, staring up into the sky while the orange smoke and the black smoke of the burning Banshee mixed and swirled above, blocking her. She felt cold in 80-degree weather. Her vision was a blur and didn't know whether the blood covering her face was hers or from the other disembodied Marines. She struggled to her feet and tried to yell again, only to discover that her mic was missing. It wasn't just her mic, but her entire helmet. She looked around her, but couldn't distinguish what had once been equipment or flesh. Almost as a cruel joke of fate, she spotted her M19 rocket launcher. She picked it up and slung the weapon on her back. With no mic, there was no possibility of pickup. Instead, she decided to make the last rocket already prepped in the barrel count. She walked over to the hillside and started climbing. On the face of the rock, a double wide span of red painted dirt covered the patch beside her. An arm struck out from the dirt with protruding bone fractions. She felt her stomach twist in a knot as she almost hurled, noticing the distinct tattooed mark on the remains of human flesh. Private Kina's pet rabbit was bisected, with the missing and burnt out pieces of skin on the arm. Oros couldn't bear to look and hobbled on her climb. She was only halfway up the side of the hill, but that was high enough to see the top half side of the opposites. She ignored the tiny figures that stood there, those being the free-running grunts, the line of jackals with carbine rifles, and instead focused on those past beyond the summit. The shiny armored elites, those were the targets she wanted. They seemed to be begging for her attention as she magnified the view on her scope. She pulled one stud from the wall to allow herself more mobility while aiming. She had one shot and she would make it count. On this particular hill, hanging by the sheer force of 2 pins, propped into the dirt and rock on the hillside, while she held a missile-launching weapon on her dislocated shoulder. In this ring world, at this particular moment in time, to these elites, she was God. She had their lives in her hand. She tried to steady her aim lightly, resting her finger on the trigger. Poor Toomey was disappointed, angered, confused, but his feelings were of no matter. He knew his defeat was imminent as he watched the last of his Banshees crash and burn on top of the hill. His wraiths were gone. His air superiority had been ambushed, and his forces on the ground were pounded on by falling debris of both Covenant machinery and 1,000 kilos of dirt. The coward on his right exhaled and put away his monocular.
How will your report read, spy?
The one in blue armor replied,
I am sorry, Commander, but the facts are clear, and the report will practically write itself. Had you deployed your forces differently down on the plain, perhaps victory would have been ours.
Hindsight is always perfect, he thought. Before he could say it, he exploded. The force of the rocket streaming out of its tube pushed her back with no ground to stand on, and Oro slammed onto the hillside, shaking her already unstable studs. One came loose as it jabbed itself into her back, and the second suspended her weight. It slowly came off the wall, and all she could do was watch. She turned one final time to look where the elites had been. The one in blue armor was completely gone. The one in the shiny armor attempted to crawl, blood spewing where its arm had been. Lieutenant Oro smiled as the last of her pins gave way, and she fell from the hill. Like a branch breaking off a dying tree, her body hit the rocks below, snapping like a twig. Johnson's eyebrows perked up, watching an explosion ravage the top of the hill. He turned half-cocked to Lister's convoy. The squadron of main battle tanks were out of range, yet the explosion was of substantial size. He pressed up against the scope in his rifle and watched a battered elite rose into the air through a grav lift on an exposed Phantom. The alien reached the top and subsequently was sucked up into the enemy dropship. The Phantom hovered over a few more troops on the hillside beside it, then shot up into the air outside of the immediate battlefield. The battle had been bloody, gruesome, and dirty, but the pockets of Covenant forces left wouldn't be a challenge to the rest of their convoy. Half his forces were dead and a sizable chunk of their supplies laid in fire or spent out, but he knew he wouldn't be showing up to Alpha Base empty-handed. Johnson's convoy cleared the hills and broken rock formations leading east. He could see the outline of Alpha Base in the distance, and a smile formed over his face. He couldn't make it home with all his troops, but they had bought themselves a few more days of resistance on the ring. Something told him, however, his next mission wouldn't wait. The Spartan moved further into the bowels of the structure. From the outside, he had seen the spires that stood hundreds of meters high, but he had found out the misleading nature of the entire ring world continued here. Inside the structure, it plunged deep below the surface, followed by unwinding curving ramps and a pair of thick pillars that led into a large dark chamber that made the room feel like a crypt. He slipped through the heavily shadowed rooms, padded by a series of spiral ramps filled with a gallery of strange pillars, pylons, and potential cover. He was starting to get disoriented by all the walls and floors that were made from the same varnished gray metal he had encountered throughout the entire ring. The light from his assault rifle illuminated a new set of patterns on the metal. The furnished swirls in the marble that fused into the metal made the hybrid metal stone feel almost tomb-like. Silence was shattered by the squawking of several grunts and jackals. After he was done with dozens of grunts, jackals, and elites, the place had truly felt like a graveyard. His military AI companion chimed in.
I think someone is tracking our progress, Noble Six.
They definitely knew where we were headed.
We're close, but be careful. There's bound to be more Covenant forces ahead.
I just hope we reach the Cartographer before I run out of ammo.
The Spartan took his AI companion's counsel to heart. He could only hope to find a way to bypass whatever the Covenant had in store. He entered the large room and saw a pair of hunters had been assigned to patrol the far side of the room. The moment he stepped into the chamber, one of the spined aliens spotted him and bellowed a challenge. Its roar was unmistakable. The hunter was already in motion when a grenade flashed across the room and struck him right on the face. The explosion ignored the creature, but it had managed to cover its unprotected joints. When he removed his shielding blocking his face, the Spartan was an inch away, and he felt the heat of an energy sword stab into its abdomen, the burning of the colony of worms inhabiting its husk. The large creature went down before he could understand what had happened. The second hunter hurriedly fired its fuel rod cannon. Noble Six almost swore as he watched a slightly off-targeted plasma bolt set off the audible alarm of his Mjolnir armor. The ring was deftly screaming into his ears, and the indicator on his heads-up display glowed a vibrant red. Spartan rolled into his feet, hoping to target the second hunter, but the massive alien had already crouched behind a half wall. Unable to get a target, he backed off, letting the hunter forward. It had ran around the wall to come meet him on the other side with its deadly arm shield. Attempting to strike on its own already weakened shields, B-312 grunted in pain when the corner of the alien's shield slammed against his shoulder's unarmored joint. He felt the muscle tear from his skin and a sickly sense as the meat in his arm nearly parted from the limb. The force spun him forward and around. However, his training kicked in. He used the time to free himself himself from the alien's reach, knowing his strategy with the sword wouldn't work a second time. He switched back to the assault rifle and walked back up into the ramp and used his greater agility to climb and circle the alien again. He ran on the ramp toward the creature to meet it head-on and then jumped over it, and for a brief moment while he flew behind the alien, he spotted the unprotected flesh. It was the opportunity he desperately needed. After a few quick bursts into the monster's back, he spun away. Again, he moved to dodge stray plasma, pistol shots of some jackals he had spotted entering the chamber while he ran up the ramp. The droplets of plasma splashed against the armored creatures, dripping a heat on the hunter's exposed bits. And enraging the creature, he rolled 2 grenades down between the hunter's feet and turned his full attention back to the jackals as he shot each one to finish the firefight. The explosion behind them and a sudden gurgling of pain meant the hunter was dead. Ramsey, whose life, even if artificial, had been on the line as well, was forced to watch through the Spartan's armor. He could, in a way, see everything in the armor's cameras, radar, and extensive knowledge of everything the UNSC had programmed into him about the Covenant, not to mention his critical thinking skills as a smart AI. The Spartan, however, had to fight for both of them. Somehow, against all odds, the human had come through again and again, though this time it had been very, very close. And he was still in a fight-or-flight state, with his back pressed against the wall, his eyes shifted with paranoia, and the spiked elevation of his vital signs. The artificial creature hesitated while processing his feelings on the situation. All data told him what the Spartan had done would have been impossible without hundreds if not thousands of Marines storming the facility. By the way the other enlisted members talked about the Spartans around the Pillar of Autumn, had led Ramsey to make a false judgment on the super soldier. He had seen firsthand how loyal and effective the Spartan was, and if the rest were anything like him, then he couldn't understand why Masters and the rest of the ODSC hated them so much. Concern had grown within the artificial creature. However, certainly pushing him this much would be an issue even for a Spartan. He wasn't sure if it was his own desire to survive, or if it was a growing affection to the human, and found it difficult to arrive at a clear and rational kind of decision that he was expecting from himself. Then, before he could say anything, as he had often found, the Spartan stood back up. His vital signs dropped back to normal. B312 had recovered and took the initiative to reassure his AI companion of his status.
All right, it's time to finish this mission.
Walking carefully as to avoid another ambush, the Spartan left the large room and discovered a path downward on a slanting ramp. Satisfied that the area was secure, he disengaged the shoulder plate on his armor. The sensation of burning flesh was gone, but the pooling of blood around the fleshy, ragged wound overtook him. He could ignore the pain, but the blood loss would jeopardize his mission. Even on a Spartan, it would take its toll. He checked the motion sensor to make sure it was still on and placed his hand on the floor, then dug into one of his equipment packs and drew out a medkit. He had been wounded before, in 100 different locations, and had performed first aid on himself and injured comrades. The Spartan program taught them they weren't untouchable, simply harder targets. His teacher, a former Spartan, had made sure that they knew that. He was quick to clean the wound and spray a short puff of biofoam into it, then applied the adhesive dressing. In minutes, he was ready once more. It suited back up, popped a wake-up stim, and begun to move deeper into the facility. Just in time, Foehammer came in through the radio announcing the approach of 2 more Covenant dropships. He stood at the edge of the massive chasm and monitored the radio chatter as he watched in the distance the twinkling of some luminescent panels come to a glow. Whoever Halo's creators were had left it behind to illuminate the subterranean corridors. The fall below seemed to be almost bottomless. But then the voice on his radio disengaged him. The Marine in charge of the LZ had reported in, noting a large contingent of forces ready to engage.
It'll be easier to hold them off inside the structure. Can you get inside?
Negative! They're closing too fast. We'll keep them busy as long as we can. Out!
Give them hell, Marine.
We'll all be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here, Spartan.
Roger that.
The Spartan slid another magazine into the assault rifle and pushed his way down the ramp. After ducking through a pair of gloomy-looking hatches, he emerged over a transparent crosswalk footbridge to kill a pair of grunts lying in their sleep. Then, through a series of helpless patrolling grunts down yet another continuous ramp that led to a floor below. He threw a blue object into the middle as it soon expanded in a glow and detonated, then hurried over to the steaming remains. The noise in the distance told him there were at least one elite who had heard the explosion, followed by the barking of orders and gibberish from a row of grunts. He used another grenade to trim down the fat on the emerging enemy troops. A few bursts of his assault rifle later, and a smack to the elite warrior's face was enough to deal with the rest.
There, Noble 6. The holo panel is giving off similar readings to one in the cave system. It might activate the map.
He lifted his hand and turned it, observing it with more carefulness than he had ever cared for before. Something about the shapes, design, and structure seemed familiar. He couldn't explain it the first time around, and he almost certainly couldn't this time either. He took a couple of steps forward and reached out his hand toward the display. For a moment, he thought it would almost pass through. The first time around had been nothing more than a glitch, but soon felt solid. On instinct alone, he activated the console. His armored hand slid across the panel, and a glowing map appeared in front of them that seemed to almost float.
I'll take it from here, Spartan. Analyzing.
A highlighted section appeared on the map, then on his heads-up display.
There, I found Halo's control center. The design, it almost looks like some sort of shrine. How interesting. It should tell us more about those who built this place, and what its purpose is.
The artificial intelligence opened a channel through his suit's communications.
Ramsey to First Lieutenant, come in, Lieutenant.
Static washed over the radio for a moment before Fohammer interrupted.
We've lost contact with the First Lieutenant.
I'll keep trying to hail her in the meantime. Let's get to Halo's control center. Fohammer, we're going to need a ride.
Red 1 to 3-1, over.
This is Red 1. Go.
I see a ghost, Sergeant. And it's on its side, like it crashed or something.
Stay clear of it, and don't get any funny idea. It could be some sort of trap, and I am not about to let one of my Marines fall for the oldest trick in the book.
Affirmative. Red 3, out.
The tracks of his M41 LAAG sent wisps of dust flying into the air. The Warthog and its crew were eager to reach the ridge at the base of the low-rising mountain ahead. Wet dirt no longer clung to the Hog's tires from their long march back to Alpha Base. The region had been dry for quite some time now and had uniformed to a maneuverable terrain for both Ghosts and Warthogs, which was why Major Masters had authorized him to deploy enemy vehicles for their scout and recon groups in defense of Alpha Base. Their patrols consisted of 2 of the purple hovering vehicles, the Ghosts, and 2 M-Series Warthogs, one of which was outfitted to either have a Gauss cannon turret or an M12A1, the heavy-duty cousin of the Warthog bloodline, a mounted anti-armor turret that dispensed glory from its M39 rocket turret. M19 SCHE rockets made the vehicle a must for pesky ambushes the Coveys had continuously bothered with on the roads. Alpha Base held strong, but the Covenant didn't respect that quite yet, forcing the human occupants into a sort of game of keep away, with patrols going up to 10 kilometers out from the mesa. Now that the UNSC had taken over the hill, they intended to keep and fortify it. The Covenant had only launched a few air raids and ground squads instead of a full-scale attack, nothing remotely compared to Avery's raid on the Pillar of Autumn, which bothered him. The longer they waited for this assault, the more on edge the Greenhorns would be, and the more prepared the alien bastards would. The patrol rolled over the rocky terrain fairly easily enough, but it was evident that the task was best suited for Warthog escorts. The way Avery saw it, the Ghosts' lack of high-plated armor meant they were only there as fast response vehicles. Warthogs were fast in their own right, but with the added weight, they had far better maneuverability at a cost of speed. The Ghosts would ride out in front, and if they spotted anything out there in the fog and the mist of the early morning, they could ride back to the protection of the anti-air and anti-armor turrets of the Warthogs. The lack of defensive power against the swooping Banshees also made them almost useless in his eyes. They had only come in handy to flank opponents, and against the small ambush teams that had gathered in the middle of the night. Of course, even with a plan, the human forces had still suffered some casualties from the constant probing of their defenses, which was why Masters had tasked a Pelican full of ODSTs to be on standby for any Covenant parties larger than a single Phantom load. 15 Helljumpers stood ready on Echo 316's Pelican to deploy on a moment's notice. That provided a kind of firepower even the Coveys had to respect. With several failed attempts to gain ground on the humans' territory, Ari wasn't expecting them to keep getting bold, but the report of the downed Ghost meant they had another failure. He knew the enemy had taken to watching them, noting their patrol routes to set up ambush strikes, which is why he had chosen to lead several different patrols himself, always choosing a different path, but the shape of the terrain only allowed for so much variety, oftentimes forcing them to traverse the same ravine or go around the same broken patch of jagged rocks, all of which had led to this. A single grunt pinned under a turned Ghost, its leg caught under the weight of the vehicle. The Warthog bounced as it poured over a cluster of silver rocks, and its growling stopped as the driver downshifted.
Red 1 to squad. Ditch the vehicles. Proceed on foot. Gunners, keep those weapons on the skies. The last thing we need is a couple of Banshees catching us with our pants down. Ghost 1, circle the area. Ghost 2, keep an eye on the rear. Over.
A series of clicks of acknowledgement buzzed in his ear. He raised his sidearm and walked toward the leading driver of the warthogs into a scorched rock with a pair of dried blood. The sun had come up now and was beating down on their back, making each second of the investigation irritate their skin. Gravel crunched under their boot, and for a single moment Avery was stunned at the beauty ahead of him. Not the earth-like mountains and the cascading waterfall a click ahead, or the vast floral life surrounding the area, but the still-breathing, soon-to-be prisoner God had laid on his lap. He thought of his aunt and smiled. He looked up and thought to himself how she was still keeping watch over him. The Ungoid lay next to a wreckage of a broken ghost waiting to die. After failing to find the armored human, Zamami's plan had become increasingly more unhinged. And to his misfortune, Yayap had quickly risen to be the Sinhili's closest ally. And after missing his opportunity to ambush the special armored human, Zamami had concluded that the warrior he was after had to be used in the human-controlled butte as a home base of sorts. If not the place the humans called Alpha Base, then he had to be coming and going for supplies. After pleading his case once more to the Council of Masters, they had been ready to punish the elite with dishonor. But the human hill was a point of great interest to them. They had voiced themselves clearly, and their desire to take it back. The only problem was, neither the Masters nor Zamami had any way to know when the human was there, and when he was out in some mission slaughtering them by the hundreds. While taking the mesa back from the humans was something of a victory, doing so was not his primary task. He had already dishonored himself, and forcing the humans off the butte would only scatter them, and they might never get the opportunity to track down the special human. If he failed to kill such an important target, his head would be used to adorn the halls of the Council of Masters' chambers, and most importantly, Yayap's head would be right beside it. He didn't truly believe that, however. He knew even in death, they would honor the elite more than him. His head would be long forgotten and tossed into the jackal cells for food. But the thought of a small amount of glory kept him from giving up on the ridiculousness of his master's plan. They knew the humans took prisoners, but he couldn't understand why. If he found a lonely, seemingly broken human on the side of the road, he would gladly eat him. If he managed to not be in someone's belly by the end of the day, he was supposed to go through a moronic plan of being Zamami's spy inside the human-controlled base. The elite had deemed himself too important to be allowed capture, and their honor was very clear about what they had to do if they were in such position. He had seen elites aim their own plasma rifles at their heads before pulling the trigger, instead of running and hiding like he himself had done on a dozen different occasions. During the last major engagement on the human world, he had managed to escape a counterattack by the humans by running and pleading for mercy, until a second squad of Covenant Phantoms had dropped hundreds of troops on the battlefield, inevitably saving him. If the tall jerks had simply waited instead of fighting to the end, they could have lived, and be here in his place following the mad elite. Zamami knew he couldn't send another elite in his place. Neither honor nor glory would allow it, lest they seize the opportunity to kill the special human themselves. Which was why he was out here. His master had a severe lack of friends, and his reputation amongst the lower-ranking races of the Covenant forces was nothing to smile about either. Not even one of the Yanmi on the ship would listen to his orders to be his spy, and he needed some he could trust, which naturally only left one option. Yayap was sent in with the proper equipment that would match his cover story. They had enthusiastically stripped and beaten him to a pulp, then redressed him as a simple ghost recon pilot. Then in the cover of the night's darkness, a phantom had dropped him off along the wrecked ghost. The deceitful crime scene had been staged before dawn, and the grunt had been laying in a mess of his own making for nearly 5 units of time. With nothing to drink and unable to move lest he give away his plot, all he could do was live in his own thoughts. The thoughts boiled down to two things: returning to his old squad and cursing the moment he had decided to rescue the Sinhili in black armor. Even if Zamami swore that the humans took prisoners, Yayap wasn't too sure the elite knew anything more than himself. Plan after plan had failed, and Yayap could easily recall a dozen times he had witnessed Marines shoot an already downed warrior back on their own home world on the human vessel they escaped in. He saw no reason to believe the humans would either spare him or Zamami to be right, much less if they discovered the hidden signaling device inside his breathing apparatus. The odds were against him in more ways than he could count, and the more he thought about it, the more he cursed Zamami and his moronic plans. He should just get up and stop pretending, make a run for it, and find the other deserters on the surface of Halo. He knew they were out there. Those who believed wholeheartedly in the great journey had touched down on the ring and gone feral. Some had denounced their allegiance to the Covenant and were claiming to be at home with the gifts from the gods. the Forerunners. He wasn't as fanatic as they were, but he could pretend if it got him a better squad where he wouldn't be laying in the contents of his methane-expelling bladder all night. But it was too late. He heard the crunching of boots on gravel, then the musk of a stuffy smell, and the looming shadows soon overtook him. He thought it best to pretend to be unconscious. He couldn't understand what the humans were saying, but the tone was not anger, and no one had blown his brains out yet. Maybe, just maybe, he was going to survive. The humans tied him and threw him in the back of their bulky metal vehicles, leaving him enough space to rattle around in the back, hitting his head against the frame as the vehicle bounced on uneven ground. Zamami watched from a safe distance as the humans climbed back into their vehicles, flipped over the semi-damaged ghost, and took possession of it. He remained still, even as every fiber of his being burned watching the humans take on one of the Covenant vehicles freely. He could only wait to bear the fruit of his labor. Patience would see the second phase of his plan come together. He felt a wave of relief and vindication, knowing his victory would soon follow. First Lieutenant Hobbs stared at Avery as he rode up the hill on the passenger side of the battle-worn Warthog. The paint had nearly completely faded from the many stray hits of plasma that had sun-kissed the old off-green shades. His grin was scary, almost devious, but she knew he didn't mean any harm by it. Not to her, anyway. The pair of ghosts that rode ahead of the Warthogs formed a semicircle, with the sergeant's vehicle in the middle. The driver brought the engine to a full stop, and a thump from the back of the seat rang out. Of course, she had been briefed on the situation, but they already had several grunt prisoners on base. One more wasn't going to help them out any much more, aside from digging up latrines. It was, however, good for morale. Watching the aliens digging up and cleaning up after the Marines whose families had all been touched by the genocide of the Covenant. It had the men and women hollering and hooting. Any little victory they had while under her command strengthened her position as their leader. Especially with Major Masters undermining her authority, this win was just what they needed. She had no claims of being a fighter. That was a department she could never compete with Masters in. 3 decades of being a Helljumper was nothing to scoff at. What made it worse was the lack of decisions she had taken. As the de facto leader of the UNSC on the ring, she had planned the operations since her rescue from the Covenant's captivity, but with their main goal having been splitting off the Spartan to find the control room and maintaining a strong foothold on Alpha Base, the only accomplishments she had under her resume were the raid on the Pillar of Autumn and preparing small raids on Covenant supplies and weapon emplacements within a 10-kilometer radius of Alpha Base. After Avery's return to Alpha Base, she had forced Sergeant Johnson to take over a steady position on the base and focus on defense. She needed someone she could trust watching her back at all times, and she knew Johnson wasn't about to disregard the chain of command. Being a sergeant for most of his life only meant he wasn't power-hungry like the rest of the vultures around her. Masters had forced her hand by sending her out to complete a series of mission after mission. That meant every op under her command that went south was her failure, and everyone that succeeded was due to Masters' Helljumpers. But with the intel gained from their last raid on the Covenant forces that attempted to slow down the Spartan, the Marines on the beach had found more vital intel, something that could turn the tide of control in her favor. The Covenant were gathering in a facility, deploying a series of heavy-duty artillery, and forces had been pulled from the front lines, presumably to better equip them to fight an unstoppable Spartan. If she managed to get her hands on those weapons in a decisive victory, without the help of Masters or her ODSTs, she would assure command. She had called in the Major with a false order to capitalize on the opportunity.
Major, please sit and relax.
I've had enough sitting on that Pelican, Lieutenant. If you don't mind, I'll stand.
Very well. We'll get down to it then. I'm sure you and your men must be exhausted from the continuous raids on Covenant sites, and I am here to thank you for your hard work. It most certainly hasn't gone unnoticed. You are to take over Johnson's duty to defend Alpha Base. It's his turn to go out there and risk his neck. I don't want you to think of it as a reward, more of a change of shifts. In fact, I will be joining him. I can't let the men think I'm sitting here on a cushy chair all day long.
The moment the words left her mouth, she knew she had overplayed her hand. Master's expression had only angered with every word.
This wouldn't happen to be over the transmission that came from the beach, now would it?
Hobbs cursed under her breath. She wasn't sure if the Major had heard the transmission over the open team channel while on her way back to Alpha Base, but evidently she had. She knew Masters was not a meathead like the rest of the Marines liked to portray the ODSTs. This had turned into a chess match before she had noticed.
If I'm being frank with you, yes. I'm told the facility under the Covenant's control is heavily armed, and you have been carrying all these burdens on our behalf for the last few days.
She wasn't sure how well her bluff had worked, much less if her backhanded compliment was too obvious. Masters responded too quickly for her to wonder.
I'm thankful for your candid honesty, Lieutenant, but it's no burden. I've been doing this all my life. Who better to storm an enemy-controlled depot than myself and my hell jumpers? This is exactly what they were trained for. Feet first into hell.
Clearly her bluff had failed. It was time for a Hail Mary.
Your men are tired. Non-stop combat has surely taken its toll on those who are still unharmed. But for how long will they remain that way? I've taken the liberty of preparing extra rations for all of you and the best accommodations we could muster under the circumstances. Johnson is prepping the Pelican and his men as we speak.
With all due respect, we can't accept more rations when we don't know how long we will be stranded on this ring. We don't know whether we'll ever get off, and everyone on Alpha Base will be feeling the pressure of the situation soon enough. It's not fair for us to have special treatment. Besides, do you really want a man like Johnson running this op?
That had stung a bit. Johnson had an impressive record, but he was only one man. Aside from his handpicked soldiers, there was very few veterans left that she could send on this mission, and even less that were not orbital dropship troopers on their master's command. Luckily, she had saved her ace for this moment.
Sergeant Johnson was a covert ops specialist for years. This mission's intent is not a massive raid on the Covenant. You can bet for that I would want your hell jumpers. This is a small insertion team. Our goal is simply information and reconnaissance.
The lies tasted bitter leaving her tongue. She waited for her last breath when Major's guard was down.
Besides, I'll be leading the mission.
The Major's poker face withered. Her jaw had almost hung open before turning away.
With all due respect, ma'am, you?
Yes. As you can see, you've got nothing to worry about, Major. This isn't some gun-ho raid. It's a simple recon with a small team. We'll gather enough data to determine if this is a suitable target for you and your contingent of ODSTs, and if we can afford to split up forces as such. We have to keep in mind the Covenant aren't happy you took this mesa from them.
The Major was stunned and quiet. Whatever tactics she was thinking of employing had been ripped from her, and she was struggling to find a counter-argument. Sufficiently happy with the 30 seconds of silence, she accepted her victory by ending the conversation before the Major could come up with a retort.
That will be all, Major. Please take care of the base while I'm away.
Lieutenant Hobbs watched the Major stand and salute before exiting her chambers. She began to dress down from her formal officer's uniform, ignoring the pain of the many bruises left behind by her captors. She had picked out a combat harness and some light armor, as well as an MA6A Magnum. The weapon wasn't standard military grade, but instead civilian. Though she had gone through basic training like any other man or woman in the UNSC, her lack of experience with weapons was evident. She had chosen something more familiar. Though it wasn't the exact same, the Magnum on her hip was the same model she had learned to shoot with as a child, the same model her father had used for home protection, the same one her father had used to fight off a jackal on Reach and take his own life when the pain of plasma burns covered his whole body. She held back the tears, not just for her father, but for Reach, for all of humanity. The Pelican ride had taken almost 3 hours. Ordinarily, a Pelican with such a light load of soldiers could make a trip faster, but the ring was still controlled by enemy forces, and keeping out of sight was much harder than she had expected. She tried to ignore the deafening bumping of beat from Sergeant Avery Johnson's colonial flip music and the pounding in her eardrums through the intercoms of the dropship. The pilot lowered the dropship into a swamp, letting them know everything looked clear. The ripples on the water intensified as the Pelican's jets descended, and its main cargo bay ramp lowered. A musky, thick, humid air flooded the compartment, carrying the nauseating stench of rotting vegetation, and a sickly odor of swamp gas, with the slight metallic tinge that the ring's strange metallic alloy produced. The sounds of gagging were distracting, and she found herself missing the music of the Pelican, until those two were drowned out by the sergeant shouting, "Go, go, go!" The Marines jumped down into the calf-deep marsh. Someone cried out, "Damn!" but was immediately followed by Johnson's voice telling him to stow it. Once she had cleared the landing and surrounding area beside the Pelican, the dropship's ramp rose, along with the Pelican itself. Its jets fired more intensely, burning the already dead stench of gluttonous air around. It climbed and was gone before long. She took a small handheld device out. They lined up in a formation, placing her closest to the center.
Okay, you slackers. You all heard the briefing. Get your asses in high gear. Vicente, take point.
Then Private Wallace A. Jenkins moved toward the squad's rear. Contrary to civilian belief, this was almost as bad a position as being on point. A dark slosh of ebony water brushed over his boots, leaking into them, then seeped down and through his socks. Though it wasn't all that cold, the Marine was rightfully annoyed. In early warfare, humans had experienced trench foot, and if they didn't take care of the private's wet situation, something easily mitigated would take its toll on the soldier. It was a crap detail. A mission to go dredging around in dark, misty, clogged, foul swamp waters. Vicente could see something looming ahead. He had hoped it was the lieutenant for dragging their sorry asses into the swamp in the first place, but it was the fog of swamp gas playing tricks in their eyes.
I see a building, Sarge.
Stay close. Jenkins, Mendoza, move it up. Wait here for the lieutenant and her squad. Then kindly escort them and your sorry asses inside.
Hobbs' squad materialized from the darkness of the misty swamp. She followed the Marines inside. The entire situation was different from what she'd expected. The Covenant didn't keep prisoners, but humans did, and one such individual was an elite Johnson had personally interrogated for hours. He had finally divulged the information relating to this facility that had been the catalyst for their raid. The Marines backing up the Spartan had captured an injured squad of Covenant forces and transported some of them back to Alpha Base. The one Johnson had questioned, apparently named Qualomi, had delivered a series of weapons to this location. But now that they were here, there was no sign of any Covenant security team or the weapons that had been supposedly delivered. It had crossed her mind a multitude of times that the elite was probably lying. Elites tended to end their own lives before being captured. If he had been lying, she would lock him in a room with Johnson and misplace the key for a day or two. In the meantime, however, they had to make sure this wasn't a dead end. The place had been certainly controlled by the Covenant at some point from the looks of it. They had to see what they could find. The second squad had escorted her to Johnson's and was left behind to cover their rear should they need to escape. There was no reason to make the Spartan rescue her twice. Corporal Lovick and his men stayed at the entrance with their weapons and radios prepped while the rest pressed ahead. They had been in the facility for 10 minutes already without finding any opposition when the Marine beside her said something half under his breath and half out loud.
Which is weird, right? I mean, look at it. Something scrambled the insides.
Johnson looked down at the dead elite. Other Covenant bodies lay sprawled around the area as well. Alien blood slicked the walls and floor.
What's that? Plasma scoring? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an accident, friendly fire or something?
What do we have here, Sergeant?
She approached the sergeant from behind. She hoped for a moment to see the face of the elite in black who had tortured her on board the Truth and Reconciliation. She didn't expect to be able to tell them apart, but she had hoped.
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units. All KIA.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
It took another 5 minutes to reach a large metal door. It was locked and no amount of fooling around with the keypad seemed likely to open it.
Right then. Let's get this door open.
The tech specialist beside the door raised his eyebrow. An instinctive response, but definitely not one you would give a commanding officer. She knew the tech specialist was trying his best, but with everything that had happened inside the alien structure and all the weird and creepy shit they had found, she wasn't willing to go back empty-handed. The tech shook his head and replied,
I'll try, sir, but it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just get it done, Marine.
Wait. She snapped at the soldier. She knew she was raising tensions, but the feeling in the back of her neck, like 100 eyes were on her, was making her decisions more frantic, leaving her nerves unchecked.
Yes, sir.
The Marine pulled a spoofer from out of his pack, attached the box to the door, and pressed a series of keys. Silence filled around them as the spoofer ran through tens of thousands of combinations per second, attempting a hard bypass of the door's electronics. They all shifted around nervously, unwillingly. Sweat ran down the tech specialist's neck. They held position for a few minutes until the apparatus flashed green and the Marine's face turned to relief, now that the eyes were no longer on him. With a satisfactory nod, the Marines stormed inside, weapons ready. The room was empty. A few pylons and odd shapes inside the structure, but empty nonetheless. Still, the feeling of being watched and a sense of dread did not let up. Mendoza chimed in.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
An unauthorized transmission interrupted the veteran Marine and came over all of their comms. The radio went dead. Not even static made it through the now closed network. The feeling on the back of her neck began to drip down her spine. She clutched the pistol by her side. Her eyes peeled.
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on. But I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Sarge, listen.
All of the Marines listened. They heard a soft liquid sort of slithering around. It seemed to come from every direction all at once. Jenkins' aim jerked in all directions, trying to keep up with the sound.
What is that? Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Mira!
He clutched his gun tightly and pointed to the wall on the left. All thought of the second squad was immediately forgotten. Then the muffled sound of metal on metal exploded and a pair of doors broke like a brick without mortar. There was a cry of pain as something landed on one of the Marines' backs. The bulbous creature used one of its many needle-like tendrils to penetrate through the Marine's skin. With the ease of a surgeon's knife, it cut and aimed down toward his spine. The leatherneck dropped to the floor, along with his weapon, screaming in pain, all while the little thing rode his shoulders. The man thrashed back and forth, but it gave no indication of separating. The tech specialist who was next to him grabbed onto the bulbous creature, repeatedly trying to pull it off from his friend.
Hold still! Hold still!
He had managed to remove the creature, but found it equally as hungry for him as it was for the Marine now unconscious on the floor. A second creature scurried past the downed body and onto the Marine, fighting with the life form on his hands. Hobbs blinked wildly, remembering she had a weapon, and reached for it. Johnson, who had been in the corps most of his adult life and had more experience than the men in the room combined, let out a panic burst from his assault rifle. It was clear what was going through the sergeant's mind. The same thing that was going through hers. The way they dealt with it was different. She was frozen in fear. He was swinging for the fences. She saw another half a dozen pale shapes, each about half a meter in diameter, propel themselves forward with the slithering of wiry tendrils. They sprang in every direction. They were fast. They were strong. A single one had overpowered a grown man 60 pounds of muscle heavier than her. She could not let it reach her.
Let him have it!
Bursts from several different models of MA5 assault rifles filled the room, alongside cries of pain and agony. She had finally snapped to and fired her pistol at the creatures. She hit one and it popped like a balloon filled with a dusty pus. The cloud of particulates flew in all directions, covering a wide area. It had a surprising force behind the miniature explosion. The rupture caused tiny, feathery sharp shards to fly from the tendrils. She realized the elite back in Alpha Base might have been telling the truth. He just hadn't been privy to this horror. She envied him. She thought of how the Marine was right. The Covenant had sealed the doors, not to keep the humans out, but these things inside.
Damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapons!
There are too many, sir!
Don't even think about it, Marine.
Johnson's attention wasn't Jenkins, however. His face was tight with an indescribable fear. He had changed shades into a pale white, as if death had washed over him. She could not blame him. It was as if a floodgate had opened somewhere, maybe 10 somewheres, as a new wave of obscene pod-like creatures rolled out of the darkness every second. They were quickly overwhelming them, even as the Marines fired in all directions. It was an endless stream of the creatures. Some lost their balance or footing, attempting to put distance between themselves and the attackers. Others were simply overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and force. The creatures managed to get a grip on those that fell and tangle themselves to pull them into the shadows. Jenkins backed away as fear overwhelmed him. She wanted to join him, but there was 5 yards between the two. It might as well have been a continent. She would never cross it. She couldn't show that kind of fear to her men.
Get back here, Marine. That's an order.
She had said it more to herself than her Marines, but the private just ran. One of the little monsters jumped at her. She threw her hands up to protect her face. Instead, she had just about caught the little bastard and squeezed it. She felt its tendril attempt to wrap around her head. In response, she pressed her grip tighter. The alien creature exploded and shards flew into her face, cutting her cheeks, lips, and eyelids. They were fragile, but they were strong. They were fast, and there were so damn many of them. She felt another land on her leg and swiveled around, only to be met by a third clasped on her shoulder. It latched onto her, and the lieutenant screamed as one of the razor-sharp tendrils cut through both her uniform, armor, and skin in a second. It wriggled itself under the surface of her skin, and the itching sensation made her feel as if she was about to vomit. She turned to see Avery reaching a hand out for her. She shook her head, and the Marine scowled. He placed his hand back under the barrel of his weapon and broke into a sprint toward the door. One of the creatures jumped on top of him and cut a gash on his face. The sudden force slammed him into the wall, but luckily he maneuvered to avoid falling. A sure death sentence. Instead, he rammed his entire body into the wall, popping the creature latched onto his chest along with it. He pressed his palm backwards against the wall, searching for the exit while staring at her. Firing in opposite directions, He took aim at her and was about to pull the trigger when his weapon clicked empty. Before he could slide a fresh magazine into the rifle, she was pulled down, dragged into the darkness with the rest of the screaming Marines. A thing under her skin had its tendrils now wrapped around both her spine and the base of her skull, and an explosion of pain knocked her out, only to be forcibly woken up by a rush of stimulant chemicals pumping warmly inside the creature. The viscous feeling of fluids flowing into her. She couldn't explain how, but the chemicals keeping her consciousness had a taste to them, a mold-like rot that made her nauseous. She tried to scream for help or pain, but the gagging of vomit was the only thing in her throat. Her heart raced and her limbs were as numb as a wet sponge. Her breathing slowed down and lungs grew heavy. She lost touch with the rest of her body and her consciousness began to fade. A faded nonsense. A feeling beyond intoxication had pushed her own consciousness down and back, claiming her cerebral cortex for itself. It polluted her thoughts, her brain, with a disgusting hunger. A hunger that rivaled her hardest, deepest desires. Her desire for success, food, shelter, sex, power, even safety. The hunger was a vacuum where all thought went to die. An endless vortex consuming every impulse and idea. Every thought of who she was. Every thought of what she was. She tried to scream again, but it didn't let her. She had to scream, but had no mouth. The sight of Lieutenant Huff struggling with this new adversary had frozen Private Jenkins in place. When she was done struggling, Jenkins snapped to and jumped back into motion. He turned to flee, but one of the little bastards latched onto him. A pain knifed into him as the creature cut its way inside his body. Its tendrils flailed lazily. His vision clouded and cleared. He had the sensation that some time had passed, but wasn't entirely sure how long, until he checked his mission clock. Due to some fluke, maybe some sort of galactic justice for leaving his squad behind, he had been allowed to keep his consciousness, at least to a degree where he was a co-pilot inside his own body. The creature that was driving was, however, weakened, perhaps by sheer coincidence, or maybe the eons of hibernation, was strong enough to take the wheel and begin the process of conversion into a grotesque combat form. It lacked the force of clarity it required to completely dominate his own will the way it was supposed to. Though in a perpetual state of confusion and clouded haze, his mind could occasionally take the wheel by force. Still, helpless to do anything about it, he was fully aware of the horror of the life form invading his mind. The intelligence that pushed aside his control for the musculature in order to jerk his limbs around. The primal urge to scream a gasp of pain and frustration. He let it out, but none of the creatures even bothered to look. They all moved incoherently, like children experimenting with a new toy. He glimpsed at his own reflection in the pooling red lake of blood where Mendoza had lied a moment ago, and let go as the creature inside him gained control of his bones and shaped them in its own will. Sierra 117 struggled to catch his breath. His body felt as if it was breaking down molecule by molecule. The fight on board Sovereign Oblation had lasted hours. Boarding parties had landed and been extinguished one after another, but the Covenant fighters refused to give up. They'd been awake for 2 days, under constant combat, something not worth a second thought for a Spartan, but the raid on the super city of High Charity had left them exhausted, battered, and demoralized. Aside from needing a fresh tube of biofoam, on the many wounds he had received, he needed water, and he wouldn't complain about having a meal or a few hours to sleep. His aim had begun to deteriorate, giving Cortana the push needed to make a hard decision.
You can't keep going like this, Chief. Neither can the rest of the Spartans.
Is the bridge still in danger?
Yes, but...
Is the engine room still in danger?
Yes, but listen to...
Then we keep going. We keep going as long as we have to.
No, you won't. Part of my mission is to keep you safe.
Your mission is to get these prophets back to human-controlled space, even if it means sacrificing me to do it.
And if you die, I won't be able to complete that mission. I'm not giving you a choice. We won't make the trip to Onyx in these conditions.
What's your plan, then?
We're dropping out of slip space.
They'll still follow us.
We don't really have another choice here. I'll drop a few plasma torpedoes out as soon as we exit into normal space.
Fine, do it. This is Sierra 117 to all teams. We are exiting slip space in 2 minutes. We have a change of plans. Acknowledge.
A few green lights winced on in his helmet. He half expected more, but looked at the roster and the MIA on over half of his team's names. He dropped the plasma rifle in his hands and switched over to a pair of SMGs he had looted from a dead Marine. The body had hit full rigor mortis. It had to be one of the ODSTs from the raid on High Charity. He looked for the man's tags, but they were already gone. He gave the body a respectful nod and reloaded. The Spartan beside him grabbed the red-tinted robe of the Prophet of Truth and dragged him across the floor.
Exiting slip space in 3, 2, 1.
Spartan B312 paused to check his ammo counter on the corner of his heads-up display, but as a form of precaution, he ejected the magazine from its home and eyed the clip carefully. With a single glance, he could tell how many rounds were tucked tightly in the magazine still. However, he chose a slow count. He looked around to make sure he wasn't being followed, but he couldn't fool himself. He simply needed to know where the hell he was. With both AIs backseat piloting him and Foehammer, they had snuck up on the Covenant in a risky underground flight. She had piloted the Pelican dropship through a giant worm-like maintenance tunnel that hid under the ring world's skin. From the drop-off, he had followed his instincts and the loosely coherent signs and markings on the floors that led through a maze of passages and rooms, all of which had been well guarded. All enemies in his path had been taken care of, while they easily outnumbered him 1,000 to 1. The majority of the enemy's presence had been reduced to sleeping grunts, wandering low-ranked jackals, and the occasional commander, a blue-armored elite. To his count, he had slain 948 combatants, and only a handful of them had been majors or higher ranked. He was beginning to wonder if the corridors would ever end, or if this was some pseudo-purgatory, when the chill of an icy tundra clashed against his visor. Before Mjolnir could adjust, the hardened glass on his visor formed a fog. He wiped it off clean hastily to meet a flurry of snowflakes and a series of footbridges.
The weather pattern seems to be natural, not artificial. Substance does not read out as toxic. It seems the ring's environmental systems are explicitly designed to produce inclement weather. I can't detect any makers of failing weather control systems. It would appear the ecosystems on Halo are self-sustaining.
Maybe this isn't even inclement weather to those who built this place. For now, keep checking sensors.
The Spartan didn't believe it made a difference to him, let alone whoever was advanced enough to construct Halo. He crossed the light bridge held aloft by the dual traction beams at either end. He cleared the path of minor enemies, only stopping to take cover, scavenging dead bodies and tossed the occasional grenade. He squirted plasma from a rifle like water from a hose, washing away the enemies in his path. The steady stream of glowing energy did not give the same satisfaction as each trigger was pulled, but it was just as effective, if not more so. He went on like this from room to room, hallway to hallway, emptying out the enemy's weapons into them. Several of the elites guarding the larger chambers were smart enough to take cover, or fast enough to react to his invasive action. But the Spartan was smart enough to avoid a close encounter with potentially dangerous foes. While the plasma could damage anything human-made, including his Mjolnir armor, some of the structures on Halo seemed almost impervious to it. And of course, he wasn't the only one that had noticed. His best way around a target behind cover was the nearby grunts. Pesky creatures had a propensity to carry multiple of the pocket-sized suns. They often used them in a last-ditch effort to end themselves alongside their opponents. It was another reason why he liked to start engagements by taking them off the table. He looted the nearby dead Ungoi, commandeering their explosives, and lobbied them behind cover. The elite's honor would not let them die behind cover, however. He knew the moment he tossed a grenade, his aim would have to dial in and wait for them on the opposite side as they made a final crazed push to redeem their honor. After a series of maze-like passageways, he came to another bridge. The snow still raged on outside, but he could now see where his target was. Half a kilometer down, through a frozen field of wraiths and hunters, down the slope of a set of shade turret emplacements, supported by a patrolling banshee overhead. Even for a Spartan, the odds seemed impossible. The gears in his head kept turning, but something clogged them. There was something he was missing. He knew it was possible, if not highly time-consuming, and every second he spent getting to Halo's control room was another second he wasn't helping defend Alpha Base. Yet another second, the Covenant got closer to entering the control room and finding Earth. He thought of the many painful lessons he learned in the Spartan 3 program. He thought of his teacher, the over 6.5 feet tall Spartan. He thought about how he would approach the situation, and a path became more clear by the second. His augmentations were directly modeled after the successes of 2 classes of Spartans before his. However, it didn't mean that they were as potent as his teachers. Spartan 2's bones were more dense and grafted on, practically unbreakable. Alongside a myriad of other enhanced augmentations, this was the only problem he saw. The only way to succeed in this plan was precise timing. determination, adaptability, and a little bit of luck. He looked down once again over the bridge and watched the patrols of both wraiths below, followed by the hunter's slow march on a slick wet surface. Then up at the Banshee and timed its patrol around the bridge and back into the shade turrets. It would all have to be timed perfectly. The Spartan reached for the designated marksman rifle holstered on his back and saw his luck was still holding. The magazine held 3 more rounds, and 1 was prepped in the chamber. He smiled inside his helmet.
Dot, measure the icicles on the ledge to the left, the ones near the top.
Without a closer look, they appear to be 3 meters in height and roughly 12 in diameter.
His smile faded. He would have to cut it close. It would take more shots than he was comfortable with, but he hadn't expected his plan to be easy by any means. He stowed away the plasma rifle on his side, opposing from the energy sword he was still keeping a tight watch over. He looked through his scope of the DMR and found a grunt sitting asleep on the shade turret guarding the snowy overpass. He swiveled to aim at the second shade but found no passenger. Instead, he caught a glimpse of movement as one of the grubby armed creatures huddled toward a corner. It soon began leaking liquid from its underregion and the stream flowed vigorously. The Banshee was the next contender. The air support vehicle spun on a non-existent axis and flipped over the opposite way it had come from. It circled the area and flew under the bridge once more. He knew what came next. He had to take this opportunity. He spun on his heels and placed the reticle of his weapon directly on the sleeping grunt's mouth. He squeezed the trigger gently and spun once more to the second guard. The grunt on the side looked to his left and watched the grunt across from him drop. Noble 6 had not taken the time to confirm the kill, but the grunt's reaction told him enough. It waved its arms around and ran at the shade turret. Before he could reach it though, the Spartan tapped the trigger gently once more and quickly switched to the plasma rifle on his side. He sprayed the side of the valley with a stream of plasma. The ice on the side of the bridge cracked and then dripped. Finally, just as the Banshee tilted up to investigate the reflective glow of energy bolts on the icy side, a chunk of ice the size of a warthog dislodged itself from the hillside. It made direct contact with the nose end of the Banshee, propelling it down. Spartan holstered the overheated plasma rifle and ran to the edge of the bridge. A quarter-kilometer drop below followed. His bones were breakable, but Mjolnir would keep him alive. It was a matter of landing on something that would slow his fall, and he could avoid coming out from this risky gambit without a limp. He fell through the air at the same rate as the Banshee and its accompanying icicle. The Spartan lobbed a pair of grenades at the ice beneath the hunters. They clung onto the ice instantly and began glowing. He turned in midair as he fastly approached the ground level, tossing a smoke grenade in the direction of the wraith in the back. His timing had been near perfect in some regards, but in others, it left more to be desired. He shot his third slug at the grenade and detonated it before he could reach its target. A blanket of smoke covered the anti-infantry tank. He felt the immense crunch of metal on metal as his boots crushed the pilot hatch on top of the wraith beneath him. A second crunch later, he heard a scream of pain beneath his own. The hatch lay there between the armor's boots and an elite's broken rib cage. The alien inside the mortar launching tank reached for a plasma pistol on the compartment to his right, but the Spartan pressed the still-hot tip of his marksman rifle against the alien's deformed jaws. An explosion behind him went off as the pair of grenades ignited to superheated temperatures. The Spartan pulled the trigger and leaped as fast as he could off the broken wraith. His legs shook and slipped as he landed on the ice. The fall had hurt, but he was still in one piece. With a single glance, he knew what came next. The icy lake below the frozen ground gave way, with cracks stemming from the crushed Banshees and the pool of gore left behind by a splattered pilot. Running along the ice culminating in a massive hole left by the explosion of 2 plasma grenades, the ice crumbled like a house of cards. It broke under his steps as he sprinted toward the Banshee lying in wait behind the shroud of smoke. His weapon now empty, he tossed it aside to achieve a faster stride. He could see as the hunters attempted to pick up the pace, but were swallowed by the freezing temperatures of the icy waters around them. They shriveled up and hurriedly squirmed outside of the colossal hunter carapace armor. He didn't bother to turn. The worms would be weaponless, across a lake that had already begun to freeze. They could cross, but reaching him would be a mistake if they wanted to live. He pulled the sword from his side and ran into the smoke. His senses told him the wraith's engine swirled in wait still. Unaware of the mayhem the Spartan had left behind, in under 5 seconds, he could hear the winding of Covenant technology just ahead, thereby jumping into it. He drove his sword hand forward, deep into the shadow of smoke. He felt the heat cut through the nanolaminate of Covenant armor, and a single grunt in pain escaping from the air. The wraith swerved to the left, then right, then back into the hillside. He clung onto it with his fist holding the sword handle tightly. They cleared the smoke, but he knew what lied on the other side of his weapon. He could feel as the pilot's life leaked out from its body and onto his sword. Satisfied with the death of the pilot, he turned the weapon off to conserve energy, switched to the pilot's weapon, and took up one on his hip. He slowly walked away from the carnage behind toward the pyramid-like structure ahead. He shook the numbness of the drop with each step. Only now did he notice the taste of blood in his mouth. He wasn't sure what it was from, but was happy to be overflowing with adrenaline not to have to find out. After reaching the top of the pyramid and allowing his slower than usual shield to recharge, he stepped over the body of the grunt beside the shade turret and aimed it at a pair of biparting doors on the edge of his sensors. He could see the mix and match of Covenant colors coming from the depths of the entrance. Lances of plasma bolted out from the stationary Covenant weapon emplacement. Neither the turret nor the Spartan gave way until there was nothing left moving, and the turret was critically ready to overheat. The doors closed and no movement appeared on his radar sensors.
Scanning. Scanning. The Covenant forces in the area have been eliminated. Nicely done.
Let's move into the control room quickly, Spartan.
He made his way through the doors and onto the immense platform ahead. The glimmering reflection of a bridge without supports extended over a vast emptiness, ending in a circular walkway that wrapped around the entire chamber. In the center of the walkway rested a holographic display of Threshold, the gas giant Halo was tethered to, along with its miniature moon, Basis. Suspended in the vastness between the two celestial bodies, a thought crossed his mind. Halo was hidden between a planet and its moon. It would have been nearly impossible to detect it amongst its many camouflaging methods. Why? Why was this ring so precisely hidden? Maybe the control room would have answers. Beyond the walkway into the enormous space ahead rested another rotating hologram of Halo. This one was hundreds of meters tall. It rotated slowly, and somehow the Spartan knew this model had to be an exactly detailed and accurate representation of every inch on the ring. From its intricate symbols that lined the ring's skin to the inner terrain beneath the surface, every minute detail was inscribed within the larger hologram. He lowered his weapon slightly off shoulder height and walked forward through the bridge. The lack of any kind of railing meant that this place didn't see much traffic to begin with, and eased his nerves for a moment.
This is it. Halo's control center. There's a terminal up there. Let me take a look.
The Spartan approached the large panel covered in glyphs, all of which glowed as if light emanated from the console itself. Once close enough, the glyphs created a form of abstract art that danced between his hands and the invisible threshold of the console. He pulled the AI matrix from its designated slot on his Mjolnir 5B armor's helmet. While he believed the suit was able to utilize the artificial being to its full extent, his own augmentations were limiting. Even inserting the chip into his head felt strange and violating. A moment later, when the AI was fully integrated into the alien computer station, he popped into existence. The skin lined with symbols and numbers on his hologram had shifted to a dark orange. A data scrolled across the miniature man's holographic visage and swirled frantically around him. He carried a smile of ecstatic excitement. The glasses of the holographic scientist began to fog up, and his colorful skin shifted in spectrum once more, before settling down on the original green it was. The AI removed its glasses and used his lab coat to wipe off the fog.
Are you alright?
I couldn't possibly be better. The amount of information, it's so vast. The wealth of knowledge, the speed of communication and transition, it's so fast, it's surreal, it's glorious.
Ecstasy dissipated from the AI. It was high on knowledge, something almost as dangerous as rampancy.
So, what kind of weapon is Halo?
What are you on about?
Stay focused. Halo, if it's a weapon, how do we use it against the Covenant?
Ramsey tilted his head and stopped cleaning his glasses. The artificial man's expression changed to a deep frown, his brow pressed against his glasses with visible anger. Its artificial voice failed with disdain as he responded.
You reckless barbarian. What more could be expected of a child soldier? An experiment. This ring isn't a cudgel, club, or cane to bludgeon our enemies with. It's something much more powerful and important. The Covenant. Wait. That's not...
He paused. His eyes moved from side to side, as if he was reading the thrilling conclusion to a novel. The waves of data washing over him sped up exponentially. Then a confused and worrisome look crept over his score, attached to a whisper.
Forerunner? What?
He began to speak at a quickened pace, as if his lips were a dam and the individual syllables were breaking through cracks, trying to leak out.
The Forerunners. They built this place. It's what they would call a fortress world. In order to...
The Spartan was concerned now. AI were supposed to have a modicum of professionalism and respect for actual combatants. Even with the cold-shouldered treatment the ODSTs and the AI had given him since his reawakening on the Pillar of Autumn, they had maintained standards. But Ramsey had quickly turned into a free agent of sorts. He was about to put the artificial being in its place when he cut in once more, the look of ecstasy worn off and panic painting its visage. His voice raised an octave and frail.
No. That can't really be. Oh, those Covenant fools. Imbeciles wielding a stick too large for their own rectums and too small for their enemies. There must have been signs. Locked doors are locked for a reason.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something buried in the bowels of this ring. Something horrible. Quite possibly the worst thing in the universe. And now they're scattered and afraid.
Something buried? Afraid?
The AI's holographic glasses now had a crack on the corner of one of the lenses. He turned and looked at the giant hologram on the ring behind him, with his hands raised up to its temples and pointed to a section of the spinning ring, almost as if he could see the exact and accurate location.
The lieutenant. We have to stop the lieutenant. The weapons cache she's looking for. It's not really... Oh god. We can't let her get inside.
I don't understand. Slow down.
There is no time to explain. You have to stop her before it's too late. I have to stay here, find her, and stop her before she unleashes the true purpose of this ring. Run!
A waypoint swept across the Spartan's heads-up display as he ran across the span over the precipice. Noble Six jolted to and sprinted, ferociously tapping his gauntlet, attempting to contact Foehammer. Static washed over the radio until he reached the outside of the pyramid. Once outside Halo's control room, a signal cleared up and Echo 419's voice sweetened his ears. He raced to the edge of the pyramid and waited for a pickup. The engines of the Pelican roared, and the pilot jostled the controls to the side, spinning the aircraft on its vertical axis. Without even touching down, the Spartan ran into the lowered back before it rapidly climbed back up to reach a more suitable cruising altitude. The engines shifted again and the jet stream intensified before pulsing and kicking into supersonic speeds. Echo 419's Pelican aircraft descended into a deep darkness through a storm into a swamp. Foliage whipped around back and forth at the force of the turbulence. Ripples in the swampy waters beneath formed as the Pelican's exhaust jets brought it down low enough for the metal belly to press flat against the surface. The stench of rotting vegetation rushed in, percolating the cargo bay of the aircraft. From the controls, Foehammer's voice came through.
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago.
Foehammer had logged double the amount of flight hours since landing on Halo than any other pilot. She was tired, but so was he. On the Pelican ride over, he had taken a much-needed rest, cared to his shoulder injury, and rested his eyes for what must have been a solid hour. He didn't know when the next time he would get sleep would be, and it seemed like a tactical decision at the time. B312 stepped down the ramp and off into the calf-deep, evil-looking brew of stewing waters. The engines roared as she fed more fuel to them, and pushed themselves out over the swamp. Even as she pulled a triple shift behind the controls, she was content to be a pilot. Ground pounders had a different kind of grit. She could fly her aircraft directly at an advancing fleet of banshees without blinking an eye, but the thought of crawling through a muck-infested swamp shriveled her bones. The Pelican, satisfied with its distance from the ground, took up full speed. Noble Six raised his weapon, now with a fresh magazine and a healthy supply, courtesy of Echo 419. He checked his motion sensor and threat indicator, and found nothing of concern. He pushed forward, allowing the swamp to curve and close in around his armor. Make friends with your environment, one of Chief Mendez's sayings from the Spartan training days. He had taken the advice to heart as an assassin. The days of being a lone wolf were put behind him when he joined Noble Team, but it had only been a break. His friends and teammates were gone, and Noble Team was no more. He listened to the constant patter of rain and swamp. Even through his armor, he could feel the warm and humid air creeping through his vents. He flowed with the natural shape of the swamp, transforming his own movements into the swamp's shy and restrained glide. The Spartan would know what belonged in the swamp and what didn't. Knowing that could mean the difference between life and death. Once attuned with his environment to an indistinguishable level, he paced forward faster. He had to attain a better vantage point. Turning to the right, he noticed a slight rise. He climbed over it and found the payoff was immediate. The lieutenant's Pelican had gone in only a few meters ahead of where Foehammer had dropped them off, but the dense nature of the foliage had stopped them from seeing the wreckage of a downed Pelican ahead. B312 moved in to inspect the remains. Judging silently based on the appearances alone, he saw only 2 bodies in the wreckage. Paired with the curvature of the Pelican's wings, meaning the craft had crashed during takeoff, not landing. He tried to remain hopeful, wondering if the rest had gotten off with minimal injuries or transported the wounded, considering the lack of bodies. He inspected further inside the Pelican to see the pilot was missing. He didn't like it. The 2 dead crew members in the back of the Pelican's cargo bay wore Navy fatigues. accompanied by ranks and naval insignias. His impression was confirmed. The Pelican had landed and dispatched its marine passengers, but was in process of lifting off when either a mechanical failure or enemy fire had brought it down. He saw very small and shallow burns on the Pelican's side and decided it must have been a mechanical failure on the Pelican's side. If the pilot had abandoned the craft without trying to fix it up, it meant the team might still be out there on the run, or the damage was irreparable. This late into the war, most Pelicans weren't new, and only so many repairs could be made, especially after the fight off Reach. Satisfied with his own deductions of what had transpired, he was about to leave when he spotted a shotgun lying next to one of the bodies. He hadn't been expecting an officer to carry such a heavy weapon, but was content enough with procuring the weapon beside the dead body. Deciding it might come in handy, he swung the sling over his shoulder and activated the lights on either side of his helmet. Even with the augmentations to his vision, the swarm seemed to suck the light out of the area, forcing him to squint his eyes. He followed a trail of muddy boot prints, diverting away from the Pelican and toward a portable work light, the same kind that the Covenant had placed at the landing site of the Truth and Reconciliation. The aliens were certainly well prepared, he thought. Even after 3 decades of war, they didn't seem to have any supply chain issues. Bringing something so elaborate was certainly out of the question on UNSC ships. More simplistic lights could get the job done, but he appreciated the Covenant bringing such ornate blocks. He could use them as cover to sneak up on, and often enough, take cover behind. He moved from cover to cover, checking his threat sensors, finding nothing but the occasional weapon or grenade on the floor, and a stain of red or purple blood. Confirming his theory regarding the Covenant activity in the area, he ran into a second wreck. Only this time, it was a Spirit dropship, its bows downed in the swamp. He processed to move inward, but found no bodies in the wreck. Unhappy about the outcome and refusing to loot the craft for the lack of weapon holsters, he dropped out, back into the dark waters. He had half expected an ambush when he stepped out, but he was met with no sign of life, aside from the occasional chirp of a swamp bird in the distance and the sporadic glow of firefly-like creatures around the bulbous tree shapes. The cargo containers from the dropship had been scattered all around the crash site, raising an interesting question. When the alien transport arrived, were the Covenant trying to bring in more weapons or take supplies back with them? Though there was no way to be certain, he had to be prepared for both. Ramsey had given him the impression the Covenant were running away from something, but the report on which Lieutenant Hobbs had chosen to raid the swamp facility had led them to believe the opposite. Whatever the case was, the lack of UNSC personnel and Covenant fighters, coupled with supplies being left behind, led him to believe there was a skirmish still at play. He knew from the prints on the mud that standard UNSC boots had touched down on the area and continued to follow them past the tree standing on spider-like limbs, then up a trail over another rise and spotted a lone jackal. Before his mind could react, his reflexes had. He swung the rifle, bringing it to level with his shoulder, and brought the alien down with a controlled burst. He crouched beside the spider tree and its thick, trunky legs, waiting for a counterattack from the Covenant, but no such attack ever came. He considered for a moment. Maybe the jackal was running away from the battle. In that case, the lieutenant's forces might still be alive and pushing the Covenant back. However, he knew better than to have unfounded hope. He looked around at the vast scattering of cargo modules and lights, knowing the Covenant presence here would be strong. He was prepared to run into more aliens before he found the lieutenant, a lot more. But where were they? It didn't make sense. He hated having so many mysteries pile on his mind. He pushed his way through the dense foliage and sinking swamp mud, ignoring the repetition muffle of rain pads on his armor. Then, as suddenly as the previous jackal had appeared, a pair materialized from vegetation. As usual, they hid behind their handheld shield devices, arms shaking, lashing out with their repetition of green blotches of ejecting from their plasma pistols. The bolts clashed against his armor shields and dissipated, but he frowned nonetheless. They had caught him off guard. Without the upgraded Mark V Mjolnir armor, he would have been a goner. The hapless jackals moved in closer, expecting the prey to be burnt by plasma, but received a surprise. B312 grabbed the edge of the shield of the leading jackal and pushed it aside to slide the butt of his rifle into the alien's face. It went down with a crushed skull, but the Spartan had pounced on the following jackal and its more intense yellow shield. He shot the opening between the shield and the jackal's weapon. Sparks flew from the weapon, burning the jackal's hand. Distracted by its smoldering hand, the jackal failed to notice the Spartan driving his boot into the mud and back up under the shield, kicking it out of the way, followed by a 12-inch blade the Spartan kept on his hip. The jackal fell like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He waited for more enemies, but they still failed to come. The eeriness of the situation did not escape him. Instead, it made him more uncomfortable. After cutting down his opponents, he worked his way forward over the rise Past its steep slope, he spotted a shade turret on top of the ridge. The shade sat firmly on a log carefully balanced on top of the rise. He had two options. Seeing as there was no enemies on the turret, take the weapon emplacement for himself and rain down a storm of plasma on the enemies below on the opposite side, or forego the weapon emplacement and sneak past whatever lied ahead in order to infiltrate them more discreetly. One option was clearly more up his alley, but he considered his ammunitions count. He took a seat on the shade turret, but was surprised to find no opposition on the other side of the rise. He grew impatient, seeing as an array of red dots lining the outer edges of his motion tracker, but he could not see them while stationary on the shade turret. There was no harm, he thought to himself. No one had seen him jump on the shade, or at least they weren't dumb enough to get in his way if they had. He decided to seek out the threats and put them down carefully and quietly. He swung the weapon onto his back and pulled a still wet knife from its sheath, then dove into the fronds. The dead and rotting vegetation clung onto him. Broad leaf-like stems caressed his shoulders. Vines tugged at the edges of his boots, knees, and elbows. It was a tough trudge in full Mjolnir, but worth the risk to be out of sight, even with the half-rotten flora of the jungle floor around him. Then, as if perchance a grunt walked into the foliage, only to find itself falling into the rustling leaves with a solid thump. The knife still stuck on the alien's face beneath its breathing apparatus. Bursts of methane rushed out between the alien's labored breath as its life dwindled from its body. Without hesitation, he removed the knife and leapt out of the jungle into the two methane breathers ahead. The cone-like methane compartment on the first one's back sliced open, leaking the gas. The grunt slipped in a panic as it attempted to keep the precious gas inside its storage, while the other one stood in fear. Noble 6 reached for the second, lifting him up over his head and bringing it down on his knee. Both its breathing gas filled backpack and its spine snapped, leaving the creature broken on the floor, drowning on the shallow pool of swamp water, unable to move a few inches necessary to escape suffocation. The Spartan approached the first grunt and stomped his extra heavy boot down on the alien's skull before proceeding forward. Satisfied with his progress, the Spartan paused to listen. There was a gentle patter of rain on wide, welcoming leaves. It had aligned perfectly with the constant sound of his heart beating and breathing. Confident that he had heard nothing else, the immediate perimeter was clear. B312 turned his attention to the facility that loomed on his right. The Forerunner complex appeared vaguely sick. The structure was unlike the smooth, graceful spires of the other locations. While unable to conform to a regular shape, all he could think about the building was that it was ugly and sparked off a warning in the back of his mind. The entrance was shaped like a capital A, except the top was flat instead of pointing upward. On the flatness above, a pair of floodlights illuminated the smooth surface of the entrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a pair of 8-gauge shotgun shells laying tightly beside the wrapper of a protein bar. He knew he was getting closer at least. Once through the door, he stumbled across a pool of commingled blood, various purples with an orange stain in the mix, drowning the dozens of Covenant bodies in it. Puzzled once more by the lack of opposition, he knelt at the perimeter of the uncoagulated blood to inspect the bodies. He could see the Marines had not killed them. The bodies had plasma scarring on them, as if they had been hosed down by friendly fire. He immediately knew the observation was wrong. Covenant were no strangers to friendly fire, but the only times he had seen it was from the bigger ones. The elites dished it out to the lower class ones, the jackals and grunts. This mess had the remains of both hunters, elites, jackals, and grunts in the making. It couldn't be humans sporting Covenant weapons either. The lieutenant had not brought enough men to support a firefight in the open like this, and bore 0 casualties for it. The lack of blood betrayed that assumption. He couldn't think of an explanation that matched his assumptions. He stood, taking a long look around, and pushed deeper into the complex. Inside the facility, it was dead silent, unlike the outside swamp where the rain dripped on the leaves and clashed against the surface tensions of the swamp's blackened waters. The constant sound had been comforting. If there was a sound or movement out of place, he would know where to aim, but in here, he was in the dark. The thick walls sucked the air and sound out of the room. The sudden sound of machinery startled him, and he spun on his heels, bringing the shotgun from his back to bear. A lift surfaced beside him, as if summoned by some unknown mechanism. Whether triggered by the weight of his armor, or a more simple mechanism, he couldn't be sure, but he stepped onto the platform. It carried him downward as a group of overlapping red dots appeared on his motion sensor. He knew he was about to have company. A screech of metal on metal later, the elevator came to a halt. Instead of blasting his way out, he waited, but the dots on his sensor remained still. No one rushed him. He rationalized they had heard the lift 100 times before and assumed it was friendlies. He could catch them by surprise if he was quick enough. Spartan B312 reached for his belt and wrapped his fingers around a fragmentation grenade. Noble 6 slowly made his way into the room, being careful not to make any noise that would carelessly give away his position. The Covenant here were his favorite kind. Stupid. Second favorite, actually, aside from the dead Covenant. He looked around the entire room before noticing the enemies were a huddled group of jackals and grunts in a corner of the room on the far end from the lift. They clustered around a hatch. He smiled, slung the shotgun away, and pulled the assault rifle from his back, as well as a grenade from his hip in one fluid motion. He would show them their punishment for failing to guard the lift. He pulled the pin from the grenade and let it rest for a second and a half before tossing it into the group. A flash of light later and the hosing down of an entire clip. Bodies lied on the floor riddled with holes. He opened the hatch that led into a large 5-story high room. Noble 6 found himself on a platform with a couple of jackals, and he mowed them down immediately. Then followed the sounds of screeching below. A quick peek revealed a group of 8 Covenants standing around waiting for orders. He reached back in from the hatch, pulled a pair of plasma grenades from the grunts dead beyond, and tossed them into the group, turning the corner quickly to avoid the splash of boiling plasma. He heard the grenades detonated, then waited a fraction of a second before bringing his weapon around the corner and opening fire on the ones that remained. After a series of controlled bursts, he moved forward again, prancing on the dead bodies. He checked the surrounding area, still looking for clues to where the lieutenant and her soldiers might have begun. He swept the room, but it wasn't long before he found more plasma grenades, a pair of mangled bodies. Both Marines had been killed by plasma fire. Their weapons were missing. Their dog tags also missing. Ironically, it had been a good sign. The Covenant rarely ever picked up a human weapon, and considering the supplies all over the outside the facility and the well-armed soldiers inside, his best conclusion was the sergeant and his men had been doing a decent job of protecting the lieutenant. If the rest had ran into Covenant forces, then he was on the right trail. The Spartan crossed through the split room and was forced to step through and over a scattering of Covenant corpses gathered around the second hatch. Then through the opening, he squeezed his way in, past a series of rooms, all empty. Aside from the paintings of Covenant blood-stained walls and lateral surfaces. He was beginning to think he should turn back, but the next section of hatch doors opened. On the floor, kneeling backward, a fear-crazed Marine repeatedly slammed the back of his head against the wall panel behind him. His eyes jerked around the room, from side to side, hearing noises that weren't there, seeking something in the shadows. His mouth, permanently stuck in an expression of horror and sorrow, twisted into a horrible grimace. The Spartan looked around, and there was no sign of the soldier's primary weapon. The only thing to keep the man company behind enemy lines, a standard issue M6, which he fired at the shadows in the corner of the room.
Stay back! Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things!
Noble 6 lowered his weapon, raising his palm out.
I'll blow your brains out! Get away from me!
B-312 felt the tinge of the bullets bouncing off his energy shields. He had to fight his instinct to raise his weapon and put the threat down. Instead, he dove for cover. Behind the hatch doors, the proximity sensor kept the doors open, enough for the Marine to continue firing the weapon and for him to attempt to reason with the crazed man.
Put the weapon down. We're on the same team.
Don't touch me, you freaks! I won't be like you, I'll die first! Find your own hiding place, the monsters are everywhere! Play dead! That's what I did! Play dead! They took the live ones. Oh god, I can still hear them. Monsters!
The young Spartan realized his shields were back to full strength, then pushed off around the corner, rushing the Marine down. He sprang up, but the super soldier was too fast for the panicked Marine. B-312 planted his feet firmly and shoved the Marine back down gently. He pinned the man's firing hand down, and the madman let out a series of screams. He wasn't sure if the screams were of pain from the bent wrist or from the sheer fact he was being touched. The shock printed on the Marine's face told him the pain was physical and psychological.
Just leave me alone!
B-312 shook the man vigorously to snap him out of the panic-induced screams.
Where's the lieutenant? Where's Johnson?
Sarge, Mendoza, Vicente. Oh God, the things took them away. They're gone! Get it? Gone!
The man continued to sob in despair.
What things? The Covenant?
The leatherneck did not answer. He crawled on the floor toward the handgun slowly, stumbling to pick it up with a bent and broken wrist, fumbling the pickup through tear-filled eyes.
They won't get me! Oh God, I don't want to be like them, please. Please, no. Please, no.
The surface is back that way. I suggest you reload and stop wasting ammo. Head topside. The way back is already clear. Once you get there, hunker down and wait for help. We'll have a dust-off later. Do you copy?
There was nothing more the Spartan would get out of the man. Instead, He pointed toward the door. The private did as he was told for the first half. He reloaded the weapon and stopped firing. However, he did not follow the rest of the Spartan's advice. He crawled back into the middle of the room where the lights shone brightest, then curled into the fetal position, whimpering, and placed the barrel of his weapon in his mouth. He fell silent. A few things became clear. 1. The Marine would never make it out alive. Those who lost the will to fight, lost the fight altogether. 2nd, if he assumed the mad Marine's ramblings had a shred of legitimacy to them, the lieutenant's squad had taken serious casualties. A veteran like Johnson and his hand-picked soldiers would take more than an average Covenant battalion to snuff out. If the lieutenant was still alive, she was in big trouble. It left them with a tough choice to make. Save the broken and frail soldier, or seek out the lieutenant and her squad, or whatever remained of their forces. He knew what he had to do. The bigger number of lives was what mattered. The Marine's inability to fight would slow him down, or worse, get them both killed. He would have to wait until the Spartan completed his mission before he could be helped. Reluctantly, he made his decision. He surveyed the room slowly for a hint of what kind of fight took place in the strange chamber. The first hint he got was from a badly shattered ramp that led up through a small fire blocking the walkway up the 2nd floor. Even in his temperature-regulated Mjolnir suit of armor, he could feel the heat wash around him and brush the invisible outer edges of his energy shields. He followed the ramp, stepping around the body of a deceased elite. He took comfort seeing the body riddled with bullet holes. Satisfied that the body was thoroughly expired, he made his way onto a circular gallery. From up there, he could see the shadowy stains of sprawled out blood around the room. The Marine in his ball-like shape in the middle of the chamber, and the small fire still raging on. He had studied crime scene analytics during his Spartan training, but nothing in the room made sense to him. There was blood where there was no victims. There were victims and mangled bodies where they had no business lying about. And there was a lone survivor who had casually survived by faking his own demise. It was a puzzle he simply couldn't sort out. He wished for Kat or Carter to be here. Kat's brilliant mind for puzzles could have seen something he was missing. Perhaps Carter's attention to detail and intuition would have solved the puzzle with the same amount of pieces. All he knew is that a piece of him missed the members of Noble Team. He proceeded through a series of doorways and mysteriously empty rooms, arriving up to the ramp, where a dead Marine and a large puddle of his own blood pooled around the body. He had had enough. He learned long ago, maybe through an innate ability, maybe through Spartan training or years of fighting a life or death battle, but he learned to trust his instincts. Something felt wrong. It was quiet. Far too quiet. The only decibels to disturb the infinite silence were those of the booming hollowness from his own breathing. Even inside other facilities on Halo, he had heard the minuscule slaps of sounds from a machine whirring on the floor tiles, walls, or general ambience. But now, the silence cut all of the aforementioned out of existence. He could feel the silence. He walked down the ramp and turned the corner to meet the next hatch dead on, weapon level and ready. He cautiously approached the hatch, and the door sensed his intent, splitting apart. They slid open, and a dead Marine fell into his arms, like a sleeping damsel in distress. With his MA5B weapon ready, he covered the room beyond the immediate area, scanning as best he could. He searched for a target, but none showed themselves. He lowered the body to the floor slowly, then stepped forward, spinning on his heel, pointing the gun back the way he had come from. The lack of targets put his pulse into a quickened pace as he felt eyes burying into the back of his head. Someone was watching. He was certain of it. He checked his sensors, but no movement was detected. He looked over his shoulder and backed himself into the room slowly until the door shut. He pulled the body closer to him while keeping an eye on his radar and one on the door, then stepped away. His boots cut the silence like a knife as they made contact with some spent shell casings. They rolled away, scattering in various directions. He had finally realized there were thousands of them. Empty, so many that the floor was carpeted an entirely different shade. The colors mismatched with the chrome of the walls around. On the side, he spotted the dead Marine's helmet and bent over to pick it up. The name Jenkins was burned into the metal plating across the side. He noticed the vidcam attached, the kind the Sarge made his handpicked soldiers wear in order to critique their mission when they returned to base and have a foundation to chew them out for. In this occasion, however, it would be useful to inform himself regarding the circumstances surrounding the many mysteries. He removed the camera's memory chip and slotted the unit into one of the receptacles of his own, much more advanced than expensive helmet. He watched as the playback window popped over his heads-up display. The battle assistant AI Dot rewinded the tape on her own, without saying a word. The picture quality was standard, but unlike the cameras built into his own helmet, the display seemed grainy and out of focus. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust properly. The night vision seemed to be active, and the film seemed to be shot in a sickly green. Grains washed over the camera, breaking its focus anytime the cameraman, in this case, Dead Jenkins, looked over a light source. The picture wrestled around, jostling between targets, bouncing between static and stale frames of spotty images. At first, it was going well. Mundane, routine stuff. A successful dismount from the now defunct Crash Pelican dropship. The moment it made touchdown, followed by their advancement through evil-looking swamp waters, and their arrival at the A-shaped entrance to the structure. Almost instinctively, Dot spooled the video recording ahead. The situation had gotten considerably more ominous after that. The Marines were staring at the dead elites, the ones he had found with plasma burns on them already, eliminating the possibility of them being successful UNSC personnel kills. Their discussion seemed in line with his initial thoughts, but clearly they were all operating on their false assumptions. The video skipped ahead once more with the help of the mute AI. Now, it was the Marines and the lieutenant outside a door. Not just any door, but the final door he had stepped through, where he had found the dead Marine. He knew the answers were a few seconds away, but every fiber of his being told him not to watch. He felt the fight-or-flight sensation itching in his brain, his eyes glued to the pop-up window in his heads-up display. After forcing his eyes open and refusing to scrub the mission, he heard the words, "Bad feeling." He heard the radio transmission from the outside team as if he were Jenkins himself. The garbled speech on the radio screeched with static and panic. Then a wave of odd rustling noises were heard from every corner of the room. A hatch gave way on the left, then another on the right, and a pair more on the far end of the room. Hundreds of flesh-wearing balls rolled on miniature racer spider-like legs. They curled and danced around, hopping and bouncing. Screaming started, only to be drowned out by the pops of semi-automatic rifle fire. Soon enough, the lieutenant yelled out that they were surrounded, but no one made a move toward the exit. No one except Jenkins. He broke formation and ran, avoiding as many of the bulbous creatures on the floor as he could. The Marine ran, but was caught with a strike to the back of the head, presumably as the camera flew off his head, landing a few yards, only to film his body get sucked into the shadows before cutting the feed into empty darkness. For the first time since Reach, he felt alone. Even the artificial support unit was dead quiet. He wished for a single word, some form of human connection that could break through the silence. He wished for a radio transmission, the panicking Marine, the condescending AI back at the control room, anything, but the silence only made his loneliness heavier. He found comfort in himself. His mind was in disarray, but his body had taken over. He had begun to back out of the room, waiting for the recognizable whooshing sound of the hatch doors to open, but they didn't. His muscles tensed up. His stomach felt a momentary feeling of foreboding. He knew that only meant trouble. Standing there with his back pressed against the wall, a sense of dread grew out from his spine. With a flash of light on the corner of his eye, the hatches on either side of the room erupted in a contained explosion. He didn't know which way to face or which way to shoot, only to hold the trigger down. Before his mind could register what was coming out of the flaming doors, he blinked and regretted it. The crowd of fleshy creatures dribbling into the room had grown from 20 to 50 and soon would be in the hundreds. His motion sensor had shown him even more bad news. The wave of red that danced and encircled him extended beyond what he could see. The creatures advanced in a speeding routine, closing in on him by the second. He fired at the ugly-looking creatures, popping each like air and pus-filled balloons. But with each bullet wasted, there were 3 or 4 more. They rolled toward him on the floors, crawled on the walls, and swarmed over him from the ceilings overhead. He tossed a fragmentation grenade to his left and one to his right, clearing enough room to loot the ammunition and grenades off Jenkins' body. He pulled his hand away from the Marine's belt, only to be met by the man grasping at him. A strength unlike anything he'd ever experienced before had grasped his forearm, but the rest of the man's body was loose and very much so unmoving. The hold on his arm weakened as he snapped his elbow back and kicked the corpse away into the creatures. They washed over him like cockroaches over an infant and swallowed him whole. He quickly slotted another magazine into the life-saving assault rifle. He forced himself to aim carefully as a tidal wave of hostiles poured on, knowing ammo would be a major concern as he reached for another clip and finding he only had 2 left. The creatures popped into fleshy bits and the razor-like tendrils shot out like fragmentations of an exploded grenade. From the masses, he could see a larger figure moving on the ground, where Jenkins' body had been kicked. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he could have sworn to have seen Jenkins' body move erratically. Unsure of what business the tidal wave of horrors had with the dead Marine's body, he figured it would be best not to know. He was resolved to keep moving. If he let them corner him, it would only draw him into a false sense of security, and he would be done for. Especially from behind, as he had seen on the footage, the creatures liked to jump and pounce on their targets. The armor would help against that tactic, but the monsters would swallow him if he wasn't fast enough. They came in 3s, 4s, and 5s, without a second between waves. But even as he seemed to melt them away, there were hundreds of the little bastards, maybe thousands more still flooding the chamber. He searched his brain for all tactics and strategies of dealing with overwhelming numerical odds, but they fell short. He had had great training, but neither basic training nor Spartan training could prepare someone for a fight like this. He equated the situation to an old war simulation of fighting 100 grunts in close quarters, then multiplied it by 10, then 1,000. The only things he could do to even the odds were to keep moving, maintaining distance and firing as he ran, and run he would have to. Spartans were trained to face combat head-on. They were also smart enough to know when to run, and have the capacity to do so. He would run in patterns to stretch out the ragged formation into a thin scatter, forcing them to hiddle and scramble from one end of the room to another. Though they were numerous and plenty, they didn't seem bright. They had one clear purpose in mind. If they had a mind. Their sheer determination confused him more. What kind of creature witnessed hundreds of its kind turned into puddles of fleshy bits and continued to push on? It was a determination that rivaled Spartans. His second objective was to force them into groups, cluster them into choke points chasing him, where he could lob a single grenade and effectively detonate the creatures by the hundreds all at once. It would destroy entire pockets, through which he might be able to find an escape route. And third, he would have to switch back between the assault weapon with his depleting ammo and the shotgun still slung around his shoulder. He just hoped it wouldn't come down to using the enigmatic little sidearm on his hip, or the close-range sword he was holding onto. He had no intention to get within striking range of the Mongoloids. He had to maintain a constant rate of fire, or they would continue multiplying endlessly, only finding pause during opportunistic moments to reload. These strategies became all the more necessary when something new, something much, much more horrendous leaped from the darkness. Something he should have been keeping an eye on. Something he should not have ignored as the trick of his eyes. B312 knew what it was, subconsciously, but refused to connect the dots. The mass of tattered, swinging flesh lashed from its disappropriate limbs at his head and torso. He wanted to believe that it was somehow a body that had fallen from above, down on him, that he had somehow missed a second level to the room, but he knew the truth. The horrible, horrible truth. His eyes locked in on a singular spot where the limbs connected and joined. A misshapen torso with no natural curvatures, sporting a familiar outfit, but an even more familiar insignia. The label read out Private Wallace A. Jenkins. The sudden strike of information that was not desired to be known couldn't be helped. He gripped his assault rifle tighter and swung forward, striking the false private on what was once his head. The creature flew across the room and into the rest of the pod-shaping creatures until they swallowed him whole again. He used a momentary break to reload his combat shotgun, but a new realization came over him as more and more creatures leapt from the corners of darkness, materializing in thin air. They hurled themselves forward, vaulting at him, running at astounding speeds, and launching themselves as missiles at the Spartan, as if they hoped to catch him off guard or crush him under their own weight. The creatures had a hint of humanoid features, with hunched back, misshapen limbs, rotten flesh, and a mixture of proportions on the skin covered in thin, carcass-like oozing liquids. Their limbs stretched in directions the Spartan could only describe as breaking. Clusters of pus and mysterious substances scattered on tentacled formations that served as extra limbs. The horrors went beyond describable. He could not get a clear view of the monsters for the fear of losing himself in studying the new enemy. He laid into them with a wealthy spread of bullets, but even so they each took 2-3 blasts from a direct shotgun fire to sustain any damage, let alone drop dead. Strangely, even the live ones looked like they were dead, which on reflection the Spartan was starting to believe they were. It's the only thing that explained in his mind why some of the ugly sons of bitches looked like elites or marines, at least what an elite or marine would look like if they were brutally tortured to death, left to rot in the run of a week or two, then buried and dug back up. He put them back down just the same, buying an opening to reload when the hatch he had come through tumble down. Behind the falling doors, 2 of the reanimated elites barged in, swinging loose limbs from each side. The freaks were put down quickly enough, but he had to be thankful for their sheer strength. Even in Mjolnir, he didn't think he could have popped those doors loose to escape. They had provided him with an opportunity he could not pass, and escaping them would become #1 priority. He rushed past the tumbling spherical little ones as they clawed at his legs and popped with the heat emanated from his plasma-based energy shields. Others jumped and lobbied at his back, looking for an opening to his neck, but popped the same with a controlled burst from assault rifle fire. He swept the room one last time until the assault rifle clicked on empty, then used it as a battering stick to swing it at the last 2-legged freaks rushing him. He hit the ex-elite on the side of its many-mandibled face, breaking the last support to its neck. The creature's head spun in a vertical 180 degree before slumping down from its shoulder down to its torso. It barely hung on, but the creature showed no sign of giving up. The head drooped down, clicking against its body with each step. Spartan B312 used the disengagement to slip through the open doorway. He soon found himself on the upper alley of the well-lit gallery room, where he had left the broken Marine. The room below was now packed with the bipedal horrors, left alone with the clicking of reanimated elite mandibles, and the almost coherent pleas of mercy from the Marine-like bodies begging for the mercy of death. He didn't know if it was the sounds of air escaping the bloated bodies of dead Marines, or if a part of them remained, as the words sounded almost like actual human names. They seemed unaware of him, and without his assault rifle and a severe lack of shotgun shells to take on them all, he intended to keep it that way. Then took a slow slide down the ramp, while hugging the right-hand wall until he reached another broken hatch. He began to pick up on the sounds of firing weapons and the outlying motion on the edge of his tracker. He didn't like the idea of heading down toward a firefight in the middle of all this, but he knew the fight led to an escape route out of the maze-like building. He turned corners following his wavering sense of combat until he stumbled on a full-fledged battle between the Covenant and the undead hostiles. The pod-like creature scuttled and hurried onto the smaller creatures of the Covenant, easily latching onto the grunts and jackals before ripping an opening and burrowing inside their skins. Even the tough hide of grunt armored exoskeleton skin, was like paper to the thin, sharp tendrils of Bollywood little bastards. The Spartan briefly considered engaging the targets. There was something in his mind that had itched at seeing Covenant and not fighting them. But a piece of him felt almost bad for them as he watched what the endless horde of the newcomers did to them. He lingered on for a moment, wondering which side to help. Would he attack the Covenant he was trained to kill on sight for his entire life, or the infectious little demonic undead hordes? He knew they would be a bigger threat, and wasn't sure that even with his help, would be defeated by the Covenant. Instead, he watched and waited, observing the battle to bide his time to come out, taking stock of his ammunition, catching his breath and reloading. After a hellish battle, both sides had depleted their forces, and what remained was nothing more than annihilated corpses guarding an empty hallway, leaving him free to cross the bridge that led to the far end, back along the walkway, and exit the side door. When he crossed the doorway into the next room, another of the hunchback creatures slipped from the roof, dropping onto him, slamming with a squattering splatter. He managed to narrowly avoid it, but the Spartan stumbled back, catching a stumble onto the wall. His previously injured shoulder snapped in pain, but the adrenaline of life or death situation vanished the pain instantly. The creature, unfazed by its fall, stood and immediately leapt at him. He sidestepped it one more time before it slammed onto the chromed walls behind him. It crunched as bones broke and fell apart on the wall. A gray and green viscous fluid slid from its injuries, dripping down the surface of the wall onto the floor. The super soldier turned to continue, taking 2 steps forward before a second crunching sound, combined with the red flicker of his motion tracker, lit up. He turned to see the being struggle back into its feet from its badly damaged, crumpled position. It struggled, but it ignored the protrusions of broken pale bones and falling pieces of rotted flesh. The thing's left arm dangled, barely attached to its torso, while the right arm appeared to mutate before his very eyes into a functional column of twisted tentacles. He could hear the bones inside the foe's wrist breaking as they reshaped into a tool the creature could use. A hook-shaped tentacle whipped out, pushing what remained of the humanoid-shaped wrist aside, hurling the Spartan to the floor. His shields panicked in a high pitch, almost completely drained from a single blow. His head pounded in a way even adrenaline couldn't distract him from. He rolled onto the floor until his momentum brought him to a spin upright. Crouched, he drew the shotgun, blasting through the creature with the 7.62mm armor-piercing slugs. The shells flew out the barrel, cutting the creature and its hook arm in half. He stood and took a step forward, blasting a second round into the creature, then another step and a third blast into it. Unsatisfied with the look of the monster, he drove his boot down until its squishing bits stopped making sound. He moved further along the hallway where more Marines lay fallen. It proved that at least some of the second squad had made it this far, opening up the possibility that others made it out further as well. He checked the 2 men for dog tags and found them. After taking them, he crept through the wide galleries and narrow corridors to the beat of drumming machinery. He entered a dark, gloomy vault and was immediately besieged by a flashing crimson warning on his motion tracker and sensors. The enemies were everywhere. Practically a solid, massive red dot lined his radar. The hunched-over elite shambled by with its long, angular head sticking further out than any elite he had ever seen before. Knowing it was one of the undead creatures didn't help. He only held his fire, seeing the bipedal monster's head was too far detached from the main body. The alien's skull was slanted at a sickening angle, as if the bones that supported its neck had been softened or liquefied. The very structure of the alien had been rewritten to reshape it from what it was inside out. An old emotion revisited him, an emotion he had sworn to leave behind before. Fear. An image of helplessness, of screaming at a looming threat. An image of a 5-year-old weeping as his world turned to ash along his parents. Powerlessness. It flashed and sank his mind. A single snapshot of a long-ago nightmare. No way that was going to happen to me, he thought. Absolutely no way. The beast shuffled by and moved out of his immediate sight. His teeth unclenched and he took a deep breath. Exhaled, then burst from his position in a wild sprint toward the center of the chamber, shoulder-checking and battering aside the shambling undead monster, crushing the smaller spherical ones under his boots. The sounds of his shotgun boomed with the explosion of slugs penetrating the creatures ahead. Dark, sickly green blood splashed the floors and his armor alike as he ran through the beasts. He reached his objective, a large lift platform, identical to the one he'd used to descend down into this hellhole. He stumbled to reach the activation button, almost praying he would hit the up button, hoping there was no lowered level to delve deeper into. He was wrong. The lift activated and dropped like a sack of rocks. But rather than give up on their pursuit, the creatures jumped down with it. The trio that managed to land on the platform was taken down instantly. He pressed the barrel of his shotgun into the belly of one of them and forcibly turned the gun into facing the second creature. He pulled the trigger, and the gangrenous flesh ripped from the first, spraying on both his visor and the second monstrosity. The creature did not drop dead, but the column that supported its weight, whether it was spine or some new entangled flesh construct, had exploded into bits, rendering the creature floorbound. He stepped forth, stomping on it while pressing his weight down to stand his ground, as the third rushed after him. When it attempted to swing for the Spartan's head, he ducked, narrowly missing a full brunt from the clawed tentacles, sending the monster tumbling off, buying him the necessary time to turn back and blast the already injured one once more. By the time he turned, the third was back on him again, and it tried the same maneuver as the second one. He knew the creatures were dumb and senseless, but something in the pit of his stomach told him this was a calculated move. The beast was testing him, to see if he would make the same move twice as well. He refused to be caught off guard. Instead, he tackled the monster himself, rolling over it with the weight of half a ton, then smashing it into the floor alike. He had missed the correct buttons on the control, and now had descended beyond the 7th layer of hell. He was in the basement or wherever the crypt-like dead end was. He stuck close to the walls, following a large passageway that took him into an open space where he had to fight his way across the floor to a door and tunnel-like corridor beyond. That's where he came into contact with something he truly wished he hadn't. It was the combative bipedal creature that had emerged from the body above, something he recognized unwillingly. It was Jenkins. On the other end of the chamber, he saw another humanoid figure, close the gap slowly to avoid drawing attention before more of the shambling figures emerged into the room. They were smaller, less grotesque, less broken and misshapen. Even from this distance, he could see the features that distinguished them. The one closest to him he recognized in an instant. It was Private Manuel Mendoza, the soldier Avery Johnson loved to yell at, one of the Marines that had accompanied the lieutenant down this hellhole before disappearing into the nightmare. There were distinct traces of humanity left on the Marine's face, but more so than that, in his eyes. It was the only reason the Spartan removed his finger from the trigger of his shotgun and tried to make contact.
Come on, Mendoza. Let's get the hell out of here. I know they did something to you, but the medics can fix it.
Help me.
I can get you out of here. Just stay close to...
He reached his empty hand for the sickly man to grasp, but instead was met with a loud, chilling shrill before the reanimated Marine struck him with a force that almost knocked him down. The suit's alarms triggered, but the soundless screaming drowned them out the same. Mendoza, or rather the thing that had been Mendoza once, waved its whip-like tentacles and lashed out again. The Spartan staggered backwards, then let loose a subsequent blast from his shotgun, letting the force of 8-gauge buckshot tear what remained of Mendoza apart. The results of explosive flesh were astounding and disgusting. The corpse-like horror came apart, leaving the mess shattered like broken glass. In the commingled parts of human and rotten mutations, he could see one of the small, spherical creatures taking residence inside the soldier's chest cavity. Its tendrils extended out into Mendoza's other body parts, piloting him, wearing him like a meat puppet at the end of its strings. Loose tentacles had extended into the limbs, but a set of firm and still tendril remained wrapped around the Marine's spinal column and nervous system. Was that how these things worked? The little pod things infected their host and mutated the victim into some kind of combat form? He considered the possibility that it had been some kind of Covenant bioweapon, but the first of the combat forms he had seen were clearly elites. Even if rotted, messy creatures, they had once been Covenant. He had no time to think about it now. Instead, he blasted a second shot into the chest cavity, destroying the host and tenant alike. He swiveled to the second closest of the creatures, the one he had known as Jenkins, but the thing was gone. The rest of the bipedals ran at him, but he soon found, even with the enormous strength, were nothing like the previous ones. The traits of the elites had been enhanced in an infectious form, making them stronger. The same thing had happened to the human ones, but dealing with 4 of them at the same time had been far simpler than dealing with a pair of the other subtype creatures. Whatever the damn things were, they were lethal to both human and Covenant. Whichever variety they came in, he quickly fed shells to his shotgun and moved on. He ran as fast as he could while maintaining a balanced heartbeat and lung capacity. He charged through rooms until he came upon an elite guarding a door, all by his lonesome. A dozen or perhaps more of the shattered, infected bodies laid around him as he struggled to fight off one of the potted creatures clinging onto his back. He swung his sword wildly, but it was of no use. He could not reach. He slammed into the walls, trying to smash the little creature off his back, but it was fruitless. The infector had already cut its way inside him, and now was aided by the protection of the Red Elite's own armor. The Spartan approached with his weapon drawn. The elite raised his sword in a final act of defiance and honor. A tumorous growth burst from his chest, and he screamed in a tune the Spartan never thought he would be displeased to hear. The 2 warriors made eye contact, and the elite's mandibles projected forward in all directions. He started a sprint towards the Spartan, but more cancerous growth exploded from his body. B312 took a moment, but decided to show pity, and blasted the elite with a shotgun twice. He walked over to the corpse and let out a third booming roar before moving into the next chamber. The arena on the other side of the doors was more of a challenge, however. Though he had the second floor all to himself, the freaks had an army on the floor below, right where he needed to go according to the marker on his heads-up display. He used the height of terrain to his advantage and tossed a few well-placed grenades before jumping down from the walkway. It only took him a minute of high-strain combat before he could cross the rest of the room. Still, it was a relief every step he took. His relief soon turned to more misfortune when he found a new development to cope with. The bipedal creatures had found their way to using both human and Covenant weapons from their victims, exponentially rising the combat form's lethality and danger levels. They weren't the smartest foes he had ever encountered. That honor oddly went enough to a grunt in Concord in 2551. The little bastard had played dead and snuck a blast in on the Spartan, burning a streak of plasma on his back, forcing him to retreat. The Spartan had never managed to kill off the Ongoi, but he would remember him until the day he died. He wasn't sure if the creatures were on par to that grunt, or any grunt for that matter, but their increase in intelligence was obvious enough. They weren't mindless by any means. Operating machines and weaponry was only their newest evolution. Plasma stuttered through the air, bullets pinged on metal walls, and grenades detonated as he fought his way through the group of freaks, after which he found a bloody spot where it was evident Marines had staged the last stand on top of a cargo container. He reloaded with the assistance of their leftover ammunition and took their dog tags before he moved on. Their bodies were cut and shattered to pieces. Entrails licked the walls of the cargo container, hanging off like rope. They had gotten out the easy way. After some time wandering in the darkness, searching for an exit, he had backtracked through the layered floors, but was finally beginning to recognize the honeycomb complex. He fired the last of his shotgun shells into a collapsed hulk of a combat form. It twitched feverishly until the final round forced flesh to tear and give way. He had wandered through the confusion of subterranean chambers and passageways long enough. He found a lift to the surface and carefully tapped the activation panel. Worried this lift would drop him deeper down into the bowels of the facility, he let his instincts do the work. He couldn't afford delving deeper down. He sighed a breath of relief when the lift shot up at cracking speeds. As the lift ascended, the static on his comms began to break in. Fohammer's worried voice crackled.
This is Echo 419. Chief, is that you? I lost your signal when you disappeared inside the structure. What's going on down there? I'm tracking movement all over the place.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. And believe this, you don't want to know. Be advised, green and blue teams are missing. Most likely, KIA, over.
The pilot replied with his sincere condolences. The lift jerked to a halt, and the Spartan stepped off, finding himself surrounded by Marines. Not the shambling combat forms he'd spent the last eternity fighting off, but normal, living, breathing, and unchanged human beings. A corporal approached. "Good to see you, Chief."
No time for that, Marine. Report.
"After we lost contact with the lieutenant, we headed to the RV. These things, they ambushed us, sir. If you came from that way, you know what I'm talking about. Advise we please get the hell out of here ASAP."
Now you're thinking like command, soldier. Let's go.
After a short walk through the ramp leading up the A-shaped entrance, he felt surprised at the thrilling feeling on his fingertips. The stench of the sickly swamp was a good development. Very good indeed. It was dark and rainy outside, and the AI known as Rudson was conducting a virtual simulation of the 23rd century Battle of Mars. Rain splashed and struck against the glass pane. The Marines at the control center paid it no mind. It was soothing to their senses, almost Earth-like, really. The Navy personnel assigned to control center sat around bored but thankful for their post. They were no longer combat capable after severe wounds taken over the last few days of combat, but they were eager to do their part. They did, however, have to keep themselves busy and used to the downtime by playing rounds of cards amongst themselves. The AI unit was feeding diagnosis and metrics into their individual earpieces, but also running an experiment of his own, on the men's eagerness to trust him. He suggested what their next move should be and whether to fold or call, and they listened promptly. After the 100th hand or so of the night, the Marines had grown tired and dulled, missing the ping on their long-range scanners when a broken signal patched through, piggybacking off a wave of static. There had only been one mission scheduled for the night, and it had returned hours ago. This new phantom signal startled them, especially with what followed.
"This is Charlie 217, Charlie 217, repeat, to any UNSC forces. Does anyone copy? Over."
Comtech First Class Mary Murphy glanced at the other two members of her watch with a puzzled look on her face. "Has either one of you had previous contact with Charlie 217? The technicians looked at one another and shook their heads. One raised her shoulders, suggesting an I don't know gesture. "I'll go check with Rudson," the younger one said. He turned to the monitor where the battle for Mars was simulated on, and the figure of a stern-looking man with long hair, a sharp nose, and a chiseled jawline turned back to him. His attention was on the lead communications tech as the battle on the monitor turned from a simulation of the events to actual footage of the battle from 300 years prior. Murphy keyed the boom-style microphone and pulled it up to her thin, grayish lips. "This is UNSC Combat Alpha Base, over."
"Thank God! We took a hit after clearing the autumn, put down in the boonies, and managed to make some repairs. I've got wounded on board and request immediate clearance to land."
The AI displayed his full model now. It raised a hand, stopping the Marine from answering the direct challenge. It paused as it took a fraction of a second to check the vast amounts of data stored within its memory banks and gave a curt nod.
There was a unit designated Charlie 217 on board the Pillar of Autumn. not having heard from them after abandoning the Autumn, nor receiving any contact whatsoever. I, much like Ramsey, believed it was safe to assume they were lost, all hands included. Contrary to our assumptions, the ones responsible for the other end of this transmission are claiming to be that Charlie 217. Ask the pilot to provide his name, rank, and serial number.
The AI paused for a second. Something stunk to high heaven, but it wasn't his place to have hunches, only to analyze and confirm data.
Sorry, Charlie, but we're gonna need some information before we can clear you to land. Please provide your name, rank, and serial number. Over.
The voice came through sounding standoffish and increasingly frustrated.
This is First Lieutenant Rick Hale. Serial number 87654-43821RH. Give me a damn break. I need clearance now. This bird is falling apart. Over.
Rudson stalled for a moment, but the Pelican had gotten closer and closer. It was now in visible range, even in the dead of night.
The data matches, but there is no way Hale would know that Alpha Base even existed. Something is not right.
He could have picked up our radio traffic. Some stray transmission?
Maybe. But let's play it safe. I recommend we bring the base back to full alert and notify the Major. Send a reaction force to Pad 3. We'll need a crash team, emergency teams, and a medical complement. He should be debriefed before we allow him any deeper into the base.
The third officer began making the necessary arrangements with a series of calls.
What's up, Rudson? What's going on through that electric brain of yours?
Rudson's skepticism had gotten the best of him, as he had asked the technician to add a code phrase at the end of her statements. A Trojan horse approach. Murphy complied. The last thing she wanted was to be caught off guard.
You're cleared to land on Pad 5, repeat. Pad 5, we will illuminate it as you approach. A medical team will be on standby ready to meet your ship on approach. Stow all weapons and cut power to the engine the moment you touch down. Repeat, that was Pad 5. Over.
The Pelican was now less than 60 seconds out. The Marine piloting the incoming bird recognized the instructions. Hale came over the radio, his voice filled with emptiness and monotone.
I see your lights. We're coming in. That was Pad 3, right? Over.
It was all the information the officers at the control tower needed. Murphy, who had logged over 100 hours of flight, knew the signal when she heard it. She turned to Rudson and said,
God damn it. All right. Like the pad. Let's give these bastards a warm welcome for Hale.
Ignoring the unintentional pun, the artificial hologram nodded and flickered off. The pilot keyed off his mic and turned to his co-pilot. The alien on his right looked him up and down.
I did as you asked.
Special Operations Officer Zukazamami pulled the plasma pistol out and pulled the trigger gently. Hale's head had instantly turned into a cascading fountain of red liquid. His body slumped over the pilot's chair, and the elite took position firmly on the co-pilot's chair. After hours and hours of practice, he could fly the ship just as well as any other pilot of the human variety. He turned to the cargo compartment where a dozen elites carrying camouflage generators and insertion weapons huddled in waiting. Their job was to take as many landing pads as possible and hold them until 6 dropships loaded with grunts, jackals, elites, and hunters could land on the mesa. The troops saw the officer and his expectant expression. He directed them to turn on their cloaking units and check their weapons. After a short, uninspired victory speech, he declared that this was the most important operation of their lives, proclaiming they would be remembered for this, telling them this was the day that they would begin the new age of the Covenant and be remembered for generations to come. He spoke as if the prophets themselves had blessed their mission, and each one of the warriors, insisting that they would either succeed with honor or they would be welcome into paradise unlike any other. A blur of lights appeared out of the darkness. The dropship shed altitude and touched down on Pad 3. A level down and several meters under the top of the mesa, Yayab could hear the distant wails of an alarm. He thought he knew why, but waited nonetheless. He thought about the mad elite and his ridiculous plans. Even so, he had been correct. The human with the special armor responsible for the deaths of thousands of Covenant warriors and pawns had been seen around the butte frequently. Yayab had seen the soldier and triggered the transmitter device hidden within his breathing apparatus, setting the raid on what the humans called Alpha Base in motion. However good the news of their plan's success was, Yayap knew Zamami would not be content. That had been several units ago, and the special human had not made an appearance since then. For all he knew, the human had left the vicinity during the ensuing time. If so, the mission would be considered a failure, and the commander would probably take his head for it. There was nothing Yayap could do but grip at the crudely welded bars that made his holding cell, and listen for the distant mishaps of battle. He hoped for the best, but at this point, the best would likely be a painless death.
Flood pad 3, but keep it contained. Do it now.
It was a strange order that civilians wouldn't have understood, but the experienced Marines reacted with obedience and haste, the kind that naval training drilled into them. A line of orbital dropshot troopers lined up along the edges of Pad 3 with a large rubber and titanium hose. A man in navy blues at the far end of the line flipped off the safety out of the way and stepped out of the way of the stream of fuel coursing through the hose, down to the nozzle. It took all the men in line to hold down the pressure of the hose and stabilize it as they doused the landing pad. The Pelican's cargo bay door opened, and to no one's surprise, it was empty, or at least that's what it seemed like. They knew better now. Masters fired her weapon from her hip into the pad, hosing down a full clip into random specks of shimmering moonlight. They were supposed to hit nothing, fly through the air and be lost forever, but they weren't. A commando elite screamed and seemed to strobe off and on, out of reality as his camo generator failed from a direct hit. He folded at the waist and fell back like a sack of potatoes. The orbital dropshot trooper line tossed the hose when it ran dry and jumped out from the way. They would now put to use one of the many little projects the Covenant-captured servants had worked on. A curve around the landing pads had been built to barricade and contain fuel spills. It worked well enough as the high-octane fuel crept around the Pelican's skids and wet the underbelly of the vehicle and its surrounding area.
Get back! Grenade out!
Masters rolled a fragmentation grenade under Charlie 217. There was a lulled explosion followed by a massive, exponentially louder whoomph. As the fuel went up in a blaze, it had served its purpose as the now visible elites danced in torches. Screaming came from the shimmering, but the agony of being burnt alive died down when the enlisted men took up their rifles and cleaned up the remains of the commando unit. Whatever elites might have been hiding in the fire, or the Pelican, went up as Charlie 217's fuel tanks blew. Once satisfied there were no more elites in the wreckage, the Marines hung up their hats and turned into full-time firefighters. There was many other assets to save from the spreading fires, other Pelicans to protect, and the spread of flames had gotten further out of control than they had expected. Charlie 217's fuel tank must have been almost full, something they had not accounted for considering their own Pelicans were starting to run on fumes. Masters turned to Lister.
Showtime! This was nothing more than a warm-up, people. Rutson spotted 6 Covenant dropships. Let's teach them the values of punctuality and make sure they don't miss their own party. You handle the Meta. I'll take the pad and meet you with reinforcements.
Lister nodded. He picked a weapon lying beside the titanium hose and checked the ammunition counter displayed above the holographic reticle, then rounded the rest of the squad under his command and glanced back at the still raging fires. The false Pelican's escort had arrived, and the fires were the perfect signal of where not to land. He looked out into the skies as the commandeering shade turrets launched out wave after wave of plasma lances. Pulses of bright blue and purple energy probed into the night. They found their first target and began focusing on cutting it to slices. Zamami and another commando elite had already cleared the landing pad by the time the humans had flooded the pad with fuel. In fact, the elite officer wasn't even on the surface of the mesa when the fires went up. The elite had rushed out of the back and managed to bypass the humans in his camouflage generator in the darkness. He wasn't happy about his numbers being cut down in a single swoop, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He had to stay low and move fast. He and his commando moved from room to room, slaughtering every human they could find. It wasn't many, but he was simply glad. He could not get trapped in these hallways against overwhelming numbers, at least not until the 6 dropships in tow arrived. There was still no sign of the enemy soldier they were looking for, but for once he was glad. With his numbers, he wasn't sure he could defeat the human just yet. Private Sage Watkins covered her eyes from the miniature sun that was the Covenant dropship exploding from above her. The U-shaped dropship had its main fuel lodge damaged as plasma lances penetrated the hull and flooded the inside of the power unit. The dropship exploded, taking its 30 occupants to hell with it. The rest of the Marines on board the remaining shade turrets changed targets and began their focus on the second flying U-boat, attempting to bring to it the same fate as its partner. Watnik was a bit slower to the controls, but she soon found herself dazed by the spinning platform as it tracked the Covenant dropship. With enough luck, they could take out another one or two of the dropships before touchdown. She held down the controls as each plasma lancet shot into the twin cannons from the shade. Doing the mental gymnastics of Covenant mathematics, each of the dropships carried a variety of hunters, grunts, jackals, and elites, usually no more than 30, meaning the 5 remaining dropships could plant 150 coveys down on them. Even if they outnumbered the Covenant and had home field advantage, that was not a number to scoff at. There would be plenty of casualties if they managed to unload those troops. She steadied her focus, thinking of everyone who would die if the ships reached their landing spots on the mesa. And before she knew it, plasma leaked out of the second dropship. It erupted in a wild blue explosion, and a wave of cheer disseminated through the crowd of Marines and shock troopers behind her. She turned her head, smiling, hands numb from the hard recoils of plasma launching. She didn't even feel it, but she was flying through the air. She could see her lower body still attached to the smoldering heap that was the shade turret as a third Spirit dropship flew overhead, its main cannon raining down pink-purple blotches on another one of the shades before she lost her fight against consciousness. Zugazamami had slaughtered both Technician Cho and Murphy before turning his attention to the last communications officer on the control tower. She had finished taking off the safeties of the 50mm MLA autocannons and delegated control to Rutson. She felt the pain on her shoulder from the splashings of plasma which had exploded upon making contact with Ensign Cho. The elite responsible for the attack produced a thick, gargling, throaty sound before Polly met the same fate as her fellow soldiers. Rutson had witnessed the murders, however, courtesy of the camera mounted on the main video monitor. He killed the lights inside the Forerunner complex and notified Major Masters. In a matter of seconds, 8 3-personnel fire teams had formed, all equipped with heat-sensitive night vision goggles. The Covenant's camouflage generators didn't block heat. They actually produced it at a high rate, putting them at a disadvantage if they ran into 3-person teams in the maze-like underground complex. Though Rutson could not fire at the elites that had murdered his crew, he could do the next best thing. He took the 7.62mm piercing armor rounds and targeted the enemy transports. He was impressed by the Marines' efficiency. Only 4 remained, but now it was his turn to fight. The enemy transports proved to be vulnerable to the high-explosive, armor-piercing shells that suddenly blasted through their dropships, as they had been to the plasma lances. He knew it wasn't a matter of ammo caliber or strength, but the fact that the turrets were not automated, meaning they were Rutson-controlled, meant they were fired at near 100% accuracy. Each round went exactly where it was supposed to. Though control had been delegated to the AI to nail the leading Spirit, the second was a prime candidate for his ammunition. It exploded as a dozen rounds went off inside its fuselage before moving onto the next one in line. Ironically enough, the only part that had remained plunged to the ground off the mesa. The machine-generated death stabbed the top of the mesa as the Covenant dropships made use of their primary plasma cannons to strafe the area with a healthy spread of molten plasma blobs. An entire fire team was caught out in the open and cut to shreds, even as a barrage of shoulder-mounted rockets rained upward into the oncoming troop transports. There were a series of hits. In fact, all of them had hit either a Spirit, dropship, or a Phantom, but none of them went down. One did begin to leak out plasma and soon enough found itself as the main target for Rutson's MLA autocannons. The troops on the carrier began to jump out in response. The company of marksmen had found a vantage point inside the complex where they could shoot the descending troops. Crack, crack, crack. The sniper rifles opened fire, picking off elites, grunts, and jackals alike as they dropped through the air, the bodies landing awkwardly and tumbled to the ground dead. But with the autocannon running low on ammunitions and no physical bodies around to reload his main gun, Rutson could only provide tactical support now. Lister prepped for the last of the incoming assaults as the dropships used their cannons to shave off the turret emplacements on the mesa. They had lost a lot of firepower, but they could be reinforced if they survived the attack. Rebuilt, maybe not stronger than before, but some of the shades were still operational. It was only a matter of getting to them, removing the half-melted corpses off of them and placing a fresh body that could shoot. The dropships turned down ringward as they attempted to unload their bipedal cargo. The lights had gone off, and Yayap could only wonder what it could mean. He knew the darkness added a layer of fear, and the other grunts in the cell were not prepared to deal with it. Unable to do anything but wait, Yayap wondered which side to root for. He didn't like being a prisoner, but but he was starting to wonder if he wouldn't be better off with the humans, at least for a while, until the rest of the Covenant found them. He could certainly live as a prisoner for another 40 or 60 units, but every moment he spent under the Mad Elite's control could very likely be his last. He listened for the muffled sounds of combat, but the battle had taken a quieter turn. A flash of light appeared, slid down the opposite wall and crossed the floor, before finding its way into the cell. There was another light and the grunt saw air shimmer in front of him. It was Zamami. Much to the grunt's amazement, the crazed elite had kept his word to come looking for him. He knew to the other races, their breathing apparatuses made it impossible to tell them apart, which is why he was not about to miss his opportunity to be rescued. A usurper stepped up, a larger grunt, but Yayap had had enough and pulled the grunt back, slamming him into his back on the chrome vomit-filled floors. The grunt pushed his face up close against the crude bars.
I'm here, Commander.
Stand back, so we can blow the door.
The captive grunts retreated to the back of the cell while the two elites triggered a remote detonation on the door lock. After a subdued flash of light and a bang later, the hinges squeaked and the force of 4 grunts pushing down the gate forced it loose.
Nalin, lead us to the human. We have been through part of the complex, but took a lot of casualties. We need to minimize our exposure and get back to the truth and reconciliation.
Yayap thought to himself, the only reason he had come looking for him was to find the human after all. He should have known. Then replied to the elite with his teeth clenched.
Of course, Commander. The humans captured some of our banshees. The human was assigned to guard them.
He braced for Zamami to challenge the credibility or the logic of his claim, but the elite seemed content enough with the response. Zuka asked where the aircraft was kept, and Yayap was content with being able to tell the truth freely.
Up on the mesa, Commander, west of the landing pad.
The elites led the way, forming a tight line, shoulder to shoulder ahead of the grunts. Yayap was in the back of the pack. He was the honored guest, but he knew that honor would come to an end when the mission was over. One way or another, he was not keen on receiving a bullet or plasma shot as a reward. Fieldmaster Putumi had been forced to come in this mindless mission to attempt an honorable death. He had committed the unforgivable sin of being injured in battle without giving his life for the great journey. The loss of his arm made his forces look at him with queer eyes and funny shapes. He knew they thought less of him, but he would accomplish the mission, even if... no, especially if it killed him. He led the group of 6 Covenant dropships carrying his strongest, fiercest forces, following up on the Commando Elite's plan. 2 of the dropships had been taken down by plasma fire the humans had attained from their smaller raids on weapon emplacements, while a 3rd and a 4th had gone down before his troops could touch down. Finally, however, they had managed to land a phantom load, and a full company from the last remaining Spirit Troop carrier. He wasn't happy with the pilot's choice of landing zone, but he knew better than anyone that the pilot couldn't have many choices. They would have to make a run upspin to the Forerunner complex. His troops would be in open ground and advancing with very little cover, nor the benefit of heavy weapons. The only air support would be from the dropships, but the significantly slower firing rate wouldn't count for much. They would also have to float back up high, rendering them useless in the oncoming fight, as they still needed an escape vehicle. Even he wasn't prideful enough to believe his smaller number of soldiers, neither the remaining ones, nor his entire 6 dropships could take the mesa. Instead, he chose to have the remaining 2 dropships strafe the ground, scorching it with deadly plasma from up high. It wasn't what the transports were built for, and pilots hated it. But so what? He saw aviators as cowards and glorified chauffeurs. He didn't care how they felt as long as they followed orders. A volley of rockets exploded off their flank, but the dropship drifted downward, probing the human defenses with plasma. The field officer, content with the breakdown of the human line, lowered his U-shaped dropship as he waved a row of advancing jackals to dismount and move forward on the humans. They leapt out of the firing pits, withdrawing to their next line of defense. He paused to chuckle. It felt good to be on the other side. His dropship lifted off the ground and rose as the second one went down to deploy more forces. Before the gravity lift activated, he heard a human female shout the word, "Fire!" He looked down to the rectangular holes where the humans had ran in. The hole was too large, too even, too organized. He squinted and saw the beastly machines from his nightmares, the one that took his arm. The boom ruptured his ears. It was the Phantom exploding into pieces. The tank lurched under a tarp and its main gun spun about, looking for its second target. Downrange about 600 meters, an entire file of grunts and jackals were erased. Another boom sounded off from a hole parallel to that one. A second main battle tank launched its payload. That round killed an elite, 2 jackals and a hunter. The Blood Brother went into a frenzy, but the first of the 2 behemoths fired again. The Scorpion rippled through the second hunter like Swiss cheese. A squadron of ODSCs emerged from the dug-out sections out of the tank. They pushed down the remaining aliens left alive after the triple round of MBT shots. Now, with their focus no longer on the infantry downrange, the main battle tanks turned their attention to the dropship with the Field Master. Unbeknownst to the humans, the second shell to hit the Spirit Carrier had blown the Golden Elite in half. The assault continued, but the swindling of Covenant forces struggled to reassume command as lower-rank elites suddenly became the de facto leaders. Zamami had been ignoring the situation above. He knew the assault would stall and fail. It was only a cover for his submission. It was only a matter of time before the dropships would be ordered to swoop in, pick up whoever could walk, run, or crawl to the landing zone, and pull back to the safer climates. He knew he should be pulling out, looking for some way to slip through the human lines of defense. But he remembered his session with the Prophet after failing to kill the human. His only chance to maintain his head was to find and kill said human. He knew there were a lot of dead elites above him. Maybe a promotion would be in line after the assault. He reassured himself as the commandos reached the first level. The field was a disarray of pandemonium. There were more fires than he could count, and Covenant forces ran around as groups of humans tracked them down. Zamami felt the plasma rifle cycle after firing a few dashing bolts. He wasn't sure what to shoot at, but he would start with anything that wore armor. Before long, though, it all started to fail. A squadron of humans in not-so-special armor rolled up on them, and neither him nor his fellow elite were prepared. His reload was incomplete, and all he could do was smack the side of the gun as the human ripped 1,000 new holes into his commando. Before they could take aim at him, a blue glow lit up the night sky. A round object struck the back of the human elite male's helmet. He screamed once, but it was too late. The explosion slaughtered the entire surrounding fire team, as well as the innocent grunts. Yayap had appropriated both a series of plasma grenades and a pistol from one of the dead elite's bodies, which hadn't been fully vaporized by the humans. He tugged at Samami's leg.
This way, Commander, follow me!
The elite, still in shock from the explosion, followed. The grunt led the officer through cover in order to avoid being spotted by the humans still putting out fires, and the stragglers fighting off the few Covenant troops that had landed. They closed in on a door, and though it followed a thin walkway that led to a platform with a dozen banshees in an orderly row, there was no guards. None. Zamami turned to the grunt with anger in his bark.
Where is he?
How would I know?
The elite felt a mixture of hopelessness, betrayal, fear, and rage. He heard the loud booming of human war machines, and knew the entire effort had been a failure.
So, you lied to me, huh? Why?
Because you know how to fly one of these things, and I don't.
The elite's eyes glowed with a fire lit from inside.
I should shoot you and leave your body for the humans to throw off the cliff.
You can try.
The grunt looked at the elite, battered and exhausted, but above all, broken. He pointed his pistol at the commando's head.
But I wouldn't advise.
The grunt's hand shook in response to his defiance, but not much. Not enough to miss if it came to him having to pull the trigger, and Zamami knew it. The elite knew coming back without defeating the demon meant death. It was what honor demanded. But honor didn't seem like enough this time. Not while he still had a vendetta. The elite nodded, and moments later, the heavily armored banshees wobbled as the one on the front of the pack rose off the ground. It slid off the platform, dropping off the edge of the mesa. It immediately lost a substantial amount of altitude, but soon found twin pulse engines on either leg kicked in, dusting off in the side of the cliff. A pilot on one of the shade turrets noticed it, but the Banshee was out of range by the time the main battle tanks had swiveled their guns around. Both the Grunt and Elite knew they couldn't return back to the Truth and Reconciliation. They had two options now: join the Covenant Separatists on the ring, or find a slipspace-worthy vehicle and join the Banished. The battle for Alpha Base was over. Mendoza floated in a vacuum, a space devoid of form. A white haze clouded his vision. Though he could make some image from beyond that hot fog, the images occasionally appeared in lightning-fast bursts. A picture painted atop a nightmare tableau of misshapen bodies and writhing tentacles. Light glinted in engraved mute metals. In the distance, he could hear a droning buzzing, an odd musical melodic quality to it, something mystical even, like a Gregorian chant slowed to a fraction of normal speed, with a deeper, nastier tone. When the images were clear enough to recognize, he realized they were from his own eyes. The knowledge flooded memory, the memory of his own body. He struggled and realized the horror of his own shape. He could barely feel his arms. Though misshapen and contorted as they were, he really did not have any desire to be attached to them. They were heavy and soft, filled with a spongy tissue, and thick with a coursing green liquid. His veins were on fire and his lungs itched from the inside, making the effort of breathing feel like 1,000 needle pricks poking through a wet balloon. The strange chant sped up to a barely irrecognizable buzz, painfully echoing through his consciousness. There was something distant from him, something definitely other about him. Without warning or hesitation, a new image flashed across his mind, more vividly than an image on a screen, but very, very distant. The sun was rising over a mountain and reflecting off the snow that covered it. 3 moa walked in chains behind him. He could feel the heat of a hard day's climb and the taste of vigor in his dry mouth. The taste became more and more foul rapidly, forcing a sickly sensation of a deep violation. The comforting image vanished. He tried to cling onto it, but it was as if grasping at air. The cloud of thought and memory had vanished, and somehow he knew it would be gone forever. All he could feel now was a sense of loss. Something had been taken away from him. But what? He couldn't remember what it was that he couldn't remember. Even the thought of a memory was gone. The insidious buzzing chant increased, painfully loud and insistent. He could sense a new awareness inside, a tendril in the recesses, hungry. It wriggled through his confusion expertly, as if it was causing it itself. It swarmed through his consciousness like a deceased maggot polluting, tainting. A host of new images filled him. The first time he hurt himself, a deep wound on his knee, his arms tiny and inexperienced. A memory from an age where those shouldn't even be possible. The smell of blood and the taste of his ears. The cold grip over his toys. The joy he felt while behind the wheel of his first automobile. The smile on his face as he lowered the sunroof and took for a ride on the express highway of New Alexandria. The intoxicating smell of perfume that wafted from the woman lying in bed beside him. He continued to float in the emptiness, mesmerized by the string of memories that had piled on him. Each faster than the one before, each drifting into the fog. He hadn't noticed, but the memories were all passing him before heading into said fog. He knew the awareness of consciousness in the fog was taking them. The strange otherness receded, but he knew it would return. It probed deeper into his mind, but he ignored it. A sudden sharp pain sent him reeling back. He watched as a passenger from his own body, and the armored figure pulled back his assault rifle. The Spartan, he had hit him. He wondered how he was still alive after a hit like that, but his consciousness gave way again. He was gone. When he came back to again, he saw the Spartan, crouched in the darkness, approaching him and his group. He looked over at the faces of the men he knew should have recognized, but didn't. All unknown to him, all except one. Mendoza, perhaps? The Spartan approached him. He could recall the pain from the soldier hitting him, better than he could remember his own name. He jumped back into the shadows. Something nagged at him. But what was it? Something he'd forgotten. Something important. It came to him all at once in a rush. He'd nearly forgotten his own name. Jenkins, Wallace, Private. Like an angry bee, a sting poked at his awareness. The Gregorian chant returned, louder. He felt the pressure inside build up, then anger. Why was he angry? No, it wasn't him. It was the other. Was it angry he had remembered his own name? Where was he? How did he get here? He struggled to find the memory. He remembered parts of it. It was dark. An alien room, hordes of some terrifying horrors. A stabbing pain. And that was it. A trick from the enemy. But who was the enemy? Something told him the threat was alien. And another voice, the one that sounded less like his own, spoke from his lips, saying he was the enemy. The buzzing in his head increased. He resisted, but didn't know why. He only knew he had to. Something about the buzzing made him afraid, and the sense of a violating invasion deepened. The something in his head punished him for trying to keep his memories to himself. He felt a wave of fear flood him, and the images in his mind began to repeat. New ones now, fresh ones to forget. He tried to scream as the memories were ripped away from him and discarded. Each fragment of his past displayed and sucked out into the void. He could feel the other, the invader, enveloping him like an ocean of evil. But part of him remained, floating on a broken raft, not quite sinking. He knew it was drowning him. He could only pretend to be gone, letting the other win, or at least think it was winning, gathering his strength before fully drowning. For here, within his watery grave, was a thread that led back to what he once was.
There's a large tower a few hundred meters from your current position. Find a way above the fog and foliage canopy and I can move in and pick you up.
The Spartan formed a new fire team, with the remaining Marines taking the lead out of the ancient complex where the horrors beyond comprehension had been. He looked around, feeling eyes deeply pierce the back of his neck. He knew that when he finally felt safe, more trouble would arise. Trouble always seemed to strike without a warning for a Spartan. More so since landing on this ring. For the 100th time since landing on Halo, he thought about Noble Team, cursing the Covenant for what they did to them. He would have traded anything to have them here with him, or better yet, during his expedition into the bowels of hell back there. Knowing the Pelican dropship was somewhere above him in the sprawling mist, and eager to get the hell out, the Marines forged on ahead, keeping pace with the Spartan. He cautioned them to slow down and watch their surroundings, really get a feel for the flow of the swamp. If they made themselves at home like he had, they could make it. Insistent that they keep their eyes peeled, he moved into the middle of the pack. It wasn't a position he wanted to be in, but it meant reacting to threats faster than being on the lead if the creeps ambushed them. The tower Foehammer had mentioned began to take shape through the layers of thick foliage of the swampy jungle. The base was circular with a series of columns for support, each a semicircular shape that reached to the ground and evidently extended hundreds of meters into the skin of Halo. More supports protruded from the ground, a type of structure unlike any other on the ring. It was archaic, it was ugly. It led up to a platform on the top that spanned out on wing-like platforms. The purpose of the platform eluded him, but he could as well say the same thing about the entire structure. The furthest point on the shaft was lost to the mist, a mist so thick even the Spartan enhanced eyesight could not see through. He paused to look around, heard one of the greenhorns yell contact. The stuttering of assault rifle automatic fire followed, and a flock of red dots appeared in his threat sensors. 24 of the spherical hobblers rained down through the mist and fog. They bounced in and out of the swamp waters, making any possibility of containing the creatures a facade. The popping of automatic fire bursts made the screaming all the worse as Marines began to be picked off one by one. He fired control bursts. His firing pattern was night and day compared to the Marines, but he knew these things. Each bullet had to count, especially now that he was on borrowed ammo from some of the dead Marines. He popped dozens of the alien pods and turned to confront a combat form sneaking through the shallow side of the swamp. It was armed with a plasma pistol, but chose to throw it at the Spartan instead of firing. The Spartan moved out of the way of the incoming mass and watched it fly by before popping down into the mixed waters. He looked back to see the creature had closed the distance, and before he knew it, the muzzle on the borrowed assault rifle had a wet green slime running down it. Attached to the barrel, the combat creature and what must have once been a mouth bit the barrel's end. Before his weapon could take serious damage, he pulled the trigger and chunks of rotted flesh exploded out the back of the creature. The back of the ex-elite's head looked like an open flower, blooming in a shy spring. He heard a burst of static in his comms as Mjolnir's powerful communications gear tried to scrub a whine in a storm of static. It sounded like Foehammer, but he wasn't sure. He looked up to see a bright blue dot illuminating the side of a Pelican's cockpit. Then the light dimmed and drifted into the foliage once more. Knowing the exact position of the Pelican helped enough, but making it to the tower was a challenge on its own. Luckily for him and the remaining Marines, the tide of hostiles fell back into the calf-deep water and regrouped. Dozens of cylindrical machines drifted down out of the mist, through the trees, and floated over the murky waters. The silvery and chrome metallic creatures shaped around a singular blue spot that looked like an eye. Their strict rectangular edges shaped into wing-like squares, shifting around uncontrollably in their flotation. One of the Marines raised her weapon about to shoot, but the Spartan put his hand in front of the Marine.
Hold your fire, Marine. They haven't attacked. Let's see what they do first.
What happened next was both unexpected, gratifying, and comforting. Each machine had produced a light from their sockets. The light turned into a beam of pulsating energy, of which most shot into their surroundings, deep into the foliage. But the ones that shot near the group had brought them a surprise. The beams spread through the hostile shamblers, burning them down. Some of the combat forms still holding weapons took aim and returned fire, but the strikes bounced off their flying mechanoids, and soon the shamblers were put out of commission by the combined efforts of the machines and marines alike. The men had quickly turned their backs against their newfound allies, and despite the help, the marines didn't fare well. There were simply too many of the hostile creatures around to begin with. The cluster that had been his fire team dwindled from the little infection forms until there were none left. Even as he burst them down by the dozens, it seemed as if hundreds more swarmed each of the marines. The newcomers seemed to grow in rage with the deaths of the marines, and their beams raised a crimson hell on the husks. Flaming down a constant laser fire on the combat forms, he slugged through the swamp at his own pace, with no marine to guide or help out. With the possibility of high ground and an evac in sight, he climbed on one of the supporting struts and pulled himself onto one of the odd, leaf-like terraces that ringed the tower. He had a good field of fire in case any combat creature tried jumping up there with him. He tried his radio again but failed short of static this time. He heard a humming wander around the tower and turned to discover yet another machine had approached him from behind. While the others had sharp edges, both cylindrical and rectangular, with angular wing-like cowlings, the new structure was rounded, almost spherical, and with a cheerful demeanor to it.
Greetings! I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation. I require your assistance. Come this way.
The voice was a strange mix of artificial and real. Above the machine, he could see Fohammer's Pelican approaching.
Hold on. The Flood? Those things down there are called the Flood?
Of course. What an odd question. We have no time for this, Reclaimer. You must come with me.
Reclaimer?
Before the word finished escaping his mouth, rings of pulsating gold light traveled the length of his body. He felt lightheaded and saw an explosion of white light. Echo 419's Pelican descended the mist and prepared to open its cargo bay when the Spartan's signal disappeared. She eased the throttle and stopped the bay doors opening. She watched in the backfield cameras as the Spartan disappeared in a golden wave of magnetic distortions. He had vanished, and there was nothing she could do but sit there and scream.
Chief, I've lost your signal! Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
Though she was in command, Masters worked into the dead hours of the night, putting out the literal and metaphorical fires of Alpha Base. The raid on their new home had not gone well for the Covenant, but it wouldn't be the last time they tried. They had to restore the Butte's damaged defenses, and no amount of engineering was going to unmelt the shade turrets. She had worked a double shift as it was, but someone had to be there to supervise their efforts, especially with Hobbs missing. She could have tasked Corporal Joe Goldberg with early morning shift, but traces of adrenaline still rushed through her veins after the night's debacle. She finally managed to clean up after the midnight raid around 0600, but found herself awake at the makeshift mess hall by 1200. With nearly a full night's sleep, she could feel herself regaining her sanity. She patrolled the blood-stained hallways with a cup of instant coffee until she arrived topside of the mesa. The wreckage of Charlie 217 and the 6 Covenant dropships had been cleared away during the night, but a large patch of scorched metal marked the spot where the fuel tank of the Pelican had been set ablaze. She paused to stare at the long-gone flames, wondering what had happened to the pilot. Hale had probably died long before the fires reached the Pelican. She commingled with the crowd of Marines running up and down the mesa, each with some urgent task or another. Though the surface of Halo had been declared a combat zone, and therefore none of them stopped to salute her, some bowed their heads or gave short nods of acknowledgement. It was an inappropriate gesture in a battlefield. It was like painting a target on their head for the enemy's snipers, but she didn't mind it too much. If the enemy had any chance at getting any sniper shots on top of the mesa after they had detonated C4 charges on all nearby buttes, then whatever alien son of a bitch could make that shot deserved to snuff her out. After several "morning, ma'am" and various courteous morning replies, she came to a stop before a group of Marines gathered around Lister. They prepped and cleaned their gear. They would be going out soon for a little payback, and Masters was genuinely jealous she could not join to get her hands dirty herself. It was the burden of command after all. She took her mug and walked over to the tanks unconsciously. The med had finished carrying out her orders while she slept. Now that the Covenant knew they had these MBTs, they had to move them. They had spent the better part of the morning digging them out and stationing them on solid ground near the firing pit. She walked over to the Covenant prisoners of war next. They were chained together by their ankles and were being forced to dig graves. The sections were divided by humans and smoldering remains of alien flesh. It was a somber sight, even to see so many dead aliens. Not that she lost any love for the bastards, but how the mountain of bodies piled up under a tarp covering of bodies. All for what? For Earth, she told herself. For Earth and the billions that would go unburied and charred if the Covenant found them. There was a lot left to do when she had gone to sleep, but Lister and the rest of the commanders had not disappointed. They had followed all her instructions and were right on schedule. By 1300, she was back in her office at the makeshift desk beside the salvaged chair from a lifeboat. She had already gone over the morning reports and knew things weren't looking too good, but now was the time to be opportunistic. Rudson's report had deduced the raid was a combination of strange circumstances. The Covenant had not been after Alpha Base per se. They were more interested in insertion and evacuation. That could only mean that they had come here to extract or assassinate an important target, which left 3 options. They had already killed the captain, making the lieutenant the obvious choice, but based on the second report, that seemed unlikely. They could have been after herself, but the warriors on top of the mesa were too scattered, too messy. Some invisible commando elites had evaded them all, and if they had targeted her, even she couldn't have prevented them from executing her the night before. That left only one option, the Spartan. The group of stealth elites had penetrated deep into the complex inside the mesa, yet instead of hiding out to kill as many humans as possible, they had given up halfway and escaped on a banshee. The elite bastards in the black armor had also left 2 humans alive who reported hearing them speak in a passable human language, asking for the human in special armor. Even when he wasn't on Alpha Base, he still managed to cause her a headache. She read the second report over and over. Echo 419 had reported in earlier and played the transmission from the Spartan, claiming that Lieutenant Hobbs was most likely KIA, alongside with teams led by Johnson. She was angry. The Spartan hadn't even been at Alpha Base, the reason why the raid had happened in the first place. She had lost 24 men during the raid, and there was no fresh troops to replace them. They had given their lives to defend a man that wasn't even there. Without the protection of Chen or Hobbs, the Spartan was nothing more than a liability. A freak playing super soldier out there in the ring, ruffling as many feathers as he could and leaving them to clean up after him. He was supposed to be an asset, not MIA. The Pelicans were starting to run low on fuel, and nearly all were out of ammunition. She had no forward operating teams left and had decided raiding Covenant supplies had become exponentially more expensive without the Spartan or the Pelicans. They would have to hunker down and make use of what they had. She thought of the old saying, the best offense is a great defense. Rather than sit around and wait for the Covenant to attack them again, they could take the hurt and bring it to them. Forcing them into a lose-lose situation was better than nothing. She formulated a new plan to better use her resources. After all, even the husk of a burnt-out Pelican could be a resource if used properly. She had ordered one of the Pelicans pick up Charlie 217's remains and drop them into an ambush site during the hours of the darkness, in the early morning dawn. It had taken 3 trips and more fuel and men than she would have liked, but the trap was set. They had transported and sorted through enough wreckage, placing it in a believable spread to form a natural crash site if it was seen from the sky. Lister would lead some troops onto the rocky passage above, and Goldberg would wait by the river, south of Alpha Base, to pincer a new batch of alien bastards. It was bait they couldn't pass up. Finally, as the sun appeared, the area basked in a holy glow of light. Fortunately for the ODSTs on the ground, they were well hidden in place when the sun speared through the night clouds. A phony distress signal had been sent out, and a special fire was prepared deep within the cracked remains of the wreckage. Scattered around the crash site were some volunteers, courtesy of the Marines killed during the previous night's raid. Though they were comrades, their bodies were laid out where they could be seen from the air. They were doing their part one last time, even in death. While half of the platoon tried to get some sleep and the other half waited patiently, keeping watch, the false crash site was between a rocky hillside, an ankle-deep river, and a flat-topped rise. The staged wreckage looked realistic, with scorch marks painted on the rocks as if the Pelican had attempted to regain some altitude, but failed halfway through a crash. Both Rudson and Ramsey had agreed. The Covenant had seen them as less than a nuisance at first, but the Marines and naval personnel had since forced the enemy to change their minds. They had started to take them more seriously. Without Ramsey here, Rudson had been delegated to their best strategist. Yet, they still managed to outsmart the Covenant at every turn. Even as the alien hordes monitored human radio traffic and activities while conducting regular recon flights, the AI had continuously walked them into trap after trap. Modern warfare was out of the Hinchhead's playbook as it seemed. Perhaps thousands of years of human-on-human conflict had helped their tactics advance more than the Cubbies. The aliens' reconnaissance flight had backtracked and landed a team to check out the situation. The plan was evident. Lister watched the sun inch higher in the sky and down among the rocks where the temperature rose. The gleaming of artificial rock reflected off their camo-collared pants. They were beginning to envy the team down by the river, when the whining sound of a mosquito grew louder in the distance. It wasn't long before they spotted a speck in the sky of Halos, Skybox. It spun and came down very quickly, leaving a trail of air burns in the sky. The Banshee swept low when Lister gave the signal. She barely keyed her mic to give the orders to attack. She couldn't say much more lest the Covenant eavesdrop grow suspicious. She didn't have to say anything much. The men were eager to attack. The enemy flying craft drew in closer to examine the fake wreckage, when the men and women of the third squad, the one lying in wait amongst the wreckage, pretending to be injured, hurried to open fire. The Marines could have won an Academy Award for their acting that day. They shaded their eyes as if watching a pelican come from the distance. Then a false scene of paranoia grew until the Banshee was close enough that it could see them scramble about as if they were trying to hide. Whilst in all reality they were preparing a volley of shots for it, they ran for the rocks. The pilot managed out a meager stream of plasma bolts, then pulled up to circle the crash site 2 more times. The Banshee flew in the direction it had come from, and Lister knew it had taken the bait. The fish was on the line, and his hunger couldn't wait to reel it in. About a click away from the phony crash site, another Marine, or what had once been a Marine, emerged to the surface. From what had been once an air shaft, a shambling horror rose to feel the heat of a false sun hit his mangled, ravaged face. Well, not his face. Ever since the infection form had inserted the penetrator into his spine, Private Wallace A. Jenkins had been sharing his physical form with something he thought of as the other. The strange being occupied his body, but had no thoughts, nothing besides the feeling of hunger, a need to consume. It seemed like all it did was go through the motions, woefully unaware of its own actions, or that Jenkins still lied hiding within his own mind. It was fitting enough that the creature had infected his physical form, and Jenkins had infected its mind. The situation he was in was entirely unique, as far as he could tell, though he had tried to communicate with the others in the pack of freaks. Without giving away his presence, the bodies in the group had either failed to notice or done nothing about it. Maybe his old squad mates were in similar positions, but their chains weren't as loose as his. He didn't want to think about it. Instead, he told himself that the other infection forms had sucked the life out of the Marines, and they were gone for good. It beat thinking about how many others were sharing his pain. After several failed attempts to communicate, he had given up and allowed himself to be a silent passenger in his own body. The united collection of infection forms, carriers, and combat forms emerged to bounce, waddle, and shamble across the surface of Halo. He vaguely recognized which direction they were headed, but with the majority of his memories faded, all he knew was the parasite would seek out and consume sentient life. He could only sense a dim yawning for icy hunger. His goal was entirely different, however. After he had been converted into a combat form, his body was still capable of handling weapons. Some of the other forms had them, and that is what Jenkins wanted more than anything. An M6D would be perfect, but he had no room to be picky about it. A plasma weapon would do the job just the same as would any grenade. Not to use on the Covenant, nor Flood, and certainly not on his fellow human survivors, but on himself, or what had been him. That was why he was extremely careful to conceal his awareness from the other side, the side of the creature that wanted nothing more than to consume. He had waited for the chance to destroy the body in which he had been imprisoned, the body that encompassed the horrors of every waking moment. He followed one of the carrier forms, one which had been damaged by the Spartan back on the swamp. It carried a reward Jenkins was very much so looking forward to, an M6 he could only hope to use to remove himself from the equation. He followed the infected creature, tagging along behind as they climbed a series of rocks. Lister knew the trap was going to work when one of the U-shaped vehicles appeared, circling the phony crash site and settling in for a landing. Once the dropship had touched solid ground, its carapace opened up and deployed a small contingent of elites, jackals, and grunts. The platoon of aliens was small enough that the UNSC troops hiding in the rocks and down by the river would be enough to flatten the opposition. But he was unhappy with the surprising turn of events, something he hadn't expected to see. A couple of mean-looking hunters disembarked the opposite side of the dropship. The armored bastards were hard to kill and could rip the entire platoon to shreds if given the chance. There was only one option. A dragged-out fight would see their ambush loose. They had to thin out the coveys first. He keyed in his mic, directing the team on the top of the flat hill to assault the hunters with extreme prejudice. A second later, a barrage of rockets flew at the unsuspecting hunters, followed by a volley of sniper shots. The walking tanks were dead, but it had brought a lot of attention to the team on the hill. They had to slide down on the opposite side, foregoing their height advantage and superior weapons position in place for safety. He didn't care so long as the hunters were dead, and the hell jumpers on the hill survived the fight another day. The dropship had moved in to hose down the area with pink-purple blasts of plasma, dragging the ground force's attention to the hill. Encouraged by air support, the Covenant moved into a jumble of rocks, eager to find the treacherous humans and kill them. They were forced to pay a heavy price, however, as Lister's team was already taking cover within the rocks. The various alien types were forced out of the rocks, where they met the fire of the Riverside team. Pinched in a small subsection, the dropship was forced to do a strafe run of plasma bombardment. Huge spikes of energy bolts flew into the jagged rock formations, smoothing them out, keeping Lister's team pinned down. The battle on the ground had stalled longer than he would have liked, but there hadn't been a proper time to disengage, not with the spirit flying overhead, blasting any direction it deemed human adjacent. He was displeased, but what came next made him right down pissed. A series of screams came through the radio, panicked and angered. The well-trained orbital dropship troopers knew better than to key their mics in scattered shouts, the kind that lowered morale. What he didn't expect, however, was the screams from Goldberg, yelling for something to get off. He still had a decent view of the enemy from his cover and could see them relatively distant from the corporal's forces down by the river. He turned his binoculars and attention down to the stream to see a torrent of bizarre creatures attacking both Marines and the straggling aliens they fought. He couldn't quite make out the looks of the creatures aside from the torn corpse flesh and mangled bodies. The small army of sack-like creatures bounced and clambered onto the backs of human and Covenant alike. Their first problem was that the Covenant seemed familiar with the alien creatures, but the Hell Jumpers weren't. Their second problem was that a third of their forces had already gone down under the combined efforts of both Covenant and new hostiles. The only saving grace was that the Covenant were not immune to the creature's wrath either. A bipedal corpsey shambler cut down an elite in red armor with a single swing from its axe-like appendage. The top half plopped down with a moist oscillation before being covered by the little blob-shaped homunculi. The radio calls continued to come in, with begging, pleading, and shots of angry gunfire. The radio traffic turned into a confusion of screams, requests for backups, and pleas for extraction. All indiscernible from one another, Lister grit his teeth and climbed over the rocks. No way were those things going to wreck his plans. They could go to hell. From over the boulders, he saw Grunt running downhill toward the already infested river. Two little creatures already clinging to his back, the Grunt squealed and turned and began running after him. He burst out a few shots from his assault rifle and 3 creatures went down. He continued climbing the rocks up the top flat hill and soon discovered new enemies took other forms as well. He killed a 2-legged form and watched another private put half of a clip into a lumpy-looking monster with disgust. The bloated, grotesque creature spewed out 24 more of the little ones out into the world when it went down. He hosed down the bulbous creatures with panicked shots from his rifle with the help of 2 other Marines that had made the climb after him. That was when a much larger one emerged from behind a couple of boulders and launched itself at the trio of humans. He tracked the oncoming mass, sidestepped it, and fell on his ass swinging his weapon. Before he noticed, the creature had landed on Simmons. The Marine folded at the waist backwards, and his spine shot out of his chest. He screamed in wild pain as he bled out on the grass he held below. The creature turned its attention back to Lister, but he was ready with a fresh magazine. The bullets rained sideways onto the monster as it attempted to use its tentacle appendages to block the incoming fire. The second Marine, still alive, rushed over to give him some help. The help necessary to put the beast down. By the time they were done spraying down lead on the creature, he leaned over the edge of the hill to watch one of the creatures, a smaller one, walking aimlessly among a group of 4 Marines. It tried to swing at them, but from an unreasonable distance, almost as if warning them to stay back. He yelled for the squad to surround it, but keep it alive. He thought of the term alive might not be appropriate considering the rotted flesh of the creature, but the hell jumpers piled on top of the monster. They placed restraints on its wrists and ankles, then tied it up. They had suffered another nasty cut from the creature's swings, a broken arm, and a dislocated shoulder, but finally managed to restrain it. The battle lasted another 10 minutes by the count on his helmet's miniature heads-up display, but it felt like days. Both human and Covenant forces took a break from the fighting to get the situation under control. The situation being the new set of hostiles under indiscriminate barrage of attacks. The moment the last bulbous form popped in midair, they were back at it again, tracking one another and fighting as if their entire ordeal had never happened. Granted, both their forces had been cut down significantly. He hadn't noticed when, but the Covenant dropship had been brought down and laid in the background beyond the river in flames. He radioed for the rocket squad to come in, but none responded. It wasn't a surprise. After the climb on the hill to see where they had gone, he had failed to find them. They probably lay in pieces out there in the jumbled mess of rotting flesh and miscellaneous dead bodies. He instead radioed in for air support from the rapid response team, as well as a pair of captured Banshees. Before he reached his last magazine, a stream of bluish plasma bolts rained down on the remaining Covenant forces that refused to surrender. They escorted a Pelican forth. Its jet's engines simmered down as it reached ground level. On Lister's orders, the remaining Marines and ODSTs loaded their new friend onto the back of the Pelican. The new specimen of enemy would be taken back to Alpha Base for analysis. Finally, after bodies were recovered, they all loaded into the Pelican as it closed its bay doors. Though only half of the Marines that had gone on the trip made it back alive, he was thankful that at least that many got to go home, or Alpha Base in that case. The remaining Marines and Helljumpers sat in quiet somberness. The Covenant had been bad enough, but now, with the new enemies, things had gone from bad to worse. Any sense of hope they had left had gone out the window with the rotten flesh monsters. The Spartan felt himself be put back together like pieces of a puzzle. Millions upon millions of tiny pieces coming together. Confused and wondering what had happened, he felt nauseated and angered. A small glance at his surroundings helped him understand the obvious. The small machine named 343 Guilty Spark had teleported him from the bowels of the swamp to the dark, brooding structure. He saw the machine hovering above him, glowing thin and ghostly. He raised his assault rifle and fired half a magazine into it. The bullets were direct hits on the micro machine's blue eye, but had zero effect other than a bemused response.
That was unnecessary, Reclaimer. I suggest you conserve your ammunition for the effort ahead.
Where am I?
The Spartan had an audible anger in his voice. He was being talked down to and had no choice in the matter. He felt like a child at boot camp again.
Where am I?
On Installation 04, Halo.
I know that part already.
Fantastic! Then you know the installation was specifically built to study and contain the flood. Their survival as a race was dependent on it. I am grateful to see some of them survive to reproduce.
Survived? Reproduce? What the hell are you talking about?
We must collect the index. Time is of the essence. Please follow me.
No. Dot, find me a way out of here.
What do you mean, no? That's not part of protocol.
Scanning. I am sorry, Noble Six. I can't find a direct way out of this facility. We are in some sort of spire or tower. There are several floors above us. I am detecting unknown heat signatures.
An ancilla? Inside your armor? Have you re-established contact with the domain?
Domain? What?
Please hurry to the Index, Reclaimer. The Flood grow more powerful every second they rampage on the surface of Halo.
I'm not going anywhere without a few answers.
There will be time for that later.
I need answers now.
The Spartan raised his assault rifle back to aim at the floating ball. It zipped around, forcing the Spartan to follow.
Who the hell are you, and what is your function construct?
Construct? I am far more advanced than a construct. I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the Monitor, or more precisely, A self-repairing artificial intelligence charged with maintaining and operating this facility. But you are a reclaimer, so you know that already.
Yeah, well, refresh my memory. I was in combat too long. How long has it been since you were left in charge?
Exactly 102,217.64 years. Many of which were quite boring, but not anymore.
The Spartan was taken aback. He knew the longer an AI was active, the more quirks their personality developed. He had experienced it firsthand with Auntie Dot. Even if she wasn't a smart AI, she learned. Her ability to adapt left something to be desired. But the longer she was in service, the more human-like she behaved. She had grown to care for Noble Team in a very real-like fashion. If this machine intelligence was like a human AI, he wondered what tens of thousands of years had done to create such a personality. It was quite possible the AI was insane. Well, past beyond the point of rampancy. The flying automaton chattered onto himself, almost as if the Spartan was meant to understand. Something about effecting repairs to Substation 9 and other non-sequiturs. His monologue was interrupted as a pack of flood combat forms leapt around the walls. Surrounding them in the darkness, he flew high enough to avoid them, but that only left the Spartan to deal with them. He found himself fighting for his life once more, moving back and forth to stretch the enemy line thin, blasting anything he could. That was when he identified something new. Something he hadn't seen in the bowels of the facility of the A-shaped building, nor on the outskirts of the swamp. The flood form was something misshapen that would explode when fired upon. It spewed out a dozen or more infection forms in every direction, multiplying the number of targets the shooter had to track and worry about killing. He had gotten pretty adept at killing the little monsters without wasting much ammo, giving him enough time to reload a fresh magazine. It was coated in a dark, dry red from the Marines in the swamp who had bled to death holding it. The monitor hovered nearby, all the while humming to himself and occasionally giggling.
There is no time to dawdle. There is much work to be done.
What kind of work?
This is the library. The energy field above us contains the index. We must get up there.
The Spartan was about to ask the 80 more questions that statement raised, but knowing the machine would not answer, simply turned to pick up a weapon from one of the dead combat forms. It was a shotgun of similar model to his. He looted the nearby body and emptied the shells into his own shotgun. As far as he was concerned, that weapon had gotten him out of the clutches of the flood, thereby making it his lucky gun. He wasn't done reloading before a combat form lurched from an alcove in the darkness. The creature shot out a round or two from his M6, prompting the Spartan to fire back. He blasted the creature's leg off. It dropped down, crawling toward him as if nothing had happened. The true horror of the flood never stopped surprising him.
That should slow you down.
The Spartan turned to deal with the new horde of shambling, leaping hostiles. A steady stream of brass arched away from the Spartan's weapon as he worked his way through a mob. He felt something strike behind him and spun to discover the one-legged form had picked itself up and limped his way over to him. He sidestepped and blew its head off with the shot this time. His casings dropped to the floor, still smoking, while he slung the weapon over his shoulder. He took the assault rifle on his back and targeted the creature in the back. It exploded with a mixture of gray and green gases, and the balloon-like explosion sent an army of the round ones flying his way. He hosed down the little bastards that had gained on him while he was distracted, and dissipated the pod creatures. After that, the monitor took off again, and the super soldier had no choice but to follow. They arrived to a huge door of the chrome metal. He wasn't sure what its purpose was, but given its thick, multi-layered nature, it was safe to say it could contain the flood. He wished every intersection they passed was that thick, considering how the bastards kept leaking in from every nook and cranny. The monitor hovered over his head.
The security doors are locked automatically. I will go access the override to open them. I am a genius.
A pain in the ass, more like it. Dot, any other ways past this door?
Negative. 2 flood creatures in that alcove on the top left, Spartan.
6 turned quickly before the shamblers had a chance to leap down. The red dots on his radar indicated more than 2 of them, but the second or 2 Dot had bought him were crucial to thin out their numbers. The familiar patterns of shapeless forms lining up to tear a piece of him appeared one by one at first. His 7.62mm slugs tore them apart like wet cardboard. Then came carrier forms, waddling up like old friends. They too went down, spewing more pods in every direction. Infection forms danced on delicate legs, dodging one way then another the next moment, each hoping to claim the human as their host. But B312 had other plans. He killed the last of them as the double doors began to part. He stepped to reload with a quiet lull of time and followed the flying monitor.
Please follow closely. This portal is the first of 10.
Sure. More doors. Because that's what I came here for.
After stepping through the portal that took them up a level, they came to a grand opening of large corridors. The darkness had receded as the blue glow of Guilty Spark penetrated the darkest corners of the chambers ahead. Truthfully, he would prefer to do this out in the light, but with his augmentations, his vision had served to compensate for the lack of any other light sources. The monitor babbled in the air about the first-class research facilities that surrounded them. He talked and talked, attracting any number of challengers, consistently wandering aimlessly into other obvious ambushes. And so it went, from chamber to chamber, from level to level. The monitor drowned on about nonsense, while the Spartan escaped by the skin on his teeth, through flood-infested galleries and ambush corners. He had help this time though, as a dozen of the more rectangular machines he had met at the swamp appeared in rows. They lined up above and around him, strafing from his shots, and attacked the flood forms with a powerful beam.
These sentinels will assist you, Reclaimer.
Lasers hissed and sizzled as they made contact with the rotted flesh of flood forms. He worked in tandem with the machines to put down the combat forms first, then he moved on to the smaller ones while they moved on to sterilize the fallen bodies. He watched in fascination as the machines took care of the heavy lifting. He had determined at that point he was no more than a helping hand. He started to gag as the air coming through the filters grew thick with the stench of cooked flesh, but was content with smelling something different than gangrenous decomposition for once.
These sentinels will supplement your combat systems, but I suggest you upgrade to at least a Class 12 combat skin. Your current model only scans as 2, which is unsuited for this kind of work.
He wondered what class full Mjolnir would scan out to, the kind the Spartans of Red Flag had taken for their mission. He hoped he would get to find out what kind of armor the monitor was referring to. Something 6 times more powerful than Mjolnir was something he just couldn't fathom. He jumped to avoid the attack of one of the leapers, pressed the magnum against its back, and let out 3 shots, blowing out a hole from the center of mass of the fallen creature. He could see the infection form inside the ex-elite shredded into pieces of flesh. Finally, after hard-working sentinels had finished reducing the hostile numbers to a satisfying 0, they turned the corner to a platform large enough to handle 4 scorpion tanks. Machinery hummed, bands of white light pulsated down from somewhere above, and the lift carried the human and his floating companion upward. Not that the monitor needed it, but he hovered at the same pace as the platform lifted. Maybe things would be better up there, he thought. Maybe the flood hadn't reached that level yet. He didn't hold out much hope, seeing as how nothing else had gone right in this mission. Guilty Spark went into a monologue while the platform continued up.
Deep within the recesses of Halo, flood specimens were confined to facilitate future study and to prevent them from escaping. Aware of the extreme danger the flood posed and their capacity to multiply exponentially as well as take over even advanced life forms, the Ancient Ones constructed the walls of their prison with great care and trained their guards well. With nothing to feed upon and nowhere to go, the flood lay dormant for approximately 100,000 years. Then the intruders came, broke the prison open and nourished the flood with their bodies, with a way to escape and food to sustain it. The tendrils of the malevolent growth slithered through the maze of tunnels and passageways that lay below Halo's skin and gathered wherever there was a potential route to the surface. One such location was in a chamber located beneath a tall mesa, where little more than metal grating prevented the flood from bursting out of its underground lair and shooting up to the surface. Unbeknownst to the reclaimers gathered at the mesa, I presume, though I do not understand why they stayed there instead of setting up in the Lifeworkers' chambers as they were meant to.
The Spartan had had enough of the boss rambling. With the news that Alpha Base was experiencing this nightmare of hells, all he wanted to do was get back there as quickly as possible. The thought that it might be too late dawned on him as the lift jerked to a halt. More of the hideous creatures waited for him just beyond the platform, and for what he could tell, a disproportionate number of them wore UNSC fatigues. These had certainly been some of the soldiers of Alpha Base. Whatever the case may have been, he still needed to get the hell out of there and back to Ramsey. The flood attacked immediately, but with no threat at his back, for once, he was free to retreat into the platform at will, forcing the monstrosities to come at him through the predictable route. Before long, the bodies of fallen flood began to accumulate. He paused, waiting for another wave of attackers, then shoved aside a pile of dead bodies and moved on to the next section. The boulder of biomass gave way under his feet, making a gurgling noise and venting foul-smelling gases. The Sentinels reappeared shortly and led the Spartan past a row of huge blue screens.
Where were you bastards 5 minutes ago?
The floating ball wandered over to him, staring him deeply with its blue glow.
Flood activity has caused a failure in a drone control system. I must reset the backup units. Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I have completed my task.
The monitor had left him alone before, and he knew what came next. Every time he found himself alone, a new wave of the Shamblers would come after him.
Don't you want to talk about this first?
The Spartan said with a joking demeanor. He knew the next few seconds would be tough, and joking about it was the only way he could cope. The monitor had already darted through an aperture in the wall and disappeared down some kind of travel conduit.
I don't think he wants to have that chat after all.
Could have fooled me.
No sooner than the monitor had left, a lumpy-looking carrier form waddled out into the light. It spotted its prey, and like an old relative, it moved in close for a hug. He shot the creature until the bulge expanded and exploded, letting out a dozen infection forms inside it. He popped them one by one until his magnum clicked and clicked. He was out of ammunition, and what little he had conserved for both his assault rifle and shotgun were starting to look like it wouldn't be enough. He let the Sentinels clean up as he tossed his handgun at the combat forms. Its face caved in with a force, but it shook itself clear and continued to run at the Spartan. He met the animalistic beast head-on with the butt of his weapon, then let out a controlled burst on his head. The assault rifle clicked empty as well, and frustration grew over him as he slid his final magazine into the chamber of the weapon. A fresh onslaught of flood came out of the woodwork, and the Spartan adopted a more cautious strategy. He allowed the sentry machines to mop them up. At first, the defense machines mowed through a wave of the pod-like infection forms with little difficulty. Then more hostiles appeared. Then more, and finally still even more. It was too much for even the machines to handle. Combat forms leapt into the air and slapped them with their own grown-out tentacles. He had no choice but to help the Sentinels out, as much as they were helping him. The monitor drifted back into the chamber as the last of the flood forms dropped. It spun in place, surveying the carnage. It made a clicking noise, almost as a click of approval.
The Sentinels can use their weapons to manage the flood for a short time, Reclaimer, but they weren't designed as the front line of defense against them. Speed is of the essence.
Then I suggest you keep moving, Spark.
The monitor made no reply, but scooted along. The small construct led the Spartan deeper into the library and its gloomy halls. They passed through a number of large open gates prior to arriving in front of one that was closed. He stopped to reload, waiting for the monitor to open it, but 343 was gone. Nowhere to be seen. Again.
To hell with it. Dot, any luck finding me a way out of here?
Not yet, but I am detecting a significant decrease in heat signatures.
Determined to move ahead, with or without the services of the on-again, off-again guide, the Spartan retraced his steps based on the AI's map down to a sloping ramp which led below a subsection between floors. He soon found himself in a maintenance corridor packed with flood. However, this time, he was ready. The narrow confines of the passageway made it easier to kill the parasite lifeforms, and a few minutes later, the human walked up the ramp on the other side of the metal door to find the monitor waiting, humming to himself. The Spartan was enraged at seeing the floating ball and decided to ignore and push on ahead without another word. Ahead was the lift again. He stepped on and the platform repeated its process into the next floor. He moved through a new chamber, wondering what determined the difference between the lift or the teleportation devices that took him up floor to floor. He found the chamber fully lit. Unlike the rest of the complex, he felt somehow safe, even as hundreds of dots lined the outer edges of his radar. He took off his helmet for a moment, unholstered a bottle of water from one of Mjolnir's sard compartments, and chewed on a nutrient supplement. He made sure to reload his shotgun, knowing full well the assault rifle had less than 10 full metal jacket shots in its magazine. He popped the stim pack and poured the remaining water on his face. The coolness refreshed his eyelids. He wondered how long he'd been awake, but knew that kind of thinking would get him killed. He placed his helmet tightly on once more. It was time to move out. The Spartan approached one of the large metal doors. Pleased to see that it was open, he crouched and passed through. 343 Guilty Spark had disappeared on one of his mysterious errands again, and like clockwork, the flood came out to play. He was ready for them though, and as they swept into the room, the bulbous creatures scuttled along the walls. They rushed in an uncoordinated wave, proving less effective than their regular tactics. He ran from chamber to chamber, jumping on top of raised platforms, engaging and disengaging the creatures again and again. He had been on his routine run from one platform to another when a light in the distance illuminated the chamber ahead. He knew the glow all too well from years of fighting the Covenant. It was the blue spark of plasma grenade detonating. That much wasn't surprising, but what had been surprise was the screaming that accompanied it. The screaming of pain. It was human-like. Plans immediately changed as he shifted his weight left and turned in the direction of the yelping. He lobbed a grenade at the wall beside him. The hard exterior did not give way, but the prime detonation held off for a second more, shredding the infection forms on his trail. When he rounded the corner, he could see where the screams were coming from. Behind a trail of blood and an accumulation of flood bodies, a Marine crawled with a broken leg and a stump where his right foot should have been. He shot out from his rifle and crawled, then repeated the cycle until he reached one of the parting walls. This time, however, the wall did not part. From the glowing symbol, the Spartan could tell it was one of the many doors he had passed, but the doors did not part. He ran to the Marine's assistance, tossed his weapon aside, and unholstered his sword by his hip. His tendons felt as if they would rip apart, but he ran as fast as he could. He ran as if he was saving the lives of every human he had ever seen fall to the Covenant put together. He cut through the hordes of flood in his way and tackled them clear with a sword swing before they could reach the Leatherneck. The screaming had stopped. Fearing bad news, but refusing to give up, he continued until he reached the unconscious Marine. The Spartan reached for his biofoam pack, only to find that it was the last. Without a moment's hesitation, he popped off the cap and sprayed it over the exposed wound. It sealed and coated the freshly blown off leg. He quickly turned to strike down any other form that came their way, using the shields of Mjolnir to his advantage as much as he possibly could. Infection forms leapt at the Marine, but he pressed his body between them and the unconscious man. He grabbed onto them like a soda can and crushed them with his bare hand, while he swung at the combat form that approached. Nothing would touch the Marine as long as he lived. Nothing. When the waves finally subsided, his shields were chirping a red alarm, and he made a mental thank you to the engineer ensign on the Pillar of Autumn, who had tinkered with his armor enough to upgrade its shield capacity. Finally, as the last of the flood fell, the sentinels reappeared, escorting the Monitor. The Spartan looked at them in disgust as he scrounged off ammo from the dead combat forms and reloaded his shotgun, the unconscious Marine's assault rifle, and the last bit of his grenades. One look at the man could tell 1,000 stories. He didn't just have the freshly blown off leg to worry about, but a third of the Marine's body had severe third-degree burns. Many places in which the skin had fused with the camouflaged uniform of the Navy, superheated by the results of plasma grenade explosions. He had other wounds too. Some scars were years old, other cuts, bruises, and abrasions that appeared a few hours if not days in the making. The Leatherneck was a tough son of a bitch.
Oh my, the Reclaimer is still alive? How fortuitous.
He's a Reclaimer too. Wait, you knew he was out here and you didn't help him?
I believed he had succumbed to the Flood forces long ago. He is wearing a less suitable combat skin than you are, after all.
How did he get here?
Why, the same way as you, of course.
What do you mean?
I found him wandering in a structure on the other side of the ring when the Flood broke out of containment. I brought him here, same place as where you started, per protocol.
The Spartan looked down and marveled at the fact anyone could make it that far. Even with his physical augmentations and the advantage of his armor, the super soldier had almost reached the end of his endurance. He checked the man's dog tags and read the name Mabuto, Marvin, Staff Sergeant, followed by a service number. He was in awe at how far the man had gotten, and knew he couldn't leave him there, not even under the current conditions. He would be slowed down, but it would be worth it.
You did this to him?
The Flood are the ones who did this to him.
You brought him here. You're the reason he might die.
If I had not brought him here, the hordes of Flood would have grown thicker, and retrieving the index might have become impossible. I had lost contact with him during one of the Flood's ambush attacks. I searched for him for hours, but found no trace.
For hours? He was alone for hours in the dark against these things?
Noble Six had had enough. He was ready to point his weapon at the Monitor when the doors began to split apart and Mobuto slumped down. He picked up the man's primary weapon and slotted it on his back, then picked him up and tossed him over his shoulder. He walked through the doors and onto the platform ahead.
I am done with your game, Spark.
Almost as if on command, the lift plummeted to the ground floor, and a rumbling of sounds shook the platform. They stepped off the lift on a final chamber where the index hung in the center of the room, flying on a mounted position. He approached the pedestal.
You may now retrieve the index.
No.
No? What? What do you mean no? This is your task, Reclaimer. Protocol dictates only a Reclaimer can retrieve the index. You must remove the index so we can stop the Flood.
He could smell the scent of decaying flesh in the air, paired with the Marine's burnt flesh. The nauseating smell and the gurgling sounds of false creatures in the shadows forced his hand. He hated this game, 343's game, but he had to play it, if not for himself or the dying Marine on his shoulder, but for the forces in Alpha Base, or whoever remained. He couldn't begin to imagine what kind of mayhem the Flood would spread if they got off Halo, not to mention the slipspace-ready ships the Covenant still had in orbit. He approached the artifact. It glowed a lime green shaped like a capital T, housed in a floating cylindrical tube. A tube it had been kept in for millennia. Metal blocks encircled the device and rotated, releasing the protective grip around the object. He took hold of the index and pulled it up, like Excalibur being removed from the rock. Only his sword wielded more power than King Arthur could ever have fathomed. He held it up to his helmet to examine it, but a gray beam shocked his hand back reflexively. The index had disappeared, and the beam traced back to the floating ball of nuisance hovering beside him.
What the hell are you doing?
As you know, Reclaimer, protocol requires I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry.
He was about to reply, but before long, bands of pulsating light flowed down around his body. He knew he was about to be teleported, and again felt lightheaded. He had no time to think, only act. He held onto the Marine on his shoulder tightly. He wasn't going to let that bastard monitor leave Mobuto to his fate with the Flood. Not again. Before he knew, he had rematerialized, once again feeling as if he was about to be put back together from a million broken tiny pieces. He was back on the walkway which seemed to float over the black abyss, Halo's control room. He saw the replica of Halo which arced down, the globe that floated in the center of the walkway and the control panel where he had last seen Ramsey. Was he even still there?
Is something wrong?
The monitor hovered over his head. The Spartan didn't speak. He was tired of entertaining the floating, rampant AI. He looked around, checking to make sure nothing had changed since his last visit to the control room. He set the Marine down against the corner where the bridge's small railway and doors met. He made sure the Marine could not fall into the abyss and laid the assault rifle on his lap. He made his way forward onto the bridge. The control board was long and curved at either end. An endless light show played across the surface of the panel as various aspects of the ring world's extremely complicated electronic and mechanical machinery fed a constant flow of data to the display, all of which appeared to be jumbled messes of glyphs, codes, and symbols he had no hope in understanding. He wasn't a doctor, but something told him this was the equivalent of the ring world's pulse, respiratory system, and brainwaves all rolled into one stream. Some data was easy to tell apart: the rate of spin, atmospheric pressure and temperature changes, weather and gravitational pull, but other strings of data pointed to more complex machinery and a control of the interchanging mechanisms of the ring's biospheres. Other reports simply outlined the movements of the Flood. It was truly awesome to look at. Awesome and terrifying. 343 Guilty Spark hovered above the control panel, looking down on the human who stood speechless. Something in the artificial voice had changed, excited in a different manner than he had first encountered it. Something with anticipation. Something he didn't trust.
My role in this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units of my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. The final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer.
Before he knew it, the index had rematerialized before him, within his grasp. He yanked it out of the air, ready to be done with this nonsense. If this activated Halo and he could turn it against the Flood, he would soon find out how to use it against the Covenant as well. With what he had seen on Halo, he had no doubt the ring could bring the war to an end. It had been too late for Reach, but if the ring held power proportional to what he had seen the Sentinels do against the Flood, then the Covenant would soon be forced to pay for the scourging of Reach, the deaths of Kat, Emil, and Carter. He looked gazingly at the panel in front of him and reached for the slot where the index could be inserted.
I am reading incalculable strings of data from that device.
You would let an ancilla guide you in a choice, which is no choice at all? The Flood must be stopped.
He didn't like it, but slotted the T device into the glowing green home it clearly belonged in. It fit perfectly. The control panels shivered and displays expanded to flare in response as it began to overload. An electric whine was heard. The monitor tilted slightly as if to look around the control board.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
There was a large shimmering of light as Ramsey's holographic appearance projected over the large planetoid model. It continued to grow until it was the size of the image of Threshold, the planet which hid Halo behind its shadow. His eyes were bright red, and data scrolled infinitesimally fast across his lab coat. Spartan could tell the AI was absolutely pissed.
Oh gee, you don't say, Sputterball.
He waved his holographic hand away, and as if smacking an insect out of the air, the monitor fell. It was knocked out of the air, hitting the deck with a sturdy clank. The Spartan looked up.
I spent hours cooped up in here watching you prance around the place, helping that thing get set up and lead us into the slaughterhouse.
Hold on now, he's friendly.
The Spartan glanced at the man in the back of the chamber and all his wounds. Ramsey stood with his arms crossed, a shade of orange the Spartan couldn't say he liked. It sighed as if dealing with a child who didn't know better.
You think that thing is your friend? Your bestest pal? Do you have any clue what he almost made you do? What that bastard was about to bring to the entire galaxy?
Yes, activate the ring's defenses and destroy the flood. That's why we brought the index here to begin with.
You mean this?
The giant hologram pulled a T-shaped object from its slot. The object behaved both digital and physical. He had touched it, so it clearly had mass. But now the artificial intelligence waved it around in his hand, like it was nothing more than a string of code. The monitor spun back up, floating a meter away from the Spartan. Its tone was uneven and almost insulted. 343 Guilty Spark's voice had a real anger beside it. Not the kind that similar constructs imitated, but one of his own volition.
A construct? In the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Saw it off, you bugger.
What impertinence! I shall purge you from the system at once.
You sure that's a good idea, mate?
The holographic T-shaped object disappeared into Ramsey's lab coat.
How dare you? I'll...
That is enough. The flood are spreading. If there's any forces left on Alpha Base, we have to activate Halo's defenses to wipe them out.
Ramsey looked down at the Spartan once more like a confused child talking about something he couldn't possibly understand. A pitiful look bathed the Spartan from above.
Oh, you poor innocent killer. You have no idea how this ring works, do ya? Why the Forerunners built it. Halo doesn't kill the flood. It kills their food too. Human, Covenant, whatever. Anything with a pulse, a nervous system, or biomass. You're equally edible. The only way to stop the flood is to starve it to death. That's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. If you don't believe me, you can ask that bastard.
The human hologram pointed at the ball in the sky. 343 Guilty Spark had floated up several meters into the air. The pieces had already begun to click. He raised the shotgun up to the monitor and asked,
Is that true?
Of course. More or less. This installation has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light-years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life, or at least with sufficient biomass to sustain any flood infestation. But you already knew this. I mean, how could you not?
I'm sure he left that tad bit out, didn't he?
We followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me every step of the way as we managed the process.
There they are. Spartan, I'm tracking movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done before?
We need to get out of here right now.
Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
A pack of sentinels rose from under the walkway, lining up behind the monitor.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take it from you.
That is never going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
More of the golden rings surrounded the tiny monitor, and in a glow, he had warped away. The Spartan pumped his weapon and pulled the trigger.
Jenkins, now!
The sergeant fired a stream from his assault rifle into the thing clinging onto Private Jenkins, but it was too late. The man was either cold or dead. Not that it mattered, there was nothing Avery could do for him. One of the multi-legged small poppers jumped and latched onto his forearm. The sergeant stabbed into it. It deflated like a leaking balloon and fell to the floor with its flesh wrapped around the knife. He didn't like losing his knife, but instead he used a minuscule break to feed more rounds into his assault rifle. He looked back to see a few dozen more bulbous grabbers inch their way to him, then caught a glimpse of Hobbs, with a single moment of eye contact before a trio of the little monsters were on her. He watched helplessly as one of the creatures cut its way inside the lieutenant. He raised his hand from across the room, an involuntary gesture he knew wouldn't help. She shook her head with clear intention. He placed his hand back under the barrel of his weapon and broke into a sprint toward the door. One of the creatures jumped on top of him, and cut a gash on his face. Then sudden force slammed him into the chrome wall, leaving a gray stain of green and blood all over the panel. He pressed his palm backwards against the wall, searching for the exit while staring at her, firing in opposite directions. In the corner of the room, 4 bipedal creatures jumped down from the gallery above, covered by shadows, followed by another army of the smaller ones. He decided there was nothing else he could do for the squad. He took aim at Hobbs again, now with a cancerous growth tumoring out of her chest. He pressed the trigger on his weapon and it clicked empty. He was going through ammo faster than trying to slow down a brute. Before he could slide a new magazine into the rifle, she was pulled down, dragged into the darkness with the rest of the screaming Marines. The bipedal shamblers had crossed the room and were in sight now. They looked like what he imagined an elite would look like after being buried and dug back up, coupled with an amalgamation of growths and tentacles. He fired at them all the same. They didn't slow down one bit, forcing him through the hatch. Once clear of the opening panels, he pressed the button on the device that had opened the doors. The lock glowed into a dark red. Satisfied that it would slow the creatures down, he turned, walking through a door of clouded smoke and rotted flesh particles percolating the air. Johnson cleared the hallway fast enough, then came across another door leading to one of the glowing blue bridges. The latches that led to smaller rooms behind him busted out from their non-existent hinges. He had no time to turn. He could feel the creatures breathing down his neck, listening to the moans of help and pleading for mercy before turning into a gargling groan, sent shivers down his spine. He felt a deep fear, the kind facing an elite in hand-to-hand combat couldn't come close to emitting. He finished crossing the bridge and tapped a few buttons in thin air on the holographic console. The light bridge sputtered out before the creatures fell to the lower level. Down below, a group of Marines from B Squad stood side by side with what Johnson thought must have been hysteria-induced hallucinations. On top of some Covenant weapon pylons, 4 Marines fired a variation of plasma pistols, or plasma repeaters, while being protected by a trio of jackals and their yellow glowing shields. The bird creatures covered their human brothers in arms equally as well as themselves. From his vantage point, he could see even a grunt behind the weapons crates in the corner of the room lobbing grenades over the Marines and jackals' heads. And he could have sworn the dead Red Elite leaning his back against the crates had also helped. Or maybe it was just his imagination, something he hoped for. If it wasn't for them being hopelessly outnumbered by the Shamblers and the river of poppers, it might have been a sight he could have enjoyed. There was no way to help them out of the situation though. He knew he had to keep moving. No amount of ammunitions or grenades was going to get them out of that mess. He ran through door after door, locking it behind him. Any second he could buy between the grotesque creatures and himself could be the second needed to survive. He came upon a small, claustrophobic hallway covered with sickly green and gray ooze. The creatures spewed. He turned the corner and found a surprise. One he wished he never had. One of the bipedal creatures. It was smaller. It wore camouflage of the standard UNSC armor beneath the pus-filled growths. On one hand, it held a shotgun. Stunned by what he saw, the creature noticed him and raised the shotgun his way. The sergeant had only a second to react before a blast of the 8-gauge slugs painted the walls beside him. He leapt out of cover, emptying out the rest of his AR into the creature. Johnson reached for his side, but found no more magazines. He saw the display of the assault rifle read 00 and tossed the weapon into the floor. He opted instead to take the shotgun the creature had shot him with. The monster slumped against the wall of the corridor, still attempting to claw at Avery. A hatred of sadness in the thing's eyes told Avery what he needed to do. All he could see was a monster which he knew had once been one of his men, one which would help him even in death. He took the new shotgun, pumped a new wave of slugs into the chamber, and blasted the ex-Marine. After collecting the man's tags, he looted his remaining ammo and turned the corner to see a large gathering of the creatures shambling about. He cursed under his breath when they turned in his direction. One of the creatures fired a volley of the foot-long needles in his direction. The sharp pink crystals bounced off the unknown metals of the corridor and let off a mixture of explosions as they broke. He ran past the new set of hatch doors with a company of shamblers in tow. Knowing he could not possibly take on that number of enemies, he dislodged his final grenade from its location on his vest and tossed it back into the room. The doors closed and a woof later, a cloud of heat and smoke leaked through from the now damaged door. He walked over the corpses of a few non-infected grunts and elites before reaching a platform. If he was correct, it was the lift that had brought him down to hell with his squad. He wasn't one for a line of work in tech, but he pressed the buttons expertly, as he hyperfixated on the memory of the technician present in the same pattern. The lift shot up, and before he knew it, he was back at the opening where the A-shaped entrance had greeted them. Only this time, he was alone. He found more bodies and Covenant weapon emplacements than they had gone in. Neither the hingeheads nor humans were doing well against those things, and he was not about to stay there to add to their numbers. He looted a few plasma grenades off the dead grunts and ventured into the swamp. With figures in the shadows still twitching and firing at the alien attackers, he crept through the marshy swamp as waves of spirits and phantoms descended to drop down more Covenant special forces. If they had seen him or ignored him, he wasn't sure, but he would take his chances with a plasma round through the back over fighting more of those creatures. A ruby-red beam sizzled through the air, splashing against the shields generated by Spartan's Mjolnir armor. The smell of ozone filled the air between him and the sentinels encircling. The flying menaces rose from the vast emptiness of the abyss of Halo's control room. He felt cornered, with nowhere to run, and even less cover to hide behind. The flying mechanoids hovered around him, poking and prodding at his shields with their lasers, searching for a chink in his armor, not as if they would find one. They needed his head, whatever that meant. He had a feeling it wasn't just for the fact he had slotted the AI chip into his helmet's neural link, but instead it had something to do with the key the monitor was after, the index. His neural augments weren't designed to house a smart AI, even if Mjolnir could, and found the feeling of liquid silver coursing through his brain disorienting. He had blasted the flying ones closer to the bridge out of the air, but the ones in the distance had quickly become a problem. His shields could not take much more punishment. He ducked and rolled forward to avoid the stream of energy pulsating from the Sentinel's eye. It closed the gap for him as it hosed down the platform, burning a battle wound on the bridge of the already ancient control room. The Spartan blasted the Sentinel, catching the unbroken bits out of the air. After using brute force to rip apart the wings and the long rectangular panels that flipped and tilted sideways to control the Sentinel's flight, he had reached the core. What was the base of the Sentinel's model? Nothing more than a glorified high-frequency laser. Handling it felt awkward enough, but he aimed it anyway. Next thing he knew, the stream was cutting through the air and melting the protective plating of the flying Sentinel's carapace. With this new strategy, he made easy work of the rest of the Monitor's helpers, before his energy shields had completely depleted. His mission was clear: protect Ramsey and keep Spark away from the Index. What wasn't clear was what to do next.
Do you have a plan?
I do. Or at least I did. I wasn't counting on you bringing a friend.
Don't worry about him. I will take care of him.
That still leaves us with a homicidal flying robot bent on activating Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo itself.
And how do you propose we do that?
According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky.
Naturally.
An explosion of sufficient size should help destabilize the ring. It will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale. Something, I don't know, like a starship's fusion reactor going critical should suffice.
Breaking into the Truth and Reconciliation again won't be as easy this time around.
I was thinking something more along the lines of the Pillar of Autumn. When the ship went down, its fusion reactors were still relatively intact. We can use them to destroy Halo.
Sounds like a walk in the park, but we still need a ride off this ring.
Already contacting Foehammer.
Something slipspace worthy.
That's where Gamma 9 comes in.
Who is Gamma 9?
There's a lot to catch you up on.
The Spartan dropped the laser beam and slotted the last of his shotgun shells into the weapon. He walked over to the Marine with the missing leg. B312 took a length of rope out of the back of his suit's compartments and spread it out, then proceeded to wrap it around Mobuto and himself alike. Not the most dignified way to carry a fellow soldier, but it would help keep him out of harm's way. He stood but felt no different even with the weight of a full-grown man literally hanging off his back. His boots made a hollow sound as he approached the giant blast doors and hit the switch, exposing the control room to whatever battle awaited him on the other side. The doors parted to reveal a group of Sentinels and Covenant ground troops already in a struggle. Red lasers split the air and green bolts of plasma came at them in return. The rectangular shapes cut down the Sentinels, grunts and elites with the same prejudice that they had burned through flood flesh. To them, it was all ones and zeros. The Covenant, however, struggled against the new foe. Though the contest was far from one-sided, the machines had managed to thin out the Covenant numbers severely. They exploded and showered the remains of Covenant with bits of hot steel. The long, rectangular room meant the Spartan had to get creative with his approach. The effective range of his shotgun would not help him against the large, remaining elites still on their feet. The Covenant had spotted him and moved in for the kill with plasma weapons at hand. He took advantage of what little cover there was. Whether it was meant for the Covenant warriors or himself, it didn't matter. He leapfrogged from cover to cover until he was in tackling range of the first one. At least it had been evident what the alien would do, as it jumped forward trying to shake the Spartan down with its own weight. B312 blasted a hole through the elite with a pull of the trigger from his shotgun. A painful groan was cut off as he loaded the body with another round. He reached down for the elite's plasma grenade and plasma rifle. A single blast later and the elite on the opposite end of the room found its chest cavity melted. Its shields had not finished replenishing, and the blue combat harness had done nothing to stop the temperatures of superheated plasma. It knelt over like a sack of potatoes, allowing the Spartan to move forward into the room ahead. He walked out of the blast doors and found himself again at the top of the pyramid. The bodies he had left behind were no longer there, instead replaced by a fresh layer of snow. Alongside the new coat of white, there were guards. New guards. Fresh reinforcements. His least favorite kind. Especially after 2 days of no sleep, running around the catacombs of Halo, fighting unspeakable horrors with nothing more than half a pint of water and a nutrition bar. Half a nutrition bar at that. Luckily, all of them had their backs turned to the doors, complacent that only the Covenant would come out of that door. Complacency was the death of duty. 4 jackals were down before they could turn around. 2 grunts had collapsed before the aliens were done with their surprise double takes, and their commander, a red armored elite, had been too slow on the draw. The elite jerked and slipped. The blood pooling around his hooves tripped him, and he was dead before he hit the ground. Noble Six's plasma rifle had seen to it. Just as quickly as the violence had started, it was over. Snow once more crept in to do what it did best. It began the long job of covering each body, one flake at a time, fostering the illusion of peace.
We need to buy time. Better yet, we need to cut down on travel time.
What do you suggest?
You're going to think this is crazy, but if you insist on bringing Sergeant Mobuto along, there's only one thing I can think of to get us to the autumn in one piece.
Don't hesitate to share with the rest of the class.
The machines in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3-phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire into deep space. The energy within each can propel Halo's killing power for thousands of light years. That should be more than enough energy to lend your suit a quick jump. That should spare us some time to travel to the autumn.
What if we damage the generators? That way, he can't fire Halo at all?
The Monitor's under some strict regulations. He takes a liberty with a lot of things on this ring, but the Index is something he simply cannot go without. Every second we are on Halo risks the Index falling into his grubby little eye. Get me to the closest generator and I'll do the rest.
Roger that.
He made his way down the first ramp to the platform below. Once again, the element of surprise worked in his favor. He killed 2 elites, slicing right through them with his energy sword. He caught a glimpse of the jackals as they tried to run away and nailed a grunt with his bare fist as it appeared around a corner. The wind whistled at him as he rounded around the pyramid. He left a trail of large boot prints and blood in his wake. The Marine on his back jostled about with every step of the way. He ran into small groups of Covenant patrol forces at the base of each ramp or the turn of every corner. Nothing he couldn't handle. There wasn't any time to do anything but kill and move. Kill and move. His strategy of hit quiet and run would not have worked if the Covenant had been closer together, or even further apart. But they clearly hadn't expected the Spartan to come from behind them. He was happy to be dealing with stupid Covenant for once. The last of the elites made a horrible gurgling noise, almost as if a flood form had infected him, but it was simply the sounds of it choking on his own blood. The energy bolt had burned a hole where his intestines had been, and the lack of intestinal tract had confused his body, making the blood rush out from places it wasn't meant to. The Spartan was prepared to descend into the valley below when Ramsey said,
"Wait, we should commandeer one of those Banshees. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator faster."
Like many of the AI's suggestions, that was easier said than done, but one look at Mobuto's extensive plasma burns and missing leg was all it took to convince him to favor speed. As he came down the pyramid, he saw lots of Covenant, but no flood. He felt a strange sense of relief. The Covenant were tough enough, but he understood them. He had killed them by the thousands, even millions. He had studied them for years and knew them better than he knew himself. It eased his apprehension when he had to pull the trigger on an elite. The alien lacked the precision needed to stop the Spartan from descending off the pyramid, and soon enough, he dropped. B312 landed on the alien's remains and turned to his left, tossing a plasma grenade between the still stunned jackals. He followed it up by blasting a round of shotgun shells into the exposed bits of the alien directly in front of him. The poor bastard never got a chance to hop on the Wraith tank, something the Spartan was very content to see. Even though there was no sign of the flood at the moment, he could see bits of rotted flesh around, as well as some of the half-frozen bodies scattered. The sheer quantity suggested there had been a large battle within the last couple of hours. He knew the flood carried weapons acquired from dead victims, so he ran from corpse to corpse looking for what remained. A pair of grenades here and some shotgun shells there. Then, just when he thought he had exhausted all hope, he saw a red cross on one of the ex-Marines' frozen corpses. On a hermetically sealed pack where the Marine's back had been, a stim pack, 2 rations of nutritional protein and carbohydrates, and an untouched flask of water. The only thing that could have made the situation better would have been a canister of biofoam, but he could feel his luck beginning to turn. After refueling his body, he hopped on the Wraith tank. The controls looked very different from the Scorpion tank, but he had driven a Wraith before. The only difference came down to the model types. With a little help of Ramsey and intuition, he kicked the moving tank into gear and rolled down the valley. Metaphorically speaking, of course, as the tank hovered ever so slightly off the ground. He crept on a pillar of elites who stood guard near a Banshee, then went down from the deadly spine-disintegrating blow from the mortar-launching Wraith. It was near impossible to dodge them at close range. He turned the Wraith back the way he had come from and fired into the distance, hoping to hit one of the ghosts patrolling near the base of the pyramid. Though they had no pilots, he didn't want any Covenant forces to hop on and give chase. He exited the Wraith and stopped before entering the Banshee to make some direly uncomfortable changes. The Spartan had never flown a Banshee with a passenger, and a critically wounded Marine made things more difficult. Yayap and his elite companion laid prone, belly flat on a patch of hard-packed dirt. The taller of the two used his monocular to scan the human vessel laying out at the far end of the field, by the cliffside. It wasn't heavily guarded, but then again, the Covenant couldn't quite afford that at the moment, not with how thin they were spread out. Yayap couldn't understand why the other ships in orbit of Halo had not landed more troops to help them out with the humans. He was simply glad they were staying out of it, or else this plan wouldn't have a prayer of working. The crew patrolling the human ship was what bare minimum would allow. It was evident enough from the number of patrolling Banshees and Ghosts, and the single lonesome Wraith around the large downed ship. Yayap had to rely on his own vision, but he could only see a few streaks of blue glow out of afterburn plasma.
This plan is insane. I should have killed you long ago.
Yes, you should have, Commander.
The grunt agreed, knowing full well who was in charge. A sense of excitement stiffening his extremities, knowing the elite was only displaying bravado to save his own pride. He knew the talk was just talk. The truth was, Zuka was afraid of returning to the Truth and Reconciliation. The grunt's plan was the only way either of them could figure out a way to keep their heads. Yayap eyed the readouts on his wrist. He had 2, maybe 3.5 units of methane left before his tanks were empty and he would suffocate. A problem which didn't seem to trouble the elite at all. It was tempting to pull his pistol and shoot Zamami in the head and implement his plan on his own, but the elite in charge of the forces around the human ship might ask questions. Or worse, shoot without asking any. Plus, there were perks to having an elite warrior accompany him, aside from the sense of power he got from having threatened the warrior. With that in mind, the grunt managed to suppress both his panic and giddy rising sense of resentment.
Give it to me one more time, so I can make sure that you won't make any mistakes.
Of course, Commander. As you know, simple plans are often best, which is why there is a good chance this one will work. Of course, Commander. As you know, simple plans are often best, which is why there is a good chance this one will work. On the possibility that the Council of Masters is actively looking for Zuka Samami, you will choose one of the commandos who died on the human encampment and assume their identity. Then with me at your side, we will report to the officer in charge of guarding the alien ship, explain that we were taken prisoner in the aftermath of the Wraith, but were subsequently able to escape.
Sunhealy do not allow themselves to be captured.
Which is why we were able to escape.
But what then? What if they submit my DNA for a match?
Why would they do that? He's short-handed, and here, as if by the great ones themselves, is a commando elite. Would you run the risk of having such a find reassigned? I think not. Under circumstances such as these, you would seize the opportunity to add such a highly capable warrior to your command, and give thanks for the blessing.
Fine, but what about later?
Later? If there's a later, we will have to come up with another plan. In the meantime, this initiative will assure us precious food, water, and much-needed methane.
Though the elite was unaware, Yayap had already made a plan for later. He knew being part of the Covenant meant his days were numbered. Being part of the Banished, he would stand on his own merit. The problem was finding a space-traveling ship and somewhere the Vanished would be. Luckily for him, he had an idea where the banished would go. At least that's where he would if he were banished.
Alright, let's jump on the Banshee and make our appearance.
Are you sure that's the best idea? If we arrive on a Banshee, the commanding officer might wonder why we were so slow to check in.
Yayab couldn't believe the elites were the protectors of the Sanshayum in the Great Journey. So far, he had seen nothing but incompetence from them. Even explaining a simple plan as such was difficult when faced with the elite. The elite looked over the plain of vast emptiness, what looked like would be a long, hard walk, and his shoulders dropped. With a hint of his former arrogance returning, he said,
Agreed, but you shall carry my gear.
Of course. Was there ever any doubt?
The grunt scrambled to his feet, knowing soon he would be surrounded by more elites. He knew Zamami might be back in command, and showing his hand this early would interfere with his secondary plan. The stench forced Masters to breathe through her nose. A putrid smell of decomposition wafted from the bodies laid out in the metal tables. Lister was already inside waiting, though he stowed himself from making any outright gestures of disturbance or disgust. The trooper could feel himself gagging on the odor of decay. Beside him, 6 heavily armed hell jumpers were lined up along the walls, ready to respond if one or more of the flood suddenly came back to life. Though it seemed unlikely, given the level of damage and punishment each had sustained, the corpse creatures had surprised them in more than one occasion by rising. They had proven themselves to be extremely resilient and had an alarming tendency to reanimate and spread. Lister, still shaken by the knowledge that 15 of his Marines had died under his command during the previous battle, slumped against the wall slightly. Masters understood, and even sympathized with him, but couldn't show it. Not today. Not now. There was no room for grief or self-doubt. Guilt was a bitch that would eat you before you were dead. Lister swallowed in an attempt to counter the nausea, but found it worse.
Sir, there's still a great deal that we don't know. But based on our observations during the flight, and the information obtained from the Covenant prisoners, here's the best intelligence we have. The Hinchheads came here looking for relics. Holy ones, as they say. We think that just means useful technology. They ran into a life form they refer to as the Flood, which we know to be these things.
Lister pulled a knife with a flaccid infection form still attached to it. The deflated phallus hung there, with a stench more overwhelming than the actual corpses on the tables themselves.
As you can see, it has tentacles in place of legs, plus a couple of extremely sharp penetrators. These things cut through ODST armor like butter. They use those to invade the victim's nervous system and take control of it. Eventually, they work their way inside the host body and take up residence there. And that is what the Covenant call a combat form, from what remains of the victim's face. This one was human. We think this was Private Allison Dallo. We found a Navy tag with a few of her service numbers still etched onto it, but no one who knew the private has been able to actually ID her. For all we know, this came from somewhere entirely unrelated. The only evidence beside it is those tattoos of hers. Take a look at her chest. Now peek through the holes in her armor and those through her skin and bone. You can see the remains of the infection form that deflated itself to fit in around her heart and lungs. Take a look at her chest. Now peek through the holes in her armor and those through her skin and bone. You can see the remains of the infection form that deflated itself to fit in around her heart and lungs.
Masters didn't want to look, but she had to. Another burden of command, she thought. She moved in close and watched the wrinkled scalp, where a few isolated clumps of hair remained. The sickly leprosy-like skin. It clung onto the meat with its dead gray scale. The twisted smile of pain, toothless to the cheek. The plump entry and exit holes left behind by 7.62mm ammo, a bony chest and flat breasts, all had been pushed aside for a series of growths from which her arms had reshaped and thinned out. The limbs elongated to unnatural distance and ended at sharp fang-like fingers, one of which still bore a silver ring with a diamond encrusted in the middle. The Major didn't say anything. Her face said enough.
It is pretty awful, isn't it? I mean, I've seen death before, but nothing like this. For what little it's worth, Covenant victims don't look any better off. This individual was armed with a pistol, her own probably, but the Flood seem to pick up and use any weapon they can lay their hands on. Not only that, but they pack a very nasty punch, which proved lethal to some of my men. Most combat forms appear to be derived from human and elites. We suspect that grunts and jackals are deemed too small for first-class combat material, and are therefore used as a sort of nucleus around which carrier forms can grow. It's hard to tell by looking at the puddle of crap on the table, but at one point this thing contained more than 4 of the infection forms you saw on the other tables. When that thing popped, it had enough force to send half a squad and myself down on our asses.
Masters had had enough. The mental picture conveyed was sufficient. That, along with the presentation and the smells, did enough to her imagination. But wait, there's more. Snow poured on and fell continuously. It was dark and cramped, and the alien controls didn't do him any favors. He just pushed on, following the marker on his heads-up display. The takeoff had been rough, and the Banshee had only picked up speed after nearly plummeting back down several times. He wondered if the vehicle was defective. That was why the Covenant hadn't tried to use the Banshee against him. Maybe the inclement weather had something to do with it. After the initial debacle, the Banshee had good speed. Recognizing the distance and enemies in between, some which had been flood on the bridges, made him realize just how much time he was saving with this little stunt. Though the valleys were very close together, he refused to pilot the Banshees above them, and risk attracting attention to himself with Mobuto still tied to his back. He rose past the well-lit platform, the only place where he could set down to get to the generator. Instead of setting down and emerging into a battleground, he chose to greet the Covenant themselves with a few strafing runs around the landing pad. He swerved around before decelerating and bombarding the Covenant emplacements with giant green blotches of plasma. He landed. Content with the smoldering alien corpses, he set the Banshee down and dismounted. He checked on the sergeant's vitals and pushed on into the bisecting doors. Through dark tunnels and rooms with dead enemies, he paused to hose down a few stragglers. Some of the smaller infection forms and a handful of cowarding grunts had managed to live. He entered the chamber with the pulse generator and was surprised to find a three-way battle between the Sentinels, Flood, and a broken line of elites and jackals. The jackals protected their elite masters with energy shields from the superheated lasers of the flying Sentinels. The Sentinels were clearly the strongest part in the fight, but B312 knew they would not win. Their split focus with the Flood meant their power was cut in half. In any other situation, he would have happily let the Covenant be cannibalized by an enemy force, except this enemy was the Flood, something he would prefer not to fight. He waited for the red ruby lasers to stop and the numbers of all parties to slowly decay, after which he tossed a plasma grenade, followed by a frag. With a few shots of the fully loaded shotgun, he quelled the fighting down to 0 enemies without taking a single hit. He moved in closer to the white brimming light of the pulse generator. He could feel the air crackle around him as he approached the structure.
You're going to hate this.
Give it to me straight. And quick.
You're going to have to walk into that stream.
Walk into it? What about Mobuto?
He's going to be in a great deal of pain.
Then we find another way.
The Pillar of Autumn is 1,200 kilometers upspin from here. Do you think the Sergeant will survive that trip? Do you think Echo 419 will? And to be frank, do you think we will?
Six had felt his hands shaking after their last combat. If the Covenant and Sentinels had not thinned out the Flood on his behalf, he could have had to fight them all, and he wasn't sure if he could survive that, with or without Mobuto on his back.
Energy signatures show the systems on the Pillar of Autumn are still functional. They have fail-safes we can't override without the Captain's neural implants. I hate to say this, but fortunately for us, the Captain was already marked as KIA, and his implants were handed down to Lieutenant Hobbs.
Don't tell me we have to find her.
Not at all. Her field promotion means, when she was marked as MIA and presumed captured or killed, her CNI codes became obsolete. I now hold all power necessary to override the safety systems on the Pillar of Autumn. It will take some time, but we'll be able to start the fusion core detonation.
What about Mobuto then?
If we teleport to the Autumn, the medbay may still be stocked. We can prep him with cooling and medgel, pack his wounds with biofoam and get some supplies.
Surely the Covenant are all over the Autumn.
I'm not so sure about that. I've been monitoring chatter on the Covenant frequencies, and they have their hands full with the Flood. The Truth and Reconciliation is undergoing serious remodelings courtesy of the Flood.
That leaves us with no options off this ring.
Not quite, Spartan. There's still a few space-worthy vehicles.
Nothing slip space worthy, though.
Phantoms. We may be able to hijack an enemy Phantom, blend in with their forces.
Easy for you to say. You're not the one with the bruises.
The AI remained quiet. Without a proper response, he marked a waypoint into the white beam of light in the center of the room. Noble 6 braced. He tried to cover the Marine with his own body, but knew it wouldn't be enough. The same golden bands of light wrapped around their bodies. They started to ripple down over his armor and around the Marine. The familiar sense of nausea returned, and the Spartan seemed to vanish to the floor. Once he was gone, only a few motes of amber light remained to mark his passing. Then, after a few seconds, they too disappeared. Once inside the Pillar of Autumn, Zamami and Yayap found conditions to be both better and worse than they expected. Consistent with the grunt's predictions, the officer in charge had not looked a gift horse in its mouth. The overworked elite named Ontumi had been extremely glad to see them. Unexpected and uninfected reinforcements were a sight for sore eyes. He wasted no time placing Zamami in charge of 20 jackals and Yayap in command. That wasn't too bad, Yayap thought. At least the security detachment on the human vessel had plenty of supplies, including food, water, and most importantly, methane. Though his basic needs were met, he knew being part of the Covenant was not good for his health. He still planned on finding a way off the ring before the rest of the armada arrived. Yayap had seen enough on the ring to know the Great Journey wasn't everything it was cracked up to be, especially with the introduction of their new enemy, the parasites. The bad news were that the lazy and incompetent elite had passed his workload onto him. Zamami, or now known as Huki Umami, lived in constant fear of being recognized, either as Umami or his real identity, by someone who knew the real Huki or the real Zuga. Even worse would be if the prophets found out about his deceit, as they were known to do, randomly plucking out unknowable information about traitors and heretics from thin air. Yayap had been left to deal with the jackals that saw themselves as above his race. They called him names behind his back and refused to take orders. They would relent after the grunt pushed back, but with heavy criticism. They weren't pleased to find themselves reporting to a gas sucker, and to make things worse, the flood had located the Pillar of Autumn. While they were unable to infiltrate the ship via the maintenance ways that ran back and forth just below the ring world surface, they had become adept at entering the vessel through vents in the severely damaged hull. Some entered through the airlocks where the human lifeboats had once been docked before escaping to the surface. Others came through the holes that Covenant insurgent teams had made on the raid. The worst of the attacks had been when they entered through one of the Covenant's own patrols. The cargo and resupply Phantom had been ambushed, and the flood had converted all inside into combat forms, then sent it back into the ship. Their plot had been contained, but only after a dozen grunts and jackals had been slain, and 2 elites had been converted into more combat forms, leaving the Covenant forces with even less commanders than they had already been functioning at. A few of those combat forms had managed to escape decontamination, and were still roaming somewhere in the human vessel. Yayap was determined to stay out of the spooky corridors he had no business being in. As the grunts and his group of sourly jackals stood guard in the Autumn's shuttle bay, a dropship loaded with supplies encircled above. After the necessary clearances and protocols were followed, it swooped in for a landing. Yayap sighed as he watched his troops wander about aimlessly. 3 of the jackals had drifted away from their assigned positions, effectively breaking their formation. He used the radio to herd them back in place.
Jack, Bok, Yeg, we have a shuttle coming. Focus on the dropship, not the area outside.
The jackals were smart enough not to reply using the radio. If the elites heard them breaking protocol, their heads would be mounted with the infected just the same. They grumbled amongst themselves, and a few more insults were overheard by the grunt in command. He was satisfied with seeing them return to their posts as the ship settled on the plasma-scarred deck.
Watch the personnel slots. They could be packed with flood.
In spite of their resentment, the jackals followed his command and opened all of the slots for inspection. The new security procedure had been implemented only 3 days prior, after the release of the flood. The jackals snickered to themselves and outright mocked them when the compartments all turned out to be empty. He felt some shame but decided it was Suka's fault for not being there. He should have known putting an Ungo in charge of the Kigyar wouldn't end well. After their checks had been made, a crew of grunts moved in to unload the supplies from their cargo compartments and stacked them in the shuttle bay. Once clear of all boxes, the shuttle turned its grab field back on and slipped out of the hull into the sunlight. The grunts checked the labels on each container to evaluate where they should go, and started hauling them away when Yayap stopped them.
Stop! I want you to open those cargo nodes at once. Make sure they contain what they're supposed to.
His previous order had been an unpopular one, but this one was met with outright rebellion. Bok, the wandering jackal, stepped to the grunt's face.
You're no elite. We're under orders to deliver this stuff immediately. If we're late, they'll have our heads, and our kin will have yours, gas sucker.
The jackals all enjoyed the exchange. They looked at each other grinning, believing in their superiority. Yayap had been fed up with their nonsense. He knew what he was about to do was foolish, but a little of his bravado remained after successfully strong-arming Zamami into coming to the human vessel. He grabbed the jackal by its harness and smacked him with his pudgy, grubby hand.
No! Nothing leaves here until it's been checked. That's the process. The elites were the ones who came up with it, not me. But if you want me to tell them you think their process is stupid, I can deliver the news right away. So open them up and shut the hell up.
The alien rubbed its beak and grumbled. He knew the elites would back the lower lifeform in this regard, so he had to play it cautiously.
Alright. You all heard Field Master Gas Sucker. Let's get this over with.
Yayap sighed and ordered the jackals into a U-shaped formation with the open end towards the cargo containers. He took his own place in the opposite side of the cargo's end. He watched as the jackals opened each cargo up module one by one until they reached the last 3. Bach undocked the hatch, pulled the frame open, and disappeared under an avalanche of infection forms. The blobs rushed out with tiny legs and piled on the jackal. They latched onto his head and wrapped their tentacles around his skull. The infector drove a penetrator through the jackal's throat and out his eyeball. Yayap fired his plasma pistol, popping the creatures with a green blotch. It exploded along with the jackal's head. The rest of the jackals opened fire, and even some of the grunts who had been unloading the containers joined in. In a heartbeat, the infection forms were all dead, and Bach's body had been entirely disintegrated. Yayap noticed movement behind the mist created by the explosions of pus and heat, and lobbied a plasma grenade into the cargo module itself. After a bright flash of light, green and yellow blotches of flesh flew apart. The cargo container shook, and the chunks of meat sprayed the deck with sickly green blood. Based on the sheer amount of parts scattered, it was clear that 4 or 5 combat forms had been hiding in the compartment behind the cargo. Now, with all infection forms popped, and the intruder's invasion stopped, a jackal behind Yayap counted a sigh of relief, expressing what a close call it had been.
The stupid gas suckers nearly killed us. Good thing our leader kept them in line.
Yayap wasn't sure if he should be angry or pleased. For better or worse, the jackals were referring to him as one of their own, and he wasn't sure he liked the position of honorary jackal or not. He took a step over Bach's body to spit on it. He'd forgotten about his breathing apparatus. Avery Johnson's skin burnt, an itching and burning sensation left behind by the heat of plasma fire. The green blotch exploded on contact with the rock face on his side. He dug around his armor looking for another frag, knowing full well he wouldn't find one. After checking every compartment of his tactical gear and every pocket, he knew what would be next. He found a single slug in his breast pocket and loaded it into the shotgun. He'd been saving it just in case he ran into the flood. He wasn't going to let himself be turned into one of those things. He pressed the barrel to the underside of his chin and huffed in a deep breath from his cigar while reciting a prayer his aunt taught him as a child. The last words were coming up, and he wasn't sure how to end the prayer aside from an amen. He lingered with the A. He could not do it. He would not do it. He'd seen hundreds, thousands killed by the Covenant. They had died in the battle, and so would he. His teeth grinded the cigar down as he spat it out. Just as he peered over the rock to aim his shotgun rifle, he saw the monsters again. Not the 6 grunts, 2 jackals, and tall blue elite ahead. No, the trio of flood combat forms that descended from thin air onto the Covenant forces. He'd failed to see them through the fog and mist. They landed on the elite, folding him inward like a metal chair. His limbs and spine protruded, and he screamed in an almost human-like anguish. The other forms rushed for the jackals, while some of the grunts scattered, screaming a bloody panic. One of the combat forms went down from the combined fire of the jackals, but the second one was upon them before they could dispatch of it. Strangely enough, it had sparked a fire within the grunts. At least 4 of them. They rallied behind the taller of the creatures and blasted the plasma pistols at one. The other 2 scattered around, flailing their arms. Johnson used the moment of panic to rush the grunt closest to him and drove the hard end of his weapon into the alien. Its mask broke off and chipped into the grunt's mouth. A gush of purple blood dripped out as the grunt dropped its needler to contain the precious methane gas inside his mask. It was all he needed. Johnson quickly picked up the weapon and stabbed the little alien with 1 foot-long needle, then kicked the alien back. It seemed the needle shatter and explode even when they weren't super combined. The grunts had managed to take care of the second combat form, but by the time Avery was done with his grunt, the flood form had split 2 grunts in half and begun chasing their leader. Its tentacle-like arm took hold of the third and lifted him up. The alien let out a cry. Tears and snot exploded from its face and mask. The grotesque flood creature showed no mercy and bisected the grunt in half. It turned to the fourth of the pack, the last one to have any sort of bravery, and leapt at it, ignoring Johnson altogether. Not that he could complain about it, but still felt a twinge of disrespect. The grunt aimed with shaky hands, and its overcharged plasma pistol glowed intensely before firing. It was certain to miss, had it not been for the reckless jump of the flood form. Its body melted and disintegrated in front of the grunt as it cheered and declared itself the king of the world. Before he could turn and realize the human was behind him, 5 needles pierced his back. He took a step forward before they shone brightly and turned into a pink mist and purple paste on the floor. Avery looked into the distance as a grunt ran into the mist of the rain. Johnson didn't know where the grunt was going, but then again, he didn't know where he was going. He had decided to follow the grunt back instead. After a few minutes on the alien's trail, he found the grunt next to a banshee, a strange model he was not used to seeing. The engines rounded off at the wings. In place of the dual propulsion system, the tail was more sharp and singularly directed, something the grunt could never hope to fit inside with his bulky stature. But a human with enough encouragement, could bend and twist, at least enough to ride the damn thing. He thought of the flood and found plenty enough encouragement. The grunt heard the sergeant's boots in the rain squeak as he approached but refused to fire. Johnson wondered, a smart grunt? That was unusual.
Me teach you fly! You get nib-gob out of here!
Johnson had switched to his shotgun, pumped the action barrel to intimidate the creature, knowing there was already a singular slug resting in the weapon. He had already known what he would have to do. The grunt wouldn't fit, but he didn't need to know that. He almost felt bad for the little guy. Almost. He wasn't here, he wasn't there, wasn't really anywhere, as far as he could tell. He couldn't see or hear anything, but he felt a dizzying sense of velocity, as if his body experienced 1,000 Gs all at once. Once his being stitched back together, molecule by molecule, his skin felt like bad sunburn covered the surfaces the beam had directly clashed on. He saw the dull dark gray metals of UNSC titanium all around, and the golden bands of energy faded from his vision. Something was wrong though. The configuration was upside down. His muscles reacted before his brain did, and he braced for a landing. Narrowly avoided crushing the Marine in his arms with the weight of half a ton, but immediately, Mobuto began screaming in agonizing pain. His skin looked and smelled like it had been seared and broiled. Layers of dead skin burnt off the man. The damage of his tissue was almost as extensive as the damage he had sustained in Halo's library. Though he had not lost any more limbs, he was in pain just the same. The sheer shocking sensation put him out like a lamp once more.
Dot, I need the fastest route to Medbay 1.
Painting it on your HUD now, Noble 6.
The rudimentary AI painted a triangle on the upper section of his heads-up display. It slid around the bar, indicating his shield strength. As he turned left and right, he ran from hallway to hallway and section to section, jumping over bent and warped metal that had cooled inward after visible plasma bombardment. He avoided the myriad of bodies laid in a spew of decomposition. It wasn't long before he ran into a squadron of Covenant forces. Surely they had been left here to guard the Autumn, should any forces try and return. He wasn't about to let them earn their great journey without a fight, however. B-312 slipped past the first grunt, kicked him with the back of his boot, hard enough to cave in the breathing apparatus and half of the grunt's bones. Using that leverage, he launched himself into the first elite. The alien had no time to react and found the force of half a ton at 40 kilometers an hour to be far too much to bear. The elite was crushed by the weight of Mjolnir, leaving only one more elite and 2 grunts to deal with. He knew time was ticking and decided to forego the battle. He rolled to his side, avoiding crushing the Marine on his back with the same weight that he'd crushed the alien with, then tossed a plasma grenade from off the dead elite's harness into the remaining enemies and quickly forged ahead as they turned into chunks of meat and flesh. The light jaunt to the medical bay was filled with smaller and smaller teams of Covenant fighters, until he found out why. He turned a corner only to find a battle between the Flood and the Covenant. Unfortunately for him, he had to go through them to get to the Autumn's primary medbay. He wasted no time clearing the enemies. Uninterested in seeing which side would be victorious, he lobbied a fragmentation grenade into the crowd and rushed in with a sword in hand. He cut and sliced pieces of wet, decomposed flesh, just as well as living, an alien Covenant. After entering the medbay, there too was a surprise awaiting him. A carrier form fell from above, an exposed hatch, one of the many that ran along the Pillar of Autumn's inner hull. He went forward, blasting it with his shotgun, and burnt the flesh that popped out of the bulbous creature. One thing had become clear enough. He could not leave Mobuto alone. Perhaps he was a great fighter, but unconscious, in the Covenant and Flood-infested ship, he would not survive. Unwilling to lose another man, the Spartan grit his teeth. His jaw felt as if it was falling off. The exhaustion was beginning to get to him. He could feel his body breaking down after the strain of fighting the Covenant and the Flood. He simply needed to rest. He set the sergeant down on the medical table and opened a series of helium gel packs. After covering the man with them on every surface of his body, he dosed him with a full can of biofoam once more on the open and exposed wounds. Satisfied that more biofoam would only harm Mobuto, he used the opportunity to directly inject himself with another stim pack. It was like using a band-aid to cover a gaping wound, but it was better than nothing, he thought. He covered some of Mobuto's wounds quickly, figuring what he was about to do would either be the end of both of them or would buy him enough time to get to a UNSC outpost or colony for proper treatment. That was the rationale. As long as Gamma 9 and the survivors of Alpha Base had managed to succeed in their plan.
We need to get to the bridge. From there, I will initiate a critical overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems to destroy the ring.
Got it. Let's get the hell off this forsaken ring.
Yayap damned the moment he had rescued Zamami. All the choices that had led him to the human vessel had been his fault. Even now, as he found himself caring for the lives of the 3 jackals under his command who had been killed by the ambush of Flood forces. He had started out with 20 of the bird-like aliens under his command, and the squawkers had hated him for it. But before long, he had become one of them, their brother in arms. Even as a gas sucker, he was down to 12 of the troopers, and each death hurt like losing a limb. Metaphorically speaking, of course, if it got him off this ring and to a food nipple on Bahalo, he would have sold out each and every one of them. But the odds of that happening became more and more slim as the day progressed. He entered the compartment where the humans kept their food supplies. It was cramped, and an odor of sweat trickled throughout the room, but he had come to visit Zamami, his handler. The elites sat in the back of the room as the one in command, the Sinhili known as Ontomi, gave a speech. He talked about how the filth had managed to gain control of the ship's engineering spaces before an army of sentinels took control of the engine room. They were losing ground and clearly no reinforcements were coming. They had lost control of a third of the ship to the Flood already, and now the sentinels roved the area where everything was controlled from. But more bad news had arrived soon enough. Ontumi had found another threat, a threat he was reluctant to share any details about, but relented anyway. Ontumi described how a human, a single human in special armor, had infiltrated the ship. Well, a single human carrying a dying one on his back, seemingly with a mission. He had managed to kill the security team on subsection 3, 4, and 6. Yayap didn't like the sound of that. He had a pretty clear picture in his mind of whom the commander was talking about. His suspicions were confirmed when the elite commander asked for volunteers. The volunteers for his mission would hunt down and kill the intruder without a moment's hesitation. Zamami, now Umami, stood and proclaimed he would take the task upon himself. Ontumi replied with a smile, grateful to have a commando, just the sort of warrior to undertake such a perilous mission. Zamami prepped his carbine rifle and his cloaking unit as he approached Yayap. He ushered the grunt into a Covenant communications center built from scrap and barely held together by coils of nanolaminate. The space where Yayap had commanded control of his battalion of jackals. After supplies had stopped coming in due to the continuous efforts from the Flood, the elites had turned the shuttle bay into a makeshift communications room. 3 Phantoms took the place where human ships had once been, providing communications equipment with the power necessary to monitor the Covenant's battlenet. The elite growled in relief, as all communications techs were missing. No one could hear their talk. No one except Yayap's band of bird brothers.
You and the jackals under our command will funnel him into a trap where I will be waiting.
How will we know where he's going?
The reports of battle come through this comms array. We will know where he's headed based on his movements. Surely, he came with a mission.
A stream of static erupted from each comm network. Screams of panic in the Singhili language flooded every channel, and the battlenet staggered as hundreds, thousands, millions of reports came through. The grunt didn't know how to work the controls, but every few words in the jumble of a million voices came through. Zamami stared at the radio equipment, his weapon slumped by his sides, and he dropped to his knees. The reports were becoming more clear and unison with each transmission. The words Demon, Golden City were repeated over and over, followed by the names of high prophets. Truth and mercy, truth and mercy, truth and mercy. And then silence. The silence lasted for 10 seconds before screams and a worsening panic set about through the entire network. Signals overloaded the system and it shut down. Power stopped flowing from the banked phantoms, and lights from within them whirled back to life. Something big had happened, but Yayap wasn't sure what. Zamami's grip around his weapon tightened, but he did not stand. He was torn between action and inaction. Curiosity finally beat Yayap and asked,
What is happening with the BattleNet?
The Golden City. It burns.
Huh?
The holy city of High Charity was besieged upon by demons. Reports indicate it is gone. It burns a hole in the fabric of space. The High Charity home fleet lies in ruins. How could this have happened?
Yayap would not have believed it a cycle ago, but after seeing what a demon could do on the surface of Halo, he had no doubts the reports were right. There was absolutely no way they could win the fight against the demon. Of that, he was sure. He picked up his plasma pistol and aimed it at the elite's head once more. The sensation felt too similar. The jackals around them squawked and squealed, training their guns on the grunt.
The Covenant is dead? It is over! Demons destroy the holy floating city. Demons run all over Halo. I have seen them. Sanhili cannot protect us. Not from demons. Not from humans. Not from Flood. We must take our place in this universe. Come with me, Yapyar.
The elite tried to rise in defiance, but his captor charged up the plasma pistol. It glowed an intense heating green beside the Sanhili's face. He looked around as if asking for affirmation and help from the jackals. He did not find it. They squealed and celebrated their new leader as they loaded into the most fortified phantom nearby. Yaya blasted the communications network beside the elite.
You may come if you've learned your place.
The grunt wobbled away up the purple ramp, looked back once more to watch the elite press the barrel of his carbine rifle against the roof of his open mandibles. He dropped the weapon and sluggishly followed up the ramp. A mark of shame and silence hung over him as he chose to live. With medical-grade adhesives and rope, he fastened the Marine on his back. B312 wondered if Mabuto was the kind of man to get angry at being hauled around like a human backpack, or if he would simply be grateful to be alive. He understood he had taken away the sergeant's ability to die with some dignity, but deep down he believed that mattered less when facing what he would become with the Flood. The moment he stepped outside the medbay, he saw a cluster of red dots appear in his motion detector, and knew some nasties were lurking off to his left. The only question was, which hostiles? Covenant? Flood? Sentinels? Given a choice, he would have preferred to fight the Covenant, the kind of enemy he knew how to kill. The passageway turned to a dead end, forcing him to confront the enemy on his left. Rather than run into the predictable Covenant or the terrifying Flood, he ran into more tame and calculated horrors. A flock of sentinels sprayed the area down with their ruby beams. Freshly stocked on ammunition, he blasted away the sentinel shields with the blue hues from his plasma rifle. 3 shields sputtered out and were subsequently followed up on by a wealthy spread of slugs from his shotgun. Sentinels exploded and let out a loud clang as they hit the deck. The Spartan made his way down the hall, using the lifeboat base for cover. 2 additional sentinels intersected him but were blown out of the air. They turned into scrap faster than he could account for. He reached the end of the corridor, took a right and spotted an open maintenance hatch. Not ideal, especially with Mobutu on his back, and the thought of the Flood in close quarters simply horrified him. But there didn't seem to be any choice, aside from circling all the way back around the west wing of Section 4 of the Pillar of Autumn. It would take time he didn't have. He ducked inside and found himself in a maze. He blundered about before Ramsey brought up an overlaid map of the Autumn's maintenance shaft over his motion tracker. That was when a group of infected forms swarmed up into the hatch from a hole below. It appeared as if the Flood was once again learning to adapt, an intellect he couldn't say he was fond of. He swore under his breath and backed away before hosing down the Flood with plasma and bullets. He eased forward and looked down through the Flood hatch, then watched the carrier form wobble beneath him as its tiny arms tried to reach upward at him. If there was one, there was bound to be more. He tossed a plasma grenade down the hall and waited for the loud blam before dropping down and crushing the remaining infection forms with the short controlled bursts. The blood splattered on the corridors was messy, but well lit, which was more than he could say for most of his encounters with the Flood. He pried open a bent hatch, leading into a new subsection. On the other side, 2 more sentinels awaited him with their noses down, scorching away a grouping of flesh. He couldn't quite tell if those had been combat forms or carrier forms, but was content with not having to fight them himself. It didn't matter much as he was still forced to fight through the Sentinels, Flood, and Covenant as he made his way through a series of passageways and corridors. It was a short distance from the burnt-out bridge, but he was once again out of luck. He reached the outside of the bridge only to be met by a heavily armed group of elites. His translation software embedded within Mjolnir picked up some words, something he wasn't sure he understood. But the elites were rambling about some laws of a great city. Morale was visibly low, which only told him that it was the perfect time to attack. Misery loved company, and the elites were about to get a taste of the pain they had dealt to colony after colony. He used a steady supply of grenades to even out the odds. The opening salvo consisted of 2 plasma grenades and 2 frag ones, one right after the other. The elites hadn't known what to do, or if another grenade was coming. The melting of titanium on the walls and structure of the hallway reshaped any sort of cover they had before, now in his advantage. There was a handful of survivors, however, one of which was a grenade-happy elite. Seemingly taking a page out of Noble Six's own tactic, he threw a plasma grenade of his own. One almost successful enough to stick and cling onto him, but the Spartan managed to evade it and run out of the blast radius. The next 2 grenades weren't quite as close, but still something to be wary of, as the Spartan stabbed through one elite and blasted down the rest. Finally, after pumping a round of shells into the tossing elite, a blast went off right beside his head. The alarms on his armor panicked as labored wailing deafened his ears. The grunt surprised at the armored human having survived what most certainly should have been a fatal shot, turned to run. But the Spartan did not let it. He grabbed the wobbler and raised him over his head, bringing him down on his knee, snapping the alien in half. He was angry. Angry at this war. Angry at himself. The shot was a few inches away from melting away Mabuto's skull. He dropped the alien's body and walked over to where Captain Chen had given him his orders to protect the crew and Ramsey. Everywhere he looked, he saw burnt-out equipment, bloodstains, and smashed glass. He reached for the control panel, and the man in the lab coat appeared just as he had when they first met.
I leave home for a few days and look what happens. These creatures have no sense of respect or decor for that matter. This won't take long. And there. That should give us enough time to make it to the lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before detonation.
I'm afraid that is absolutely out of the question. Ridiculous that you would imbue your warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge. Wouldn't you worry that it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays. A local tap. He's searching for something I don't understand. Why does he want those?
You can't imagine how exciting this is, to have a record of all our lost time. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
The bugger. He's trying to stop the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death painless, and...
I still have control of the comm channels. I'm not sure for how long, but at least this way we don't have to listen to that imbecile. I have some bad news, though.
Lay it on me.
You're going to have to get off this ring without me.
I'm not leaving you behind. Not after I gave Captain Chen my word.
It's not really up to you, Spartan. If I don't stay here to take control of the countdown, the Monitor will stop it. We have to stop the Flood, the Monitor, and the Covenant right here, right now.
I can take your place. My computational systems can detonate the Autumn's core.
Oh, trust me, I wish it were that simple. But you lack the power needed to hold off the Monitor from regaining control, and we can't afford to leave this up to chance.
We need you to get off this ring. We can't fly a Covenant cruiser without you.
I've already left all the calculations needed stored within Dot. She'll be able to fly you back to Seoul.
I promise. We will make it count.
I'm sure you will, mate.
The Spartan swiveled about, right as a hunting pack of sentinels emerged from the broken and busted-out windows of the bridge. He really did feel bad about what he had to do, but the alien would have done the same to him if the roles were reversed. Besides, now he didn't have to worry about being infected by the Flood, Avery thought. He'd taken control of the defective Banshee by the lonesome grunt, and learned to pilot it in a matter of a few hours. He'd flown a Banshee before, but this one was vastly different. He'd asked the grunt, but the only unsatisfactory answer he could muster was that it was a space Banshee, something that should never even land on Halo to begin with. Hence, the reason it was damaged. It was never designed with a landing mechanism. Johnson was only happy that he had a means to escape Halo. After slaying his tiny companion, he had begun receiving signals on UNSC frequencies. He hadn't been able to reply lest he give his position away to any Covenant still on Halo fighting UNSC forces and not the Flood. He'd heard the entire plan. Alpha 9's gambit, the forces of Alpha Base attempting the hostile takeover of Covenant property, Noble Six's raid on the Autumn, and its soon-to-be inevitable destruction. He knew he had to hurry or he'd be buried with the ring just the same. A few nods and twists later and the Banshee picked up speed. He had no clue where the Covenant was, or where the rest of the survivors had moved on to, but he did know one thing, where the Autumn was. Having fought his way clear of the bridge, B-312 made his way through a series of passageways, ran into more flood and gunned them down. Dot had marked a series of ever-changing waypoints to avoid as many flood forms as possible. He would have preferred taking the regular-sized holes of the Pillar of Autumn, but every hatch he ran into was either jammed, broken, or locked, many of which simply became obstacles and dead ends, none of which enticed him with the flood on his trail. He managed to avoid a group of spike-back hunters as they pushed down a fallback point in pairs. Anything in their path was crushed, flood or sentinel, and he didn't want to tangle with them, at least not with Mobuto on his back. He let the hunters pass by uncontested and gave them a wide berth as he left the room in a hurry. He ran through the corridors of blood-stained bulkheads and sprawled out bodies, each in a new creative position demonstrating they were truly, awfully dead. There were a series of bent-down hatches, blown-out hatches, bent hatches, and locked doors still to go through, but what was really annoying was the small contained fires in the corners of every hallway intersection. Though thanks to the lack of raw combustible material, they were contained. They were playing hell with his motion sensors, especially his shields. He heard the sound of automatic weapons fire and followed it through a transversive pipeline. After clearing the maintenance bay, a nav point appeared on his heads-up display, accompanied by a 15-minute timer, and he ran. He jumped onto the level 3 platform again and blasted a combat form, then turned toward the hatch on his right. It opened, allowing him passage through. He ran the length of the hall until he reached the second door directly in front of the large service elevator. The lift arrived quickly, and for the first time since landing on Halo, he thought he had hit the jackpot. There was no imminent danger nor threat hiding in the lift or waiting for him. The Spartan allowed himself a sigh of relief. The moment he stepped off the lift, he heard Echo 419's voice come through the comms. She notified them of a pickup site, and his AI companion transmitted the counter onto the dropship. Their timer was counting down faster than he would like.
Requesting immediate extraction. Please be ready to pick us up at External Access Junction 4C as soon as you get my signal. We have a Wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines sustained more damage than I had anticipated. Please do hurry.
Suddenly, a piece of debris dislodged from above, landing directly in front of the Spartan. The time on his heads-up display changed to less than half. At 6 minutes, he sidestepped the falling metal piece and entered a bay full of warthogs, each stowed in its own individual slot. He leapt over one located near the entry. Its tires looked freshly installed and properly mounted. He placed Mobuto on the passenger side. They were too close to risk his life again. He jumped the driver's seat and pressed the boot of his Mjolnir's heavily armored metal to the pedal. The vehicle started right up and shot out of its slot in full force. He drove it out of the bay and hooked a left to avoid a burning hog, and plowed through a mob of Covenant and Flood. An elite went down, sucked into the undercarriage of the big off-road tires. It mauled him, causing the vehicle to sway momentarily. The ramp ahead was filled with infection forms and running from side to side in their minuscule tendrils. He could go around them, or through them, but the thought of one of those things nearly cutting inside him made his decision. He swerved into the things, popping them with tiny crunches. He raced uphill and plasma bolts struck the backplate of the hog. Then, cautious to avoid wasting precious time, he took his foot off the accelerator and maneuvered his way off the inclined slope. A large passageway stretched out before him, with walkways to either side. The homicidal flood forms hurled themselves in his direction. They made a splat noise as the hardened exterior of the warthog met them. He weaved back and forth between flood forms and the pillars to improve his time, then rolled through a flock of sentinels too close to the ground for their own good. Explosions sent gouts of flame arching forward, but fell short of the reconnaissance vehicle. He entered a large tunnel, sped the length, and hit the brake into an open area, then pushed the vehicle down into a smaller service tunnel, where infection forms made loud popcorn-like sounds as the tires ate them alive. The engines growled and the tires almost lost their grip, but he retook control once they had exited the tunnel. There was one more subsurface passageway ahead, which forced the warthog to tilt nose over ahead of their wheels. Not only did he hit the ground hard, but it almost caused the hog to flip over their heads. A waste of time they couldn't afford. Mobuto was knocked out cold from the force. They had dinged up the hull of the warthog hard enough before, which surprised the Spartan to see the Marine still on one piece. The last hit, however, had proven to be too much. He pressed the pedal once more, while the precious seconds seemed to count down even faster. He no longer cared about the aliens or parasites. There was too little time to stop and kill them. He took potshots ahead, only to clear a path when it was necessary. Then came to a welcome stretch of straight level pavement, a quick dip through a service tunnel, and a ramp into a sizable open path. Dot called in for Foehammer, and she appeared parting through the clouds. She wasn't alone, however. 2 Banshees were on the Pelican's trail. They were hot and ready to blow the dropship out of the sky. Echo 419 swerved through pockets of dense air to avoid them, but they clung onto her like moss on bark. She could weave and juke one, but not both. They fired slots of blue plasma forward, training their aim for the big shot. She did her best to evade them, but each one of the blue dots that struck the Pelican's wings could be the last. The Spartan hopped on the half-melted machine gun turret on the back of the Hog and fired from what he knew to be an ineffective range. It was the only thing he could do. One of the Banshees was too premature and launched its green salvo at the Pelican, narrowly missing. It struck the side of the pillar of autumn and melted through part of the already damaged hull. It had the power to damage a starship, much less a Pelican. Things turned grim when a new challenger emerged from the clouds. It flew past the autumn at supersonic speeds. Before turning around, it had undoubtedly spotted the fight between the flyers. He tried to shoot it down as well, but its speed meant the M12's turret would never reach. The strange and speedy Banshee swerved back around, coming directly at the Pelican. It was over. Its main gun switched on and heated before 2 streams of plasma shot out from the front. The laser streamed through the air before striking one of the Banshees behind Echo 419. It exploded, almost as if it had hit a brick wall. The second one quickly took aim at the friendly fire Banshee and launched its own salvo. The green ball of plasma hung through the air before striking and melting away at the shields on the Banshee. B312 heard a voice he hadn't expected in his comms.
Don't worry. I ain't gonna forget about you, sweetheart.
The enemy Banshee spun in place, taking off into the clouds, but Johnson was on it. A few seconds later, they had entered the cloud space above. Pieces of Banshee fell broken and in flames.
I got your back. Let's get the hell off this ring.
The Banshee zoomed in and out of the area at super speeds, intercepting sentinels and flying traffic alike, while Echo 419 turned the Pelican's engines down, enough to hover over a meter above the platform where the Spartan laid. He jumped off the gunner seat and took the sergeant on his shoulder. They climbed on board of the platform and loaded into the Pelican's bay. The dropship's engines roared and took off. Echo 419 turned the Pelican counterclockwise and hit the throttles. G-forces pushed him back, and the Pelican shot out upward as it blasted through the atmosphere. A series of loud thuds went off as a line of red and orange explosions boomed along the length of the Autumn's abused hull. The Halcyon-class cruiser's fusion drives went critical, and a sun blossomed on the surface of Halo. The thermonuclear atmosphere caved a 5-kilometer crater into the super-dense metal alloy of the ring, sending powerful waves of pressure rippling through the entire structure. The fireball flattened and sterilized the terrain of the nearby surface, before consuming it and collapsing upon itself. Still spinning but unable to withstand the forces of the new weak point, the ring structure slowly tore itself apart. Huge chunks of debris tumbled end over end out into space as a 500-kilometer section of the ringworld's hull sliced through an even longer curve of the brilliantly engineered metal. 1 million more micro-explosions erupted on the surface of the ring as it scattered into space and got caught in the gravity of either threshold or basis. He thought of Masters and Gamma 9.
Did anyone else make it? Where's Johnson?
Just dust and echoes. No other signal. We're all that's left.
The Spartan winced. All dead. Chen, Hobbs, Masters, Lister. All dead. Just like the children he'd been raised with. Just like the rest of Noble Team. Just like a part of himself. Dot spoke up as if to justify what had happened.
We did what we had to, Noble 6. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada. Obliterated. The Flood. Everything on that ring. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. Something tells me this is just the beginning.
Fleet of Particular Justice. Form a system-wide perimeter blockade, immediately. Logs and accounts of the events on board High Charity are still under investigation. A new Council of Masters has convened. Standby of protection of the holy artifacts remains. The Imperial Admiral has cancelled his hunt of the heretic banished. New orders will arrive soon. We've intercepted a transmission from the Covenant BattleNet. The holy city of High Charity has been destroyed. The home fleet is in disarray. Their ships burn as they scramble to regroup.
No, now they are ours for the taking.
One moment, the sovereign oblation was there. The next, it was gone. Of course, the 16 cruisers on its tail hadn't missed the giant hole it had punched in space-time, and begun their pursuits as well. There was a threat of the Covenant still out there, larger than they had realized. And yet, one word in all of the transmissions caught her attention more than any others. She read the report over and over, mulling over what it could mean.
Halo.
This last section is a thank you letter to all of you who waited so long for this. While Red Flag was entirely my creation, this was more of a retelling of combat evolved with extra action and drama thrown in there. I'm really curious to see what you guys liked more, the 100% originality of Red Flag, or the length and storytelling of Lonewolf. I'm sorry this took so long to come out. As you can see by the runtime, it was a long story, even as I cut it short about 15%. I had a lot happen in my life over the last year since Red Flag came out. I'm not making excuses for how long it took to make this, just explaining myself. I started the year by getting engaged, then my best friend of a decade died, I almost lost a finger, moved in with my fiance, had some health problems, and 2 relatives died within a month of one another. Last but not least, I found out I'm going to be a father. So lots of developments happened which pushed the story back several months. Then there were the things that were my fault, like working on other projects. If you stuck around this long, here's what I was working on. I wrote and planned out an entire Dungeons & Dragons campaign with a Halo theme. From what could have been hours and hours of a campaign to new races, the idea was to get a few Halo YouTubers and DM a Halo campaign that could eventually flow into a long series, but none of the YouTubers I contacted ever replied. A huge bummer, but that took a lot of my time. I wrote a 3-hour-long story about James, a sort of what if James 05 survived, in the memory of my best friend, whose name was also James. And lastly, I started working/planning another project that I'm really passionate about, but don't want to give anything away. It's going to take a long time, and I'm going to try to contact Halo Studios or Microsoft to achieve this project. But I'm just really happy to be done with this story. I hope you all enjoy it. I can't wait to read the comments and interact with all of you. I hope it was worth the wait, and please let me know what you prefer going forward. If you liked the style of Red Flag being its own original story, or the retelling of combat evolved with Noble 6, or if you're tired of the waiting and would prefer smaller 20-minute videos. Maybe you want regular what-ifs to come back. Thank you immensely for your continued support. I appreciate and love every last one of you.